Without turning around, his earnest words escaped his lips. Yue, you've grown up. There are many things I tell you that you probably won't listen to. I know you and Jun Fan are close, but you must know that this matter is no small affair. I think Her Majesty is merely a pawn being used in this situation. Grand Tutor Song gave her a meaningful look. The one truly intent on dealing with Jun Bufan is probably Jiyu Chong. Yue's eyes widened in shock, stunned by Grand Tutor Song's warning. Once you get caught in this vortex, it's easy to be utterly crushed, in a dark, eerie corner deep within the forest. The brocade pouch immediately opened, and two streams of spiritual energy, one green and one purple, surged out like a downpour. Jun Bufan stood frozen, a figure gradually materializing within the vortex. He stammered, this is a Dharma body. The demon emperor gradually became clear. He looked at the young man opposite him and spoke. My son, Bufan, he joyfully exclaimed. It's Father Emperor's Tao Essence Dharma body. The demon emperor's voice continued. I am unharmed. Jun Bufan's eyes widened as he felt the surrounding spiritual energy, harboring no doubts. Such a powerful aura, truly worthy of Father Emperor. Jun Bufan was suddenly struck by a terrifying force, then fell to the ground, he said, both angry and amused. A misunderstanding. Then he furiously shouted, then what does everything I've done all these years count for? Is my revenge also just a joke? Seeing his current powerlessness and uncertainty about survival, he said, the demon world's great cause impacting the immortal Tao, both Zhao Shi and I are merely pawns. Father Emperor, you are truly cruel. Then he regained his composure, determined, I must become powerful. I don't want to be a pawn anymore, I want to be the controller. The door of death, I must find the door of death. Yue had by now ridden out of the imperial city. As she left, people saw them discussing, that's Grand Tutor Song's daughter. What is she in such a hurry to leave the city for? Jun Zhao also stood nearby, and upon seeing her, loudly called out, Yue, Yue, Yue. Seeing her was somewhat surprised. Jun Zhao, the two then moved aside to talk. Yue now explained her intentions. I left the imperial capital to find a camellia. On my way back I heard that my father and everyone else had been arrested by His Majesty. Sister Yue, do you know what happened? Yue saw her so worried and secretly thought, it seems sister knows nothing. She told her that the specifics couldn't be explained in a word or two. Hearing this, Jun Zhao became even more confused and worried, saying, then what should I do? Seeing this, Yue reconsidered. Forget it. Let sister ask Jun Fan about this herself. She then took Jun Zhao's hand and said, come with me. Jun Zhao then asked her, Sister Yue, do you know where Xiao Fan is? Yue stammered, telling her. Jun Fan hasn't been arrested yet. The two then mounted their horses and left. Yue told her that everything would become clear once they met him. Jun Zhao agreed, but at this moment she secretly thought, if young Master Chang could hold me like this, how wonderful would that be? At this moment a figure was watching their retreating backs. Chang stood there observing, secretly smiling. I said, with Song Yue's fortune, how could she stay out of it? I just wonder what role she will play. He then passed through the spatial rift, going somewhere. I should go too. The spatial rift then gradually closed. The scene shifts to a gray, desolate and lifeless land. A voice said, this is where corpse sea flowers grow. Even the laws of heaven and earth are filled with dense death chi. The door of death should be here. Lianer stood there talking to Jun Bufan. There were once quasi-supremes who perished here, turning into piles of withered bones, he told her. Don't worry, I've already contacted Yue. She's very good at this sort of thing. Lianer then curiously asked, what about the key? Didn't Sister Ruoxi say the door of death also needs a key? Jun Bufan proudly pulled out the key and said, this should be the key. At this moment he suddenly realized something. Jun Bufan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lianer, seeing this, asked, what's wrong? Jun Bufan angrily turned his face and said, you betrayed me. At this moment a voice came from the key. Little Master, for some unknown reason all of the Jun family have been imprisoned. Hearing this, Lianer, who had intended to remain silent, then smiled and said, I was never your person. How can I betray you? Hearing this, Jun Bufan grew even angrier, pointing at her face and continuing, you didn't expect that I trusted you so much, yet you treated me like this. By Lianer, you truly disappoint me. Did Zhao Shi order you to do this? Seeing this, Lianer maintained her contemptuous attitude, saying, you haven't changed. You're still stubborn, arrogant and conceited. You've reached this point, yet you still haven't figured out who instructed me. How pitiful. Hearing this, Jun Bufan grew even angrier, questioning, it's Jiyu Chong, you're actually his subordinate. Lianer told him, Jiyu Chong is cunning and ruthless, but he's powerful and intelligent while you are cunning and arrogant, yet foolish. It's obvious who to choose, isn't it? Jun Bufan angrily pulled out a talisman. Yu Lianer, who was speaking to him with a clone, then gradually disappeared. Before leaving, she warned him, don't worry, I don't intend to fight you to the death. Put away your dirty tricks. Jiyu Chong will come deal with you. After she left, Jun Bufan was so angry his veins bulged, cursing, Jiyu Chong, it's always Jiyu Chong, damn you all, I won't let a single one of you go. Deep breath. Calm down, I must be calm, don't panic. He then looked at the brocade pouch in his hand and pondered, if Bai Lianer is Jiyu Chang's person, then this brocade pouch she gave me must be ill-intentioned. Fortunately, only I can open this brocade pouch, but even so, if it leaves any traces it might expose my location. Suddenly he remembered something. Damn it, Bai Lianer knows sister's location, he cursed angrily. Damn it, Chang stood there observing the entire land, looking down at the forbidden zone of life. The terrain here can actually affect the demon world's fortune. It seems there's truly something hidden here, Luotian told him. I've already used the Taishu God Race's spell to scout. There are many restrictions here. One wrong step and you'll be trapped. What are you planning to do? Chang then intended to tease her, saying, I'm planning to throw you in first to see if there's any danger in the formations inside. Hearing this, Luotian said, both angry and helpless. Jiyu Chang, your jokes aren't funny at all. He just turned and smiled and then said, fighting? Seeing that he had guessed the current situation, the person standing there was also surprised. Your realm is higher than ours. At the same time, Lianer also returned, saying, everything depends on you. Chang, seeing her return, said, since you're back, lead the way. Luotian then instructed Granny Jin and the others, you all stay here and wait for our notification. Lianer had the two leave. Then the three of them entered the place where Jun Bufan and his sister were. Luotian asked the two in confusion, is the door of death here? Then she looked around and continued, are you sure it's here? There's nothing here, not even a ripple of runes. Lianer led the way, telling the two, Jun Ruoxi once said she has a way to avoid being discovered by anyone. She must have already sensed someone approaching. Chang now conjured his weapon, saying it's even better if she can detect us. Jiyu has come a long way. Miss Ruoxi, why not show yourself? Luotian looked at the weapon in his hand and at this moment couldn't help but be surprisingly alarmed. Emperor artifact. Lianer also looked at the weapon and realized something, thinking indeed the demon race. At this moment she felt a powerful aura emanating. Jun Ruoxi's voice asked the three of them, Zan Yang Heavenly Saber, how is it in your hands? What did you do to my brother? Chang now triumphantly slashed in one direction. Here red light appeared in the sky, and Jun Ruoxi unleashed the ultimate power of reincarnation. Seeing this, Luotian stood aside, secretly thinking, following Jiyu Chang, although I'm unhappy, it seems I'll get to see a lot of drama. Chang now had Luotian and Lianer leave. Lianer told the two the current situation. The aura emanating from the well was incredibly powerful. Jun Ruoxi was inside. Chang now raised the Emperor artifact, set up a formation, and then triumphantly said, stronger than an Emperor realm might? Jun Ruoxi saw the weapon in his hand and surprisingly questioned, the Zan Yang Heavenly Saber doesn't belong to you. What exactly did you do to my brother? Chang didn't answer her then, but charged forward, saying, don't worry, I'll tell you. He then eagerly rushed into the well where Jun Ruoxi was. Luotian, watching from outside, said he went in. Lianer calmly told her, it's fine with his strength, there's no need to worry. Luotian, hearing her say this, turned around and flared up angrily. Who's worried about him? I'd rather he died. Seeing her attitude, Lianer was even more certain. Why are you so agitated? Were you forced? Below, Chang had already entered and placed his sword at Jun Ruoxi's neck, asking her, Miss Jun Ruoxi, your beauty is indeed unparalleled. I'll give you a chance. Tell me everything you know. She stubbornly refused. I know nothing. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Hearing this, Chang decisively granted her request. All right. Then he decisively struck outside. Luotian was surprised, asking what exactly is happening inside. Lianer told her. Jun Ruoxi's strength is probably at the peak quasi-supreme realm. It will likely take some effort to capture her. Suddenly she felt the surrounding aura disappear. Suddenly her aura disappeared. Chang also emerged from the well, and Lianer immediately went forward to ask him, did you kill her? Chang said nothing, but the blood-stained sword at that moment seemed to speak for him. Luotian, however, calmly said, don't be surprised, even peerless beauties won't receive mercy from him. Lianer heard this and said nothing. Luotian now asked Chang, what's in the well? He picked up a piece of cloth from her arm and said, it's a mysterious door. This action left both Lianer and Luotian bewildered. Chang then used the cloth to wipe the blood from the stained sword, wiping as he said, don't ask so many questions, you'll naturally be told when the time comes. Luotian, seeing this, widened her eyes, so angry that smoke seemed to come out of her orifices. Chang then ignored them, turned around and told the two, let's go, leave this place. Jun Zhao had already reunited with Jun Bufan. Luotian dared not resist, only standing there angrily cursing, what's going on? Chang secretly looked down at the wellhead below where an aura was emanating. He secretly thought Jun Ruoxi couldn't leave the wellhead, not because she couldn't, but because if she left no one would suppress the aura, which would cause unusual activity. Perhaps the 6 emperors were worried about attracting outsiders or even drawing the attention of upper realm Dao lineages. What a coincidence. I also don't want to be discovered by the upper realm. The vitality here is truly excellent. Leaving an innate divine thought within to devour and refine it, it probably won't be long before I touch the supreme realm. The scene shifts to Yu Wei and Jun Zhao. They had also arrived near where Jun Ruoxi previously resided. Jun Zhao now worriedly asked her, Yu Wei, are you sure Xiao Fan is here? This place is really eerie, even your dragon steed is restless. Yu Wei looked around, observing the situation, and told her, I heard he found a ruin here and needed my help. The location should be correct. The two then dismounted, and Jun Zhao again curiously asked, why would Xiao Fan out of nowhere come to such a distant place? Yu Wei, hearing this, didn't know how to answer and stammered, sister, when you meet him, ask him yourself. Jun Zhao, hearing this, stopped asking questions, only thinking gloomily. Xiao Fan is indeed plotting something. She was currently clutching something tightly in her hand, intending to test him later. Just as the two were about to leave, a voice came from behind Yu Wei, sister. Seeing this, both turned simultaneously and called out, Xiao Fan. Jun Zhao anxiously went to his side and asked, Xiao Fan, why are you here? Jun Bufan told her, I learned that a ruin was about to appear here, but my power is limited, so I invited Yu Wei to come with me. Sister, why are you here too? Jun Zhao still didn't understand what had happened and worriedly said, I was picking tea and returned to the mansion only to find father and everyone else had been imprisoned by His Majesty. I didn't know what to do, then I met Sister Yue, Xiao Fan, what should we do now? Jun Bufan comforted her. Sister, don't worry, perhaps father's actions were inappropriate this time, displeasing Empress Zhao Shi. Jun Zhao was still uneasy, crying, then let's quickly go back and figure out a way to save them, can we just forget about this ruin? Jun Bufan comforted her. Sister, don't worry, perhaps after a while His Majesty's anger will subside and she'll release father and the others, after all father has also contributed greatly. That he turned, now that we're here it would be a shame to abandon this ruin. I heard there's a mysterious door of the demon world hidden here containing unspeakable opportunities, let's go. Hearing this, both Yue and Jun Zhao were surprised. Jun Zhao said nothing after hearing it, but Yue secretly thought vigilantly, he still isn't telling the truth. Then the three left. When Chang and his two companions arrived at the spot where Jun Bufan and his two companions had just been talking, they had already left. Chang said it seemed Jun Bufan had found accurate inside information. Luoshan questioned him. Jiyu Chang, what exactly did you do to make Jun Zhao so obedient, even sacrificing herself to this extent? Chang merely smiled upon hearing this, then said, does that matter? Hearing this, Luoshan triumphantly said, I bet it's another trick like threatening someone's family, right? Am I right, Miss Bai? Lianer, hearing this, retorted, Princess Luoshan, aren't you afraid of being killed for being so reckless? Luoshan confidently replied, what am I afraid of? Hearing this, Chang's face darkened and he looked at her with sharp eyes. Seeing this, Luoshan also broke into a cold sweat, then said in a low voice, can we not talk about it? Lianer then left first, saying, it seems they've already entered the depths of the Forbidden Zone. I'll go check first, and Chang also asked her to tell Miss Lianer that we'd be there soon. At this moment Jun Bufan and his companions had arrived at a dark area. He said the gate should be in the depths and he could sense its aura, however, this red mist contains strong erosive properties, as if from the 9 netherworlds. Prolonged contact would certainly lead to disaster. Yue, do you have any solutions? Yue was currently focused on examining the surrounding aura. She subtly glanced at Jun Bufan, thinking, Jun Bufan, if you don't tell me the truth this time, then after I help you, our relationship ends here. She then released a treasure, chanting an incantation to scatter the mist. Jun Bufan, seeing how powerful it was, couldn't help but exclaim that Yue was truly worthy of her reputation. Then they arrived before a gate, and Jun Bufan knew this was indeed the place. Yue sensed a powerful aura and vigilantly said, this is such a terrifying aura. Jun Zhao also worriedly said, is this the opportunity Xiao Fan has been searching for? Jun Bufan happily told the two, that's right, this gate hides the demon world secret from 6,000 years ago. Hearing him say this, Jun Zhao couldn't help but feel a little worried. Yue stammered, asking him, do you have a way to get in? Jun Bufan confidently said. Of course. He took out a glowing jade tablet, thinking, I originally thought it was the brocade pouch, but it turns out the jade tablet my imperial father gave me back then is the key. Then he told the two, this is the key. At this moment Lianer swooped down from above, saying, then hand it over. Jun Bufan was about to open the gate. Seeing her arrival he was surprised and then released a treasure to block Lianer's sword strike. Jun Bufan angrily called out her name. Lianer was constantly worried, thinking, how did she find me? I clearly checked the brocade pouch. Yue saw her and worriedly said, she's a quasi-supreme. Jun Zhao still asked blankly, who is she? Lianer, with a determined gaze, said, today if you don't hand over the key you have only one path, death. She then conjured illusions and charged at Jun Bufan. He wrapped himself in those calligraphic scrolls to evade Lianer's attacks. One illusion after another surged forward, all repelled by him. Seeing this, Lianer warned him, how long do you think this thing can protect you? Jun Bufan said nonchalantly, as long as I enter that gate, this time is enough. Lianer now looked in a certain direction and said, it seems you don't care about their lives anymore. Yue, seeing this, vigilantly protected Jun Zhao. Jun Bufan, hearing this, angrily warned her, how dare you? If you dare to harm a single hair on them, I will kill you no matter where you hide. Hearing this, Lianer merely laughed and then said, does that mean you intend to abandon them? You truly are heartless, but don't worry. Once you're inside, I'll give them a quick end. Seeing her utter disregard for sentiment, Jun Bufan said, are you trying to scare me? Lianer, you weren't like this before. What would Uncle Bai Kun think if he knew you were helping evildoers now? Hearing this, Lianer roared furiously and then said, shut up, my father believed your father's sweet talk which led to my mother's early death. She then calmed down and sighed, I almost got provoked by you. The one coming to deal with you has arrived. A spatial rift appeared above at this moment. Jun Bufan worried that it was Jiyu Chang and thought, how did they catch up? Chang gradually passed through the spatial gate and arrived before Jun Bufan. He walked out with Luoshan, saying, hand over the key. Luoshan stood by, seeing this, and couldn't help but proudly think, following Jiyu Chang to bully others, indeed there's nothing to worry about. Yue and Jun Zhao, seeing this, both exclaimed in surprise, young Master Chang. Yue walked towards the two, thinking, how is he here? Jun Bufan also intended to step forward but stopped, thinking, if I give the key to Jiyu Chang now I'll have no way out. Never mind, I'll go through the gate first. Chang now showed him the still-living Jun Roxy and then said, don't be in such a hurry to leave. If those two aren't enough, what about your own sister? She weakly called out at this moment. Jun Bufan, there was only a small wound on her neck. Chang then told Jun Bufan, if you escape like this I will immediately chop off her head. Lianer saw this scene and wasn't surprised, only thinking, this move is so familiar. Jun Bufon saw his sister in Chang's hands and couldn't help but shout emotionally, "Sister." He then angrily released a treasure to protect himself and charged at Chang, cursing, "Jiu Chang, you son of a bitch." Chang still calmly drew his sword and proudly said, "Overestimating yourself." He then struck several times. Jun Bufon saw the familiar moves and recognized it as the Zan Yang Heavenly Saber. "Uncle Yi, were you killed by him?" Chang then controlled a giant hand, grabbing only Jun Ruoxi's arms, and then threateningly pointed his sword at her, asking Jun Bufon, "Are you going or not?" Jun Ruoxi weakly told him, "Bufon, don't mind me. Hurry and enter that gate to find Imperial Father. Only Imperial Father can save you and seek revenge." Jun Bufon was even more agitated when he saw this. "Sister." Hearing this, Chang was even happier, saying, "Sister, for your sake you'd even give up your life. If you abandon her now you'd be worse than a beast." He then used the sharp sword tip to pierce her waist. Jun Bufon, seeing this, worried about his sister and stopped him, saying, "Stop, I'll give it to you." Hearing this, Chang unexpectedly said, "Oh." Jun Bufon then stated his condition, "You can have the key, but you must swear on your Dao heart that you will not harm any of us again." Chang agreed. "Deal." He then instructed Lianer and Luoshan, "Her cultivation has been sealed by me, you two watch over her here. That item is nothing special, just a scale of some demon beast." Luoshan had been staring at the jade scale in Chang's hand as he spoke. When Chang noticed her, she turned her head away again. He then walked inside. Luoshan stood outside, muttering to herself, "He's gone in." Lianer stood opposite, saying, "He's gone in, he's gone in. You don't need to emphasize it every time." Jun Bufon now ran to Jun Ruoxi's side, shouting, "Sister, are you all right?" Jun Zhao was a little sad to see him so worried about his sister. He hadn't even reached Jun Ruoxi when he was struck by Lianer. Jun Bufon, both surprised and angry, said, "By Lianer, what are you doing?" She calmly said, "Be good, don't make trouble." Luoshan at this moment observed a wisp of spiritual energy flying out and said, "I've seen this in the Taishu god race's ancient texts. This is the spiritual energy left behind after a peerless demon perished. The world beyond this gate is probably not simple." She suddenly realized she was too concerned about Chang and couldn't help but think irritably, "Why am I worrying about him? It's better if he dies in there, then my Taishu god race can rest easy." Chang was currently observing his surroundings inside. The demon world's origin should be in this space. As for the changes in the demon world's fortune for the 6 emperors, it would only be enough for 2 or 3 people to cultivate and comprehend, so internal strife was inevitable. This red mist might have been produced after a demon emperor's death, so it contains spiritual energy that devours flesh and blood. He took out a treasure. "Let me use the primordial purple mirror to deduce 2 dead, 2 injured, 4 quasi-emperors." The previous battle scene flashed before him. Killed right after stepping into quasi-emperor, how pitiful. The 2 who escaped were probably Emperor Zan Yang and Jun Zhao's mother. Emperor Yu Yue. Oh, is Jun Zhao herself Zhao Shi? I was still worried that they would all unite against an outsider. If a demon emperor perished, things would be much easier. A beam of light then shot straight into the sky, followed by 3 or 4 more beams. At this moment, in a nearby stone cave, Emperor Qishao was cultivating. He sensed the surrounding aura, opened his eyes and said, "Someone has already entered here." Emperor Shuili sat beside him and said, "Did Zan Yang find reinforcements?" He initially said he didn't know this would be leaked, but then secretly left a message for his son. "He wants to kill us. So many years have passed and our injuries have all healed. We'll kill as many as come." Seeing such a commotion, Emperor Wuming also woke up and said, "When the primal world matures, Zan Yang and Yu Yue will surely not be able to sit still. At that time it will be their end." At this moment, Zan Yang sensed a familiar spiritual energy and happily said, "He's here." Emperor Yu Yue walked in and asked, "Brother Zan Yang?" He saw her and excitedly said, "Just now I sense that the key I left for Fanner has touched the laws of heaven and earth here, proving that it has arrived." Hearing this, Yu Yue asked suspiciously, "Really?" On Chang's side, he had already entered the center. 6,000 years have passed, at least 70% of the origin. Fortunately, both sides were heavily injured and mutually wary, ultimately benefiting me. I am one step closer to the supreme realm. Then he revealed a sinister smile. Next, Chang now flew along the dragon scale and found it. Its light was now pointing towards a mountain. Zan Yang now told Yu Yue the whole story. "Before, I left a wisp of the demon world's origin and a Dharma body for Jun Bufon, just to guide him here. I spared no effort to conceal this from Qishao and the others. Now the demon world's origin is about to mature and he has come at just the right time." Hearing this, Yu Yue showed a sad expression and said, "For 6,000 years, Zhao Shi and Jun Bufon, those 2 children, have been truly pitiful. Back then they were childhood sweethearts. What a shame." Speaking of which, he sighed regretfully again. Hearing this, Zan Yang snorted, and then said somewhat displeased, "Ly, in the eyes of the upper realm, our demon world is no different from other lower realms, left to be bullied by anyone. Isn't it because our demon world only has 2 enlightened ones, me and Qishao? Our ascension to immortality is the great righteousness of the demon world. Compared to that, what do mere romantic attachments matter?" Hearing this, Yu Yue also found it reasonable and smiled. "You're right, if we can break through that realm, perhaps we can stand shoulder to shoulder with those great forces in the upper realm." At this moment, the dragon scale guiding Chang had already brought him close to the 2 of them. Seeing this, Zan Yang suddenly felt something was wrong. "You're here," but he then shouted loudly, "It's not Fanner, who are you? Where did that scale come from?" That surge of anger made Chang, who had just arrived, also unable to stand steadily. He then finally spoke, Are you two Emperor Zanyang and Emperor Yuyue? He was currently calculating in his heart. The aura is strong and stable. It seems the 6 Emperor's injuries have mostly healed. Zanyang, seeing that he knew so much about him and Yuyue, vigilantly said, You know our identities? Chang then respectfully bowed and said, Junior Jiyu Chang, young master of the Longevity Jiyu family, greets the 2 demon emperors. Hearing his name, Zanyang also recognized the Longevity Jiyu family. No wonder he reached the quasi-supreme realm at such a young age. Yuyue stood by thinking, with the demon world's fortune, it's impossible for such a monstrous genius to appear. Zanyang then continued to ask, May I ask young Master Jiyu about this scale? Chang then lied, saying that Brother Jun Bufan entrusted him to come here to find the 2 of them. Today he was captured by Empress Zhao Shi and couldn't get away. Zanyang was also vigilantly distrustful, saying, This matter is no small affair. How can you make this emperor believe you? Seeing this, Chang still firmly said, Junior and Brother Jun Bufan are heroes who admire each other, sworn brothers in life and death. Brother Jun Bufan is several thousand years older than me, so Chang dares to call you uncle. Please, uncle, allow me to explain the whole story. Hearing this, Zanyang roughly understood what was happening outside. He said, So that's it. He failed to assassinate Zhao Shi at the Heaven's Chosen banquet, so he was captured. Hearing this, Yuyue only sighed. Chang agreed with him, saying, That's right. So he relied on the information in the brocade pouch to ask me to come here to find the 2 of you, to resolve this misunderstanding. Zanyang still hadn't completely dispelled his doubts, saying, You even know the contents of the brocade pouch? He was currently pondering in his heart, Only Jun Bufan can open the brocade pouch. If he knows about this, then perhaps what you say is true. Chang also took out the brocade pouch and said, That's right, the brocade pouch is the token Uncle Baikun gave to Brother Jun Bufan. Yuyue saw that item. This is, Zanyang also believed him now, saying, It's indeed Baikun's jade pendant. Chang then continued, I originally intended to go meet Empress Zhao Shi to explain, but Brother Jun Bufan was worried that Uncle's situation might change, so he directly sent me here. He took out the Zanyang Heavenly Saber. Oh, and this item, Brother Jun Bufan asked me to give this to Uncle. The Zanyang Heavenly Saber. Zanyang and Yuyue were both surprised to see that item. Zanyang was now worried, thinking even an enlightened one would covet this Emperor artifact. This young man actually isn't tempted to claim it for himself. Is the Longevity Jiyu family's reputation so noble, or is the Jiyu family's heritage too powerful to bother with this? In any case, Jun Bufan isn't losing out by befriending this young man. Zanyang then reached out and took the Zanyang Heavenly Saber, saying, Thank you, young brother. The Jiyu family has been of great help, Chang told him. Uncle needn't be so polite. Brother Jun Bufan and I hit it off at first sight, both men of strong character. Entrusted by others, naturally I'll be loyal to the task. Zanyang took the treasure and then confidently said, With the Zanyang Heavenly Saber in hand, Qishao, wait for me to take your dog head. He was now pondering again. Anyway, no one will give you the Qishao spear. Chang then stated his request, but Junior has only one request, hoping the 2 seniors can answer for me. What is the truth behind the great chaos in the demon world 6,000 years ago? Yuyue heard this question and turned to look at Zanyang, signaling him. Zanyang also put away his vigilance and intended to tell Chang the truth. All right, anyway, the time is rhyme and young brother Jiyu is also trustworthy. Yuyue also received permission and said, If you want to know this truth, follow us, but you should be careful because even the aftershocks of an Emperor Realm powerhouse's battle could take your life. Chang happily said, All right. Zanyang and Yuyue now also went to meet Qishao, Shuili and Wuming. He said, Zanyang, Yuyue, you finally decided to show yourselves. Then Zanyang began to unleash his aura and attack. No more words. Today the demon world's origin is mine. At the same time, fire rings appeared in the sky. Qishao shouted, Shuili, Shuili, following orders began to create water spheres, then formed a protective shield to defend against the flames attacking the 3 below. Those fireballs then exploded in the air. Zanyang still stood there, not dodging the fragments. Qishao then intended to ambush him from behind. Fortunately, Zanyang reacted quickly, striking with the Zanyang saber in time, sending Qishao flying. He then gradually recovered his aura. Qishao, both surprised and angry, asked Zanyang, Zanyang, Heavenly Saber, was your enlightened weapon brought to you by that person who just arrived? Zanyang, without concealing anything, directly and proudly said, That is my son's brother, thanks to him. Now that the Emperor artifact is in hand, you have only one path, death. Don't struggle anymore. At this moment a huge palm stomped, shaking the ground. He then intended to grab Zanyang, saying, Just a quasi-supreme who just entered this place. Even if you hold an Emperor artifact, you 2 against 3 have no chance of winning. Zanyang still stood there calmly and said, No hurry. Once I've dealt with Qishao, it will be your turn. Yuyue at this moment no longer stood by and watched, stepping forward to assist him. She then transformed back to her original form, a deer, and charged directly at Wuming. Shuili also transformed into a water dragon and stepped forward to assist him in attacking. Yuyue said, Yuyue, you were always the weakest. Did you really think you could hold us back? Chang leisurely watched them fight from the sidelines. The battles between Emperor Realm powerhouses were indeed earth-shattering, each move capable of turning the world upside down. But when two contend, a third benefits. With both sides of similar strength, it would only result in mutual destruction. By then, I'll be able to trap them like turtles in a jar and wipe them all out. Although the main course is the demon world's origin, the origin needed to break through to the quasi-emperor realm is immense. With the origin of the 5 emperors, I might just achieve it. He then turned and left. On the other side, Zhan Yang and Qi Shao were still fighting fiercely. Qi Shao then conjured a colorful feather, saying like a treasure, "This item I have refined for 1,000,000 years, yet it has never truly seen the light of day, for once it appears it is destined to return stained with the blood of emperors." Zhan Yang saw the item, initially surprised, but then dismissively said, "Primordial true feather. But even if you have refined the true feather, what then? It won't change your death sentence." Qi Shao then proudly brought up Yu Yu's current state. "Indeed, I cannot contend with you wielding an emperor artifact right now, but I only need to delay longer than Yue, don't I? I see she's about to collapse." Over there, Shuili was urging Yue, assess your own strength or surrender to us and we might spare your life. Yue was battered and bruised, but she remained resolute, refusing to surrender and preparing to unleash a desperate move. Hearing this, Shuili softly commanded Wuming, "Kill her." Wuming acted swiftly, giving Yue no time to react, then went around behind her and grabbed her. Shuili then eagerly rushed forward to attack her. Shuili then shot out icy water towards her, saying, "Yue, you brought this upon yourself." Yue, however, was fearless, staring directly into her face. The mark on her forehead shone brightly at this moment. Shuili suddenly felt something was amiss. Yue then unleashed a dazzling purple light, astonishing Wuming as well. What? A massive explosion occurred where the 3 of them were. Even Qi Shao, far away, felt it. She had actually self-destructed her body again. Dazzling purple light enveloped the area. Qi Shao still confidently said, "But even so, it cannot kill Shuili and Wuming." Zhan Yang, however, thought differently, and said with satisfaction, "As long as they are heavily injured, that's enough. Once I capture you, killing them will be a mere afterthought." At Wuming's location, the explosive energy was causing his body to reassemble. He clenched his fists with Shuili protected by him. Having avoided the explosion, he then opened his hand, letting Shuili out. She coughed a few times, then cursed angrily, "That damned Yue, she even calculated against us." She watched Yu's remaining wisp of primordial spirit depart, saying, "Yu's main body's primordial spirit is very powerful. Self-destructing her body had no effect on her origin. She has escaped, but she won't be able to recover much in a short time. Let's quickly go help Qi Shao capture Zhan Yang." Chang was also watching Yu's primordial spirit depart at this moment. "You can't escape. Once I kill the 4 of them, I will go kill you." Zhan Yang was currently attacking Qi Shao with many lightning bolts. "Qi Shao, stop running. Qi Shao, why make a pointless struggle? We have known each other for thousands of years. I can leave you a complete corpse." Qi Shao was also injured at this moment and fleeing, secretly thinking that last move could probably destroy heaven and earth. "Now my chi and blood are depleted, and I only have 1 primordial true feather left, which is difficult to resist." Zhan Yang at this moment raised the Zhan Yang heavenly saber, proudly saying, "The demon world's origin is mine." He suddenly felt something was amiss. The arm holding the Zhan Yang heavenly saber was frozen as if bound by a force of red iron. He thought in alarm, "I can't move. What's going on? What power can act on an emperor artifact?" Qi Shao saw this and rushed forward. What a good opportunity. Who knew Zhan Yang would use his other hand to launch a feint attack? A fiery vortex rushed towards Qi Shao, preventing him from approaching Zhan Yang. At this moment, a strong light rushed towards him, then unexpectedly pierced through Zhan Yang's body. Qi Shao saw this and burst into laughter. "Although I don't know what happened to your saber, you have been hit by a primordial true feather strike. I can do as I please with you for a short time. I win." Zhan Yang collapsed in astonishment at this moment, still not understanding what had happened. He only then remembered Chang, thinking, "It's that brat. How dare he? Even if we both suffer, what can his meager cultivation do?" Qi Shao seized this opportunity to start creating a demonic energy vortex, intending to absorb all of Zhan Yang's divine artifacts. "The demon world's origin is mine. You will die here. From now on, I alone will dominate the demon world." After speaking, he laughed proudly. Suddenly, Qi Shao seemed to be struck by something, his whole being filled with despair. Chang had at this moment stabbed him from behind with a sword and proudly said, "I think you should stay here with Demon Emperor Zhan Yang." Qi Shao heard that voice, recognized him, and asked, "You're that brat? This strange giant halberd can easily pierce through my body. Is it the legendary 8 Desolations forbidden weapon?" Chang ignored him, disdainfully saying, "Senior, you talk too much." Hearing this, Qi Shao said angrily, "You?" Zhan Yang, lying on the ground, looked up and also recognized his intention from the start. "It's really you. You calculated against us from the very beginning, didn't you?" Qi Shao was now both angry and helpless. "I never thought I, who has dominated the demon world for so many years, would fall into the hands of a junior." Chang showed him no mercy, still speaking bluntly. "I won't be polite with your origins." Shuili was at this moment sitting far away, recovering her breath, and seeing something was amiss, said to Wuming, This is not good." After Chang dealt with Qi Shao, he walked up to Zhan Yang and said, "It's your turn now, Senior Zhan Yang." He felt truly insignificant now, but still remembered his son and asked, "How ironic. I, who have dominated my life, am to be harmed by a junior like you. I have one more question. How is Buffon doing now? Chang heard this, praised their deep father-son affection, and then mocked. Why do you care about your son only on your deathbed? It's too late, he has already been killed by me. Hearing this, Zhan Yang was silent for a while, then feigned indifference, sighing, if he's dead then so be it. As an emperor, does a son matter? I also know a little about the weapon in your hand. Chang saw through his intention and decisively kicked him. Zhan Yang cried out in pain, trying to buy time. Unfortunately, I hate pointless chatter the most, just go die obediently. Shu Yili was at this moment flying with Wu Ming to aid Qi Xiao. If I'm not mistaken, that's demonic energy, right? He told her that was correct, but ordinary demonic cultivators couldn't possess such power. Hearing this, Shu Yili became even more worried, saying, a mere quasi-supreme can elevate his aura to such a realm. We should temporarily retreat and return to deal with him after fully recovering. At this moment she didn't notice what was ahead and suddenly crashed into a barrier. Shu Yili at this moment looked at the barrier in front of her. This is, Wu Ming told her. It's a grand formation. Chang at this moment appeared behind the two. Where are the two demon emperors going in such a hurry? Shu Yili at this moment turned around and said to him, Brat, even if we are heavily injured, you can't just kill us as you please. How about we split the demon world's origin evenly? Chang continued to emanate demonic energy, slyly saying, no, I want the demon world's origin and both of your origins. Wu Ming at this moment felt the demonic power emanating from him was too strong and said worriedly, is this brat demon emperor level? Shu Yili at this moment told him, Wu Ming, we must fight to the death to have a glimmer of hope. Hearing this, Chang found it even more amusing and said to the two of them, how do you think you have hope? I don't see any at all. In a dimly lit cave with faint aura, it turned out Yu Yue was recuperating inside, thinking, I'm no match for Shu Yili and the others after all. Staying here is useless. Brother Zhan Yang wielding the Zhan Yang heavenly saber should be fine. My top priority is to recover my body as quickly as possible. On the other side, Wu Ming had already been scattered by Chang, and Shu Yili was also completely corrupted by demonic energy lying beneath Chang's blade. Early stage Supreme Realm. The system now prompted that he had reached mid-stage Supreme Realm. Shu Yili's soul was absorbed by the demonic energy. She looked aged, as if only a husk remained. Chang at this moment calculated with satisfaction, finally reached mid-stage Supreme Realm. After absorbing Demon Emperor Yu's origin, I should be able to smoothly reach late stage, and then after devouring the demon world's origin, I should be able to smoothly step into the quasi-emperor realm. Returning outside, Lianer at this moment said to everyone, all right, we don't need to wait here anymore. He won't come out of this gate. Luotian heard this and asked in confusion, how do you know? Lianer heard her ask that and retorted, what do you think the door of life from before was for? She then told Luotian, you take them to the door of life. She heard Lianer's tone and said uncomfortably, what kind of commanding tone is that? I joined earlier than you. This task should be yours, Junior. Lianer also retorted without showing weakness, then challenged Luotian saying, I bear an important responsibility while you're just a tea-serving maid. Who has higher status is obvious, isn't it? Luotian heard this and could only hold back her words, not daring to talk back. Yu Yue was still recovering her breath on the side when she suddenly felt something rushing towards here. Yu Yue opened her eyes and saw Chang arrive from a spatial rift saying, young Master Ji Yu, what brings you here? Chang feigned concern saying, Junior saw that Senior Yu Yue was severely injured and was worried, so I followed you here. He then said in a sinister tone, Junior has many healing elixirs if Senior needs them. Yu Yue at this moment was still confused and asked, when you left, what was the battle situation like? Chang heard this question and stammered, pretending to ponder. The battle situation, Junior thinks. He then conjured a sword without a word. He rushed directly towards Yu Yue, then revealed his true colors and said, Senior Yu Yue, you'd best go down and ask them. She saw the Zhan Yang heavenly saber and was shocked. How dare you? Chang cut down with a single sword, the sword marks even extending outside. Yu Yue was neither afraid nor disappointed at this moment. She sat down dazedly and said, Supreme, you were clearly only a quasi-supreme before. Hearing this, Chang couldn't help but let out an oh, and then said, the seven-colored immortal robe is indeed a good treasure. Yu Yue was injured, but she also guessed the situation outside, saying, Zhan Yang and Qi Xiao have both been killed by you. This is truly absurd. Chang walked forward, placing his sword at her horn. He said enthusiastically, let me see how many cuts you can withstand. Yu Yue saw this and pleaded with Chang in fear. Wait, I can sacrifice my life to pass on the immortal physician's divine arts to you, but can you grant me one request? Otherwise I'll self-destruct my body, leaving you with nothing. Hearing this, he was somewhat interested and told her to speak. Yu Yue said feebly, this request must be very simple for you. Then with a tone of regret and sadness she said, I just want to ask you to deliver a message to my daughter, Zhao Shi. Have I wronged that child these past 5,000 years? Hearing this, Chang said to her, I don't think so, you'd better tell her yourself. Hearing this, Yu Yue asked him in alarm and a loud voice, my daughter Zhao Shi, was she also killed by you? Her saying this made Chang laugh even more, saying, daughter, isn't that just your pawn? It's lucky she's alive today. He then turned and left, saying as he walked, I won't kill you. After you go out, just keep your mouth shut. I believe with your current achievements you won't be that foolish. Hearing this, Yu Yue couldn't help but be surprised, thinking, he and Zhao Shi are clearly heartless in this person's eyes, but he did spare my life because of Zhao Shi. She threw an item to Chang. Wait, take this. He took the item, pondered for a moment, then said, wait for me at the door of life. After speaking, Chang left. The demon world's origin. If it matures, the demon world might change, evolving to a higher level. By then, perhaps demon immortals will appear. But just in case, I can't wait, even if it means wasting it. The scene shifts to half a month later. The sky above the demon world at this moment formed a purple demonic energy vortex, making everyone worried. The celestial phenomena have been ongoing for more than 10 days. Are our demon race to be annihilated? Is this a heavenly disaster? What exactly happened in the demon world? I have never seen such an earth-shattering phenomenon in my life. Grand Tutor Song was at this moment beside Zhao Shi, saying in alarm, "Your Majesty, this matter." She comforted him. "Don't panic, although this phenomenon is exaggerated. It's not the end of the world." She couldn't help but think at this moment those quasi-emperor-level existences he should have paid the price for his arrogance. Returning to Luotian, she happily said, but didn't notice Jun Zhao's displeasure. Have they already died? After all, their opponent might be a demon emperor. Jun Zhao saw this and threatened, "You seem very happy. If I tell Ji Yu Chong about this," Luotian still showed no fear, continuing, "He is suspicious and will only think you're trying to sow discord. Do you think he'll believe you?" At this moment, Lianer took out a two-sided mirror, implying that Chong might have heard everything Luotian just said. Seeing this, she said angrily, "You're truly despicable." At this moment, a large amount of demonic energy emerged from the well where the two stood. Luotian told everyone that someone had come out. Lianer stood there, also saying in alarm, "The aura is terrifying." Then a powerful aura emanated. Yue emerged from inside. She was a demon emperor. Luotian saw her and immediately thought of Chong, saying, "It's over. Ji Yu Chong must be gone." Lianer looked at her displeased, stopping her from acting rashly. "Don't do anything foolish or you won't even know how you died." Luotian also appeared very uneasy. "Is that scoundrel truly in grave danger?" Lianer then asked, "Weren't you happy just now?" Ruoxi silently sat beside Buffon. "That's Demon Emperor Yue, Zhao Zai's mother." Buffon, on the other hand, seemed very excited. "In that case, my imperial father and the others won." On the other side, Yue was still looking at me. Having met a demon emperor-level existence for the first time, Jun Zhao was silently calling out to young Master Chong in her heart. Yue turned her head and sighed softly. Jun Ruoxi, the person next to her, must be Jun Buffon. Buffon suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha." Chong calculated and calculated, but ended up calculating his own life away. As soon as he finished speaking, Chong appeared from nowhere. He opened his mouth and asked, "Ha, who's gone?" Lianer and Luotian exclaimed in surprise. Ji Yu Chong. Ruoxi was even more alarmed. "Demon Emperor Yue and my father are sworn siblings. What's going on?" Buffon shouted in even greater alarm. "You're not dead, then." "Where is my imperial father?" Chong remained calm as if nothing had happened. "You ask me, how would I know? Didn't Demon Emperor Zan Yang perish 6,000 years ago?" Buffon was so angry he couldn't speak. Lianer secretly guessed that his cultivation was now even more unfathomable. Impossible to gauge. Luotian, however, was a bit flustered, thinking, "What's with this strange sense of security?" Chong suddenly grinned. "Let's return to the Imperial City." He looked at Yue, praising, "Oh, Miss Xiaowei's contribution in capturing Jun Buffon this time is considerable. I will explain this clearly to Zhao Shi." She was somewhat displeased and about to say something. "Young Master Chong," he interrupted her, continuing, "and young Lady Jun Zhao, when we return, I will intercede with Empress Zhao Shi for your family." Jun Zhao was momentarily at a loss. "Many thanks, young Master Chong." Chong looked at her and smiled, saying, "Young Lady Jun Zhao's name always reminds me of a masked fool." She looked at him blankly, seemingly not understanding what he meant. "What's the name of the masked fool?" Meanwhile, Buffon was furiously shouting at the two of them. "No wonder Ji Yu Chong found me so easily, Yue sister. I can't believe you both betrayed me." Jun Zhao immediately retorted, "I'm not your sister. You make me feel like a stranger." A second later, Luotian slapped him with her right hand. "Behave yourself, you inferior to Ji Yu Chong." Elsewhere, Zhao Shi stood alone, gazing at the endless void. She looked at the sky, her tone low and sad. The demon world's anomaly has finally disappeared. Her gaze lowered and she thought sadly, "What on earth is that guy up to?" She questioned herself. Was the relationship between us really just a mutually agreed upon transaction? Suddenly a voice sounded from behind her, startling her. Is Her Majesty thinking of me?" Zhao Shi turned her face, which was calm as if she had never been sad. "HMPH, young Master Chong has finally returned?" She was about to say more, but then her eyes widened, shocked by what she saw. It was Yue. She had returned with Chong. She looked at Zhao Shi, her eyes filled with love. "Zhao Shi, you've suffered all these years. Mother is sorry." Zhao Shi looked at her, moved, her eyes filled with tears. "Mother?" With that she ran over, tears already falling, calling out affectionately, "Mother?" Yue raised her hand and stroked Zhao Zai's cheek. "You've grown up." Zhao Shi asked excitedly, "Is it really you? Where have you been for the past 6,000 years? Seeing this, Chong also turned and left. "You two are reunited. I won't disturb you." Zhao Shi wanted to say something to him but couldn't. As she watched his retreating figure, a thought arose in her mind. Looking back, it wasn't entirely a transaction. As soon as he left, Yue dared to speak. "Young Master Gu's power and achievements are rarely seen in my lifetime. If you have feelings for him." Hearing this, Zhao Zai's tone was a bit disappointed. "He is already engaged." "What we have is fine." Setting that aside, Zhao Shi quickly asked, "By the way, how did you meet him, Mother?" "All these years," she replied. "I'll tell you slowly." Jun Zhao had just run to the door and shouted, "Father!" From inside, her father ran out. "Zhao, this time it's all thanks to your relationship with young Master Chang." He deliberately drew out his words, probing Jun Zhao's feelings. "By the way, I heard he will return to the upper realm soon. If you want to follow him as a concubine." She looked at her father with sorrowful eyes. "Father, young Master Chang doesn't seem to like my name." He reacted strongly with an "ah," and the scene shifted. Jun Bufan was restrained, unable to move, continuously shouting, "Let go of me, let go of me." "Jiyu Chang, what do you want to do?" Chang calmly replied, "Of course I'm here to send you to your imperial father. Don't keep him waiting too long." Jun Bufan was tightly held by Chang's spiritual power in one hand, becoming even more irrational. "What? Impossible, you're lying to me. My imperial father is a demon emperor, a true enlightened one." Chang said no more. "You'll know once you go down and see him, won't you?" Hearing this, Jun Bufan's eyes glinted with bloodlust. He asked in a panic, "Are you going to kill me? You already swore you wouldn't harm me. Jiyu Chang, are you going to make a mockery of your Tao heart?" Chang merely replied coldly, "I don't have such a thing." The next second, a power filled with killing intent emanated from him. Immediately, the system displayed a mirror with the notification, "Killed, Son of Fortune Jun Bufan. Congratulations on obtaining." The mirror automatically opened, and a saint artifact flew out. "Congratulations on obtaining a world tree sapling." Chang looked at it thoughtfully. "This thing is related to the world's origin, isn't it? Never mind, I'll plant it in my inner world." In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Many people stood before a spatial gate. At this moment, someone asked, "Have you decided to return to the academy?" Chang responded to Zhao Shi. "The matter is resolved, of course. It's time to return to the upper realm." Her tone was a bit hesitant. "Oh, take care." On the other side, Luoshan coldly asked Lianer, "Are you leaving or not?" She remained silent. Chang teased, "If you're reluctant, you can come with me." On the other side, Lianer was pulling Luoshan. "Let's go, we'll go first." Unexpectedly, Luoshan shouted, "Ah, young Master Chang, aren't you afraid your Minkung will get jealous? I've seen it all. You brought back another empress today, but that was probably just a threat." Hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He got a headache thinking about these two women meeting. An empress doesn't take concubines. "Jiyu Chang, it's either her or me, you decide." To avoid trouble, Chang decided to turn and prepare to leave. He also waved, leaving a message. "Take care." He glanced back and added a few more words. "If I have time in the future, I will come to see you. The demon world still needs you." Zhao Zai's face flushed. She simply replied with one word, "Okay." With that, Chang slowly walked into the spatial gate and returned to the upper realm. Yue walked to her side. "Perhaps after half a month you'll be pregnant." Zhao Shi dismissed it. "He is a heartless person, he won't let such a thing happen." Yue then placed her hand on Zhao Zai's shoulder, smiling hopefully, "But he's not completely merciless." At this moment, in a somewhat dark part of the Longevity GU family, two people rushed in, shouting, "Father, Master?" Bai Kun heard the voice and recognized it. "Lianer?" Bai Kun asked her worriedly. "Did Jiyu Chang do anything to you?" She also told her father the truth. "I'm fine, I'm working for him now." At this moment, Lianer finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Jiyu Chang didn't lie to me." The scene switches to a subordinate kneeling before Chang reporting, "Master, Princess Luoshan has returned to the Taishu god race." He asked, "What happened while I was away from the upper realm?" The person then recounted everything that had happened. The buried demon abyss rioted, demonic energy surging into the sky. Zon Kong Buddhist temple was almost destroyed, many Buddhist mountain monks died, and even one of the Buddhas couldn't suppress it. After hearing the account, Chang fell into thought, "It seems she will eventually appear. How much she must hate me." Red Mud held the sword, a terrifying display of anger. He secretly thought, "My good disciple." In a place of beautiful mountains and waters like a fairyland, Ching walked on the water. Seeing Chang approach, she asked coldly, "You're here?" Chang replied calmly, "To see you and to check on that little one." The little one he referred to was Little White, who was playing carefree in the water. Her tone carried a hint of resentment. "There's nothing to see about me." Seeing this, Chang sat beside her and coaxed her. "No, you're beautiful. Little White's power has grown a lot recently. You've worked hard." She looked at Little White, her tone still cold. "It eats a lot and grows fast on its own." Looking again, Little White had swallowed a fish several times larger than itself in one gulp. Ching continued, "I just watch it eat every day and don't do anything else." Then Chang took out several saint artifacts in front of her and showed them off. "I brought you some trinkets from my trip to the demon world." Ching reached out and picked up a comb. She asked coldly, "Just say what you need, don't beat around the bush." He got straight to the point. "I want Ching to go to the buried demon abyss and see how the seal there is doing." She hummed, "Did you remember something?" Hearing her ask that, Chang was slightly surprised. "What?" Suddenly a roar came from under the water, accompanied by the cry of Sister Ching. Chang looked at Little White, who had already transformed, and teased, "You can even transform now, didn't you see I'm your master?" Little White stood with hands on hips, her tone sharp. "You don't care about me, I don't acknowledge you as my master." Chang looked at it indifferently. "I still prefer you when you were just playing around." Little White walked over to Ching and clung to her. "You're the one who's just playing around. HMPH," he said, and prepared to leave. "Ching, you've spoiled it, I'll be going now." Ching sat silently holding the comb and simply hummed softly. The scene shifts. At this moment, Chang came to see Jiyu Lintian. "Father, you called for me." He stood with his back to him. "Yes, the boundary sea of the 8 desolate 10 domains is about to dry up." Chang was somewhat surprised. 8 desolate 10 domains? Isn't that where the great war with the upper realm took place several epochs ago in legends? He began to recount everything he knew. Back then, the 8 desolate 10 domains were defeated and eventually had to retreat, leaving many territories. The supreme beings among them jointly built the lower realm boundary sea beyond the border, which contained inviolable power, making it harder to cross the higher one's cultivation. Even enlightened ones were helpless. It had become a barrier between the upper realm and the 8 desolate 10 domains. Lintian said calmly, "That's right. Legend has it that only when the two realms merge can the immortal path reappear, and cultivators can break the curse of being unable to become immortal. Today, the major Dao lineages have decided to dispatch a large army to take advantage of the collapsing laws. To cross the boundary sea and merge the two realms," Chang immediately asked. "Then father intends for me to lead the clan to open up territory?" Lintian already had plans. "This expedition to the 8 desolate 10 domains will likely involve many Emperor Realm experts. Considering your safety, I plan to have your second uncle lead the team first." Hearing this, Chang recalled those he had killed. He still hadn't guessed his father's intention. "Then father called me here too." He then assigned Chang a task. "You are now the most prestigious among the younger generation. Step forward and inspire our clan's elites and affiliated forces." Hearing this, he replied, "Yes." Then his father quickly said, You may withdraw." The reason he had been facing away from him was precisely because of the bruise around his eye. Chang also felt a bit scared. Oh dear, was he caught sneaking food? Mother really hits hard. Hasn't he recovered yet? Father is the family head. He needs to maintain his image. Lintian awkwardly said, "Go away, you should worry about yourself first." The scene shifts. Chang stood majestically on high, commanding the mighty army below. Mere 8 desolate 10 domains, a hiding place for defeated foes. How can they withstand my Jiyu family's millions of iron-blooded warriors? This expedition, you must bring glory to my Jiyu family and flatten the 8 desolate 10 domains. The people below were high-spirited, shouting in unison, "Flatten the 8 desolate 10 domains, flatten the 8 desolate 10 domains." Just below, two people were discussing, "I heard that young master will not accompany the army this time. He has other matters to attend to." The person looked aside and smiled, echoing, "Now young master's strength is unfathomable even to the esteemed elders. They even say they are no match for young master. Don't you believe it?" He praised, "Our young master is naturally so outstanding. Otherwise how could he successively bring back saintesses and a princess?" Chang looked at the iron-blooded army, lost in thought. Although the 8 desolate 10 domains have been repeatedly defeated, at such times anomalies usually occur. The upper realm seems to have the upper hand, but many dangers are hidden. "I always feel this matter is not simple." A hint of profundity flashed in his eyes. He must take out the new magic weapon. Switching to another place, Luotian had arrived at the palace. She opened her mouth and called, "Imperial father." He sat on high, his voice coming from above. "I heard you followed him to the demon world. That fellow is despicable and shameless. Luotian, you've suffered. When our clan becomes strong in the future." Luotian suddenly bowed her head, interrupting him. "Imperial father, I think we shouldn't be enemies with him anymore." Her gaze lowered. "Actually, he's not bad to his own people, but Luotian also has another fear in her heart. I'm just afraid I won't be able to defeat him in the future and will eventually be killed by him." For a moment his eyes glazed over, then returned to normal. His own people. Elsewhere, a line of people knelt neatly in the courtyard. A letter was delivered, the content as follows. "To Minkong, this trip to the demon world was full of peril. Your husband and the demon emperor's son fought with wits and courage. Ultimately, the demon emperor's conspiracy was discovered. For the sake of righteousness, your husband, with his humble cultivation in the quasi-supreme realm, barely resisted the demon world's enlightened ones. In a critical moment, it was Minkong who empowered your husband to defeat the powerful enemies. This battle armor is a rare treasure. I hope my wife will not despise it." After reading this letter, Minkong said, "He's talking nonsense again and even writing letters." As a gleaming battle armor was delivered, Minkong also felt satisfied. "However, this is indeed a priceless defensive treasure." Elsewhere, Yinmai was looking at something alone. She looked at two bracelets and the letter in her hand, recognizing them. "These are indeed Master's Emperor artifacts. Who would give away such treasures?" Yinmai turned her face and shouted excitedly, "Master, I succeeded." She then shouted, "Master, over here." While her master was engrossed in reading a letter from someone at this moment, the two were strolling on the city wall. Chang asked, "How is the situation at the buried demon abyss?" She replied, "The seal will break in less than half a year." Chang fell into thought. "Half a year, good. I can go ask Taoshin about it. After all, my memory hasn't fully recovered and Taoshin is the one who knows her best right now. But if I go alone, a group of people will surround me and accuse Chang. You're going to Peach Village again. Do you want to see Master Taoshin? Why isn't Shenner with you? Did you play tricks on her again? Oh, my Shenner?" Chang pondered for a moment, then suddenly snorted. Ching asked him, "What's wrong?" He replied bluntly, "I hate those old bad guys." When a subordinate reported to Chang, "Master, Miss Shenner went to the lower realm alone after going to the Taishu Divine Tomb and has not returned since." He stood with his back to the subordinate and asked coldly, "Do you know where she went?" The subordinate replied, "Tianlin realm." Chang, who was pruning plants with scissors, paused. "Tianlin realm? Isn't that the lower realm of Chen family, Shenner's mother's clan?" A hint of depth flashed in his eyes as he fell into thought. "It's not far from the boundary sea, and this great war with the 8 desolate 10 domains might spread there. According to information gathered by Yan Ji, Shenner's grandfather once hunted there to refine precious blood for her, but unfortunately encountered the huge waves of the Boundary Sea and went missing. Afterwards, her parents also went looking for him, and haven't returned to the Jiyu family for over a decade. Then he calmly looked up. Shenner probably went to invite them last time. They haven't returned, likely because of me. It seems I'll have to go explain myself. The Shen family's Tianlin realm boasts beautiful and magnificent scenery. Below, a quarrel erupted. No, I don't agree to marry Shenner to that Li Shu, even with a marriage contract. Shenner is incredibly talented, the hope of our Shen family. Do we really want that boy to cling to her? Besides, Shenner has Jiyu family blood in her veins. A young girl's figure appeared, but the argument hadn't stopped. But this was agreed upon by Shenner's grandfather 10 years ago. If we go back on our word, wouldn't it disgrace our Shen family? The girl slowly walked in amidst the elders' quarrel. Disgrace? He's just a cripple with a shattered spiritual sea. How many heavenly treasures have we provided for him? Where have we wronged him? Anyway, I don't agree to marry Shenner to a cripple. Shenner stopped them as soon as she entered. Elders, there's no need to argue over Shenner's marriage any longer. The Shen family elders immediately stopped arguing upon seeing her return. Shenner is back. Shenner stood with one hand on her hip, firmly announcing, Shenner only wishes to pursue the great Tao in this life and has no plans for marriage or children. When grandpa and grandfather return, I will personally explain this matter to them. One elder immediately spoke. Don't worry, Shenner. Your sister Shenner is also in the clan now. With her here, no one dares to force you. That Li Shu is merely a cripple with a shattered spiritual sea. How could he be worthy of you? At this moment, Shenner's father was practicing martial arts in the courtyard, and he spoke. Shenner, for the next move, you must learn it seriously. Shenner and her mother watched from behind. She cheered. Father is truly amazing. Shenner's mother smiled. Our Shenner doesn't need all of father's flashy moves. She smiled sweetly, holding her mother's arm. Mother, as long as father teaches it, Shenner wants to learn it all. Shenner reminisced. After my accident, my parents and grandfather broke off ties with the Jiyu family and stayed with my mother's clan to heal. That's why my younger sister, who was born later, took our mother's surname. Shenner nestled against her mother's shoulder, enjoying the tranquility, truly wishing to stay by their side forever. Suddenly Shenner walked over. Is father performing moves for sister again? Mother glanced. Shenner, what's wrong? You look worried. Shenner also leaned over and asked, Sister, what's wrong? You look troubled. Shenner lowered her face, saying unhappily, Sister, second elder and the others are fiercely arguing over my marriage. Their mother sighed after hearing this. Shenner's marriage was set by grandpa and grandfather before your accident, Shenner. To help you cultivate, they went hunting fierce beasts in the Boundary Sea but unexpectedly got trapped, she continued. But your mother and father tried everything yet couldn't break through the giant waves below the Boundary Sea. After learning of your accident, we returned to the Shen family, and only then was Shenner born. At this point she also mentioned the children's marriages. It wasn't until many years later, when Li Shu and his mysterious master happened to pass by, that they rescued both of them, thus settling Shenner's marriage. After that, Li Shu's master took him somewhere unknown. At this point she spoke of Li Shu's return. It wasn't until 3 years ago that Li Shu suddenly appeared, demanding Shenner fulfill the marriage contract, but his spiritual sea was shattered, making him a cripple. At this point her father also interjected. I think that Li Shu is not simple. For these 3 years he has only cared for flowers and plants, showing the demeanor of a reclusive master. Her mother also felt it was unfair to her daughter. The key is that Shenner is devoted to the Tao, and they've only met a few times. To decide their lives together like this, isn't it too unfair? Upon hearing this, her father sighed. Father and mother shouldn't speak so casually, but with her current status, no one in the clan dares to force Shenner. Shenner, having heard the whole story, put her hand on her sister's shoulder and proposed a strategy. This matter is indeed a bit improper, but for 3 years our Shen family has also invested many resources, so we don't really owe him anything. We just need to compensate him a bit more. If his mysterious master is not satisfied when he returns, let him make other demands. Suddenly both parents looked at Shenner, and her mother excitedly said, Our Shen family, Shenner, have you finally decided to stay in Tianlin realm and not return to that damn Jiyu family? Her father strongly agreed. It's good not to go back. That boy definitely won't treat you well. He's malicious. You were so infatuated with him back then. Yet he still had the heart to strike. Shenner also agreed, continuing her father's words. Yes, sister, although the Jiyu family is a colossal force in the ancient world, they weren't truly sincere towards you. It's better to stay in our small Tianlin realm. Shenner instead stepped forward to speak a few good words for Chang. Father, mother, I've already told you. Actually, Jiyu Chang isn't like everyone thinks. It was just a misunderstanding back then. Seeing this, the girl's mother seriously reminded Shenner, you must remain vigilant. Jiyu Chang returning your Dao bone was definitely forced done so he could inherit the family head position. Her father also agreed with his wife. That makes sense. That boy was never good since he was little. If only I weren't so weak. Hearing this, Shenner suddenly burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. Haha, he's not a good person now either, but I believe he won't harm me. Shenner's expression suddenly changed. She thought, is Jiyu Chang a blood-related cousin? Mother always mentions him as a heartless person, but no matter what, the fact that he dug out sister's Dao bone is true. I must teach him a lesson if I get the chance. At this moment a servant stepped forward to report. Reporting to young Miss, the Saintess of Wang Yue Holy Land requests an audience with young Miss Shenner. Shenner still looked confused, not understanding the situation. Wang Yue, why is she looking for me? I heard their ancestor has been in seclusion for several years and hasn't ascended yet. Shenner was somewhat wary of this person. Wang Yue, Holy Land, I'll go with you. Shenner and Xian'er, the two sisters, went out to meet the person who was looking for her. Shenner immediately asked, May I ask Saintess Yao Yue what brings you to me? Yao Yue had been waiting for a long time. She spoke calmly. Sister Shenner, long time no see. I heard you dislike that marriage, so the Shen family wants to cancel the engagement. Shenner retorted. Where did you hear that news? Yao Yue smiled slightly, appearing very composed. That's not important. I'm just curious and want to see who the Shen family once invited but now wants to break the engagement with. I hope you'll grant my wish, sister. Shenner, hearing these intimate words, immediately put on a stern face and retorted, Are we that close? You want to see him just because you want to? Yao Yue, seeing the coldness, looked at Shenner and asked. This is Shenner, simply replied. Her sister. Yao Yue slowly walked up to Shenner, and the atmosphere also began to grow cold. Oh, I've never heard that Sister Shenner has such a sister. Shenner was not to be outdone, her face stern, and she retorted with a strong tone, Do I need to report to you? Yao Yue looked at Shenner with icy eyes. This young lady's words are quite strong. Don't you know the difference between the Shen family and our Wang Yue Holy Land? I advise you to consider it carefully, lest you bring disaster upon the Shen family. It was clear that those words were a threat to the Shen family. Shenner also remained silent, pondering. To ease the tension, Shenner replied, Saintess Yao Yue, there's no need for this. I'm just about to go see him. If you want to come, then come together. Upon hearing this, Yao Yu's smile returned as before, as if she had never been tense. Thank you, Miss Shenner. Shenner watched the departing person, a trace of wariness rising in her heart. This person seems overly concerned. It's unusual. In another place, an elder was pointing at a young man diligently watering flowers, speaking loudly. Li Shu, these years my Shen family has done a lot for you. Spiritual medicines and longevity fruits for healing the spiritual sea have never been lacking. My Shen family has not wronged you. Li Shu, are you listening to this old man? Li Shu calmly put down the watering can and replied indifferently. Second elder, there's no need to say more. When the time is right, I will naturally leave the Shen family, but not now. Then he slowly stood up. Besides, I never asked the Shen family to help me restore my spiritual sea from the beginning. I said there was no need to waste resources, but you just didn't believe me. The second elder became increasingly angry at this point. You truly are unappreciative. I think you plan to freeload off the Shen family indefinitely. Li Shu turned around, his expression and tone very cold. A single Shen family is not enough. Whatever you have to say, let Shenner say it herself. Just then the three of them walked over from a distance, and Shenner called out loudly, What big talk? The two elders also turned around and saw her, immediately calling out in unison, Shenner. Shenner looked directly at Li Shu, firmly announcing, Li Shu, I will not marry you. If you have any demands, just say them, and my Shen family will do its best to fulfill them. Yao Yue stood beside her, her expression turning ugly compared to the person in the painting. Li Shu also arrogantly replied, Demands, fine, I don't need those things. If you want to cancel the engagement, I hope you won't regret it later. Shenner immediately replied without thinking, Of course I won't regret it. He sighed deeply, then pointed and instructed, HMPH, you don't recognize talent. The second elder's veins bulged with anger, and he furiously pointed at Li Shu's face. You are truly arrogant. Yao Yue was dumbfounded with surprise, her eyes wide, her eyebrows tightly furrowed. It's actually him. Yao Yue suddenly clasped her hands together, respectfully bowing to Li Shu. Saintess Yao Yue of Wang Yue Holy Land greets Lord Zan. Everyone was a bit confused. The elders didn't understand what she was saying, only seeing Li Shu here give an O and feign surprise, after which Yao Yue became even more flustered. With a hint of fear on her face, my lord, these Shen family people are frogs in a well. Unaware of your esteemed status, it doesn't matter. Why don't you return to Wang Yue Holy Land with me? Our ancestor has been waiting. Shenner, seeing this, vaguely understood that this person was indeed not simple. Subsequently, Yao Yue glanced at Shenner, her attitude very serious. Shenner, if I were you, I would immediately apologize to my lord. Otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences. Shenner looked at her angrily, too furious to speak. Yao Yue walked up to Li Shu and only said one sentence, Your entire Shen family will regret it. The second elder angrily pointed at her. Presumptuous Yao Yue, this is the Shen family, not your Wang Yue Holy Land. Shenner also couldn't help but step forward to stand in front of Shenner. With me here, I'd like to see who dares to blame my sister. Shenner stood behind her sister, touched, and called out, Sister. Facing Shenner, she merely smiled lightly, then directly laid out her cards. I know the Shen family has backing from the upper realm, is it you? But you must understand that there are always people beyond people, and some people's identities and backgrounds are beyond your imagination. Showing no fear at all, Shenner decided to confront Yao Yue to the end. Indeed, there are always people beyond people. Today, I'd like to see who this lord you speak of really is. The words were strong, but Shenner still felt a little nervous. Damn it, is he some old monster? At this moment, Li Shu casually spoke. I never expected to be so underestimated one day, but it's truly interesting. The two Shen family elders seemed hesitant. Is he not some reclusive master? The second elder immediately reacted strongly. Impossible. Do you think reclusive masters are like cabbages in the market? Here, Li Shu glanced, then contemptuously curled his lips. Forget it, frogs in a well don't know the spring and autumn. Let's go. With that, Yao Yue closely followed Li Shu. Before leaving, she turned back and taunted a few words. Shenner, your Shen family had a chance, but unfortunately you didn't seize it. Shenner angrily wanted to curse back, but the words still wouldn't come out. Suddenly, from a distant cliff, a pillar of light emitted a dazzling glow, shooting straight into the sky. The second elder immediately recognized that light. Ancestor has emerged from seclusion. Li Shu vaguely guessed it was the Shen family's current ancestor. Yao Yue opened her mouth in confusion. Did he see that my lord is extraordinary and come out to persuade him to stay? The entire Shen family saw the glowing light, and they kept guessing, didn't the ancestor just enter seclusion? Why would he emerge now? Something big must have happened. Here, Shenner's parents were also confused by this anomaly. Her mother was somewhat worried. Ancestor, did something happen with our daughter? Shenner's father was also a bit anxious. Let's go see. Back here, the light suddenly flew to everyone. The Shen family elder was also confused. Ancestor, this is, looking at the figure floating in the air. Shenner asked, who is it that makes Ancestor so cautious? At this moment, Yao Yue still maintained her arrogant attitude. HMPH, how ignorant. The true protagonist is right before you, yet you don't recognize him. Everyone felt strange. Only Shenner seemed to sense something, her face stern. This aura feels very familiar, and this manner is also very familiar. What is it? At this moment the ancestor also appeared. Shen Tianhe, the Shen family's ancestor, respectfully welcomed the young master of the Longevity GU family. He closed his eyes in greeting, and a drop of sweat was clearly visible rolling down his face. Just then, a celestial gate emitting dazzling light appeared in the sky. From within the light, several blurry figures emerged. Chang appeared with imposing presence and a cold demeanor. Below, the second elder looked up, his face full of shock. The GU family, he actually came in person. Li Shu, upon seeing him, was somewhat wary. A Longevity family, a bit troublesome. Yao Yue only then reacted. So he is their backing from the upper realm. As for Shenner, she still looked indifferent. As expected, it's him. Shenner still looked confused. Sister, he is, Shenner casually replied. Oh, GU Chang. From high in the sky, Chang lightly descended. What's wrong? You don't seem very happy to see me. Shenner asked coldly as soon as they met. What are you doing here? Suddenly he stepped forward and reached out to pinch Shenner's cheek. Surprising both sisters, he pinched harder and harder, and Shenner, unable to bear it, screamed and pushed his hand away. What are you doing? Chang replied mockingly. You disappeared for too long. I thought you were injured or dead. It seems you're still alive and well, so I'm relieved. Shenner angrily flew up, intending to kick Chang away. What kind of way is that to show concern? Chang quickly dodged. At this time, the upper realm is at war with the 8 desolate 10 domains. Tianlin realm is the first to bear the brunt. Wasn't I worried about you? After that, Chang suddenly put his arm around Shenner's neck, squeezing her tightly and teasing. So angry, who made my Shenner unhappy? Shenner angrily shouted, let go, who's your Shenner? Seeing this scene, Shenner stood aside, silently pondering, did they really have such deep hatred before? Having had enough fun, Chang returned to the main topic. Alright, tell me what happened. Shenner's eyes widened, focused on the problem at hand. The next second, Shenner began to point at the people, listing their wrongdoings. The Saintess of Wang Yue Holy Land said that Shenner wasn't worthy of Li Shu, and that we were ignorant frogs in a well. She also said that our GU family should be cautious, that there are always people beyond people, and that you are nothing. A cold aura emanated from Chang. His eyes narrowed slightly, appearing deep and dangerous. Then he simply said, oh. Hearing this, Yao Yue finally showed a panicked expression and quickly explained, I didn't say that last part, I never said anything like that. Chang remained calm, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. There are mountains beyond mountains, and today I'd like to see for myself. Guards, he immediately ordered his subordinates, go and obliterate Wang Yue Holy Land. His subordinate took the order and replied respectfully. On the other side, Yao Yue was terrified. What? Cold sweat poured down her forehead. Shenner, seeing the situation was already very serious, also had some reservations. She walked to Chang's side to plead for her. You don't really need to go to such lengths, just let them apologize and admit their mistake. But Chang insisted, even in the upper realm, no one dares to casually challenge the GU family's prestige. She must pay the price for her words and actions. Shenner's parents stood high up, observing the situation below. Her mother commented, wanting to destroy someone's faction over a disagreement. HMPH, how brutal. Shenner's father hesitated. But his relationship with Shenner. Turning back to Yao Yue, she cried out to Li Shu in terror. My lord, at this point, Li Shu finally spoke. Why be so extreme, fellow Taoist? Yao Yu's words were merely spoken in a moment of anger. To make such a fuss over such a small matter is, in my opinion, not worth it. The second elder immediately pointed at Li Shu and cursed. Presumptuous, how dare a mere useless son-in-law speak to young Master Chang like that? Do you truly believe you are a lord? Hearing the second elder's words, Chang secretly scoffed. This elder is laying it on a bit thick, isn't he? A moment later, he asked loudly in return. What, are you planning to stand up for Wang Yue Holy Land, or are you the mountain beyond mountains she spoke of? Li Shu remained calm and unshaken. Fellow Taoist, one should not be too ruthless in all matters. No one can guarantee that the sky they see is not merely a well. I hope for today's matter fellow Taoist will give me face and let Yao Yue and the others off. Before Chang could say anything, the second elder angrily pointed at him, interrupting Chang's words and cursing, "What are you? You want young Master Chang to give you face? You're asking for death." Being interrupted a second time, Chang's face also darkened. No sooner had he finished speaking than the second elder angrily rushed towards Li Shu. "Today let me teach you a lesson on behalf of young Master Chang." Facing this situation, Yao Yue loudly warned, "Lord, be careful, he's a great Saint Realm expert." On the other side, Li Shu also cautiously raised his hand to gather spiritual power, preparing to counterattack. "If I were you, I wouldn't attack me." When the second elder charged forward with a powerful aura, Li Shu immediately and swiftly formed a barrier that could both defend and counterattack. At the moment of the attack, the second elder suddenly exclaimed, "What? Didn't his spiritual sea shatter?" From a distance, a spiritual energy glow surged from below, shooting straight into the sky. Subsequently, the second elder was repelled, and Shenner also subconsciously cried out, "Second grandfather." Chang's feet also shifted slightly at this moment. Just as the second elder fell, he poured a basin of water over him. "Elder, are you all right?" Shenner was very surprised by Li Shu's ability to be able to so easily block the second elder's attack. Shenner also couldn't help but exclaim, "Second grandfather is a great Saint Realm expert." Shen Tianhe, the Shen family patriarch, observed the swirling light in the center of the courtyard from above. The rune light screen shot straight into the sky, representing figures the Shen family couldn't afford to provoke, but unfortunately he had encountered the Jiyu family. Suddenly at this moment, two strangers appeared on the rooftop, accompanied by a burst of laughter. A burly man and a female expert appeared. He excitedly said, "I knew it, how could my lord have died in that battle? Pass on my command, all elders of the Heavenly Saber Sacred Sect, follow me to welcome my lord's return." In another place, two women were playing, and when they saw the distant pillar of light, they were also startled. One of the women said in a panic, "This aura," the woman beside her seemed to have recognized it. "That's right, he's back, quickly get dressed. Our Lily sect cannot be slower than other factions." At this moment lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky and violent attacks descended from above. "By young master's command we are here to destroy Wang Yue Holy Land." Some people didn't understand what had happened to this Holy Land. What's wrong with Wang Yue Holy Land? It looks like it's about to be annihilated. They probably offended someone they shouldn't have. It's still better to be discreet when traveling outside. These powerful figures are too volatile nowadays. Returning to the direct confrontation between Chang and Li Shu still maintained a calm demeanor. "It's better for young people not to be too arrogant. I used to be as sharp-edged as you, but being rigid makes one easily broken. Moreover, there were faults on both sides in this matter, so why be so aggressive?" Chang didn't show much emotion. He emphasized Li Shu's words, "Faults on both sides. Shenner has my Jiyu family's bloodline flowing through her. She is my sister." Saying this, Chang smiled slightly with a doting affection for Shenner. "And how could my Jiyu Chang's sister be wrong?" Hearing this, Shenner was instantly stunned, her eyes wide, unable to utter a single word. Li Shu first fell silent, then spoke. "A truly unreasonable young master of the Jiyu family," Chang scoffed coldly. Then the elder pointed at Li Shu and cursed, "Presumptuous, how dare you call young Master Chang by his name so casually? You should address him as young master, a mere son-in-law. Young Master Chang doesn't even need to make a move. I will personally subdue him." Chang also raised his hand in a gesture of invitation. "Please." He was already committed with no turning back and could only respond hesitantly. Yes." Then he rushed forward at top speed. Shenner and Shenner stood in place observing, their expressions somewhat comical. He was repelled in less than 3 moves. The three of them could only suppress their laughter. Li Shu said coldly, "Foolish, you brought this upon yourself." Although the result was expected, Shenner still asked in confusion, "What kind of secret technique is this?" Shenner stood beside her and explained, "It's probably not a secret technique but rather the type of runes I've seen in ancient texts in the Tianlin realm." Shen Tianhe's face grew solemn. He couldn't confirm his thoughts. It was the battle rune, lost for countless years, a rune that gathers fighting intent by merging oneself with heaven and earth in a special way. Seeing Li Shu still so calm, Shen Tianhe suspected that he was once a powerful figure who roamed the 8 desolate 10 domains, the owner of the battle rune. After his demise, the battle rune was also lost. He is so calm, could he be the legendary person? Chang took out a red spirit pill which floated in his palm, emitting a rich spiritual aura. Chang smiled and tossed the spirit pill behind him, saying, "You can't be blamed. Even if you've broken through to the quasi-supreme realm, you can't decipher his methods." He took the spirit pill and thanked him joyfully. 9 Revolutions Great Return Pill. "Thank you, young Master Chang. It is my incompetence. I have disgraced you." Li Shu curled his lips, as expected of a junior from the Jiyu family with good discernment, but this style of doing things is a bit like a demonic sect. Chang sighed, "It seems I'll have to make a move myself." The three rushed forward simultaneously. "How dare the Shen family be so audacious as to trouble our lord? It truly doesn't deserve to exist. Is our lord worthy of being your son-in-law? How dare you break off the engagement?" Shen Tianhe roared. "Heavenly Saber Sacred Sect, Lily Heavenly Sect, Patriarch Bai, how dare you trespass into my Shen family?" Yao Yue spoke. "These are all renowned powerful figures in the Tianlin realm. This is the Lord's foundation." Li Shu smiled in satisfaction. "These people have come at just the right time. Everyone simultaneously bowed and saluted. Heavenly Saber Sacred Sect, Lily Heavenly Sect, Wanglan Gate Bai family, we respectfully welcome Lord Jiangshan. We respectfully welcome Lord Jiangshan. They hovered in the air, speaking in unison like a net cast from the heavens. Hearing this, everyone was greatly astonished. What? Lord Jiangshan, the Grand Elder couldn't help but exclaim. Zan Jiangshan, that powerful figure who roamed the 8 desolate 10 domains, didn't he perish long ago? Shenner and Shenner exchanged glances. That was an existence beyond an enlightened one, Li Shu asked with a light laugh. How about we let this matter rest, young Master Chang? Chang took out his magic artifact and retorted. Let it rest. The magic artifact enlarged in his hand, radiating immense pressure. Chang spoke. It depends on whether this thing agrees. When they saw this item, Li Shu's eyes widened, recognizing it as an emperor artifact. The newly arrived people affected by the pressure all turned pale and exclaimed. This is bad. Chang brandished the emperor artifact in his hand and said contemptuously. A mob. They were repelled by the powerful energy caught within it, each of them appearing extremely pained and unable to resist this attack. In an instant the sky was empty. Only shimmering golden light remained. Yao Yue stood there with her mouth agape, then remained still, unable to utter a word. He sheathed his sword and said with a light laugh, came quickly, left quickly. Shenner murmured, one strike. Shenner was surprised. He seems to have grown stronger again. Li Shu knew he had met a strong opponent and could only give a dry laugh. Young Master Ji, today's matter. Chang didn't wait for him to finish but rushed forward to attack, the tip of his sword pointing directly at Li Shu's brow, ready to strike fiercely. The formation on Li Shu's brow flashed but couldn't protect him. He quickly leaned back, spitting out blood. Chang reached out to control him, pressing his palm on Li Shu's forehead. Li Shu gritted his teeth in pain. Chang scoffed, still spitting blood. Good acting. Tell me, how did you survive? I'm very interested in this. Li Shu paused at these words, looked up at him and remained silent. Then he sneered, speaking defiantly. You actually found out? I underestimated you, but if you want to kill me, then kill me. I guess I'm unlucky. I won't tell you anything. Seeing the other party provoke him, Chang's face grew solemn. He pressed his palm slightly, and a red light enveloped Li Shu's head. He groaned in pain. Chang scoffed. I can use soul-searching. Li Shu's entire body instantly exploded, turning into a ball of fire. Yao Yue screamed. Lord Jiangshan, Shenner murmured in confusion. He's dead, Chang pondered. This mortal body is too weak. It couldn't withstand even a light soul search, a soul-nourishing land. Perhaps requires further investigation with the primordial purple mirror. Shenner stepped forward and asked, Ji Chang, is he just dead? Chang nodded. He was already a dead man. She felt puzzled. What do you mean by that? Shen Tianhe also followed up. Please enlighten us, young master. Chang reached out and poked Shenner's forehead, explaining, this person has been dead for a long time, but a part of his consciousness from before his death remained in his corpse. Over the years that consciousness gradually recovered. Then a wisp of thought separated and manifested as this body walking in the world. Shenner understood it in her own way. You mean even if he's dead he can self-recover with a trace of consciousness? He nodded. If he were to recover to his peak it would indeed be a bit troublesome. Shenner was astonished to hear this. This was the power of an existence beyond an enlightened one. Shen Tianhe closed his eyes, sighing inwardly. The vast great thousand world is boundless. Any powerful figure can crush countless factions in our Tianlin realm. Cultivation is endless. One must learn as long as one lives. At this moment a subordinate returned to report. Master, by your command, Wang Yue Holy Land has been obliterated, with no survivors. Yao Yue collapsed on the ground, her voice filled with terror. Lord Jiangshan is gone. Wang Yue Holy Land is gone. She seemed to have lost her mind, crying and laughing, mumbling, it's all gone. Shenner pretended not to understand and reached out, saying, oh, this precious saber looks quite special. Give it to me. Chang glanced at her disdainfully. Do you think I'm a fool? This scene was fully observed by Shenner, who smiled inwardly. So he's a very protective person. Indeed, one shouldn't always believe rumors. Shenner cajoled. Just let me see it. You just let me see it. Don't be so stingy. I'm just looking. He reached out to block her. Still trying to learn my moves? Do you think I'm as foolish as you? Shenner's parents exchanged glances, their faces filled with helplessness. At this point the atmosphere fell silent. Shenner's parents remained speechless. Shenner also looked at her parents in confusion, shrinking her shoulders, trying to minimize her presence. Shenner looked left and right, unsure where to fix her gaze. Chang broke the silence, praising, Madame Shen's tea skills are excellent. Shenner's mother humbly replied, young Master Chang flatters me. I dare not accept. Chang continued, actually I only came here this time to see that girl, nothing else. If Uncle Shen and Madame Shen mind. Shenner's father quickly interrupted. Young Master Chang jests. How could we mind? She also added. After many years, young Master Chang's strength has reached a realm we cannot fathom, truly worthy of being the heir of the Jiyu family. Shenner whispered to Shenner, sister, the atmosphere is a bit awkward. She glanced at her. I know. He stood up and stretched. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Whether it's the Shen family or the Jiyu family, you can stay wherever you wish. Chang walked away. As for Peach Village, I'll find time to visit and check on Xiao Tian. Shenner suddenly stood up and said, actually, I don't have anything to do either. I was just about to go back to the village to see Master and everyone. Her parents exchanged glances. Chang seemed to remember something, turned around, and handed a jade slip to Shenner. Oh, by the way, I heard Shenner is dedicated to the Tao. I happen to have a jade slip here that records many profound cultivation techniques. Consider it a greeting gift from your elder brother. She seemed unable to believe her ears and asked again, how can this be? Shenner put her hand on Shenner's shoulder and indicated, Little sister Shenner, just accept it, he has plenty of good things. Hearing this, Shenner took it, blushing, and thanked him. Shenner thank you young Master Chong. Chong said with a light laugh. Young Master Chong is what outsiders call me, you can just call me Big Brother. He patted her head, instructing, there's also a jade pendant inside the jade slip, it's my token. If one day you want to cultivate in the upper realm, you can use it to contact me, or if you encounter danger, you can also use it to summon me. No one in the myriad realms dares to bully you, she replied gently. Thank you, Big Brother. Chong nodded in satisfaction, not forgetting to tease. Shenner is so well behaved, unlike some people. Hearing some people, she was instantly stunned. A scene shifted to another place. An elder ran shouting. Shen Tianhe, the old ancestor, asked, how is it? The man wiped the sweat from his face and replied, he's gone. The elders beside them breathed a sigh of relief. Finally gone. It was truly suffocating. Shen Tianhe reminded everyone, from now on Shenner's parents must be more polite to him. Our Shen family truly cannot afford to offend him. On the road, seeing Chong stop, Shenner asked in confusion, aren't we going to Peach Village? Why are we stopping here? He replied. This is a divine object that can deduce heavenly secrets. Before going back I must thoroughly resolve Li Shu's matter. Do you want him to seek revenge on the Shen family? Seeing Chong take out a magic artifact, Shenner looked at it and asked, to investigate heavenly secrets? You're warning me not to have any ideas about it. Shenner pouted. I was just asking, why are you so stingy? The magic artifact enlarged, revealing another scene of rolling mountains and surging waves. Shenner asked curiously, where is this? He replied, near the boundary sea. A person appeared in the picture looking at the cauldron in his hand, murmuring, Jiyu Chong, the Shen family. Shenner also recognized the person. This old man is the one who saved my grandfather and great-grandfather back then. Is he Li Shu's master? Chong said, he didn't save those two old men out of good intentions. A cold smile played on his lips. All right, since we've found the location, let's go check it out. The scene switched to another place, an ancient and dark area that felt eerie and chilling. Li Shu's master knelt before a bronze coffin saying, my lord, it's only a little short of helping Lord Jiangshan reappear in the world. When that happens, the Shen family will definitely be wiped from the Tianlin realm. A greenish light shot from the cauldron towards the coffin. From the coffin, the greenish light flew out again. A cold voice rang out. You've done well over the years. He respectfully bowed his head. My lord, Jiyu Chang's debt. The voice seemed indifferent. Don't worry about this for now. The Jiyu family is not to be trifled with. I must focus on solidifying my new body and slowly recovering to my peak. Besides, my enemies probably already know about my resurrection, so let the Jiyu family's brat be arrogant for a while. Li Shu's master looked down at the ground, silent. How glorious was Lord Jiangshan back then, unrivaled. If not for the rejection of heaven and earth, he would have long since stepped into that realm. But now he could only barely survive in this bronze coffin. Suddenly a strange sound came from behind him. He turned around, exclaiming in surprise, what? From the spatial rift, two people quickly appeared. Chong calmly spoke, so you were hiding here. Shenner sneered, we meet again, Lord Jiangshan. He rushed towards the coffin in fear. Master, a voice came from inside. This is the power of karma, it has nothing to do with you. He had a magic artifact for deducing karma, which was why he found this place. Chong spread his arms and a greenish light emanated. Chong spoke with satisfaction. I was just looking for a place to nourish my soul. It truly is a case of finding something without trying, he roared furiously. Jiyu Chong, don't push your luck. Chong's eyes gradually turned red and his face became terrifying. The sword in his hand pierced his body and Chong whispered in his ear, you talk too much. The cauldron in his hand fell to the ground and he also swayed, about to fall. A loud noise and an angry voice came from the coffin. We had no grudges. Why this ruthless extermination? Chong gripped the sword tightly and asked with a smile, am I not establishing a life and death feud with you right now? Then he swung his sword at the coffin and the coffin lid was sent flying. The coffin lid rolled on the ground, making a deafening sound. From inside the coffin, a rough gray-skinned hand stretched out and a curse rang out. Damn it, Shenner asked in confusion. That's, Chong spoke, his tone somewhat regretful. So you've already entered the corpse Dao. Giving such a good soul-nourishing place to you is truly a waste. It was a hideous figure with no skin, only gray muscles remaining, he said with confidence. If I were at my peak, would you dare to be so arrogant? Jiyu family brat. Even if my origin is depleted now, you won't be easy to deal with. Before he could finish speaking, Jiyu Chang's sword pierced his body. Chong stretched out his hand and red light emanated with it. Chong scoffed, in the end you didn't step into that realm. Your peak was only slightly stronger than an enlightened one, let alone your current state. You call yourself an immortal while looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Streaks of purple lightning pierced his entire body. His eyes were filled with surprise and anger. Immediately after, accompanied by a peculiar greenish-gray smoke, a massive explosion occurred. Seeing the person had disappeared, Shenner said in surprise, it was solved so easily. He retrieved his sword and retorted, otherwise, wait for him to recover to his peak and fight me until heaven and earth collapse. The system screen displayed an image of a 5-colored spirit wood. The system prompted, congratulations to the host for obtaining. Chong looked around and commented, this place is mine now. I need to increase the efficiency of nourishing souls. Shenner also looked around, then asked, what are you going to do with a soul-nourishing place? He answered without hesitation, of course, it's for contingencies. If I die one day, I still have a chance to revive here. Shenner remained silent after hearing this, feeling a little sad in her heart. Are you worried about the demonic heart? Shenner pointed at herself and promised, Don't worry, if that day truly comes I'll give you the immortal bone. I'm doing very well now, and even if I lose the immortal bone I can survive. Chang was unmoved. Instead he pinched her cheek and teased, "You're such a fool, I was just joking. With my strength how could that day ever come?" Shenner replied sheepishly. I just don't want to owe you, and there's also Shenner's matter this time." He suddenly picked up Shenner, startling her into a scream. What do you want to do?" Chang smiled. "If you're truly thinking of me then go wait outside first." Shenner was directly thrown into the spatial rift, shouting angrily. I can go out myself," Chang announced with a smile. "Once this matter is dealt with, we'll set off for Peach Village. Now only Chang is here," he said in a deep voice to himself. "All right, I must prepare some things to deal with the red-clad demoness who is about to emerge. I hope they won't be needed." When Chang had just returned from the spatial rift, Shenner hurried forward and asked, "Ji Chang, why did you stay in there for so long? This place is not far from the battlefield." He nodded and replied, "All right, let's go." Chang ordered his subordinates, "You all stay here and assist in attacking the 8 desolate 10 domains." They bowed and replied in unison, "Yes, master." The scene switched to another place where magpies chirped, holding their heads high. A group of old men sat drinking tea and chatting. "Third brother, listen, the magpies are chirping again. There's definitely hope for you and Widow Wang." Third brother waved his hand. "Forget it, her cooking is too terrible." Another person chuckled, "Just go with it. This is all the fun we have." The man looked at Tian Tian playing alone in the distance and sighed. If Xiao Tian were half as lively as Shenner, that would be great. Shenner was sitting cross-legged, lost in thought. Tian Tian looked at the drawing on the ground, her mind full of thoughts. "Grandma, master." Suddenly someone called her name, Tian Tian. Because she was so engrossed, hearing a familiar voice startled her. Is master speaking?" Chang said. "I'm here." Tian Tian immediately stood up and called out, "Grandaunt, master," and Shenner waved a greeting. "Xiao Tian, masters," the old man also happily replied. "Shenner is back." He squatted down, looked at Tian Tian and asked, "How have you been recently?" She obediently replied. "Xiao Tian likes it here. The children and grandmas and grandpas in the village are very kind." Chang stroked her head. "Xiao Tian has grown a lot. Have you missed me?" Tian Tian hugged him and whispered, "Yes, very much." Third master tentatively asked Shenner, "Shenner, you brought him back again, are you two really?" She shyly said, "Well, what are you talking about?" "Third master," another old man chuckled. "Don't mind him. Third master, you've been mesmerized by a young widow recently." Chang thought to himself, "I must find an opportunity to glean some information from Taoshan." Night fell, and the bright moonlight bathed the entire village in silver. Laughter and chatter continuously echoed from the village. "Wonderful, is this the legendary demon fairy? Everyone drink up. He brought a lot of gifts this time." Someone asked in confusion, "Where's young Master Jiyu? Where did young Master Jiyu go?" It turned out Chang had come alone to the large peach tree in the village. Seeing him approach, a voice from the peach tree asked, "Why did you leave the banquet alone, and come here alone to drink with me?" Chang replied with a chuckle, "Of course, I wanted to bring this fine wine to share with Senior." Then in displeased voice said, "I don't like to drink." He looked up after hearing this, took a sip of wine and said, "That's truly a shame. This wine was brought by Jiyu from the demon world." The red streaks of light gradually increased, and then a girl appeared. "That was Taoshan. It spoke when I was mending Yao Yao's Dao injuries." Recalling some memories, Chang asked curiously, "Oh, what memories?" This junior is quite curious. It turned its head slightly. "You seem very concerned." He smiled. "Who wouldn't be interested in the memories of a figure like Senior?" Taoshan was very pleased after hearing this, and recounted, "I remember I had a friend who liked to wear red clothes. She said she had to cultivate diligently, not to disappoint her master. Later, when she grew up," Taoshan paused, and then continued, "she said she would marry her master." Chang found these words very familiar. He remained silent after hearing them. The peach demon recalled old times. "I used to be just a small peach tree, with only a faint spiritual intelligence. It was she who saved me from the mouth of a demon beast. My true form is a heartless peach tree. Meeting her, I understood what friendship was. Unfortunately, that was just a past experience. Now it seems endless years have passed, and perhaps I am the only one who still remembers." Memories flooded Taoshan's heart. "Later she brought me to her master, and then I gained another friend, a stone, a peach tree. Even with spiritual intelligence, we were only vague existences. I never thought that one day we would also embark on the path of cultivation." Taoshan recalled her name. "My name also came from this." Chang remained silent, his eyes lowered, containing many thoughts. Then he looked up again. "That truly is a heartwarming story. If Jiyu could also make a friend with whom to share secrets, that would also be a blessing." Taoshan asked hesitantly. "You don't recognize her?" Chang asked, pretending not to understand. "What does Senior mean by that?" Taoshan didn't answer. Instead, she asked, "Nothing. Did you come to Peach Village this time because you wanted to find me for something?" He pondered. "This is clearly testing me. Old Stone used to be like this too. It seems if I face the red-clad demoness, she will likely recognize me immediately. At that time, if I can't suppress her, I will definitely be utterly destroyed." Chang asked, "Senior, how much do you know about the buried demon abyss?" Taoshan was unfamiliar with this name and asked in confusion, "Buried demon abyss?" Then it transformed back into its true form, a huge peach tree, radiating dazzling light. Only Taoshan's voice echoed in his ears. "I don't know much about that place. If you're curious, why not go see for yourself?" Hearing the other party's tone, Chang sighed. It seems he has no choice but to go. The scene switched to another place, where bursts of immortal chi emanated from a mansion, accompanied by a piercing cry. Buddhist Mountain requested aid. The two earnestly pleaded, even if Saintess Chu Chu breaks through to the late Saint realm, she will be helpless against this demonic disaster. Now all the great Tao lineages in the upper realm have sent many powerful experts to the Boundary Sea, and the chaos in the buried demon abyss is being ignored. A sigh rang out. There are already not enough people, and now no one knows where Saintess Zixin is. Chu Chu closed her eyes, bowing her head in silence. She couldn't help here either. The calamity of the buried demon abyss will affect all living beings. Our human ancestor hall cannot stand idly by. I will lead several powerful experts from the human ancestor hall to assist. Elders, there is no need to worry, just guard this place. The elders, hearing this, hurriedly tried to dissuade her. Saintess Chu Chu, please reconsider. This is too dangerous. If, by the way, young Master Chong is the reincarnation of the human ancestor, if he were to act this matter, she interrupted. Elders, there's no need to say more. I have my own judgment. Chu Chu slowly opened her eyes, feeling troubled. I can't rely on him for everything either. Besides, he demands payment. Suddenly, Chong appeared and said, Don't you want my help? The two elders turned simultaneously and exclaimed in surprise, Young Master Chong. Then they happily looked at Chu Chu. So Saintess Chu Chu has already told young Master Chong, then we are relieved. In that case, we will take our leave first. Chu Chu asked Chong in confusion, Why are you here? After those two left, he asked, Don't you welcome me? She still felt puzzled. How did you know I wanted to go? Chong explained. The buried demon abyss is in chaos, affecting all living beings. With your personality, it's hard for you not to get involved. Seeing that he understood her so well, she merely uttered an ah and then fell silent. Chong stepped forward, cupped Chu Chu's face and gently said, If I don't come, will I just watch you go to the buried demon abyss to die? He leaned closer to her face and whispered, Stopping you isn't an option, and letting you go is too dangerous, so I can only be your bodyguard. Chu Chu's heart rippled. With his previous wicked personality, he would never care about such matters. Unexpectedly, for my sake, he would even interfere in this. Chong pressed his lips against hers, gently saying, But the payment still needs to be given. He lowered his hand to Chu Chu's thigh, then picked her up. Chong carried her in a bridal carry, and Chu Chu exclaimed, Oh my, you, what do you want to do? This is the human ancestor hall, he calmly said. That's simple. Let's go to our old spot. Then the two instantly disappeared, leaving only a shimmering red light. Chong brought Chu Chu to another space where she was now nestled against him. Chong asked, I heard that the most precious secret art of the human ancestor hall is the power of faith, which can gather the prayers of all living beings. Chu Chu nodded and softly replied, That's right, but that secret art requires the cultivator to have the reverence of fanatical believers, chanting their name between heaven and earth, so ordinary people simply cannot cultivate it. Chong heard this and asked calmly, That's it? Is it that simple? She heard him say it so casually, and her voice rose slightly. Simple? What's simple about it? Chong put his arm around Chu Chu's shoulder and said, We can't delay any longer. Let's go out and try it. Because of such intimate contact, she blushed and exclaimed, Ah! He pressed his hand on the luck golden cauldron in the system interface. At this moment, in another place, a girl in pink was repelled against a rock looking very distressed. Everyone discussed. He defeated 8 people in a row. The masked man mockingly said, The 8 desolate 10 domains are truly a bunch of trash. No one can fight. If this is the case, why not surrender early and hand over your weapons? The people behind him also laughed. Surrender. On the other side, people kept accusing, Damn it, how can we let him be so arrogant? He must be a top heavens chosen from the upper realm. Our realm still has heavens chosen who haven't arrived. If he comes, killing you will be as easy as turning over your hand. The masked man rushed out, and 2 giant palms danced with him. He sneered, Heavens chosen, your so-called heavens chosen are not even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as my master. Lin Qingying took the lead, rushing forward with his battle saber, boasting, I'll kill you first, then your master. Everyone saw the circling azure dragon and recognized it as Lin Yu's older brother. The masked man parried while spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, if I were at full strength. Lin Qingying brandished his saber, intent on striking, the azure dragon phantom behind him adding to his momentum. He confidently roared, Today I'll kill you to honor the cultivators under my command. The masked man's glabella suddenly lit up and a beam of light shot straight into the sky from his brow. Lin Qingying's azure dragon phantom gradually dissipated. Lin Qingying exclaimed, What? Everyone discussed. Crossing the Boundary Sea, what kind of existence can descend here? They all stared wide-eyed at the descending Dharma body. Could it be some powerful figure from the upper realm? The masked man finally recognized it and murmured, Master's Dharma body. Before everyone was Jiyu Chang's giant image. Even though it was just an image, it exuded a powerful pressure. People looked up and discussed, Young Master Chang can actually descend with a Dharma body? Young Master, could it be some old monster from the upper realm coming down to bully the young? Peng Fei recalled the grand succession ceremony of the Daoshan Immortal Palace when he was still hailed as a heavens chosen on par with Jiyu Chang, but now he had been left far behind, even able to contend with elders. Granduncle Qingyang rushed up from behind. This person is too terrifying. This old man can hold him for a few breaths. You run quickly. Qingyang exclaimed. Granduncle? Chang's eyes, already bright, now shone even more brilliantly. He extended his massive palm and everyone was terrified. Turning and fleeing, oh my god, what kind of terrifying thing is this fighting? In the blink of an eye, one person was crushed, exploding like a tomato. Qingyang watched, his eyes wide, unable to block even a single move. Afterward, everyone else suffered the same fate. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this his current strength? It's simply unbelievable." Looking at Chang's gradually dissipating image, everyone collectively bowed and said, "Farewell, master." "Thank you, young Master Chang, for saving us." The two hid behind a rock, having narrowly escaped, and conversed in hushed tones. Who was that person? According to the intelligence, he should be the leading figure among the younger generation of the upper realm, named Jiyu Chang. The scene shifts to another location, where a golden cauldron now floats in midair, radiating light. As expected of the human ancestor hall's secret art, able to wield divine abilities by leveraging the luck of believers, coupled with my luck golden cauldron, it's like a fish in water. Chuju witnessed all this, exclaiming, "Understanding the human ancestor hall's secret art is so easy. Are you even human?" Chang didn't answer but asked another question. "Have you arranged everything here?" She nodded. I've taken care of everything." He stood up and took Chu-Chu's hand. "Then let's go to Zon Kong Buddhist Temple on Buddhist Mountain." A few days later, the two finally approached Zon Kong Buddhist Temple. It was a building suspended in the air with a formation continuously operating beneath it. Two figures appeared at the entrance of Zon Kong Buddhist Temple. Qianjing, seeing the strangers, let out a low growl of warning. In the blink of an eye, Chang and Shenner had arrived here. Hearing the threatening growl, he opened his eyes and looked at it. Qianjing instantly froze, scared out of its wits. Jin Chan stepped forward to salute. "This humble monk greets young Master Chang and Saintess Chu." Chang nodded in return. "Brother Jin Chan, we meet again." Shenner also stepped forward to greet. "Greetings, Buddhist son." Jin Chan bowed. "Please follow me, both of you. Zon Kong Temple has prepared resting places for everyone." Chang was a bit surprised to see the red light circling around him. Seeing him again this time, Jin Chanzi actually had luck bestowed upon him. This matter must be seized. He spoke as he walked. "That the Buddhist son is waiting here is a bit unexpected to Jiyu. It seems the Buddhist son also wishes to participate in this trip to the buried demon abyss." Jin Chan quickly replied, "Although there are many forces assisting this time, as a successor of Buddhist Mountain, this humble monk naturally cannot stand idly by." Chang feigned curiosity. "I hear Buddhist Mountain has a Duran Sutra that can purify all beings in the world. It once spent 10,000 years to convert a demon monkey who was disturbing the heavens and earth, making it an adherent of Buddhism and a guardian beast of Buddhist Mountain. Buddhist son, is this true or false?" Jin Chan was still lost in thought, not expecting Jiyu Chang to arrive here with the human ancestor hall. "Although this person is powerful, his heart is not righteous. I still don't believe he is the human ancestor, and besides the way he looks at me," he then spoke. Brother Jiyu asked half-truths. "Buddhist Mountain indeed once had a demon monkey senior guarding Buddhism, but he is no longer here. As for the Duran Sutra purifying all beings, those are just outside rumors," he snorted upon hearing this, mocking in his heart. "How can even monks not speak the truth? Hypocritical to this extent, almost on par with me. But what does this Duran Sutra have to do with the demon abyss? I wonder if it can be utilized." Chu-Chu, who had been silent, now spoke. "But I heard that the demon monkey senior was not proficient in Buddhist Dharma, but was forcibly converted by a great Buddhist mountain divine ability user." Jin Chan shook his head. "Amitabha, that is not so. The demon monkey was naturally arrogant and unrestrained, not following propriety. It was Buddhist Mountain that taught him propriety and enlightened his heart, and he voluntarily became a guardian of the mountain." He changed his mind upon hearing this. "I was wrong. Buddhist Mountain's hypocrisy is on par with mine." After leading the two to the Zen room, Jin Chan saluted. "Both of you may rest here today. Tomorrow we will proceed to the buried demon abyss." Jin Chan took his leave. After he had completely left, Chu-Chu finally expressed her thoughts. "I don't know if it's just my imagination, but Buddhist son Jin Chan always gives me a feeling of ill intent." Chang then seized the opportunity to remind her. "So you must be careful of him on this trip. If he releases the peerless female demon sealed inside, and will be in trouble." She only heard the keywords and retorted, "How do you know it's a female demon?" He vaguely brushed it off. That's not important. What we should be discussing now is that we'll be resting together tonight." Chu-Chu's cheeks flushed upon hearing this, and she avoided the suggestion. "This is Buddhist Mountain. It's better if we rest separately." Chang put on a hurt expression, hugging his arms and rubbing them. "All right, I guess I'll just have to be lonely tonight." She hesitated. "How about I compensate you?" He narrowed his eyes, smiling softly. "How will you compensate?" Chu-Chu slowly pulled aside the thin veil covering her face, her flushed lips moist and full. Then without hesitation she stood on tiptoe and kissed Chang. Afterward, Chu-Chu shyly ran off. "See you tomorrow." He raised his hand to touch his lips. His fingertips still seemed to retain a burning sensation. Chang chuckled. "What an easily satisfied fool." The scene shifts to another place. As soon as Jin Chan stepped into the hall, his granduncle master spoke. "Your mind is uneasy." He didn't hide it, admitting, "Granduncle master, this disciple is indeed uneasy." The old man, tapping on a wooden fish, asked, "Because of Jiyu Chang?" Jin Chan nodded. "That's right. I don't understand his intention in coming to the buried demon abyss, but my Buddhist heart always tells me to stay away from him. He's too dangerous." Granduncle master recalled, "He is indeed special. When you stepped into the courtyard, I originally wanted to investigate him a bit, but he seemed to sense it, so I had to withdraw my divine ability." He was astonished. "What? Jiyu Chang can actually detect Granduncle Master's 6 divine abilities? What realm has he reached now?" The old man shook his head. "I don't know, even I can't see through him, but one thing is certain. With your current strength you won't be able to contend with him. Even with all your means you don't have to worry. He cannot know the secrets of Buddhist Mountain. The matter of the Zen robe is your destiny, and no one can take it away. You were the one who brought it down back then. And only you can. Jin-chan merely uttered one word upon hearing this. And said no more. The sound of the wooden fish resumed its rhythmic tapping, then suddenly stopped. Seeing the old man in a daze, Jin-chan asked, "Grand Uncle Master, what's wrong?" The Grand Uncle Master replied softly, "Perhaps I sensed incorrectly." Hearing this, Jin-chan looked out the window, silent. The setting sun cast a golden ray directly into the Zen room. That beam of light quickly shot towards Chang, who was sitting motionless in his chair. His glabella lit up and a cold smile played on Jiyu Chang's lips. The old monk also has something worthwhile. The Buddhist Mountain's supreme treasure, the Zen robe. I want to see it. When they saw Chang, Chu and Jin-chan appear, everyone exclaimed in surprise, "That's Saintess Zhang and young Master Chang, he's also here to help." In their eyes there was only admiration. One could only say he truly lived up to his reputation as young Master Chang. I saw him in Nansheng Heaven, where he also helped us resolve the crisis brought by the demonic cultivation successor. He is still as righteous as ever. Jin-chan led everyone to a bottomless pit and said, "This is the entrance to the buried demon abyss. There is a formation set up by Buddhist Mountain inside to dilute the demonic energy and prevent demonic creatures from overflowing, but the formation cannot completely seal the demonic energy. Later I will use a Buddhist treasure to open the way and everyone must follow closely." Seeing Chuju concentrating on chanting incantations, he suggested, "How about you stay outside?" She firmly refused. "No, I want to go with you. You don't need to worry about me." Chu turned to Chang. "It's all my fault for getting you involved in this. I can't let you risk it alone." He sighed inwardly. "No, but you'll be a burden, you fool." Jin-chan, seeing everyone ready, said, "In that case, let's go." Streaks of colorful light swiftly shot into the entrance of the buried demon abyss. Along the way they paused briefly to rest. As they rested they looked around, marveling. "I didn't expect the demonic energy at the bottom of this abyss to be so dense," Jin-chan cautiously reminded. "This is still just the outer perimeter of the buried demon abyss. Everyone must be careful." Seeing a pink lake ahead, someone exclaimed, "What's that?" Chu explained. "Demonic energy so concentrated that it forms a lake." A pink demonic energy quickly drilled into someone's ears, nose and mouth, terrifying that person. Then a scream was heard and the man was dragged into the demonic energy lake. Jin-chan explained, "That is the soul-extinguishing lotus. Do not approach it. This item feeds on demonic energy and has grown here for tens of millions of years. Even powerful demonic creatures that trespass here can hardly avoid being absorbed as nutrients." Chang took a step forward and commented, "Oh, how interesting. Such a treasure being placed here is truly a waste." Chu asked worriedly, "What do you want to do?" Others also quickly tried to dissuade him. "Young Master Chang, be careful." Yes, the person just now only got a little close and then he ignored them. Still reaching out his hand, his palm carrying faint streaks of lightning and peculiar energy. Then his palm extended to the center of the lake, plucking the only flower there. As the flower was pulled out, its roots were still entangled with demonic energy, as if unwilling to let go. Jin-chan, seeing this, wondered, what does he want to do with this thing full of demonic energy? Seeing him easily retrieve the flower, Chu remembered, "I almost forgot. He also has demonic energy on him." Others also took the opportunity to discuss, "Is it that simple? Can he really avoid the demonic energy?" Suddenly a demon with countless heads emerged from the lake, its eyes glowing fiercely, its fangs bared, letting out threatening roars. Others quickly retreated, shouting, "A demon, it's over, it's a great demon suppressed by the soul-extinguishing lotus." Seeing the demon charging towards Chang, Chu rushed forward to block him, her tone cautious. In stark contrast to her worried expression, Chang remained exceptionally calm. Then he exuded demonic energy, staring intently at the demon, and coldly uttered a single word, "Scram." The demon, upon hearing this, seemed to press a pause button, and cold sweat poured from its entire body. Seeing it slowly sink into the lake, others breathed a sigh of relief. It retreated. Was it scared away by Saintess Chu's human ancestor Hall's secret art? Chu looked up at Chang and asked, "You did something just now, didn't you?" He blinked, teasing, "They say the demon was suppressed by your majestic presence." Jin-chan also felt something was amiss. Jiyu Chang clearly made a move just now, but what exactly did he do? Such a powerful demon shouldn't be easily frightened. Then he spoke to them. "If everyone is fine, let's continue deeper." Along the way, countless demons were eliminated, scattered everywhere. As they walked, they cleared a path by eliminating demons. The deeper they went, the more demons appeared. Jin-chan's face was solemn. "These demons contaminated by demonic energy are even stronger than when I came to reinforce the seal last time. I'm afraid as the seal weakens, they will only grow stronger. Brother Jiyu, what should we do next?" Upon hearing this, Chang stated his plan. "It seems only you and I can continue deeper. With their cultivation, if they continue, they might be in danger." Chu also spoke fearlessly. "I can also continue deeper. After all, this is what a human ancestor Hall Saintess should do." He immediately stopped her. "Saintess Chu, you should stay outside and take care of the injured. The matter of the seal is enough for me and the Buddhist son." She still hesitated, but Chang's tone was serious and beyond doubt. "Obey." Chu had no choice but to comply. Then you be careful." Seeing the interaction between the two of them, Jin-chan felt there was a story between them and pondered it carefully. Then the two went deeper. He sought Chang's opinion. "The demons in the depths seem even more frenzied and chaotic. Brother Gu, what do you think? He scanned the surroundings and commented. In my humble opinion, rather than saying these demons are frenzied, it's more accurate to say they're fleeing. The great demon sealed here is about to emerge, and it's not surprising that these demons are instinctively fleeing outward due to fear of its presence. Jin Chan closed his eyes and lightened. So that's how it is. It's a pity that Brother Gu is here now. These demons will probably have to accompany that peerless fiend. I truly didn't expect Brother Gu to come personally to help resolve the crisis of the buried demon abyss. Chung waved his hand annihilating a demonic creature and said frankly, Brother Jin Chan, you misunderstand. Someone from Buddhist Mountain simply sought help from the human ancestor hall, and Gu was merely worried about Zhang Chuchu taking risks. As for that great demon, I don't care. Jin Chan sighed after hearing this. Brother Gu is indeed sincere. Chang's tone sharpened. Gu has a question he'd like to ask. The seal of the buried demon abyss, I'm afraid it can no longer be reinforced, can it? If so, wouldn't Buddhist Mountain gathering the forces of the human ancestor hall here be putting them in danger? Jin Chan sighed with worry. Although Buddhist Mountain has the responsibility of suppressing the buried demon abyss, we are small and our words carry little weight. Can other righteous forces truly stand idly by? Chang retorted. If the seal cannot be reinforced, why does Buddha's son still insist on going deeper? He looked in another direction and replied, I won't hide it from Brother Gu. This humble monk is actually also going to retrieve a Buddhist treasure lost by my sect for many years. It's embarrassing to say, but this is a rather shameful secret of my Buddhist mountain. Jin Chan recounted the old story. That year an enlightened eminent monk from Buddhist Mountain with a grand vow wanted to completely resolve the calamity of the buried demon abyss. He ventured alone into the seal, but unexpectedly he was seduced by that great demon and stole Buddhist Mountain's supreme treasure. He pondered for a moment before continuing. He used the supreme treasure, hoping to alleviate his physical pain, but unfortunately that female demon was evil and heartless and killed him here. Jin Chan stated firmly. So the emergence of the great demon is now unavoidable. This humble monk only hopes to retrieve the Buddhist treasure Zen robe. Chang now understood. This was the inside story of the Zen robe of the buried demon abyss on Buddhist Mountain. Has that old monk's worldly desires not yet been severed? Or perhaps his intentions were never good to begin with. He sighed inwardly. However, if Zen Hongyi were to lose her sanity, that would be one thing. But if she were still conscious, wouldn't all the pain and torment she had endured over the years be poured out onto me the moment we met? Jin Chan bowed to Chang. Brother Gu has learned Buddhist Mountain's secret, so this humble monk will proceed alone from now on. He gestured with his hand. Buddhist son, please go ahead. Watching Jin Chan walk further and further away, Chang murmured to himself, You've already sensed your treasure, and so have I. Once I retrieve mine, I'll take yours from you. Hearing rustling sounds around him, he narrowed his eyes, seeing various forms of demonic creatures letting out threatening roars. Chang said frankly, Oh, a demonic creature is still a demon. How could it be? Then he too released demonic energy, his voice turning cold as he commanded, Want to resist, kneel. The demonic creatures were stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Seeing the pressure Chang exerted, they immediately knelt down in fear. He recalled the past. This place was originally formed from a drop of my true blood when I was the demon lord. How much bloodshed did that single drop of true blood once stir up? It's time for that drop of true blood to return to its original owner. Chang looked up and smiled triumphantly. Chang sneered, not learning the good but instead learning flattery and fawning, truly 100%. The demonic creatures no longer looked terrifying. One by one they were fawning and mischievous surrounding him. Then they swiftly led Chang to a blood-red river where the water churned. Chang wondered if this was where that drop of true blood had formed. From the river a water vortex churned out. The demonic creatures stood behind him, trembling in fear at the sight. The vortex gradually receded and a demonic creature appeared. Chang felt a familiar aura, guessing could this be the quasi-emperor realm great demon born from a drop of my true blood? With a rumble the great demon knelt to the ground. He remained silent at the other party's sudden action. Then Chang said with satisfaction, From now on you shall be called Ada. He slowly opened his eyes and an eerie blue light flashed within them. Chang pursed his lips, then revealed a wicked smile. He softly spoke 2 words, Devour. Next, the river's water was completely swallowed by Chang, the river surging and roaring, all to let the upper realm taste the shock of the demonic path. Demonic energy surged from the entrance of the buried demon abyss straight towards the formation beneath Zon Kong Buddhist Temple on Buddhist Mountain. The disciples were terrified by the sight in the sky. What's happening? I've never seen such surging demonic energy before. The Grand Uncle Master looked up at the anomaly in the sky, silent. The demonic energy spread to the distant warship suspended in the air. His face grew uneasy. This trembling sensation is Lu Li whispered. Clan uncle? He realized with terror that it was the buried demon abyss affected even from such a distance. This peerless great demon is far more terrifying than I imagined. Perhaps the upper realm is about to face a great change. Chang's figure appeared in Lu Li's mind. For some reason she had a conviction that with him the upper realm would surely be fine. Elsewhere, Zixin was playing blind man's bluff. She chased, laughing. Beauty, where did you go? Several women happily teased. Come chase me, young Master Wong, I'm here. Young Master Wong noticed the sky was covered in demonic energy. She pulled down her veil and murmured, Oh no, this is bad. The scene shifted to another location where demonic energy enveloped the Z mansion. Lady Lu Ming said worriedly. This is a sign of great ill fortune, husband, is it? The buried demon abyss? Lu Ming calmly interrupted her. It has nothing to do with us anymore. Let those major powers deal with it. If it weren't for young Master Gu's consideration for Xian back then, our Z mansion probably wouldn't exist today. It's a pity he has already taken Xian away, Xian whispered uneasily. Father, elsewhere he stood alone on a cliff looking up at the blood-red sky. Qing shouted freely. How exhilarating, this is true demon power compared to him. We cultivators of demonic arts are simply a joke. Ji Qingshan stood by, silent. Underground, people affected by the demonic energy clutched their heads in pain. Chu frowned worriedly, concerned about Chang. We're in the lower levels and the impact is already so great. Is Chang all right? The light from the Buddhist relic beads grew weaker and weaker. Jin Chan looked at the Buddhist relic beads and then around him. Even the Buddhist relic beads could barely hold on. What was that surging demonic energy that reached the sky just now? He clearly saw the figure sitting in the distance, feeling a sense of disbelief. Obviously, the peerless great demon was truly here, and the Zen robe was also suppressing this place, making it impossible for her to do anything. It was a woman sitting on the Zen robe, her body covered in wounds caused by the demonic energy. Jin Chan decided it was best to quickly retrieve the Zen robe and then leave this place. Hong Yi bowed her head, her expression unclear. Only 2 trails of blood slowly flowed down. Suddenly she looked up, blood flowing from the corners of her eyes. Hong Yi spoke in a cold voice. Fool. Jin Chan was greatly startled, his face showing a look of astonishment. She abruptly stood up, pounding the seal, shouting, You lied to me, I'll kill you. Meanwhile, he doubted reality, asking himself, what's going on? Suddenly Chang appeared, and he said disappointedly, Buddhist son Jin Chan, you've truly disappointed me. Jin Chan stammered. Jiyu Chang, brother Jiyu, how are you here? Chang pointed at him, accusing. If I had come a step later, wouldn't you have already succeeded? A dignified monk, yet so malicious, actually trying to destroy the Zen robe seal and unleash the demon to wreak havoc on the world. Jin Chan was greatly startled and explained. Brother Jiyu, you misunderstand. I had no intention of destroying the seal here. He didn't bother to listen, interrupting directly. Colluding with evil, intending to wreak havoc on the world, this crime deserves death. Kill him. Da, following orders, rushed forward, brandishing his weapon, intending to cleave Jin Chan. He was greatly alarmed by Da's cultivation beyond supreme. Is it quasi-emperor realm? With a rumble, a huge explosion occurred where Da and Jin Chan had just stood. Chang uttered an "Oh." Recognizing Jin Chan's magic weapon, the Buddhist treasure demon-slaying mace, the 2 weapons collided, their momentum seemingly equal, making it hard to determine a winner. Jin Chan seemed to have realized Chang's intention and shouted angrily, Jiyu Chang, you're slandering me with false accusations, and you even want to kill me to vent your anger. What exactly do you want to do? He thought to himself. At this point, I probably can't get the Zen robe, so I'd better get out first. The Buddhist relic beads in Jin Chan's hand shattered, flying out one by one. Then the bone beads circled around Jin Chan and golden light enveloped his entire body. A golden light flashed and Jin Chan disappeared. Chang ordered Da, as expected of a Buddhist mountain successor, you certainly have many means of escape. It's fine if he escaped, I'll give you a scapegoat. Never mind him, you may retreat. Da also obeyed and let go. A moment later, he flew towards Hong Yi. Chang bent down and picked up the Zen robe at her feet, very satisfied. Good stuff, he called out her name. Zen Hong Yi, she responded disjointedly, calling out fool. Watching his palm pass through the seal, becoming gray and withered, Chang assessed. Although she has lost her sanity now, she still retains a personality that hasn't completely turned violent. If not for the ray patterns here, refining the demonic energy and killing intent, she would probably have gone completely mad long ago. Hong Yi furiously pounded the seal, shouting. He spoke helplessly. I'll release you immediately. From today onwards you are free. Chang also had a plan in mind. Once the seal broke, he had to leave immediately. Then he concentrated his demonic energy, attacking a point on the seal. Watching the cracks appear more and more, Chang jumped away while ordering his subordinate, Da, quickly retreat. On the other side, Hong Yi revealed a chilling smile. The seal was quickly broken, and demonic energy surged out like a volcanic eruption. Chang swiftly disappeared into a spatial rift he created. Let the power just released hold them off first. Once she's killed enough, I'll slowly come back to deal with her. His figure completely vanished, leaving only surges of demonic energy. Suddenly a rough hand with red fingernails swiftly attacked. That hand grabbed Chang's clothes and yanked him sharply. This unexpected move startled him while everyone was still waiting. A golden light shot out from the room. After a moment of astonishment, they realized someone had come out. It was Buddhist son Jin Chan. Jin Chan ran, looking back as he went. I can't go back to Zhang Kong Buddhist temple. Jiyu Chang wants to kill me. Even Grand Uncle Master probably can't protect me. I can only return to Buddhist mountain, he wondered. Zhang Chuchu, she and Jiyu Chang are always together and have become equally cunning. Is she trying to block me for him? Chuchu stepped forward and asked, why are you out? Jiyu Chang didn't answer her but charged towards the Buddhist treasure demon-slaying mace. Chuchu cried out in surprise. She was knocked sideways, hitting a rock. Everyone discussed, what is Buddhist son trying to do? Where is young Master Chang? Jin Chan shouted. Run if you don't want to die. After repelling the Buddhist treasure demon-slaying mace, Chu-Chu coughed a few times. Why is he so terrified? Did something happen in the abyss? A leading figure ran, shouting, "It must be that peerless, ferocious demon that broke free from the seal." "Run, that's not something we can handle," someone cautiously asked. "But what about young Master Chang?" that person said uneasily. "He's probably in dire straits." Chu-Chu didn't follow them but moved in the opposite direction, her heart set. "No, I must go in and help him," someone tried to dissuade her. "Saintus Chu, don't be reckless." As soon as the words fell, a loud bang echoed. Everyone was blown far away by the demonic energy, screams rising and falling. Ah, what was that? Immediately after, a large group of people fell like ripe fruit. Chu-Chu felt the demonic energy growing thicker and thicker, murmuring, "This aura, that demon has emerged." On Chang's side, he was grabbed by Hung Yi's single hand on his clothes, then thrown out like a ball. He quickly regained his balance and landed steadily. Suddenly, Hung Yi appeared behind Chang silently. He glanced at her, worried. Indeed, this is not a battle power that an ordinary emperor realm can match. Chang quickly took out his weapon, but before the sword could touch Hung Yi, she easily blocked it with a single finger. Cracks appeared on the ground beneath Hung Yi's feet, and behind her the sword energy exploded with a loud bang, yet she remained unharmed. She raised her leg, her jade-like legs as fair as peeled eggs. Then Hung Yi kicked Chang away like kicking a football into a goal. His sword also shot towards Chang at an extremely fast speed. Watching it approach, Chang gritted his teeth and commanded, "Stop!" He forcibly halted himself, his feet kicking up a cloud of dust. However, as soon as he stopped, Hung Yi appeared before him again. She revealed a terrifying smile and called out, "Master." Hung Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Though she was smiling, the smile appeared lifeless. She murmured, "I feel like I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Chang's eyes turned into yin-yang eyes. He was using the Samsara divine ability. A green light shot towards Hung Yi, turning her figure into a negative image. The smile became even more eerie. Then she waved her hand and cracks appeared before the green light, then became even denser. She waved her hand and the fragments flew into the air. Chang quickly took out his weapon. When Hung Yi's hand touched the sword again, red and pinkish green light intertwined, then rebounded. Both were repelled, quickly retreating. Chang's hand holding the sword trembled. He chuckled, "You've truly grown stronger, haven't you? Since you want to kill me so much." Chang took out countless magic artifacts, each carrying powerful force. He smiled provocatively. "Then let's see if you have what it takes." Both sides unleashed their respective powers. A red and a green aura fiercely locked in a stalemate. Chang's eyes turned red and he laughed loudly. "Today, let's kill to our heart's content." Hung Yi released more and more demonic energy, shouting excitedly, "Kill!" Suddenly his tone changed and he exclaimed in surprise, "Hey old stone peach demon, why are you here?" She quickly turned to look but saw nothing. By the time Hung Yi turned back to look at Chang, he had also disappeared. Realizing she had been tricked, she gritted her teeth in anger. Hung Yi looked up and roared and layers of demonic energy surged out outside. People coming and going were worried. "What should we do? Young Master Chang still hasn't come out," they discussed. "The demonic energy is getting heavier and heavier and there are more and more demonic creatures. Young Master Chang is probably in grave danger." A woman suddenly suggested, "How about we leave first?" Saintess Chu-Chu said firmly, "You all leave first, I must stay here to support him." Before her words fell, a demonic beast charged out from inside, then a golden light flashed, cleaving the demonic beast's body in two. He held his chest, panting, and replied, "The situation is urgent." To make a long story short, Buddhist Mountain once used a supreme treasure to suppress the great demon at the bottom of the abyss, but Jin Chanzi, driven by personal desire, stole that treasure, causing the seal to be destroyed. Chu-Chu and the others simultaneously cried out in terror. "What? This?" Someone gradually understood. No wonder he was so flustered just now and even attacked Saintess Chu-Chu. Jiu Chong frowned, looking pained. "By the time I discovered it, it was too late. Although I gravely injured him, the seal was already." Then he ran away. I figured I might as well hold off that demon for a while, so we exchanged a few blows. Seeing his poor condition, Chu-Chu quickly used her abilities to heal Jiu Chong. Once he felt a little better, Jiu Chong said gravely, "Everyone, I've sustained some minor injuries, but I'm fine. The urgent matter now is for us to get out quickly and inform the major Dao lineages so they can prepare and respond, otherwise countless lives will be lost." As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening roar echoed, and two rays of light, one red and one green, shot out from the explosion. Chu-Chu couldn't help but ask, "How strong is that demon exactly that even you are in such a sorry state?" Jiu Chong thought to himself, "How strong? Strong enough to beat me like this." Out loud he replied, "With its strength, the upper realm probably won't have peace for a while. You absolutely must not interfere now. Those who haven't reached the enlightened one realm are not qualified to approach her." Chu-Chu hesitated, saying, "But if we ignore it, what about the surrounding living beings?" He calmly replied, "Buddhist Mountain and other major forces will send people to handle it. If you don't listen, I'll lock you up." She only managed "ai" and said no more. Jiu Zhang touched the corner of his mouth. Zhen Hengyi's killing intent would subside after a while. "That's my chance. Clashing head-on with her now would be foolish." A mocking smile played on his lips. "Foolish things are, of course, for others to do." Hung Yi stepped forward, revealing a confident smile. "Master, you can't escape." At this moment, Grand Uncle Master had already arrived with the disciples. He calmly spoke, "Amitabha Benefactress, your killing intent is too strong. This humble monk cannot let you leave. Please return." Hearing this, killing intent appeared in Hung Yi's eyes. Grand Uncle Master's voice rang out again. "Form the array, Vajra Demon Sealing Array." The Buddhist disciples quickly joined forces, and a colossal phantom appeared, striking at Hung Yi with its palm. She immediately reached out to block. Granduncle Master suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Consequently, the Vajra demon sealing array fell into a disadvantage. Demonic energy erupted from Hong Yi, piercing through their formation and shooting towards Zon Kong Temple. An arm formed of demonic energy tightly gripped the area below. She coldly commanded with a sneer, "Come down." A fiery red lotus condensed from demonic energy enveloped Zon Kong Temple. The petals gradually closed and the image of Zon Kong Temple vanished, leaving only Hong Yi standing motionless. She let out a piercing laugh with dazzling light behind her. Then the azure lotus slowly bloomed again. Zon Kong Temple was submerged in demonic energy. Everyone who saw this scene was terrified. Who on earth released this demon? They're worse than beasts. How can we stop it? What can we possibly stop? Didn't you see even that quasi-emperor from Buddhist Mountain fall? After listening to her subordinate's report, Lu Ming couldn't help but ask again, "What? Jin Chanzi destroyed the seal?" Lu Ming's wife also felt uneasy. This is a huge problem. Now all the major powers in the upper realm have gone to conquer the 8 desolate 10 domains. This Buddhist Mountain, I wonder how they'll explain themselves. The scene shifts to Buddhist Mountain where warm light bathed the area. 2 Buddhist disciples chatted while sweeping. One whispered, "I heard senior brother Jin Chanzi already fled back to Buddhist Mountain overnight." The other person responded, "That's right, a great demon of the buried demon abyss has emerged. Zon Kong Temple is destroyed, Uncle Master Beimei has perished, and now everyone outside is saying our Buddhist Mountain released the demon." On the Lotus platform, someone asked coldly, "Jin Chan, are you saying this matter was orchestrated by Ji Yu Chang?" Jin Chan pressed his palms together, bowed his head and respectfully said, "Master, this disciple speaks no falsehood. Ji Yu Chang is not a righteous person." The others grew furious upon hearing this. How dare Ji Yu Chang deceive our Buddhist Mountain like this? This man, relying on the Ji Yu family's backing, causes trouble everywhere. This matter absolutely cannot be left unresolved. The person on the Lotus platform calmly reassured everyone, "Everything in the world has its cause and effect. Every sip and every peck will be repaid. Ji Yu Chang's actions will naturally bring him tribulations and retribution. You need not worry. The urgent matter is that Buddhist Mountain must give an explanation to the world." Meanwhile, at the Longevity Ji Yu family, Ji Yu Chang asked Da, "Oh, she can track my aura. Then what about Buddhist Mountain?" Has Buddhist Mountain responded? Da reported the information he had gathered. Buddhist Mountain said they would send a large number of eminent monks to suppress the female demon. He nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. With Zhen Hongyi's strength, if it weren't for our Ji Yu family's ancestors taking action, few could stop her. But now there are so many Dao lineages and forces in the upper realm planning to eliminate the demon, which should keep her busy for a while. Ji Yu Chang looked up at the azure sky and sighed, "I also must seize this opportunity to enhance my strength, at least to ensure I stand undefeated. Let me think, who should I deal with next?" The scene shifts to the Tang family, where a respectful voice sounded, "These are all the Tang family's properties in the Myriad Dao Merchant Alliance. They are now all handed over to the 9-tailed Celestial Fox clan." Yin Mi uttered an "Oh. Oh, I heard some Tang family branches are dissatisfied with this power transition and are unwilling to let our clan take over these properties, is that right? If so, when young master holds them accountable," the Tang family elder pleaded, bowing his head. "Heavenly Maiden Yin Mi, please calm your anger. Those are merely some external branches, a bunch of ignorant fools. This old man will personally reclaim their properties as quickly as possible and present them all, absolutely daring not to defy young master's will." Tang Wen's face was melancholic. Was Yin Mi's annexation of the Tang family's properties also Ji Yu Chang's intention? Huya bowed his head and said, "Miss Wanner, don't worry. I secretly contacted various branches to make this matter less smooth. If necessary, I will make this 9-tailed fox completely disappear from the world." She took his hand and walked away. "Enshrine Qin, come with me." The soft touch on his hand went to his heart. A suspicious blush appeared on his face and he silently murmured, "Wanner," Tang Wan instructed without looking back. "Enshrine Qin, you absolutely must not do what was discussed in the hall yesterday. Thank you for your companionship during this time. You've helped Wanner and the Tang family too much. Let the Tang family decide its own fate." Then she turned her head, revealing a faint smile. "Go, leave the Tang family, and the further the better." Wu Ya froze upon hearing this, his face full of surprise. He stepped forward, tightly gripping Tang Wan's hands and said with determination, "Miss Wanner, no matter who the Tang family falls to, I Qin will definitely protect you." Her heart was also filled with unspeakable worries. "You don't know that the young master behind Yin Mi is Ji Yu Chang, nor do you know that you are already under his control." "Qin Ya, no, Qin Wu Ya." The scene shifts to another place. After Yin Mi finished speaking, Tang Wan exclaimed in surprise, "What, master wants me to monitor Qin Ya?" Yin Mi smiled. "Actually, his name is," she laughed and spoke a name, "Qin Wu Ya, your Dao companion from a previous life." The next day, a colossal azure dragon appeared over the Tang family mansion. Everyone knelt on the ground shouting in unison, "Greetings, young master Ji Yu Chang." Yin Mi stammered, "Ma, young master." She playfully jumped onto Ji Yu Chang. "How did you arrive so quickly?" he gently said. "To solve your problems." Hearing this, an old man quietly said to the Tang family elder, "Problems? He doesn't mean us, does he?" The elder softly admonished. "Silence," the Tang family elder pleaded. Such a small matter actually bothered young master Ji Yu Chang to personally come to the Tang family. This old man is truly ashamed. It's just a few ignorant branches causing trouble. Please allow this old man to persuade them step by step. I believe very soon. Ji Chang ignored him and directly ordered, "Kill them." Hearing this, the old man swallowed with difficulty. The Tang family elder could only bow his head and softly replied, "Yes." Ji Chang took Yin Mi's hand and walked through the crowd coldly saying, "I don't need disobedient people." Then he asked Tang Wan, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Tang Wan hesitated, replying, "Yes." Then she said nothing more. He led Tang Wan into a room, then closed the door. Ji Chang repeated his previous question. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Tang Wan loudly explained. "Master, I did not defy your will. During this time I have been monitoring Qin Wuya's actions and have never revealed any information about you." He glanced at her, smiling as he asked, "Why are you nervous?" Then Ji Chang threw Tang Wan a bottle of medicine, instructing, "Give this to Qin Wuya." She curiously asked, "What is this?" He gave the answer, "Immortal dispersion water." Hearing that name, Tang Wen's face turned pale with fright. "What?" Ji Chang grasped her hand, threatening with a faint smile. "You must keep it safe. This item is very precious. This is your punishment for sympathizing with him. After it's done, I will naturally spare you and the Tang family. Otherwise," although he didn't finish speaking, Tang Wan understood his meaning. She stared at him with wide eyes. Watching Tang Wen's retreating figure, Yin Mi asked, puzzled, "If master wants to kill Qin Wuya, why go to such trouble?" Ji Chang put his arm around her shoulder and explained, "They are Dao companions from a previous life. Don't you want to know if Tang Wan will actually deliver the killing blow?" He lowered his eyes. "Whether she acted or not, from the moment I arrived at the Tang family, Qin Wuya was already a dead man." Yin Mi suddenly leaned in, her lips touching Ji Chang's, and said sweetly, "Master, long time no see." He paused, thinking, do foxes have this habit too? In the blink of an eye, the bright moon hung high and its cold light spilled down, enveloping everything in a silent and ethereal silver glow. Tang Wan looked up at the radiant moon. Behind her was a lavish dining table laden with fragrant fish and dishes of all kinds, and beside it a pot of mellow, rich white wine. Amidst such a beautiful scene, a trace of contemplation flickered across her face. "I warned you. You chose not to leave. The Tang family raised me. I have no other choice." Suddenly, Qin Wuya walked over, interrupting her thoughts, and said, "Miss Wanner, I heard you were looking for me." She replied softly, her tone steady, "Enshrined Qin, please sit. Recently you've been busy for the Tang family. Wanner doesn't know how to thank you, so I've prepared a meal." Hearing this, he casually glanced at the dishes on the table and asked in surprise, "Wanner, did you make this yourself?" She gestured to the seat, humbly saying, "Yes, Wanner's cooking isn't very good." "I hope Enshrined Qin won't mind," he quickly responded, a slight smile on his lips. "Not at all, Miss Wanner, you're joking." As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. His gaze held a hint of warmth and amusement, appearing utterly content. It was as if this was more than just a banquet, it was the girl's heartfelt intention. And how could he possibly dislike it? As soon as he sat down, she gently picked up the wine pot, filled the cup before him with wine, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "By the way, I haven't seen Enshrined Qin all day. What have you been busy with?" he replied with a smile. "I also have some good news I wanted to tell you. Today I went out and contacted an old friend to help me force Yin Mi to hand over the means of controlling the Tang family." A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes, and she narrowed them slightly, as if pondering something. She spoke softly, her tone seemingly probing. "Capture Yin Mi?" she secretly thought. "It seems he hasn't received the news that Ji Yuzhong has already arrived at the Tang family," he continued, wanting to dispel all her worries. "I know what you're worried about, Miss Wanner, rest assured. I have already arranged everything properly, and absolutely no one will notice anything amiss." She gently pushed the wine cup towards him, skillfully avoiding the main point of the conversation. "Of course I trust Enshrined Qin. Please try it quickly, the food will get cold." Qin Wuya smilingly picked up his chopsticks, ready to eat. "All right then, I won't be polite." Suddenly his chopsticks paused midair and the motion of picking up food abruptly stopped. Wait, he felt something was wrong, so he asked, "Why isn't Miss Wanner eating?" She rested her chin in her hands, her lips curving into a confident smile, revealing white teeth with a hint of playfulness. "I already tasted it in the dining hall. I'll just watch you eat." These words immediately dispelled all his doubts. The muscles in his face completely relaxed. He was all smiles, his cheeks flushed. Perhaps he had overthought things. So he kept eating, wolfing down the food, his mouth barely closed, cheeks bulging with food. "Since that's the case, then I will definitely finish all this food tonight. That way I won't let down Miss Wanner's kind intentions." Perhaps eating so much made him thirsty, for he unhesitatingly picked up the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Suddenly the smile on her lips vanished abruptly, and a shadow covered her face. She uttered cold word by cold word, "You chose not to leave." He still didn't understand what had happened, his face filled with shock. What as the poison took effect, his eyes widened, pupils violently constricting, his gaze panicked. As if an invisible force tightly gripped his mind, his blood vessels bulged and his breathing became rapid. A chill ran down his spine. Blood erupted from his mouth, splattering onto the table, staining the roasted fish and surrounding dishes red. The coppery taste immediately mixed with the fragrant food from moments ago. He immediately jumped up, stood, and demanded, "What did you put in there?" She did not flinch, replying indifferently as if nothing had happened. "Immortal dispersion water." Everything before him seemed to collapse. What could be more despairing than being betrayed by the one he loved? His voice trembled. "Why was someone forcing you?" She spoke. "I'm sorry, I had no choice." He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked up at her. There was no trace of blame in his eyes, only resolve and concern. "I don't blame you. Tell me who threatened you. Was it Yin Mi?" Then her words struck him like a bolt from the blue. Qin Wuya, I actually knew the reason you stayed by my side long ago, but this life and that life are not the same person. I am not your wife." The familiar light in his eyes suddenly extinguished, leaving only endless hollowness. He laughed self-deprecatingly. "I didn't expect you knew all along, and I certainly didn't expect it. You knew, yet you still harmed me like this." He violently pulled out a golden pill and swallowed it directly. "So I was manipulated from the very beginning, and all my actions were actually seen by you." He pressed his lips together, unsure if it was due to swallowing the pill or the surging pain in his heart. "And tonight is the ending arranged for me, isn't it?" Tang Wan coldly turned around, her eyes seemingly covered in a layer of frost. "Who told you to offend someone you shouldn't have?" He looked up at her, retreating back, a bitter and disdainful smile playing on his lips. "Oh, so this was the person one shouldn't offend," she meant. As the poison took effect, he abruptly turned his head, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his cheeks, and roared, "Ji Chong, it's you, isn't it?" A dark figure slowly walked over from a distance, a deep voice with a hint of mockery echoing, "Hey, you're quite clever, but that won't change your fate," he sneered, slowly raising his hand, and a brilliant magical aura erupted from his palm. The aura spun, as if devouring everything around it. A barrier instantly formed, completely isolating the inside from the outside. At the same time, violent explosions rose and fell, fire and smoke interwoven, forming a series of fierce impacts. Qin Wuya retreated a long distance, holding a platinum-colored banner in his hand. With a casual wave, the attack dissipated. Ji Chong teleported to his side. "HMPH, that banner is probably something from the 9 heavens, isn't it? Otherwise, with your quasi-supreme realm cultivation and having been poisoned by immortal dispersion water, how could you block my casual strike? If I'm not mistaken, you relied on it to barely survive in the 9 heavens for many years, right?" He abruptly opened his eyes wide, his face covered in cold sweat, and exclaimed in shock, How did you become so powerful? The last time we met, you were only... And what's with the aura around you? What exactly are you?" His gaze gradually turned dark and deep, flickering with intense anger. "Where did this bug come from, spouting so much nonsense?" As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic demon materialized in the void behind him, as if emerging from endless darkness. It bared its long, sharp fangs and let out a low roar. The surrounding space trembled with it, as if about to tear apart. He immediately raised the banner in his hand. Golden light shot out from the banner like lightning, tearing through the air and heading straight for him. However, in an instant it was swallowed by a furious purple energy, which coiled like 1,000 electric snakes, crushing every faint ray of light. He mused with a smile. "This item has some restraining effect on demonic energy, and it might even work wonders when dealing with Zhen Hongyi later." His voice resonated, carrying a challenge. "Ji Chong, I was right. You are indeed the inheritor of demonic arts. You won't kill me that easily. Once I'm free, I'll expose your secrets to the world." He curled his lips disdainfully, raising his arm to the sky. "Escape? I just didn't want to cause too much of a stir, otherwise killing you would take but a single move. Moreover, you've already drunk the immortal dispersion water. Qin Wuya, you have only one path, death." At the same time, a colossal sword materialized in the void. He looked at the gigantic object before him, his face instantly turning pale, his legs buckling, collapsing to his knees, his imposing aura completely gone. "Ji Zhang, if you want to kill me, fine. You can have my treasures too, but once it's done, I hope you'll spare Warner." Before he could finish, Ji Chong placed his hand on his head. "You're quite clever. You know what I want." A purple aura enveloped both their bodies. "But you're also not clever enough. You've done many foolish things on your own," thinking she would be moved. "Shenner was like this and Tang Wan is like this. In reality, it's all just self-pity." In a daze, he murmured, "Ah, young little junior sister, Warner, I can't even protect one person. In the end, this senior brother, am useless." With that, he closed his eyes. System prompt: killed senior brother Qin Wuya. Congratulations on obtaining a reward. On the other side, Tang Wan sat quietly on a moss-covered rock. She gently raised her head, gazing at the distant sky, white clouds drifting by, her eyes revealing a faint sadness, as if entrusting something to the endless void. "Only if you die can the Tang family be safe." The scene switches to the next morning. Ji Chong spoke. "This is the violet gold token of the Myriad Dao Merchant Alliance. With this token you can gain access to intelligence in any branch of the Alliance." Bai Lianer exclaimed in surprise. "Myriad Dao Merchant Alliance. I didn't expect such a massive power to also belong to you." Yinem, I couldn't help but interject. "Master's influence goes far beyond that." At the same time, a floating book appeared. She reached out and picked it up, asking in confusion, "What is this?" He explained. "When selecting assassins for training, this cultivation method is given to them. It can rapidly boost their combat power." She pressed on. "Is it a method to quickly control them?" He continued. "If you don't know what to say less. This bottle of pills is for you. You're not joking, are you? Oh, are these pills meant to control me?" She couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. "That's not a funny joke. This bottle contains breakthrough pills. I see you've been stuck at the peak of the Supreme Realm for quite some time. If you don't want them, then forget it." She snatched the pills with lightning speed, thinking, how could I not take them? "But don't think a single pill will make me completely devoted to you." He smiled proudly. "Since you're working for me, a mere quasi-supreme won't suffice," she reluctantly said. "A mere quasi-supreme." Tears welled up in her heart. "Boo-hoo, master, I haven't even reached the sacred realm yet." Bai Lianer bid farewell. "Then this mere quasi-supreme bids you adieu." Ji Chong then asked, What news has come from Hong Yi? Yin Mi reported, replying to Master, the red-clad demoness is heading in your direction. She has annihilated many major forces along the way, and her speed is increasing, he replied. Her speed has increased. I'm afraid she's becoming more conscious, unlike before when she was delirious, and her strength is steadily recovering, she continued. Now many major forces in the upper realm were gathering powerful experts to organize a demon-slaying convention. According to the information received, many reclusive powerful figures will emerge this time, and the scale will only be second to the conquest of the 8 desolate 10 domains. He asked in confusion, demon-slaying convention? The scene switches to the red-clad demoness who is currently clutching an old man's neck. The old man, fearless, spoke word by word, Demon, the various forces will never let you go. Seeing this, she unhesitatingly threw the old man down. The surrounding people screamed in terror. City Lord Cheng has fallen. This is a peak quasi-emperor-level existence run. At the same time, she revealed a malevolent smile, looking at those people. Streaks of blood-red power shot out, intertwining into a gigantic spider web searching for prey. Those people scattered in panic. Someone shouted, hide in space, run, but they couldn't escape. Tentacles pierced everyone's bodies, blood and screams erupting simultaneously. Even those who had drilled into the barrier were forcibly dragged back. In the end, no one escaped. All were annihilated. The blood moon hung high, dyeing the entire sky the color of death, making the scene even more terrifying. She stood there, a slight curve on her lips, fully enjoying her brutal victory. On Buddhist Mountain, everyone was discussing, City Lord Nantiong has also fallen. How many experts of our righteous path has this demon killed along the way? An elder spoke, with such strength, even if we unite to slay the demon, we may not succeed. The person next to him immediately agreed, yes, and the powerful figures of the 8 desolate 10 domains cannot easily disengage. Suddenly, a grandmaster spoke, his voice calm, reassuring the chaotic crowd. Everyone, don't panic. Although this demon is unfathomable, we are gathered here to slay it, and there is still a chance. Hearing this, one person still worriedly said, Grandmaster, Buddhist Mountain indeed made a big mistake this time, and you must bear the primary responsibility. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly man with wings immediately retorted, his tone full of vigor. Buddhist Mountain is the leader of the righteous path. What are you afraid of? With that, he drew out a treasure radiating brilliant green light and said firmly, Everyone rest assured, for this matter, Buddhist Mountain has already offered this Dharma treasure. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, and an old woman even exclaimed in shock, a fragment of the array, this formation has supreme power. If used to capture the red-clad demoness, someone joyfully shouted. Buddhist Mountain truly lives up to its reputation. The discussions continued. Yes, and even if this demon didn't appear early, she would still emerge in half a year, so we can't completely blame Buddhist Mountain. Exactly, he smiled kindly. Then, for this encirclement of the red-clad demoness, I ask for your collective effort. A gray-haired old man smiled excitedly. If we succeed, we might be able to share a portion of the red-clad demoness's flesh and blood. I heard she comes from an unspeakable epoch. The person next to him quickly echoed. She has been sealed for countless epochs. Even if she was once invincible, her power is now less than 1%. If we can study the profound Tao mysteries of her body, it would also be a great benefit to us, he replied. This might even allow us to see the path to immortality. The Buddhist master interrupted them both. Amitabha, that is very true. The red-clad demoness is deeply sinful, and without her elimination the world cannot be at peace. When the demoness is subdued, this humble monk has decided that all those with merit may share her flesh and blood. Suddenly someone stood in the air and spoke. Oh, how can such a good thing be without Ji-Yu? He stood high above, looking down at everyone, causing them all to be stunned. It's Ji-Yu Chang, young Master Chang. Why is he here too? Was he seriously injured in the buried demon abyss? The Buddhist master frowned. This rascal is here too. The young monk beside him showed obvious displeasure on his face. He slowly landed on the ground. Ji-Yu is the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Hearing that all the grand sect masters were gathered here to slay demons and uphold justice, I naturally wanted to contribute my meager strength. Earlier in the buried demon abyss, I failed to prevent the Buddhist mountain successor from releasing the demon, and my heart is truly filled with shame. Seeing this, the young monk turned and whispered, Jin Chan said that the demon's emergence was actually caused by Ji-Yu Chang. I'm afraid he wants to use this to boost the human ancestor hall's prestige and push the blame onto Buddhist Mountain. The old Buddhist master still looked at him with wary eyes. But this person's background is too complex. The Buddha also said that he has his own karma. Now is not the time to openly confront him. With that he spoke, Young Master Chang, your words are mistaken. The Buddhist mountain successor's original intention was merely to retrieve our treasures, not to intentionally release the demon. I presume there has been some misunderstanding between the two of you, he replied indifferently. Ji-Yu doesn't care what Buddhist son Jin Chan thinks. I only want to know if he has received his due punishment, he replied decisively. That is none of young Master Chang's concern. Seeing this, the burly man with golden wings also interjected. Young Master Chang, your words are too harsh. How could a Buddhist mountain Buddhist son intentionally release a demon? There must be some misunderstanding. You are still young and have not yet seen many things. Nor do you understand Buddhist mountain's difficulties, he asked in confusion. Who are you? He introduced himself with a sense of grievance. HMPH, this old man is one of the golden-winged Great Pung clan's ancestors, Jin Yushin. He then used a subtle maneuver. Then please explain Buddhist Mountain's difficulties. I am all ears, he stammered this. His face showed disdain. It seems this senior is toying with me. How infuriating. Ji Yuchong merely waved his hand and he was flung 10 meters away, crashing directly into a pillar and shattering it. This caused another uproar among the surrounding people. Jin Yushin is a peak quasi-emperor expert. To be suppressed so easily, the old woman quickly stepped forward to calm him. Young Master Chang, please calm your anger. With a great enemy before us, we should not fight among ourselves, he retorted. Senior's words are mistaken. How could Ji Yu not understand this? But Buddhist Mountain released the great demon, and now they are jointly eliminating it. Ji Yu truly doesn't know what they are hiding, he replied. Young Master Chang needn't exaggerate. Everyone is not a fool. Anyone can see Buddhist Mountain's sincerity, he said with disgust. What sincerity? Even the Buddha hasn't personally appeared. The old woman quickly turned around. I implore the two eminent monks to bring out the array fragment for young Master Chang to inspect. The old monk hesitated for a moment, exchanged glances with the young monk and understood. He whispered, just let him see it to shut him up. Reluctantly he took out the treasure and the old woman immediately explained, this is an array fragment closely related to the buried demon abyss. In this plan to encircle the red-clad demoness, it can play a crucial role. He said with conviction, the clean will be clear. Buddhist Mountain will prove its innocence in this demon-slaying operation. He stroked his chin, pondering seriously. An array fragment, you say? If this magnificent formation can be successfully deployed to lure the red-clad demoness into it, she won't be able to escape. Since that's the case, then allow Ji Yu to guard the array eye with Buddhist Mountain. His words struck like a bolt from the blue, stunning everyone. Young Master Chang, the array eye is the most dangerous place. Yes, with your status there's no need for this, he interrupted. I don't trust Buddhist Mountain. I must supervise them, he said calmly. Since young Master Chang has said so, and as the saying goes, a clear conscience fears no slander, this old monk naturally has no objection. Hearing this, he merely curled his lip in disdain. That's my disciple. It's not up to you to decide whether to kill her. With that, he shouted. Then everyone. This is the demon's inevitable path. Let's begin setting up the array. Instantly, everyone scattered and entered a secret space. Inside, two treacherous individuals spoke in unison. This old man can't wait to taste her flesh and blood. This old man is reaching his limit. I hope her flesh and blood can help me break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Suddenly, a red aura arrived. Everyone excitedly said, she's here. The red-clad demoness walked gracefully, murmuring, Master, you're here. Why don't you come out to see me? The old man repeated her words. Why don't you come out to see me? The braided man asked in confusion, who is she talking to? When Jin Yushin, Ji Yuchong and the Buddhist master injected energy into a single point, the old man ordered, she has entered the array. Quickly activate the grand formation. Everyone attack. He glanced outside. She seemed to sense something and blurted out, over there. At the same time, a large number of burly warriors surged out from the barrier. One person shouted, not good. She's looking for the array eye. Kill her quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, a pile of chains tightly entangled her. Another person nearby was about to smash her flat, but she merely waved her hand and the chains shattered in response, flinging that person several meters away with a single move. She roared loudly, her voice echoing like an ultrasonic wave, come out and see me. In the space, he put on an expression that was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts bewildered. No can do, my dear disciple. Your master is a bit busy right now. The energy he shot out contained a trace of mysterious purple light. Seeing Hong Yi struggling to rush forward, everyone cried out in alarm. What does she want to do? Stop her. She's going to charge into the array eye. She casually killed 2 people, gnashing her teeth in anger. You're clearly right there. Ji Yuchong now feigned panic and shouted, Master, she's almost here. The eminent monk immediately warned them to increase their spiritual power, enhance the formation's effect, and prepare for a fatal blow. Long chains tore through space, flying straight towards Hong Yi, who had no time to react. Seeing Hong Yi restrained, everyone raised their weapons and shouted in unison, quick, seize this opportunity. Everyone attack with full force. Exterminate the demon. They all summoned their strongest magical artifacts. Exterminate the demon. Countless attacks shot towards Hong Yi. Exterminate the demon. She gently moved her restrained hands. Hong Yi was greatly startled, her eyes wide, and a loud bang shook the entire space. Those standing afar sighed. With battles of this caliber, it's no wonder young people aren't allowed to watch. Even a slight impact could be fatal. I wonder how the situation is with the ancestor. Seeing Hong Yi still alive, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What? She's not dead yet, someone encouraged. It's fine, that demon seems unable to break free from the control of a corner of the array. Continue attacking and she will eventually be annihilated by us. Though battered, she stubbornly called out. Master, Chang secretly evaluated. She's really trapped. It seems my foolish disciple hasn't recovered yet. It seems I have to. Jin Yushin sensed something was wrong. Why was it becoming increasingly difficult? He feigned pain and shouted, what's going on? A corner of the array is frantically devouring my spiritual power, Grandmaster. Jin Yushin also agreed it was indeed so. The Grandmaster gasped and complained, just to trap the demoness, the array consumes so much. The eminent monk comforted them. Hold on, if we can't, everything will probably be for naught, Chang hastily said. Don't worry, even if Ji Yuchong is drained here today, I will definitely persevere. He somewhat admired Ji Yuchong. No wonder Jiyu Chang ascended so quickly among the younger generation, cunning when necessary, and decisive when it was time to act. Meanwhile, everyone on the battlefield was shouting to charge. Quick, organize a combined attack, don't give her a chance. The chains on Hong Yi's hands suddenly broke. She was slightly stunned at the sight. Hong Yi quickly broke free from her restraints. In the blink of an eye, her demonic energy killed everyone. They still asked unwillingly how she had escaped. Hong Yi galloped away, pursuing the remaining people. The old woman hastily instructed, "You all run first and attack when the array traps her again." She hadn't finished speaking when Hong Yi blocked her path. Hong Yi mercilessly plunged her sharp claws through the old woman's body. Hong Yi wantonly slaughtered everyone. At this moment Chang clutched his chest, feigning pain and calling out, "Damn it, I've done my best but still failed to capture her." Seeing this, the two eminent monks whispered, "Jiyu Chang's magic power is indeed almost exhausted, so we don't have to worry about him using Buddhist Mountain to gain fame again this time." Hong Yi walked step by step into the array, muttering to herself as she went, "Please come out." The people inside directly broke through space, rushing out to suppress Hong Yi. Her aura had weakened considerably. "With our combined strength we can surely slay her. Young Master Chang, old ancestor Jin Yushin, both of you are responsible for assisting me." They summoned a gigantic palm intending to grab her and cast a demon sealing seal. As he attacked, Chang's expression remained calm as usual. Hong Yi had already recognized him, and said with immense surprise, "Why are you also ganging up on me with them?" The gigantic palm slammed heavily onto the ground, leveling the entire mountain range, and soon disappeared. Hong Yi lay motionless on the scorching ground. The people above kept muttering that ever since her unsealing, she had never stopped killing. After the previous battle she was exhausted. "No wonder, this time we've successfully exterminated the demon. Since there aren't many people left, each of us can get a large portion of her flesh and blood." Hong Yi weakly asked, "Why are you doing this to me?" Hearing her say this, they found it extremely amusing. Even a peerless demon, does she babble nonsense before dying? How interesting. Amitabha, this humble monk shall now deliver her soul. Chang suddenly spoke, "Truly foolish. If you want revenge on me, you should make thorough preparations. You just went on a rampage." As he drew his sword and pierced Jin Yushin's body, he mocked, "Isn't that just seeking death?" Seeing this, the two eminent monks cried out in panic, "Jiyu Chang, what are you doing? Are you trying to?" Chang merely ordered coldly, "Da, kill them." It immediately picked up its halberd and stabbed one of the eminent monks to death. This scene terrified the remaining people, who shouted loudly, "Junior brother!" He stared dumbfounded, his face filled with fear. "This guy is Jiyu Chang's quasi-emperor realm assistant, as mentioned by Buddhist son Jin Chan. He's been lurking for so long, just waiting for us to be exhausted." This Jiyu Chang had ill intentions from the start, however. The eminent monk still calmly faced Da. "A mere first-tier quasi-emperor is not enough to kill this humble monk." Chang merely sneered, "Is that so?" He rested the halberd on his shoulder, revealing an evil smile. "What if there are two?" These words directly startled the eminent monk. The sun gradually rose from behind the shattered mountain range. The eminent monk now realized, "That array, did you tamper with it? You colluded with the red-clad demoness to frame us." Chang glared at him, threatening, "She is not for you to covet." He quickly walked to Hong Yi's side. Chang asked her, "Do you have anything to say?" Hong Yi slowly opened her eyes. She suddenly rushed forward to attack him. That scared Da, who screamed, "Master!" A lotus flower suddenly bloomed, enveloping both of them. Soon after, a dazzling light shot out from within, and a military scroll unfurled, leaving Chang and Hong Yi inside. He helped her sit down, sighing, "So many people have been killed, the killing intent has dissipated a lot, so I should be able to suppress it for a while." Hong Yi stammered, "Ma master?" She cried tears of grievance. "It hurts." Chang looked at the person before him with pity and gently comforted her. "Be good, it won't hurt soon." Hong Yi still obsessively asked, "Why did you make Hong Yi stay in that place?" Then she hugged Chang and complained, "You didn't come to see me for so long. I missed you very much." Hong Yi is very well behaved, don't leave me alone. Hong Yi's fingers tightly gripped his back as if with a slight release he would disappear. Chang thought somewhat helplessly, "Aren't I just leveling up and all?" Soon after, someone came to inspect the area. The demonic energy was too strong. They eagerly asked each other, "How is it? Did you find anything?" A female disciple picked up a fragment of a kasaya, her face showing terror. A quasi-emperor realm eminent monk from Buddhist Mountain had already perished, turning into ashes. The surrounding people also searched everywhere. "This is a fragment of my ancestor's magic treasure. My ancestor also perished." People in the city curiously asked each other, "Have you received news? Is the demon-slaying convention over? Has the demon of the buried demon abyss been dealt with?" Many people in the tavern discussed, not quite sure. The cultivators who participated in this battle had a 9 out of 10 chance of dying. Apart from those who retreated early, no one survived. The serving girl added, "Many people went missing in this great battle. It is said that even young Master Chang of the Jiyu family is among them, and he may have already met with misfortune. After all, it's said that even the Buddhist mountain experts who went to suppress the demon couldn't find their bodies. But their soul lamps have all extinguished." Someone exclaimed, "What? That's young Master Chang. If he truly perished, it would be a huge loss for the upper realm." Chu Hao sat by, also worried. "Young Master." The soul above her head immediately comforted. "Don't worry, that guy is cunning. Everyone else might die, but not him. With his abnormal cultivation speed, he's probably already reached the supreme realm by now, right?" Ching asked, somewhat confused. "I always feel this matter is very strange, but since the situation is like this now, shouldn't we go look for the red-clad demoness?" the soul thought for a moment. Her whereabouts are currently unknown. Since that's the case, let's talk about it later. When I fell into the buried demon abyss thanks to her help, I obtained the forbidden demonic art. I owe her a favor, she leisurely continued, legs crossed. I had originally planned to help her this time if she encountered danger. We would find a way to help her. And I always feel that a part of this forbidden demonic art is missing, so I must ask her clearly. Ching pulled down her hood with some private calculations in her heart. In that case, I'll go find my sister first, swap our identities, and the GU family matters also need to be dealt with. Triumphant laughter came from the flying boat. Chu Hao excitedly shouted, GU Chong, I never thought you'd have this day, but if you died at the hands of the red-clad demoness, I'd feel a little regretful, the person behind quickly reported. Prefect, I heard that the demon of the buried demon abyss has gained sentience. So many people speculate that GU Chong might still be alive but merely captured by the demon. He was surprised upon hearing this. Captured to threaten those immortal old monsters of the GU family? That's also possible, he took the opportunity to flatter. Of course, all of this is just speculation. If GU Chong dies, then no one in the upper realm can surpass you, Chu Hao at the Supreme Realm snorted. You rely on the GU family and resources to quickly ascend, but what of it? Am I not faster? Meanwhile, Hang Yi lay in Chang's arms, softly asking, Master, where are we going? Where are we going? He gently replied. This is a soul-nourishing place I prepared for you, Chang continued to explain, to help you recover your sanity. She curiously asked, what is sanity? Can it be eaten? He nodded in response. It's crispy and edible. Hang Yi, soaking in the hot water, only stared wide-eyed at Chang and instructed, Master, you're not allowed to leave me. He turned to leave but still responded, all right, I'll wait outside the hall. Seeing this, she abruptly stood up and called out, Ma Master. Hang Yi tugged at Chang's sleeve, complaining, are you abandoning your disciple again? Don't go. Just then, Dao walked in from space and reported, Master, as per your command, your subordinate has collected all the life essence from this surrounding area. He immediately placed the bell on its head. Chang quickly instructed, it's not enough, next you go to the 8 desolate 10 domains, to the battlefields where many cultivators have fallen. The life essence there will be richer. Go collect it for me. Da was somewhat confused. What about the creatures involved in those cultivators' battles? He rubbed Hang Yi's head as he spoke. Kill all those forces unrelated to me and the GU family. It obediently complied. Understood. As Chang infused the life essence into the water, Hang Yi had already called out softly. Master, he asked curiously. What's wrong? She carefully asked. Are you going to cook me again like before, cooked so I can be eaten? Chang was somewhat speechless. Are you talking about forging my body? If you say it like that, if they heard it, they'd think I was a pervert back then. At this moment in a desolate place, huge waves crashed against the rocks. Luoluo stood on top saying with concern, Brother Qingyang didn't give in until the very end. He died heroically, truly worthy of being your clan's blood dragon war god. She comforted the person in front of her. Please accept my condolences. He clenched his fists. I understand, Luoluo. You don't need to worry. Luoluo continued. The person who killed Brother Qingyang, I heard, holds an unrivaled position on the other side and is their leader. It is said that no one in the upper realm is qualified to contend with him. Lin Wu softly spoke. I know this guy is strong. His eyes were filled with determination, but in this world there is no genius Lin Wu cannot surpass. Hang Yi's injuries had temporarily stabilized. As Chang tucked her in, he secretly mused, but currently the upper realm lacks immortal substances, so it might be difficult to truly completely heal her. He gently stroked Hang Yi's head. In her current state, she's manageable when confused, but once she falls into a killing frenzy, suppressing her will probably be 100 times harder than before. For now, he can only stabilize her soul before considering other matters. According to news from Da, a group of people from Taisheng Dongtian are searching for something. Chang passed through the spatial gate and arrived at the Boundary Sea, seemingly already aware of their purpose. If he wasn't mistaken, they were after Chu Hao. Chang gazed at the vast sea, lost in thought. The item they were looking for should be this Son of Fortune's fortuitous encounter. I want it. He suddenly felt a bit dejected. Although I have spatial talent and can avoid the suppression of the Boundary Sea, at this speed, by the time I get there, the opportunity will probably have passed. If only I had a seamount. Just then, a huge creature emerged from the seabed. 3-headed sea beasts with ferocious faces circled Chang, then happily laughed. Human brat, encountering this old master, you're out of luck. This old master loves to see your frightened expressions. His eyes suddenly became subtle and bright. Soon after, the sea beast sped away at an extremely fast pace. It ignored the bumps on its head and respectfully reported to Chang. Master, do you think I swim fast? Master, I heard that ahead is the battlefield where Venerable Lingu fought with a powerful figure from the upper realm named Taisheng. Hearing this, he merely curved his lips slightly. Chu Hao, you too have this day. Meanwhile, Lin Wu flew along loudly telling the others, the laws here are becoming increasingly unstable. Ahead is probably the void space. Now that the upper realm is invading again, after we obtain the Venerable's inheritance, we must drive them out of the 8 desolate 10 domains. He suddenly waved his hand to signal, slow down, there are people ahead. Everyone simultaneously hid behind a large rock to observe, and someone couldn't help but exclaim, they've already gone in. They're here to find the inheritance. They must be from Taisheng Dongtian. He asked Lin Wu if they would be beaten to it. What should they do? He then comforted. No rush. There are a few supremes inside. Letting them explore first is good. Luoluo also agreed with this point. Lin Wu is right, we should still be careful. Lin Wu continued to report. Wait, someone else is coming. That's a Supreme Realm sea beast from the Boundary Sea. He quickly noticed someone on its head. The people behind were all surprised. His fierce beast is so docile, and that figure seems a bit familiar. The sea beast eagerly asked Chang, who sat atop it. Master, recently there seemed to be a few little bugs. Should we ignore them? He nonchalantly replied. You said they're little bugs, so do we need to bother with them? It nodded, praising. Master is truly wise. Chang lowered his eyes, looking down. When they saw the sea beast drill into the crack, Lin Wu and his group finally breathed a sigh of relief. They also went in. Luoluo still felt scared. That person is terrifying. Just looking from afar made me breathless. The others were curious about Chang's identity, wondering if he was one of those old monsters from the upper realm. Lin Wu quickly issued orders to the people behind him. Luoluo calmed down and quickly contacted nearby elders for reinforcements. She immediately agreed. All right. He seemed to sense something. That person seems to have a profound karmic connection with me, and I have an ominous premonition. Lin Wu loudly commanded. Let's go, we're going in too. Inside, Chu Hao and his group stood before a dazzling light. Prefect, it's it, he exclaimed happily. The Grand Supreme Diagram, this legendary treasure said to surpass Emperor artifacts. Chu Hao swiftly leapt towards it, raising his hand to summon the power within his body. As Chu Hao channeled his spiritual power into the Grand Supreme Diagram, he thought to himself, although I've awakened the Grand Supreme Diagram with a secret art, this treasure has been without an owner for many years and seems difficult to subdue, but I must acquire it today. With it, I won't have to rely on anyone ever again. He gritted his teeth. What if I come from humble origins? What if I have no backing? Chu Hao thought smugly. How can that stop me from reaching the pinnacle? At this moment, Lin Wu and the others also arrived, exclaiming in surprise. Look, someone is acquiring a treasure. Is that the supreme treasure of the powerful expert who once battled Venerable Lingu? Under the might of this treasure, even Emperor artifacts would probably pale in comparison. Lin Wu quickly asked the person behind him. What's the probability of seizing it? She immediately replied. Unless we find Venerable Lingu's mysterious gourd first, there's no chance at all. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger, watching such a treasure fall into enemy hands. I won't accept this. Let's go take a look, seize the opportunity, and find a chance to snatch it. Meanwhile, Chu Hao was getting closer and closer to the magic artifact, cheering excitedly to himself. Soon I'll have it. A long halberd suddenly swept down. Ada waved his hand, sending both Chu Hao and the magic artifact flying. The subordinates below, seeing this, shouted in panic. Prefect, who is that person? How could he have snuck past us? Chu Hao's eyes were red with anger. He roared furiously, kill him for me. The subordinates immediately flew up to attack. The Ada sea beast emerged from underground, attempting to devour Chu Hao. This old master will eat you. It immediately raised its fist and roared. All of you try to stop me, go die. Both sides clashed in an extremely chaotic scene. Luoluo exclaimed in surprise. These upper realm people are actually fighting among themselves? She asked in confusion. Isn't that the person who was riding the fierce beast earlier? Lin Wu quickly denied it. Oh, although that person was also very dangerous, the feeling is different, Luoluo suddenly cried out. He's there. She looked up at the person who stood proudly in the center of the battlefield. Chang calmly remarked, I didn't expect such a treasure. He then glanced at Lin Wu. As I said, how could a mere son of fortune like Chu Hao be enough? The people below exclaimed. He's the one who killed my elder brother Lin Qingying with his Dharma body. What? That's right, it's him. And this is his true body. Let's run. Lin Wu was drenched in cold sweat. He was the one who killed my brother. He was extremely wary in his heart. Damn it, can we win? Lin Wu was seething with anger. Luoluo quickly stopped him. Lin Wu, don't be impulsive, we are no match for him. Hearing this, Lin Wu paused, thinking, I wasn't planning to fight. He cleared his throat and said, it's indeed not advisable to clash with him now. She took the opportunity to quietly persuade him, let's go, be careful, don't let him discover us. On the other side, the Supreme Realm sea beast opened its mouth to attack, and Chu Hao also roared menacingly. Stop struggling, kid, we're both in the Supreme Realm, but this old master's cultivation is far higher than yours. He still resolutely fought against it. You're just a beast, yet you dare to boast so arrogantly. Today I'll show you that Cultivation Realm doesn't decide victory or defeat. Grand Supreme Fist intent suppress. As soon as he spoke, a dazzling light shot out. The sea beast immediately had several teeth broken, and it cried out in disbelief, how can the young people of the upper realm all be so ridiculously strong? Chu Hao seized the opportunity to fly up, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Grand Supreme Fist intent kill. The sea beast shouted in terror, Master, save me. Chang spoke coldly, you can't even kill it, why would I keep you around? Hearing this, Chu Hao's face immediately stiffened. That voice was, he quickly turned around to get a clear look at the person. Ji Yu Chang, the sea beast frantically cried out. Master, I can be your mount. I swim very fast, Chu Hao questioned in horror. You're not dead, you actually managed to escape from the red-clad demoness? Chang lightly mocked. Judging by your expression, you seem somewhat disappointed, don't you? He angrily recalled the tragic state of his ruined family. You destroyed my ancient kingdom and took away the person I loved most. The spiritual power in the cauldron suddenly erupted violently. Chu Hao stood in the center of the formation, roaring day and night. All I want is to drink your blood and eat your flesh. He tightly clenched his palm, which had gathered a large amount of blue spiritual energy. Ji Yu Chang, I've waited for this day for a long time. Today I'll settle all scores with you, Chang chuckled. Coincidentally, I've also waited for this day for a long time. Chu Hao unleashed a giant fist charging towards him. Grand Supreme Fist intent to annihilate. However, this move was quickly blocked. Chu Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He thought in surprise. Isn't that the Emperor artifact used when fighting the Grand Elder of the Purple Mansion? Chang extended a finger controlling the Azure Treasure Sword, not forgetting to mock. Your growth rate truly disappoints me. Chu Hao was furious. While adjusting the spiritual energy in his cauldron, he roared. You only suppress others with an Emperor artifact? What other abilities do you have? Then he transformed the power within his body into a colossal figure intending to attack him. Grand Supreme Furnace Fire, Dharma form revealed. As soon as Lin Wu and the others flew away from the battlefield, they said to each other, Look, that young man with green hair can also summon a Dharma form. Is this kind of strength the standard for top geniuses in the upper realm? Even Lin Wu finds it hard to reach this level. He was drenched in cold sweat at this moment. If all the young geniuses of the upper realm reached this level, the 8 desolate 10 domains. On the other side, a slender Chang was confronting the colossal Dharma form. Without any fear, he calmly retorted, You ask what abilities I have. Chu Hao, have you been so praised as a genius by those around you that your eyes have been blinded? As soon as he spoke, Chang's Azure Treasure Sword directly pierced Chu Hao's palm. He stared dumbfounded at his pierced hands. What 2 Emperor artifacts? The sea beast, seeing Chu Hao knocked to the ground, gloated and mocked. You should be despairing. With your strength, you're completely unqualified. That's right. Why do you think we accepted, Master? Chu Hao, seeing Chang's spear tip drawing closer, shouted in terror. Jiu Chang, I won't accept this. I'm not reconciled. However, the attack still fiercely pierced his Dharma form. This inadvertently sent the sea beast flying far away, and it cried out in alarm. Ouch! Friendly fire! Lin Wu and his group stood outside, witnessing the eruption of powerful energy columns. One person frowned tightly and blurted out, Killing a Supreme Realm expert is like slaughtering a chicken. The woman next to her was equally shocked. And the one killed wasn't an ordinary Supreme. On the other side, Luoluo patted Lin Wu's shoulder with concern, calling out, Lin Wu. He lowered his head and murmured, I understand. Lin Wu solemnly advised everyone, Let's go. It's not advisable to stay here long. Now finding Venerable Ling Hu's supreme treasure is the most important thing, he said to himself in fear. Only by obtaining that supreme treasure will I be qualified to contend with that person. The system quickly popped up a notification. Defeated Son of Fortune Chu Hao. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the screen displayed Profound Insight Mirror, revealing everything from ancient times to the present. This is a mysterious treasure that can illuminate the legendary underworld or even the 9 heavens immortal realm, and can even trace back traces in the long river of time. After reading, Chang asked curiously, Profound Insight Mirror, it's all related to time. What's the connection between this item and the time and space tablet? On the ground, Chu Hao's cauldron was depleting its spiritual energy. He picked it up and muttered to himself, Grand Supreme Furnace, Lin Chohan will definitely be very happy with this. A person beaten and bruised shouted in terror. Prefect Ji Yuchang killed the prefect. Before he could finish, Da decapitated him. It decisively eliminated all remaining people on the battlefield. After clearing, Da walked up to Chang and reported, Master, everyone has been killed. He nodded approvingly. Very good, their flesh and blood are all yours. The sea beast behind him excitedly called out, Hey brother, from today onwards you're the elder brother and I'm the younger brother. Please guide me. Chang looked up and said proudly, Once I refine the Grand Supreme diagram, I will truly step into the Quasi-Emperor realm. A group of people walked and discussed animatedly. According to the news from Miss Luoluo and the others, the void space they entered is this place. Venerable Ling Hu's supreme treasure fell here back then. But it's a pity we knew nothing about it for so many years. Someone looked around and said, Compared to the outside world, what we lack is not geniuses or vitality, but powerful experts standing at the pinnacle. If we can get one more supreme treasure, we'll have one more chance of winning. I hope Lin Wu and the others succeed. Granny Lu Kui said silently. According to the news sent back by their young lady, cultivators from the Boundary Sea are also secretly infiltrating this place. Another person patted their chest, full of confidence. What's there to be afraid of? I'll annihilate as many as come. Granny Lu Kui suddenly sensed something. A red-haired person vigilantly shouted, Who's sneaking around daring not to show themselves? Song Yunfei of Taisheng Dongtian slowly appeared with a group of people. He chuckled and sighed. This feels good to actually be discovered by a bunch of bumpkins. Both sides began exchanging insults. You're asking for death. Did I hit a sore spot? Frogs in a well from the 8 desolate 10 domains. Aren't you just a bunch of bumpkins? What did you say? Granny Lu Kui, let us eliminate them. She quickly stopped them. Don't be impulsive. We haven't found Luoluo yet. Don't cause any more trouble. They snorted reluctantly. They're lucky. The people on the other side, seeing them disappear, exclaimed in surprise. They ran off. Song Yunfei immediately guessed. It feels like these people have other motives. They're probably busy looking for something, which is why they deliberately avoided us. He immediately suggested, Why don't we follow them and see what they're trying to do? Miss Jiyu Yingchang from the Longevity Jiyu family replied indifferently. Then let's follow Brother Song's suggestion. Tang Wan clutched her suddenly aching chest, speaking with difficulty. What's wrong? My chest hurts so much. Tang Wan worriedly speculated to herself. Is it Chu Hao? On Chang's side, a pillar of light descended from the sky, striking the ground. System notification, Quasi-Emperor Realm. Chang smiled coldly. So many rats have dared to intrude, I'll have a good time playing with you all. Meanwhile, Lin Wu and his group found a deep depression on the ground. According to the clues, this was where Venerable Ling Ming's treasure was located. Luoluo patted the person next to her, encouraging him. Lin Wu, you personally enter the valley to retrieve the treasure. We'll wait for you here. A female disciple also reminded him with concern. Brother Lin Wu, be careful. You are our hope. He nodded and promised, don't worry, I will never fail your expectations. After speaking, Lin Wu swiftly rushed into the black hole. The remaining three stood above conversing with each other. We must obtain Venerable Ling Ming's mysterious gourd. In this great war, our side's treasures are clearly insufficient. If this item is taken by the enemy again, our situation will probably be even worse, Luoluo also confidently said. I've already sent word to Uncle Lin and Granny Lu Kui. They should arrive soon and then we'll have strength in numbers and be safer. We won't have to worry about that Jiyu Chong anymore. Chang suddenly chuckled. Is that so? What's the origin of that mysterious gourd? Still unaware, she continued. Legend has it that it's a treasure crafted by an unrivaled expert who spent a great deal of time on it, named the Immortal Slaying Gourd. Without anyone noticing, he had already appeared behind the three, asking in confusion, what abilities does this Immortal Slaying Gourd possess? Luoluo still calmly replied, of course, the gourd contains peerless sword energy. Even legendary immortals would have to avoid it. Only then did she notice Chang standing behind her. Jiyu Chang, he glanced at her and questioned, do you know my name? The two people next to her immediately jumped away. How is he here? We clearly left no trace. Luoluo was tightly grasped by Chang and could only tremble as she replied, the leading figure among the upper realm's younger generation who doesn't know him. He found it somewhat amusing and asked, you're quite calm. What's your name? She honestly replied, Luoluo. Chang suddenly grabbed her by the neck and lifted her. He appeared incomparably powerful and coldly said, hello Luoluo, goodbye Luoluo. The female disciple immediately rushed forward to stop him. Quickly let her go. The sea beast emerged from underground and swallowed her in one gulp. Its three heads even complained to each other. Give me a piece, no snatching. Da also suddenly appeared and punched another person. Luoluo watched them fly away one by one before her, muttering in terror. No, Granny Lu Kui arrived just in time, shouting furiously, Kid, let go of my clan's goddess. She manipulated vines, attempting to attack Chang. He simply called out calmly, Da! It immediately wielded its weapon, severing the vines, someone warned. This is bad, Granny Lu Kui. The aura of these two people might have already surpassed the Supreme Realm. Hearing this, she was greatly startled. What? Who exactly are you? Luoluo, seeing them, weakly cried out. Granny Lu Kui, don't mind me, run. Chang glanced at them, smiling disdainfully. Your people. Only then did one person recognize him. He was the one who killed Lin Qingyang with his Dharma body at the boundary. See? Granny Lu Kui cried out in disbelief. What? It's him. How is he here? Chang suddenly had an idea. So Miss Luoluo is a goddess? If I had known earlier, that would have been a real shame. I've changed my mind. He swiftly bound her. Chang looked into the deep pit and asked, you said that Lin Wu, is it possible for him to use the treasure he obtains here to exchange for all your lives? Hearing this, Luoluo angrily cursed, so you've been eyeing the Immortal Slaying Gourd all along, Granny Lu Kui and her group retorted indignantly. Dream on, the Immortal Slaying Gourd is a treasure of our 8 desolate 10 domains. Even if we all die, we won't let outsiders take it, right? We'd rather die than yield. If you want the Immortal Slaying Gourd, step over my corpse first. Before she could finish, a long spear pierced her body. Da mercilessly killed those who were shouting. Chang said, this undying slaughter gourd will eventually fall into my hands no matter how, so if you'd rather die than let me have it, what difference does it make? The girl asked in confusion. Jiyu Chang, why are you here? Chang pondered for a suitable answer, his face expressionless. He uttered, no, it's Ying Chang, the girl confessed. Jiyu Chang, I heard you disappeared after a grand ghost festival gathering. Yes. So I thought you had died at the hands of the red-clad demoness. I'm glad you're safe, but why are you here? Chang said. The reason is complicated. I'm here looking for someone, the brown-haired man secretly calculated. Young Master Jiyu Chang, I originally wanted to take this opportunity to get close to Jiyu Yingchang and use her to approach the Jiyu family, but it seems I have a better choice. He smiled cunningly. If I can make good use of this, the benefits will be worth even more. Thinking this, he spoke. I have long admired young Master Chang's reputation, and now that I finally meet you, you truly live up to it. I am Song Yunfei from Taisheng Heavenly Palace, and I would be honored to make your acquaintance, Chang retorted. Are you a disciple of Taisheng Heavenly Palace? Yunfei replied excitedly. That's right. Are you very familiar with our sect? Actually, the current owner of our estate is also in this subsidiary space, and I'm going to look for them later. Chang said calmly, no need to look, I've already killed them all. Just one sentence made Yunfei's face turn pale. Chang said, he harbored ill intentions, leading the Heavenly Palace disciples to collude with the 8 desolate 10 domains. I have killed him for his transgressions. Do you truly think someone like you is worthy of a daughter of our GU family? You young people should be sincere and hardworking, not learn from those heretical demonic cultivators. The others didn't know who they were referring to. A girl stood in the distance, secretly judging. Shouldn't he be the greatest scourge in the upper realm? Suddenly, a dazzling light shot straight down. Everyone discussed. Who is it? Who is that? Is it Lin Wu? A man appeared, his voice booming. Heaven will not forsake any hard-working person, a dust-covered warrior said with satisfaction. I succeeded. Everyone stared intently in one direction. The blue-clad girl's face showed a look of horror. Chang instead calmly greeted her. Seeing this, the girl asked, Is this the person you've been looking for? The man's face immediately grew even more somber. Lin Wu stammered in astonishment. Ji Yu Chang, why are you here? Chang spoke calmly. I'm waiting for you. Hand over the immortal slaying gourd to me. He frowned upon hearing this, his voice showing worry. What kind of joke are you playing? He reached out to Luoluo. What? Don't you think exchanging all their lives for a gourd is worth it? The people standing behind immediately stirred. What? Granny Lu Kui, Elder Lin. Luoluo, fearing that Lin Wu would agree, quickly interjected to stop him. Lin Wu, don't mind us, the immortal slaying gourd must not fall into their hands. Before she could finish, Chang's hand had already tightly gripped her chin, preventing Luoluo from speaking further. Chang let go, then threatened, next it won't be her chin that falls off. Lin Wu shouted agitatedly, Luoluo, Ji Chang, don't touch her. Seeing him like this, everyone spoke anxiously. Lin Wu, don't get agitated, we've already resigned ourselves to death. Chang glanced over, coldly threatening, one more word and you die. As soon as he finished speaking, Da's gigantic figure appeared behind him, and everyone looked back, falling silent. The old man mumbled worriedly in his heart. Miss Lin Wu gritted his teeth, extremely furious. Damn it, such a hard-won supreme treasure, I am truly unwilling to part with it. But Luoluo, he asked loudly to the people below. Ji Chang, how can you guarantee that after I hand over the immortal slaying gourd, you won't go back on your word? Chang raised his hand and swore, rest assured, Ji swears on his Dao heart that once he obtains the immortal slaying gourd he will release them. Luoluo was horrified to hear this, her lips trembling uncontrollably. The leading figure of the upper realm is actually such a hypocrite. Lin Wu must not believe him, yet she couldn't make any sound. She realized, damn it, what trick did he use? I can't even transmit my voice. Despite not receiving Luoluo's voice transmission, Lin Wu still took out the immortal slaying gourd, then transmitted to her. Luoluo, don't worry, I cannot abandon you. Losing you, even if my cultivation were stronger and I had more magic artifacts, what would be the point? Chang looked up at the number that was reaching 10,000 above his head. Luoluo looked at Lin Wu with tearful eyes, while Chang clicked his tongue in admiration. It's gone up, is it because of her? Another guy whose speed of drawing his blade is affected by a woman? He reached out his hand and the immortal slaying gourd slowly and reluctantly flew towards Chang. Suddenly, a dazzling yellow formation light appeared in the sky. Someone recognized it with surprise. That's our realm's heaven and earth divine mirror. It must be that a powerful cultivator from Tinlu City in our realm discovered the danger here and activated the heaven and earth divine mirror from afar to help. The others were terrified. The power is too strong. Is this going to destroy this space? This is going to bring us all down with him. Seeing this, Lin Wu also quickly retracted the immortal slaying gourd into his hand and said with a triumphant smile, now we have the upper hand. You can no longer get the immortal slaying gourd. At worst, we'll all perish together. However, Chang was unmoved. He looked up at Lin Wu and smiled mockingly. The heaven and earth divine mirror of the 8 desolate 10 domains does indeed possess supreme power, but at this distance, do you think you can kill a quasi-emperor realm? Me? He questioned loudly. Even if you can't kill you, what about the people from the upper realm behind you? Aren't they all your followers? Chang stood in front of Yingchang. My clan sister, of course, I will protect. As for the others, they are not related to me. If you want to perish together, then do so. Our upper realm cultivators, for the greater good, are not afraid of mutual destruction. You don't have much time left. Lin Wu was rendered speechless, only managing to utter one word, you, and could say no more. Although the people nearby didn't speak, they all had the same thought. We are afraid of Elder Lin. The elder muttered in a low voice, damn it, even if we all die like this, we can't kill Ji Chang after this. He can still return at the fastest speed and take the treasure. Lin Wu knew that it was now a desperate situation, and he gritted his teeth and said, all right, I'm ready. Subsequently, the immortal slaying gourd was sent to Chang's hand and the points were also deducted. He thought to himself, sometimes possessing a treasure but being unable to protect it is not a good thing. Lin Wu quickly rushed down, grabbed Luoluo's shoulder and said, Luoluo, let's go quickly. However, when she saw the scene behind him, her pupils contracted in terror. An alarm sounded in her mind, be careful. Lin Wu was caught off guard and suffered a heavy blow. He embraced the kicked away Luoluo and shouted worriedly. Lin Wu then accused Chang, Ji Chang, you already swore on your Dao heart, how dare you go back on your word? Seeing Chang grab Luoluo, Lin Wu shouted angrily, you are despicable and shameless, give me back Luoluo, aren't you afraid of heavenly retribution? Chang calmly replied, I only said I would release them, but I didn't say I would release her. How can that be considered breaking my word? Granny Lu Kui cursed angrily. Despicable villain, give me back my goddess. Then she clasped her hands together, preparing to launch an attack. However, with one move she was easily fended off by Da, and she was repelled and fell to the ground. The others, seeing this, shouted worriedly. Granny Lu Kui, Da, radiating demonic energy, said coldly, this path is blocked. Chang said to his clansmen, what are you all doing standing there? Hurry and leave. They said gratefully, thank you, young Master Chang. Lin Wu threatened loudly, Ji Chang, you killed my brother and abducted Luoluo. I will never let you go, no matter where you hide. Chang showed a puzzled expression and retorted, oh, did I kill your brother? He shouted angrily. Lin Qingyang is my brother. Chang still looked expressionless and calmly asked. So who is Lin Qingyang? Chang and Luoluo gradually disappeared. He set the location for their next meeting and then left. This is just a minor matter. If you want to save her, find me at the Boundary Steel Sea in half a month. I won't wait if you're late. Elder Lin placed his hand on Lin Wu's shoulder and said, this time we can say we almost succeeded. Let's return to Tinlu City and discuss it in detail. His tone was firm. Luoluo, even if it costs me my life, I will definitely save you. The scene switched to another place where waves continuously crashed against the rocks, stirring up layers of white foam. Everyone clasped their hands in thanks to Chang. Discussion was incessant. I didn't expect this treasure hunt to provoke the 8 desolate 10 domains so much that they even activated the Heaven and Earth Divine Mirror. Yes, if it weren't for young Master Chang, we probably would have failed this time. Chang also clasped his hands in return. It's a small matter. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite, one person asked in confusion. But why did young Master Chang personally come to the front lines? We all heard about the demon slaying convention, Chang replied. That demoness is truly formidable. I was injured while escaping her, and I drifted to the Boundary Steel Sea while unconscious. When I woke up, I was already here. Everyone continued to ask, since the red-clad demoness is so powerful, what are young Master Chang's next plans? Yingchang began to analyze the situation. Once the Boundary Steel Sea dries up, the 8 desolate 10 domains will surely rush into Tinlu City like cowering turtles. With the barrier, it should still hold for a while. Chang will return to the GU family camp with me first. Everyone, please also return and regroup with your clansmen. The 8 desolate 10 domains matter has not yet reached its final decisive battle, Yunfei pondered after hearing this. GU Chang has already killed the Mansion Lord. What should I do? Must I immediately send the news back? The scene switched to Tinlu City in the 8 desolate 10 domains, where several golden lights flew consecutively towards the magnificent buildings. After listening to Lin Wu's account, someone vehemently objected, "Nonsense, that person is unfathomably strong and cunning. You want to go to his territory to rescue someone? Are you planning to sacrifice how many people to fall into his trap?" Lin Wu said firmly. As long as we gather the strong cultivators of all clans in the 8 desolate 10 domains and combine our efforts, I don't believe we can't save Luoluo, he said sternly. Now that the war is tense, how can we spare time to save a woman? Lin Wu, you are the future of our Lin family. Don't be emotional. Prioritize the big picture. Lin Wu hesitated. Luoluo is my woman. We grew up together. How can I? Granny Luqui stood behind him, only able to sigh. Clan Uncle Lin Wu chastised. On the contrary, do you know how much impact your surrender of the immortal slaying gourd has had on the future of our 8 desolate 10 domains? He understood the implication and retorted, Clan Uncle, are you saying I was wrong to use a supreme treasure to save someone? The others also scoffed. Goddess Luoluo falling into that person's hands means she can no longer return alive. This matter needs no further discussion. Granny Luqui, you understand our priorities. The Lin family is unable to help. Lin Wu's face was pale, blaming himself. It's all my fault. I'm too weak. But even if I'm alone, even if I'm shattered to pieces, I will go to save my sister. The scene switched to the Boundary Steel Sea. Warships hovered in the air. Chang sat there, red demonic energy swirling before him. Chang looked down as he inhaled the demonic energy. It hasn't even been half a month and Zhen Hengyi's malevolent energy can no longer be suppressed. Her recovery speed has exceeded my expectations. I'll go in and see what's happening. Chang flew to the island where Hengyi was. When he saw her, he was somewhat surprised. She didn't look like she was plagued by resentment at all. At this moment, Hengyi was plucking chicken feathers by hand. Seeing Chang, her eyes lit up and she called out, Master, you've come. As soon as he landed, he asked suspiciously, Did you arrange this place? Hengyi stammered in reply, I suddenly remembered when I used to live with Master it was like this too. Then she carefully asked, Master, are you going to scold me again? Chang smiled and immediately denied. How could I? As long as you like it, what are you doing? Hearing this, Hengyi excitedly held up the chicken and said, Master, please sit down first. Hengyi wants to make roasted chicken for Master to eat. He narrowed his eyes and replied, You are thoughtful. After sitting down, Chang asked, When did you learn all this? She said while roasting the chicken. I learned it from an uncle who used to hunt. Master doesn't know, he lightly oed. Then did that uncle also teach you to roast chicken with demonic fire? Hengyi paused before answering, This is something your disciple figured out herself. It has a very unique flavor. After finishing, she excitedly handed the roasted chicken to Chang. It's ready, Master. Please have a taste. He didn't rush to take it but calmly probed, Hengyi, don't you have anything you want to say to me? Hengyi pretended not to understand the meaning. No, why is Master asking this? Chang slowly took a bite of the chicken. All right then. Seeing him eat, she propped her chin in her hands, smiling sweetly. How is it? Is it delicious? Blood continuously flowed from Chang's ears and the corners of his mouth. Despite this, he still enthusiastically continued to eat, praising, It tastes very good. Anything you make is delicious to me. Hengyi's eyes suddenly changed. He stared intently at the blood continuously flowing from Chang's face. Hengyi slowly stood up and questioned, You knew all along. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retorted, I'm just surprised. With your current strength, do you still need to poison me to kill me? She still didn't understand, even knowing it was poisoned. Why did he still eat it? Chang put down the roasted chicken, then honestly replied, You told me to eat it, so I ate it. I couldn't waste your effort, could I? Hengyi's eyes showed cruelty. Does it hurt? This is demonic dissolving water, accumulated for countless epochs at the bottom of the buried demon abyss. Even if you reach the heavens you cannot withstand it. Chang even nodded and praised. No wonder the effect is good. I haven't felt this much pain in a long time. She reached out and summoned her weapon. So you can feel pain too. Hong Yi gripped the sword hilt and said sternly. But this pain is not even 1/10,000th of what I have endured all these years. He stood before her with open arms, provoking. Then kill me. I'm poisoned now right in front of you. And don't worry, I haven't done anything. Hong Yi unhesitatingly thrust her sword into Chang's abdomen. Then why did you give me hope again and again, only to crush it with your own hands again and again? She shouted angrily. I wanted to kill you again and again, and I want you to taste the despair I once felt. Hong Yi looked at his incredulous face, emphasizing each word. Again and again she raised her leg high, then kicked Chang off the island. Hong Yi cursed hatefully. In the coming years I will be your shadow. The next time we meet you will only suffer more. With that she tore open space and flew away. Chang looked at Hong Yi's scarlet aura, merely scoffing. She's very stubborn but still couldn't bring herself to do it, could she? Chang tore open space and returned to the flying ship. Seeing him clutching his chest and walking out, Ada rushed forward in a panic, crying, Master, you're badly hurt. Chang comforted him. It's nothing, I'll be fine after some rest. You? He looked at Ada's swollen face and sighed. You're also seriously injured. Ada immediately explained. Just now Zen Hong Yi appeared from space. I tried to stop her but she wounded me. Chang sighed and instructed. Alright, for the next few days you'll help me find some supreme origins. It'll also replenish you. Ada immediately replied respectfully. Chang secretly pondered. With her current state of mind she must already be aware of my situation. As long as I don't cause too much of a stir it should be fine. Just then a violent explosion sounded from the front, accompanied by an alarm. Reporting the 8 desolate 10 domains have retreated into Tinlu City. One person asked Chang for instructions. Young Master Chang, we in the upper realm now have a huge advantage. Should we pursue them? Ying Chang also added. I heard young Master Chang is here and our morale is high. Why don't we seize this opportunity to annihilate them? Chang immediately raised a hand, signaling, in battle one must not be rash. Tinlu City and the Boundary Abyss are connected by 9 large mountains and protected by a grand formation. If we rush in now it will only lead to increased casualties. The person looked confused after hearing this. Then according to young Master Chang, what should we do? His lips curled slightly. No rush. If it's difficult to attack from the outside, we'll find a way to break through from the inside in the prison. Luoluo pleaded repeatedly. Jiyu Chang, just kill me. Chang slowly began. That boy named Lin Wu is your beloved, isn't he? He seems quite infatuated with you too. Tell me, will he come to save you? Luoluo lowered her eyes and replied. He will definitely come, but I don't want him to. If you hadn't sealed my cultivation, I would have already ended my own life. He then proposed a condition. I heard that within Tinlu City of the 8 desolate 10 domains, the core of the array of successive city lords is sealed. That is the strongest barrier of Tinlu City's enchantment. As long as he agrees to help me open the array core, I can spare your life and his too. Chang's subsequent words shocked her even more. Your families behind you can also be brought to the upper realm and become subsidiary forces of my longevity. GU family under my protection, Luoluo angrily rebuked. You want me to betray the 8 desolate 10 domains? Impossible. You're dreaming, he chuckled, reminding her. I'm giving you an opportunity, and I advise you to consider it carefully. You don't want your beloved to die in vain, do you? If he truly disregards life and death for your sake, would you have the heart to sacrifice his life for some vague sense of righteousness? At this point she paused slightly. Just then, Ada returned through space. Master, the supreme origins have been collected. Chang reached out and took them, praising, very good. From the bottle, vengeful spirits flew out one after another, and Luoluo watched the scene before her in horror. You, she cried out in a panic. What exactly are you? Chang's eyes grew bright and demonic energy surged out. This method recovers faster. Lin Wu was walking on a street in Tinlu City. Others who saw him whispered to each other, Hey, that looks like Lin Wu, doesn't it? They openly discussed. I heard he handed over our realm's supreme treasure, the immortal slaying gourd, to save his beloved. He's too selfish. More people might sacrifice themselves because of him in the future. He has no sense of the bigger picture. Then they smacked their lips. With a peerless figure like Jiyu Chang over there, our realm's heavens chosen truly can't compare. Lin Wu secretly cursed in anger. Damn it! Suddenly an array lit up beneath his feet and everyone around him was frozen. The woman in front of Lin Wu softly called out, Lin Wu, he questioned in surprise. You, who are you? How do you know my name? She quickly introduced herself. Tinlu Zan Nu. Hearing this, Lin Wu exclaimed in shock. Tinlu Zan Nu, the legendary goddess who protects Tinlu City, she continued. I can help you save your beloved. He was astonished. You're willing to help me save Luoluo? Lin Wu thought. I heard Tinlu Zan Nu is an enlightened one. If she helps. Tinlu Zan Nu replied calmly. What's there to be confused about? My duty has always been to protect the living beings of the 8 desolate 10 domains, but you must guarantee not to reveal my whereabouts. Lin Wu quickly conceded. No problem. What do you need me to do? She then instructed. 3 days from now you will gather reinforcements and depart, and I will follow in secret, he cried out excitedly. That's great. Luoluo is saved, Lin Wu joyfully thought to himself. With Tinlu Zan Nu's help, maybe this time I can even eliminate Jiyu Chang once and for all. People on the street, seeing him talking to himself, asked each other in confusion, is he crazy? He's a pitiable person too. After the matter was settled, Tinlu Zan Nu returned to her body. A female disciple walked up to her, curious. Master, are you really going to help him go to the Boundary Steel Sea to save that woman? Tin Luzon Nu slowly replied, As Tin Luzon Nu, this is my destiny. You don't need to be too sad, the young girl called out in confusion. Disciple doesn't understand. You've already divined Ji Yu Chong 10 times, been backlashed 9 times, and the remaining divination was endless darkness. Knowing you cannot succeed, why do you still personally venture into danger? She still said calmly. With the 2 realms fighting to this extent, I have no other choice. Even if I don't go, he will come sooner or later. It's time for you to grow up and bear this heavy responsibility. If I don't return this time, the safety of Tinlu City will be your concern from now on. The female disciple bowed her head sadly and agreed. Tin Luzon Nu gently encouraged her. Don't be so pessimistic. Ji Yu Chong is just a young man after all. What if I return safely? Chang's warship continued to sail on the sea. He continued to probe Luoluo. How have you considered it? She still firmly refused. No matter what you say, no matter what kind of monster you are, you will never make me betray the 8 desolate 10 domains. Hearing this, Chang said coldly, What a waste of my breath, he asked Shen Chun, who had just appeared behind him. Has Bai Lianer told you everything? She immediately replied, Yes, master, the hall master has explained everything. Chang commanded, Do it. Shen Chun secretly licked her lips. Yes, only then did Luoluo look up at her. Shen Chun lifted her face, then suddenly leaned in and kissed Luoluo's lips. Shen Chun's demonic energy quickly transferred to her. Luoluo seemed to have had her life force drained, sitting there motionless. At this moment 3 people were approaching Chang. Lin Wu flew, loudly asking Granny Lu Kui, Where is Ji Yu Chang's location? She quickly replied. Not far ahead. He chose a spot near the edge of the battlefield, probably because he's afraid you won't dare to come. He frowned and cursed. He underestimates me too much. My heart isn't made of stone. How could I be swayed? Tin Luzon Nu reminded Lin Wu. After you rescue your beloved, take them and leave immediately. He asked suspiciously. Tin Luzon Nu, what about you? She immediately replied. I will cover your retreat and incidentally resolve a major hidden danger for the 8 desolate 10 domains, Chang softly said. Oh, he's really punctual, a true pure love warrior. As soon as Lin Wu and his group arrived, he angrily shouted, Ji Yu Chang, miss, I've come as you requested. What exactly do you want to release Luoluo? Luoluo was currently being held by Da and could only cry out. Lin Wu, why are you so foolish? He quickly asked with concern. Luoluo, are you all right? She immediately replied. I'm fine, you leave quickly, don't worry about me. Chang watched this scene touched with tears in his eyes. You two are truly devoted, I'm almost moved to tears. Lin Wu angrily questioned Ji Yu Chang. What more do you want? He softly hummed. Help me do one thing, he cursed upon hearing this. Do you think I'd still believe you, you treacherous scoundrel? Chang raised a hand in mockery. Do you have any other choice? Da immediately grabbed Luoluo by the neck, took her to the seashore. I wonder if we'll find her corpse if she's thrown into the Boundary Steel Sea. Granny Lu Kui immediately cried out in alarm. Miss, Lin Wu was also greatly frightened. Stop it, put her down. We can discuss anything. Luoluo immediately stopped him. Lin Wu, you can't agree to him. He wants you to be an inside man. To open Tinlu City's grand formation, he uttered in astonishment. Luoluo, she said with tears. Seeing you come to save me, I'm already content. Even if I die, I'll have no regrets. Lin Wu also had tears in his eyes. Chang suddenly interrupted their touching reunion. That's right, those are my conditions. How about it? If you can't do it, then pray you'll see her in the next life. He lowered his head, hesitating. Betray the 8 desolate 10 domains, the person next to him quickly reminded. Lin Wu, no, both reason and emotion were intertwined in Lin Wu's mind. I can't do it. But I also can't just watch Luoluo die. Just then, 2 powerful spiritual energies suddenly flew in, attacking Chang. He and Da quickly leapt backward, leaving Luoluo on the island. He immediately recognized it. It was the fake official. Lin Wu and Granny Lu Kui seized the opportunity to rush forward and rescue her. I don't know which powerful expert this is, but they certainly helped a lot. Da, seeing them approach Luoluo, immediately summoned its weapon and roared. Trying to run, Lin Wu held Luoluo, gently comforting her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. After speaking, he stood within Granny Lu Kui's array, not forgetting to spout harsh words. Ji Yu Chang, if we meet again, I will never flee in such a sorry state as today. As Da slashed, they had already vanished without a trace. Chang calmly ordered, Da, go chase them. Although I already guessed he had reinforcements, I didn't expect it to be a character like you, heaven-suppressing art. A gigantic book opened in the sky, accompanied by countless energy orbs. He immediately recognized it. You are Tin Luzon Nu. You have killed countless enlightened ones from the upper realm. Tin Luzon Nu replied coldly. So what if you know? Today I will kill you here. As soon as she finished speaking, countless violent explosions occurred. Chang manipulated his treasure sword, weaving through the smoke, and mocked. Tin Luzon Nu, if these are all your tricks, I'm afraid you won't be able to kill me, Ji Yu. Tin Luzon Nu also attacked fiercely, not forgetting to praise. You are indeed the strongest genius I have ever seen. To describe you as unparalleled and unmatched through the ages is no exaggeration. You even surpass many long-enlightened great Emperor Realm experts. He merely smiled faintly. Since Tin Luzon Nu thinks so highly of me, Ji Yu, why not follow me? Chang had already flown to her side, enticing. After I conquer the 8 desolate 10 domains, I will name you Domain Lord. You will rule endless territories, which is 1,000 times more freedom than being confined to Tinlu City. He abruptly leaned close to Tin Luzon Nu's ear and whispered, If not, I'm still short a concubine. As long as you accompany me into Tinlu City, there will definitely be a place for you by my side in the future, she angrily retorted. Our paths diverge, we cannot conspire together. Chang's eyes suddenly lit up. The person in front of him suddenly vanished into space, which surprised Chang. Suddenly the divided spirit Ada was struck and flew through space to this location. It softly called out, Master, he calmly began. Tinlu Zan knew, why bother? Are you planning to sacrifice yourself to prevent their retreat? Is it worth it just to send a few small rats away? Tinlu Zan Nu replied calmly. This is my mission, and only after sending them away can I fully concentrate on dealing with you. A trace of cruelty suddenly flashed in Chang's eyes. It's good that you're focusing on me. Since I stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, I haven't truly made a move yet. With that, he reminded the person beside him. Ada, you retreat now. She still tried to stop it. Don't even think about running. The gigantic book above was suddenly pierced by a sword and Chang's demonic energy surged out. Then let's see if I can devour you. Tinlu Zan Nu cried out in horror. This unusual aura, could it be? She looked at the strange beast behind him, and only then recognized them. Myriad Transformation Demonic Domain. Tinlu Zan Nu cautiously watched the demons around her, while quickly analyzing. The legendary Myriad Transformation Demonic Domain is one of the 9 great miracles of heaven and earth. Any living being that enters the demonic domain will gradually lose themselves. I always thought the Myriad Transformation Demonic Domain was a legendary mysterious space. I never expected it to be your doing. Only then did she feel fear. So this is the hidden karma I couldn't deduce. I was too careless after all. Demonic energy coiled into a gigantic vortex. Those voices from the depths echoed in Tinlu Zan Nu's mind. Impressive discernment. Since you've recognized it, then give up resisting. She summoned a golden lotus, then said firmly, Although I can't kill you, my Tao heart is firm. Yes, the light emanating from Tinlu Zan Nu successfully blocked those monsters. This method consumes a lot, doesn't it? I don't believe you can maintain the Myriad Transformation Demonic Domain forever, Chang said, appearing and disappearing. In my opinion, your persistence is meaningless. Finally, he hurled those harsh words at her. Not speaking, do you really think the person you saved is the person you wanted to save? She's a divine demon, capable of mimicking the target's aura. While it can't deceive the heaven and earth divine mirror, it's understandable that you didn't notice. Then Chang showed Tinlu Zan Nu a scene of Luoluo successfully stabbing Lin Wu in the back. She still adamantly disbelieved. Impossible. This is an illusion of the demonic domain, he revealed an evil smile and asked. I know that successive Tinlu Zan Nus are proficient in divination. Whether it's an illusion or the future, you should know in your heart, shouldn't you? Chang stood high up, manipulating her. Your resistance is meaningless now. Once I enter the city, these scenes will play out again in your future. Tinlu Zan Nu's lotus was also eventually corroded by demonic energy. Are you sure you still want to oppose me? Resentment gradually stained her body. A moment later, Tinlu Zan Nu finally spoke softly. Perhaps you are right. It seems the only way to prevent all this from happening is to order Tinlu City to surrender and reduce casualties. This was her Tao heart falling into the demonic path. Although already influenced by demonic energy, she was still not under my control. Such an enlightened one is indeed not so easily controlled. Tinlu felt a pang of pity. Let's go, I'll open Tinlu City's barrier for you, Chang retorted. Oh, such a quick change, how can I trust you? She frowned at him. What will it take for you to trust me? Chang smiled brightly. That's something you have to do yourself, he asked in confusion. Miss, what are you doing? Only then did Lin Wu recognize her in shock. You're not Luoluo? A cunning smile played on her lips. Originally, I just wanted to infiltrate Tinlu City to find an opportunity, but I didn't expect to catch such a big fish, an elder angrily shouted, to deceive us again and again. He circled behind her, intending to ambush her. You're asking for death. Suddenly, an energy pillar descended from the sky, landing between them. A man wielding a trident had him pinned underfoot while his other arm held the girl. I don't think either of you are going anywhere, another elder said. Damn it, where on earth is our young lady? Lin Wu roared in anger. I truly underestimated Jiyu Chang's depravity. However, if Tinlu Zan Nu has personally intervened, you'd better hurry back and prepare for your master's funeral, the white-haired elder questioned in disbelief. What? The one who helped us earlier was Tinlu Zan Nu? Lin Wu continued, explaining that he had concealed the matter at the time to avoid alerting the enemy. The woman then spoke. Excellent. If Tinlu Zan Nu has already made a move, then the possibility of killing Jiyu Chang is very high. Lin Wu didn't understand why she had such confidence in the girl. Granny, you have such faith in Senior Zan Nu, the elder explained. She is the guardian deity of our Tinlu City. Even capturing Jiyu Chang alive isn't impossible. The girl and the man with the spear respectfully called out, My lord. He looked at Lin Wu and the old woman. So they are the tokens of your loyalty, Tinlu Zan Nu respectfully replied. For the 8 desolate 10 domains for Tinlu City, they are nothing. Lin Wu couldn't believe his ears. Senior Zan Nu, how could you? Chang whispered to her. Since you are Tinlu Zan Nu, why care about their lives? She remained composed. It doesn't matter. If they can sacrifice themselves for the 8 desolate 10 domains, their deaths are worth it, he murmured in disbelief. What? The elder sensed the surroundings and whispered. The aura is so cold, something is wrong with her. Lin Wu continued to murmur. Why has it come to this? Suddenly he rushed forward. Tending to attack Jiyu Chang, I have nothing left to lose, I'll fight you to the death. He was beaten by Qin Ya and then thrown into the dungeon, covered in wounds. She anxiously asked, Lin Wu, are you all right? He weakly said, Luoluo, it's really you. He didn't make things difficult for you, did he? With that, Lin Wu collapsed into her arms, crying like a 3-year-old child. It's wonderful, I finally see you again. Jiyu Chong is truly despicable, even finding someone to impersonate you to trick me, but it doesn't matter. I believe as long as we're together everything will be fine. She deliberately avoided the question, saying, all this has happened, we can't possibly win. Lin Wu, why don't we surrender? Lin Wu couldn't believe what he heard. Luoluo, what are you saying? She healed his wounds while saying, we can't defeat him. Tinlu City will be captured by him sooner or later. Only the wise adapt to circumstances. Lin Wu tightly grasped her hand. Luoluo, this is betraying the 8 desolate 10 domains, do you know that? Or did that bastard threaten you? Luoluo anxiously replied. I'm just facing reality. We are no match for him at all. The 8 desolate 10 domains will probably. Do you think there's anyone in Tinlu City who can save you and me? Tears streamed down her face as she said, the 8 desolate 10 domains will be submerged by the Upper Realm army sooner or later. But as long as we submit to Jiyu Chong and follow his arrangements, our families and I will be protected by the longevity Jiyu family. We have no other choice. Lin Wu pondered for a long time. I heard he surrendered our realm's supreme treasure, the immortal slaying gourd, just because of the woman he loved. How selfish. Perhaps more people will sacrifice themselves in the future. Against a unique figure like Jiyu Chong, our realm's heavens chosen are insufficient. It's simply not worth it for a woman. Luoluo gently caressed his face. Think about it, he's only your age, yet he has already reached that realm while you are still only in the quasi-saint realm. Confronting him is like throwing an egg against a rock. Lin Wu lowered his head, a look of disappointment on his face, and closed his eyes as if giving up everything. Luoluo, don't say any more, I understand, Chong spoke before everyone. I heard you have something to say to me. Lin Wu didn't avoid it. I want to speak with you alone. He waved his hand, permitting him to speak. Speak, Lin Wu angrily, and aggressively asked him, what exactly did you do to Luoluo? How could she fear you so much? Chong didn't turn back, but gazed into the distance. Sometimes I really don't understand you, sons of fortune. Have you forgotten your current situation? He still held the initiative over Lin Wu. Who gave you the courage? How dare you speak to me like that? With that, he unleashed his oppressive aura onto Lin Wu, forcing him to his knees in agony. He was enraged but helpless. Damn it. Chong didn't look at him, continuing to ask, do you only have such boring things to say? Lin Wu knelt humbly on the ground, trembling as he asked, what do I need to do for you to let us go? Chong spread his arms and clearly stated, as long as you obey my commands and help me break the core of Tinlu City's formation, then you can submit to my family and enjoy eternal prosperity. He trembled, carefully considering every detail, sweat soaking his forehead. The core of the formation. That's Tinlu City's lifeblood. With our status, how can we even get close? Chong gave him the decision. That's your business, but I believe in you and you should believe in yourself too. Lin Wu hesitated. I understand, but to betray the 8 desolate 10 domains, I alone am enough. You must guarantee Luoluo's safety. Chong implanted a restriction into his glabella. He said, in that case I'll give you half a year. If you fail to complete the task by then, this restriction will take your life. Before Lin Wu could panic, everything was already settled. You, Chong continued with threats. As for the one you love, of course you won't be spared either. I'm sure you wouldn't want to see her embraced by others, her red lips tasted by thousands on the road to the underworld, would you? Lin Wu's eyes filled with tears, but in the end he couldn't change his fate. He arrived at the place where Tin Luzon Nu was imprisoned, and Chong was also helpless at this sight. How do you feel now, Tin Luzon Nu? She didn't answer, but raised her hand to form a hand seal, her eyes already stained black. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, You've already fallen to the demonic path? As soon as the words fell, she flicked out a magic seal. A huge explosion occurred where Chong stood, yet it left him completely unharmed. He gently grasped Tin Luzon Nu's hand. Chong swiftly moved to her side, rapidly forming hand seals. His other hand gently drew runes on her body. Such a bad temper, there's no way to talk properly. I'll suppress your demonic energy first. After the demonic energy was suppressed, her eyes returned to their original state and her sanity followed. Tin Luzon Nu still felt pain. Thank you. He considered it his duty. It's nothing. Anyway, Ji-Yu has already witnessed it. She praised Chang's abilities. Young Master Ji-Yu is indeed as unyielding as a rock, tranquil as an ancient well, his Tao heart clear and profound. I admire you. Before taking action, he always carefully plans and proceeds with caution. If I were deceived by you, I would be the one with the greatest loss. Soon after, the immortal cultivation army will be assembled. But to attack Tinlu City, we need to cross the boundary void abyss. It's unpredictable there, and Ji-Yu needs Tin Luzon Nu to guide the accurate route. Tin Luzon Nu firmly insisted on accompanying him. Even if I tell you how to cross the boundary void abyss, it's useless. Outsiders will be repelled and lost within it, so I must personally lead the way. Not hearing his reply, she frowned slightly and asked, You don't trust me? Chang's face no longer held a smile, and he said, So if I want to cross the boundary void abyss, I must rely on you? Tin Luzon Nu calmly replied, but her face could not hide her calculations. Young Master Ji-Yu, why be so cautious? You've already imprisoned me here. Yet you're still so wary of me, so what should I do to earn your trust? Chang returned to his stiff state, saying nothing. He still needed to think carefully before making a decision. It seems to go to the boundary void abyss. I must let you lead the way, but not now. If Tin Luzon Nu wants to show sincerity, there are other ways. She gently rubbed her wrist, which had been locked for a long time. Other ways. Chang actually gave 2 options. Help me kill someone or serve me, you choose. She disdained his thoughts. I originally thought young Master Gu's heart was as unyielding as a rock, affected by external things, his Tao heart clear and profound. Turns out he's also such a vulgar person. Chang already had an answer in his heart. HMPH, I guessed correctly. Tin Luzon Nu is a domain lord. Setting aside everything else just based on the pride of a powerful expert, she would only choose to kill, but her immediate answer surprised Chang. I choose to serve. No one could resist Tin Luzon Nu's alluring posture. She nestled into his arms, her tone full of seduction. Young Master Gu is young and promising, unparalleled in the world. I wouldn't lose out either. Suddenly, Chang discovered something peculiar. He quickly backed away, maintaining a distance from her. Your physique is indeed problematic. I almost fell for your trick. Tin Luzon Nu proudly curled her lips. I thought young Master Gu was extraordinarily bold, unmatched by anyone. Didn't expect you to be such a coward. I've been this proactive, yet you still retreated. You truly disappoint me. The aftershocks of her actions still lingered in his mind, making Chang uncomfortable. Wants to cling to me. Tin Luzon Nu was indeed skilled at strategizing. 9 Profound Acacia Bati. This name is derived from the mythical red string of fate for lovers, symbolizing unwavering love. Once I touch you, then we will truly be bound together in life and death. She was still there, proposing conditions. If young Master Gu can guarantee to spare Tinlu City and give the 8 desolate 10 domains a way out, why would I have to do this? Chang turned the tables. In that case, you can only help me kill. Tin Luzon Nu regretfully lost a valuable opportunity, HMPH forcing me to choose at this point. Now there's only one path left, right? Young Master Gu is indeed worthy of being the leader of the Upper Realm's younger generation, so trustworthy. He didn't want to get too close to her. I wonder if Tin Luzon Nu could introduce me to some of your old friends? Tin Luzon Nu questioned in disbelief. Old friends? She had already guessed in her heart that he wanted to devour the origin of enlightened ones using the myriad transformation demonic domain. Jiyu Chang's strength today is greatly related to his hidden identity. If this matter were exposed, I'm afraid the entire upper realm wouldn't be able to shake him. Tin Luzon Nu carefully observed his expression, but seeing his composed demeanor, her face changed faster than flipping a book. Although I've lived a long time, I don't actually know many friends. Many have already ascended or disappeared, so it might be hard to satisfy young Master Jiyu. Chang approached, deliberately pressing, not even one. He immediately had a flash of inspiration. How about you gather the strongest experts of Tinlu City in your name? I think they're quite good too. She knew she couldn't evade it, so she had to agree. But then again, if I search carefully, I should still be able to find some. Several clouds floated in the sky, and a meeting was being held on the ship. I wonder if young Master Jiyu has heard of the 9 Great Mountains? The 9 Great Mountains, rumored to be 9 immortal mountains near the 8 desolate 10 domains, are believed to have traces of immortals. Whenever the upper realm invades the 8 desolate 10 domains, they would send people with immortal edicts to intervene. Tin Luzon Nu confirmed. That's right, it's them. He was somewhat puzzled. How much more do you know about the 9 Great Mountains? She had a deep understanding in this regard. The 9 Great Mountains have 9 mountain lords, all of whom are enlightened ones, she explained in detail to Chang. Among them, the first mountain lord is the strongest, but he has been in seclusion for 500 years and has never appeared. Currently, the 9 Great Mountains are actually being managed by the second mountain lord. Chang immediately sensed something fishy. What's wrong? Do you have a grudge against them? She deliberately teased him with a playful tone. That's right. Would young Master Jiyu be willing to help me get revenge? Chang knew her intentions clearly. Help her get revenge. The opponents are all enlightened ones. Do you want me and them to both suffer heavy losses? Tin Luzon Nu didn't press. Then let's turn back. He carefully observed the terrain. The waterfall ahead is the entrance to the 9 Great Mountains, she agreed with his assessment. Young Master Jiyu guessed correctly, but if we go in like this, we'll get lost in the layers of clouds and fog. He already had the answer, but still couldn't help but ask. Tin Luzon Nu must have a way to get in, right? She put 2 fingers to her lips, preparing to cast a spell. Tin Luzon Nu quickly came up with a good idea. This is the Azure Cloud Flying Boat, which I obtained by chance back then. If outsiders want to pass through these cloud and fog spaces and reach the depths, they can only rely on it. The flying boat soared into the sky with 9-colored light. The 9 Great Mountains, except for the most mysterious first mountain, are all located here. At this time, the scenery in the 9 Great Mountains was peaceful and serene. 2 disciples were chatting. I wonder why the second mountain lord decided to seal the mountain and no longer intervene in outside affairs. Exactly. Now that the upper realm is invading, it's a good time for us to emerge and absorb faith. Su-Yun couldn't help but step out and retort, Master's every decision has her reasons. How dare you discuss Master behind her back? Aren't you afraid of punishment? Her appearance startled the 2 disciples, making them jump. Senior sister Su-Yun, please spare us. We know we were wrong and will never dare again. She gently placed her hand on her waist and loudly reminded them, don't do it again next time. The 2 disciples were scared out of their wits and quickly ran off upon hearing this. Yes, we understand. Thank you, senior sister. Su-Yun decided to reconsider. The Upper Realm's invasion of the 8 desolate 10 domains is indeed the best time for the disciples of the 9 great mountains to emerge, to absorb faith. But Master sealed the mountain, which is truly puzzling. Invincible suddenly appeared behind her. Senior sister Su-Yun is right. The second Mountain Lord's current actions are indeed unpredictable. Su-Yun knew just from his voice. Dao Zi, he deliberately mentioned Xiao Yang to provoke me. How, where's junior brother Xiao? I remember you two are usually inseparable. Su-Yun didn't want any misunderstandings. Junior brother Xiao was called away by Master. Perhaps she has some instructions. Invincible pretended to be sad. Oh, I was just about to look for junior brother to chat. She didn't need to ask to know. Dao Zi wanted to ask junior brother about the 9 mountains immortal seal, right? It's no use asking him about this, you have to ask Master. Junior brother Xiao has only been in the 9 great mountains for over 20 years. How would he know such things? His eyes grew cold and sharp. Senior sister Su-Yun, those words are mistaken. Invincible was displeased but still feigned generosity. The 9 mountains immortal seal is the supreme treasure of the 9 great mountains, accumulating years of faith, luck, and destiny. Which disciple of the 9 great mountains doesn't know about it? It's only natural for junior brother Xiao to desire it. He suddenly changed his demeanor, exuding a somber aura. But the 9 mountains immortal seal originally belongs to those with strength. How can you deny a disciple the chance to compete only to hand it directly to someone else? This move will not convince anyone, least of all the evil. Su-Yun had always supported Xiao Yang, so her expression became more serious than ever. With your current supreme realm cultivation, how could junior brother possibly be your match? If you insist on competing for the immortal seal, what fairness is there for junior brother in that? Invincible disliked being accused of bullying the weak. I can suppress my cultivation to be on par with Xiao Yang's. She was equally unyielding. But you have already comprehended divine abilities and Tao principles to an exquisite degree. No matter how we compete, it would be unfair to junior brother. If you are unconvinced, you can directly tell Master. There's no need to make things difficult for junior brother. It seemed Su-Yun's words had truly enraged him. Fine, you're all wonderful. Since you insist on being so biased, don't blame me. Ignoring her words, Invincible turned and ascended into the sky with 2 subordinates. What are you going to do? The girl in the orange dress asked, somewhat confused. Is Dao Zi heading to the second mountain? The senior brother reminded. Don't ask. Dao Zi is in a terrible mood right now. Whoever provokes him will face dire consequences. The vast white sea of clouds seemed to carry a flying boat drifting through the air. Suddenly, someone asked, is this the cloud depths unknown? As soon as Chang arrived, he remarked sarcastically. It seems the 9 great mountains are quite confident, not even needing disciples for guard duty or a mountain protecting array. She knew the reason well. They believe few in the world could ever find this place. He smiled faintly. Tell me about the enmity between you and the 9 great mountains. I'm suddenly rather interested. Tinlu adopted a teasing posture. Is young Master Gu intending to help me seek revenge? In that case, I truly wouldn't know how to repay you. I'd like to offer myself, but alas, you wouldn't dare accept. He merely took it as a jest. Ridiculous, I wouldn't dare accept, Tinlu retorted. Then why are you standing so far away? Chang had a different thought. Almost offering oneself entail warming my bed or serving tea and water. Being a mere servant would suffice. Perhaps his words had momentarily stunned her, as she remained silent for a while before daring to speak. The animosity stems from a senior sister who years ago betrayed Tinlu City, betrayed me and betrayed Master, ultimately joining the 9 great mountains. Chang was still contemplating. She later became one of the mountain lords of the 9 great mountains. The white-haired woman's face was full of disdain. My senior sister's aptitude was far inferior to mine. At best, she only reached the quasi-emperor realm. While the mountain lords of the 9 great mountains are at least enlightened ones, in the distance several swordsmen looked on in confusion. Who dares to trespass into the 9 great mountains? Before even clarifying the situation, a subordinate declared, it seems to be an outsider, truly audacious. The girl in the orange dress immediately retorted arrogantly, running into our Dao Zi means you're out of luck today. Dao Zi, leveraging his power, also charged forward. I'll take out my anger on you first. He harnessed the power of the dragon, swiftly rushing towards the flying boat. Both he and the girl had the same thought. Are they mad? Dao Zi also stood dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. He suddenly knelt beside the flying boat, within the majestic mountain scenery of the second mountain. Everyone was discussing important matters. This time, I cannot agree with the second mountain lord's decision. Now that the 8 desolate 10 domains face a great catastrophe and the Upper Realm's army is pressing down, it is precisely the time for the disciples of the 9 great mountains to emerge, travel the world and gather faith. How can we seal the mountain because of this? The third mountain lord remained calm. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Once missed, it will be regretted for a lifetime. The elder behind him also agreed. That's reasonable. Another elder had already completed precise calculations. Previously, I used the 9 mountains immortal seal to divine, peering into the river of time. The results showed that the 9 great mountains face the danger of extinction, and disaster is imminent. The only way is to seal the mountain. I am doing this only for everyone's sake. This is not just a calamity for the 8 desolate 10 domains but also a catastrophe for the 9 great mountains. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall was no longer as boisterous as before. He didn't trust that elder. Every time the upper realm invades, you claim there's a great disaster. What exactly happened? But was there ever any real danger? Do you even know? If we seal the mountain now, the majesty and faith accumulated by our 9 great mountains over countless years will be swept away. The third mountain lord loudly reprimanded a disciple at the front of the hall. Furthermore, at this time, you intentionally handed the 9 mountains immortal seal to Xiao Yang. This old man cannot agree. Invincible far surpasses Xiao Yang in both cultivation and ability, so why do you deny him a chance? If the 9 mountains immortal seal were open for competition, this old man would have nothing to say. But since you are so biased towards him, this old man feels compelled to contend for Invincible's sake. Xiao Yang, far from being angered, appeared calm. Master, the third mountain lord is absolutely correct. Senior brother Invincible far surpasses this disciple in both aptitude and ability. It would be better for senior brother Invincible to be in charge of the 9 mountains immortal seal. He of course dared not offend the mountain lord. Furthermore, if it truly came to a confrontation, senior brother Invincible is already a supreme realm cultivator. How could this disciple be his match? Therefore I humbly request Master to withdraw your order. Senior brother Invincible is more suited for this 9 mountains immortal seal. He also felt helpless with this disciple. Xiao Yang, you, the third mountain lord, pressed his advantage. What a clever calculation. Is he clearly implying unfairness, accusing Invincible of bullying? If you want fairness, it's quite simple. He departed in a huff, having achieved his goal, so it wasn't considered taking advantage of him. 3 days from now you will spar with Invincible. He will suppress his cultivation realm to match yours. If you can withstand 3 of his moves, then the 9 mountains immortal seal will be yours. He was incredibly confident in his own talent. Xiao Yang respectfully complied with the third mountain lord's arrangement, leaving the elder feeling utterly bewildered. That person just now didn't actually need to speak. As long as Master continued to suppress him, the third mountain lord would have been helpless. Xiao Yang always prioritized Master's considerations. This disciple doesn't want to make things difficult for Master, and with the 3-move agreement, this disciple is still confident. He found it difficult to feel at ease. Do you know why this Master wishes to pass the immortal seal to you rather than to Jiyu Wudi? Xiao Yang, startled, implored Master to enlighten him. The elder gently explained in detail. Jiyu Wudi possesses great talent. His arrogant and stubborn nature makes it difficult for him to achieve truly great things. You, however, are humble and have boundless potential. That is the first reason. The second reason is your background. He stiffened at this sudden revelation. My background? He hesitated, then made a decision. This Master has never told you your origin. You only knew that when you were still in your swaddling clothes you were abandoned by your family outside the 9 great mountains. But that jade pendant was with you in your swaddling clothes. It is not only the origin of your name but also proof of the guardian bloodline of the 8 desolate 10 domains. Xiao Yang took the jade pendant. Guardian bloodline. Master means, he thought, that this matter is of grave importance. Exactly, this is the secret of your background. Legend has it that whenever the 8 desolate 10 domains face a great calamity, a guardian will emerge to quell the chaos. The elder personally investigated. Though this Master does not know what changes your family once suffered, it is undeniable that an unparalleled power is contained within your bloodline. He looked at the jade pendant in his hand, thinking, no wonder vague calls from ancient heroic spirits have constantly echoed in my mind recently. It turns out that is the indelible inheritance within my bloodline. The elder placed his hopes on Xiao Yang. Once you take charge of the 9 mountains immortal seal, this Master will unseal the mountain and let you emerge. I believe that in the future you will surely allow the Guardian's glory to illuminate the 8 desolate 10 domains. He bowed his head in salute. Xiao Yang will certainly not disappoint Master's expectations. Invincible, seeing his people being bullied, flew into a rage. You, who exactly are you? Why have you intruded upon my 9 great mountains? This is the territory of the 9 great mountains. Once the various mountain lords discover our aura is gone, they will immediately come looking for us. Chang wanted to clarify everything. I think you should first honestly answer my question. What is your identity in the 9 great mountains? But he stubbornly refused to acknowledge him. What if I don't answer? He figured that without a slap, Invincible wouldn't confess. He was already arrogant, and now he was utterly exasperated. Bah, how dare you humiliate me? Do you know in the 9 great mountains Chang detested people who beat around the bush, so he once again employed his palm slapping technique. The technique was clearly visible on the flying boat. After being beaten beyond recognition, he finally confessed. Dao Zi of the 9 great mountains, Invincible. Tinlu coldly asked, Dao Zi, if you are the successor of the 9 great mountains, do you know Chen Suyan? He was also surprised. Is Chen Suyan her senior sister? He couldn't believe his ears. You know our great senior sister? Tinlu was inherently vengeful. Great senior sister, it seems you've been doing quite well these past years. Then this junior sister can rest easy. Only then did he recognize the identity of the person before him. Junior sister, enlightened one. You are Tinlu Zan Nu? Invincible began to realize the problem was growing increasingly thorny. Then this person must be a heavens chosen from the 8 desolate 10 domains. Chang was surprised after hearing her words. From now on I'm just here to visit my senior sister. Invincible couldn't help but ponder, are there truly such terrifying young geniuses in the 8 desolate 10 domains? Perhaps the second Mountain Lord's decision to seal the mountain was correct, at least until I step into the quasi-emperor realm. After Chang took control of him, he appeared flustered. What do you want to do? A red light shot out from the flying boat, and he was forced to obey Chang's command. You dare to place a slave mark on me? How can you? Chang merely reminded him softly. If you don't wish to die, do not attempt to defy my orders. I believe you are a smart individual. He coldly instructed Invincible to lead the way. All right, now take us inside, to your mountain. The scenery of the third mountain was incredibly serene. The girl in the orange dress rushed over in a panic. Dao Zi, where have you been? The third mountain lord is looking for you. Everyone began discussing. Look, who are those two with Dao Zi? They're so well matched, a match made in heaven. They must be esteemed guests, right? Invincible, following his senior brother's command, replied, I understand. I will immediately take the esteemed guest to see master. She couldn't imagine. How strange. Why is Dao Zi in such a good mood today? Tinlu was still displeased. What's so surprising? He even wants the origin realm. Chang could do anything. I can simply seize it by force. The green-robed senior brother was also surprised. Indeed, wasn't he troubled recently by the matter of the 9 mountains immortal seal? The third mountain lord was ecstatic. Invincible, you're only just returning, and these two are. He dared not speak the truth. Reporting to master, they are esteemed guests this disciple encountered at the mountain gate. Invincible introduced her identity. This is Tin Luzon Nu from the 8 desolate 10 domains. He immediately asked in surprise, What? Tin Luzon Nu? Invincible dared not speak carelessly. This gentleman is primarily a distinguished guest traveling with Tin Luzon Nu. Tin Lu reluctantly linked her arm through his. His name is Chang, and he is my husband. He had never witnessed such a scene. Husband? Tin Luzon Nu can even be married? She cleverly steered the conversation. How could I possibly joke about such a matter? Besides, I am merely an unfavored concubine by my husband's side. Tin Lu looked at him, smiling cheerfully. Is that so, husband? Chang went along with it. Stop fooling around. The third mountain lord is here. The third mountain lord personally came to greet him. This old man doesn't concern himself with such matters, so may I ask what this young master's name is? She knew Chang didn't wish to reveal it, so she cleverly declined. The third mountain lord may simply refer to my husband as young master. As for his identity, you need not inquire further. He didn't need to answer, for he already had the answer in his heart. To command such respect from Tin Luzon Nu, he must be from an ancient reclusive family in the 8 desolate 10 domains. So may I ask what brings the two of you to the 9 great mountains? Tin Lu quickly changed the subject. This trip I mainly came to visit my unruly senior sister. He wasn't surprised. Chen Suyin. Tin Lu didn't deny it. Exactly, the third mountain lord pondered deeply. He had heard that Chen Suyin and Tin Luzon Nu's relationship was already strained, so it wasn't impossible for her to come to the second mountain to cause trouble. However, for Tin Luzon Nu to openly come seeking a confrontation was indeed somewhat of a loss of face for the 9 great mountains. He feigned enthusiasm. Chen Su is still the second mountain lord's disciple. If Tin Luzon Nu wishes to find her, she will likely have to go to the second mountain. However, since you two have traveled a great distance, why not rest here for today? I will have Invincible go and make an announcement. What do you say? This suited Chang perfectly. Then we shall trouble the third mountain lord. Purple light emanated from the small courtyard. Tin Lu was surprised. What treasure is this? It can even deduce the future. He was deep in thought. A series of images appeared before his eyes. Are these the powerful experts I arranged in the 8 desolate 10 domains? This azure bloodline, golden pupils fighting fiercely. Could this be the son of fortune of the Guardian clan? Sure enough, a place like the 9 great mountains brimming with opportunities must harbor a son of fortune, and though Invincible holds a high position, his luck is merely average, with even signs of being devoured. Clearly, the true son of fortune is someone else entirely. I just didn't expect it to be that child who escaped from the Guardian clan all those years ago. Chang suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Fate is indeed wondrous, destroyed by me 20 years ago, and here you are encountering me again 20 years later. She focused intently on his expression. Is young Master Gu always like this when he's scheming against others? Chang regained his composure. I was merely contemplating when to make my move. Tin Lu had already found a way. 3 days from now, the second Mountain Lord's junior disciple Xiao Yang will compete with Gu Wudi for control of the 9 mountains immortal seal. Perhaps that would be the best time to act. He suddenly uttered, Xiao. Tin Lu immediately understood his meaning. Yang. Chang had many questions. 9 mountains immortal seal. Do you know its true origin? She didn't care much for this matter. I've only heard that the 9 mountains immortal seal is the very foundation of the 9 great mountains, unfathomably mysterious. She knew a little about such supreme treasures. A supreme treasure of this caliber can no longer be compared to an emperor artifact. The fact that the 9 great mountains have remained hidden until now is likely due to its immense power. In other words, if we regard the 9 great mountains as an independent world, then the 9 mountains immortal seal is the treasure that suppresses its destiny and fortune. Chang began to feel interested. This is truly good stuff. She turned around and teased him. May I take off my nightwear, young Master Gu? Chang flatly refused. Stop dreaming. It's too early in the morning. Everyone began discussing. Just now, the third Mountain Lord sent word that Tin Luzon Nu of the 8 desolate 10 domains has arrived at the 9 great mountains and is currently resting on the third mountain. What is such an important figure doing coming to our 9 great mountains? A senior brother had already heard the news earlier. It seems to be about great senior sister. I heard this visitor has ill intentions, the female disciple also agreed. I heard Tin Luzon Nu achieved enlightenment long ago, she said with certainty. Indeed, I hope great senior sister doesn't accept the challenge. The various mountain lords won't stand idly by. Su-Yun pondered for a long time. So many years have passed and you've finally arrived? She recalled her past memories with junior sister Tinlu. A hand gently rested on Su-Yun's shoulder. It was Xiao Yang. What are you thinking about, senior sister? She revealed a brilliant smile. Xiao Yang. He immediately recognized it. Was it because of Tin Luzon Nu's appearance? Su-Yun sighed helplessly. Even the world knows Xiao Yang worried for her. Though I don't know what grievances exist between you, Tin Luzon Nu is an enlightened one. Senior sister, you must not act rashly. Her expression showed she knew. Xiao Yang, do you think senior sister is a good person? Xiao Yang affirmed. Of course, Su-Yun confessed. If senior sister told you that I once did something terrible, what would you think? Just one sentence stunned him. She recounted the past. When master chose her to be Tin Luzon Nu's successor, I was unwilling and secretly used a secret art to seize her talent. Su-Yun was angry yet helpless, ultimately discovered and stopped by master, which saved her life. Master, having exhausted all his strength, still stubbornly defended Su-Yun. You are not a saint, who hasn't made mistakes. Senior sister was too young then. Mistakes are inevitable. After all, you are fellow disciples and so many years have passed. I think as long as you sincerely apologize, if she is Tin Luzon Nu, she will forgive you. There are no insurmountable obstacles in this world. If Tin Luzon Nu is magnanimous, she shouldn't be so fixated anymore. She was surprised. Time flies so fast. 20 years ago when I picked you up outside the mountain gate, you were still an infant in swaddling clothes. Su-Yun stroked Xiao Yang's head, praising, in the blink of an eye you've grown so big. Xiao Yang, thank you, but you don't need to worry about my affairs. Just focus on competing for the 9 mountains immortal seal and contending with Jiyu Wudi. He felt a warmth in his heart. Senior sister, don't worry, I will definitely win, Xiao Yang silently promised her. I also won't let anyone harm you. The ornamental fish in the pond vied for food, frolicking in the clear water. Chang finally understood. So this was the enmity between her and her senior sister. Tinlu pouted. You're so heartless, don't you feel sorry for me? He didn't think much of it. It's nothing. I almost choked on a piece of wood when I was little. If anyone needs pity, it's me first. She was curious about his experience. I didn't expect you to have gone through such a thing. Is this the catalyst for your descent into the demonic path? Chang didn't deny it. Who is born evil? Everything is out of necessity. He probably also saw Tinlu's intention. I guess you've wanted revenge for a long time, right? Are you planning to kill her this time? She asked again. Is young master trying to persuade me to let go of my hatred? Chang was a carefree person. If you don't understand others' pain, don't tell them to be magnanimous. Revenge must be taken. Whether you take revenge or not is none of my business. I just want to watch the show. Tinlu liked this frankness. Although you're a great demon, I find you quite interesting. He immediately compared them. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Even your goddess demeanor is gone now. She elevated herself again. Since that's the case, why not submit to me? He had his own view. Don't bother. Everyone had arrived. What's going on? Are the mountain lords planning a competition? I heard Tin Luzon Nu will settle her grievances with first senior sister Chen Suyin here later. Even the martial arts arena has been activated. The girl couldn't rest easy. How can second mountain lord even allow Tin Luzon Nu and first senior sister to compete? Tin Luzon Nu is an enlightened one. If first senior sister competes, the senior brothers were confused. It seems senior sister has little chance of survival. They all knew the ins and outs of the matter. The enmity between first senior sister and Tinlu City back then is something we cannot interfere with. That's why second mountain lord reluctantly agreed to the competition. Hurry, let's go watch the match. The disciples were fond of Su-Yun, but look. Senior sister is calm, perhaps she has a plan. He was worried about Su-Yun as soon as he spoke. Although I have the secret treasure bestowed by master, Tin Luzon Nu has been an enlightened one for many years. If she goes all out, one move is enough to kill senior sister. Xiao Yang was very serious. Damn it, if anything happens to senior sister, even if you are Tin Luzon Nu, I won't let you off. A large hole cracked in the sky and 2 figures slowly appeared treading on lotuses. The people below eagerly looked up at the sky. The girl in purple said, they're here. Who is that person beside Tin Luzon Nu? The 2 figures gradually became clear. It was Jiyu Chang standing majestically, a triumphant smile on his face, looking down with Tin Luzon Nu beside him. Chen Suyin frowned, her face a little nervous, watching Tin Luzon Nu slowly descend. The 2 Tin Luzon Nu slowly descended, treading on lotuses. Senior sister, why do you sigh? In a flash, Tin Luzon Nu was near the ground. She calmly looked at Chen Suyin before her. Is it because you've been too idle these past years? You don't want to be disturbed by your junior sister. The girl in green looked at her approaching junior sister and said, you've changed. Tin Luzon Nu smiled. She smiled triumphantly and said, oh, what was I like in senior sister's eyes before? Chen Suyin frowned and replied, the old you wouldn't seek others for revenge, especially a man, whereas your self-respect and confidence gone for seeking help. Now you're no different from those women you once disdained. Tin Luzon Nu's eyes sharpened. She said, it seems senior sister still doesn't understand me, and he's not just anyone, he is. Tin Luzon Nu smiled happily, looking up at the sky, pointing to Jiyu Chang, my husband, whose eyes sparkle. Jiyu Chang stood calmly in the air, smiling, his eyes bright. I'll accept this disadvantage for now. On the other side, 2 people were watching. The young man standing in the second row respectfully asked, "Master, how much chance does senior sister have of winning?" The white-robed elder turned and said, "No chance of winning, but she can keep her life." The young man continued, "Does master not even have hope for senior sister?" The white-robed elder closed his eyes. "Who exactly is that mysterious young man? He makes me feel so dangerous. No wonder that old third mountain lord is also cautious and dares not underestimate him." Chen Suyin began to cast a spell and a green light emerged between her palms. Senior sister made her move. A huge pillar appeared above Tin Luzon Nu's head. Tin Luzon Nu still stood calmly looking at Chen Suyin and said, "Quasi-Emperor Realm, 6th Heaven." Tin Luzon Nu smiled triumphantly, raising her hand to summon a long sword. "Is that all you've got?" As soon as she spoke, the huge pillar overhead smashed down, causing a massive tremor that forced both Chen Suyin and Tin Luzon Nu to dodge. But then the huge pillar was cleaved by sharp sword energy, shattering into countless fragments that flew in all directions. As expected, it couldn't trap her. Tin Luzon Nu, with a murderous aura, rushed out like lightning. Chen Suyin's previous strike hadn't caused her any harm. Senior sister was still chanting incantations, her eyes wide with surprise, unable to defend against Tin Luzon Nu's attack in time. Tin Luzon Nu, with extreme speed, continuously brandished sharp sword blades, stabbing at senior sister, leaving her no time to react. "The gap is too big, I'm completely no match for her." Senior sister's face was tense, showing pain, and a few drops of sweat seeped from her forehead. She was injured by Tin Luzon Nu's sword blades, bleeding in many places, and even her clothes were torn. Senior sister was thus repelled by Tin Luzon Nu. Tin Luzon Nu, however, showed no mercy. She said she couldn't resist even for a moment. "Is this your limit?" Senior sister is still as weak as before, truly disappointing. Senior sister was violently attacked, unable even to open her eyes. She tried hard to open her eyes to observe the sword moves. "It's not attacking vital points. Is she trying to torture me to death?" Outside the arena, everyone was still fully focused on the battle, each person surprised by Tin Luzon Nu's power. Indeed, senior sister can't block her at all. The gap between Quasi-Emperor Realm and an enlightened one is truly immense, Xiao Yang frantically shouted. "Senior sister may have wronged you before, but so many years have passed. Why hold a grudge?" Xiao Yang stood high above, looking down at the arena, and said emphatically, "What obstacle in this world cannot be overcome? You are Tin Luzon Nu and a fellow junior sister. Shouldn't you be more magnanimous? I declare that senior sister has lost." "Stop it." The sword in hand dropped and a few drops of blood fell to the ground. Tin Luzon Nu said, "You advise me to be magnanimous?" Senior sister, covered in wounds, clutched her body, lowered her head and said, "Little junior brother, you don't need to worry about me. This is between her and me. If she doesn't forgive, I can only accept it." Tin Luzon Nu, hearing these insincere words from the opposite side, couldn't help but frown. "It seems you know what she once did," the young man with green hair and 2 moles on his face roared. "So what if I know? You're still alive and well. Let go of your hatred. Do you really want to kill your fellow senior sister? Are you worthy of the title of Tin Luzon Nu?" The discussions around the arena were filled with indignation. "This is too much, relying on superior cultivation to humiliate our first senior sister like this." "That's right, first senior sister. We 9 great mountains. Even if you are Tin Luzon Nu, you cannot kill her. You truly don't put our 9 great mountains in your eyes. Aren't you afraid the mountain lords will intervene?" Tin Luzon Nu paused. "Tin Luzon Nu, stop at once," everyone continued to shout. Jiyu Wudi's expression was calm as he secretly observed, "Your unity is commendable but truly foolish." He looked at Jiyu Chang, who stood calmly in front, and smiled slightly. Meeting him so early might not be a bad thing. Jiyu Chang's expression didn't change, and he smiled triumphantly. "This Xiao Yang is also quite arrogant. I wonder if he can forgive the Jiyu family for annihilating his entire clan." Tin Luzon Nu turned back to the clamoring crowd and said, "People of the 9 great mountains are indeed good at protecting each other indiscriminately. It's truly unsightly, but the more you are like this." Tin Luzon Nu's golden eyes sharpened and her voice deepened. "The more I want to kill her right in front of all of you." Chen Suyin in green clutched her wounded body, saying pitifully, "Junior sister, I didn't mean to harm master back then. I truly regret it." Tin Luzon Nu raised her longsword, surging with magic power, and retorted, "You didn't mean it, you regret it, then why all these years have I never seen you kneel before his grave to burn incense for him? How laughable. You're about to die, yet you still tell me to let go of my hatred." Senior sister, her face full of wounds, tears began to stream, saying, "Master, did you really leave such a dying wish? I'm sorry to master, and I'm sorry to you." Tin Luzon Nu ignored her words and rushed straight with her treasure sword. "Hypocrisy. I'll send you down to apologize to him personally." The young man with 2 moles on his face frantically shouted, "I told you to stop, but you wouldn't listen." Tin Luzon Nu had already rushed over, her power scattered, forming a golden light at the center. Tin Luzon Nu's sword suddenly stopped at senior sister's chest, appearing exceptionally strange. Tin Luzon Nu's eyes suddenly widened. Body-protecting Emperor artifact. Looking straight ahead, her sword was blocked by a glowing bell on senior sister's chest. Master and disciple high above were overjoyed to see Tin Luzon Nu repelled by the bell's power. Xiao Yang's face was beaming with joy as he said, "Excellent, that's the body-protecting treasure bestowed by master." Xiao Yang shouted from above, "Tin Luzon Nu, stop here. Your master in heaven would not want to see you fight among yourselves." Tin Luzon Nu, why don't you understand his heart? Tin Luzon Nu below the arena was drawn in by these words and began to feel uneasy. She showed no retreat, charging directly at Xiao Yang with her sword. "Who are you to dare criticize me?" Xiao Yang, seeing Tin Luzon Nu charging at him, suddenly felt a flicker of fear. but fortunately his master cast a spell in time. Tin Luzon Nu's sword flew directly into the air but was blocked by the second Mountain Lord's defensive spell. Did second Mountain Lord finally make a move? Tin Luzon Nu frowned and looked up, watching senior sister cough painfully, clutching her mouth. Was second Mountain Lord planning to interfere? Second Mountain Lord calmly and slowly replied, Tin Luzon Nu misunderstands. This old man merely doesn't want my disciple to affect your competition. Ji Yuchang slowly walked from the Golden Lotus to where Second Mountain Lord stood. He spoke, a hint of mockery in his tone. This fellow has caused trouble multiple times, yet you haven't stopped him, and now you make a move. Birds of a feather. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang immediately felt uncomfortable. He glared angrily. Who are you? What concern is this of yours? Second Mountain Lord quickly spoke up. Xiao Yang, retreat, Ji Yuchang mocked triumphantly. What concern of mine? Didn't you hear her call me husband? Behind him, the golden-haired man already had his arms crossed, secretly laughing. Haha, Xiao Yang is finished, Second Mountain Lord quickly apologized loudly. This fellow Taoist, please calm your anger. It is this old man's lax discipline of his disciple. I hope fellow Taoist will not take offense. But my disciple merely had good intentions, wanting to persuade Tin Luzon Nu to let go of her hatred. I hope fellow Taoist will be magnanimous. Ji Yuchang revealed a cunning, even somewhat disdainful smile. Is that so? Actually, I also have good intentions. He looked at Xiao Yang, who was frowning, his two eyebrows almost touching, his face wrinkled like a monkey's butt. Ji Yuchang stood high above, saying firmly, since everyone has said so, then she should also let go of her hatred. The surrounding spectators continuously praised his righteous actions. This young master is quite good. Indeed, he's a reasonable person. Tin Luzon Nu, below the arena, heard him say this and obediently replied. This concubine listens to her husband. She turned and gave senior sister a contemptuous smile. Senior sister, gravely injured, seeing that her life had been spared, hastily said, Thank you, junior sister, for your clemency. Watching Tin Luzon Nu disappear into the black entrance, senior sister felt a hint of doubt in her heart. Was that gaze pity? Tin Luzon Nu had already appeared beside Ji Yuchang. Second Mountain Lord respectfully bowed to the two of them and said, HMPH, fellow Taoist is truly magnanimous. This old man truly admires you. The 9 great mountains will certainly treat you with hospitality. Xiao Yang, overjoyed, flew down to the arena. Senior sister, excellent, you're fine. Senior sister stood below, also looking at Xiao Yang with joy. Little junior brother. A blade light flashed, even faster than Xiao Yang descending. The blade light pierced through senior sister's body, witnessed by countless onlookers. Xiao Yang's eyes widened, bloodshot. He never expected his esteemed senior sister to be killed right before him. Senior sister's chest, where the blade light pierced, formed a golden void. From that void, golden cracks began to spread all over her body, terrifying her. Xiao Yang rushed over, tears almost streaming from his eyes. He cried out in pain. Senior sister, those cracks had already spread all over her body. Senior sister glanced at Xiao Yang, her tearful eyes revealing a smile of resignation. Senior sister quickly exploded in front of everyone around the arena, making everyone too terrified to believe their eyes. Second Mountain Lord, seeing this scene, couldn't help but frown, sweat pouring down his face. Everyone around was silent, unable to speak. Xiao Yang was desperate. A few tears fell to the ground, and in his 2 hands only a small piece of senior sister's clothing remained. He cried out in pain, Senior sister, senior sister. 2 lines of tears streamed down his cheeks as he held the cloth, kneeling on the ground crying, Senior sister, the onlookers said. He actually dared to kill a disciple of my 9 great mountains. Huge portals began to appear in the surrounding sky, and they excitedly said it was the Mountain Lords. A pair of figures, a tall man and a purple-robed, purple-haired woman, emerged from the portals. The purple-robed, purple-haired woman glanced down and said, If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving the 9 great mountains. The burly man with 3 strands of beard behind her said, Don't be rash. The second Mountain Lord seems very wary of this person. Tin Luzon Nu raised a hand to her mouth, letting out a soft laugh. Ji Yuchang, however, showed no fear, his face disdainful, and he declared loudly, What explanation? At this point, shouldn't all the Mountain Lords be advising their disciples to let go of their hatred? Even if I killed his senior sister, what hatred in this world cannot be resolved? Ji Yuchang looked at Xiao Yang, who was kneeling on the ground in pain, and said loudly, I wonder if he can be magnanimous this one time and give me a chance to make amends. Xiao Yang gnashed his teeth in anger. Xiao Yang's eyes widened, one turning yellow. He turned his head, looking up at Ji Yuchang, and declared, I will definitely kill you. Ji Yuchang frowned, pointed at him in disappointment, and said, Look, he's not very magnanimous, is he? Tin Luzon Nu covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, Who said he was? Xiao Yang angrily prepared to pounce on Ji Yuchang, but was stopped by the second Mountain Lord, who said, Step back. Today's matter is an old grudge between senior sister and Tin Luzon Nu. We are outsiders and have no right to interfere. Xiao Yang said aggrievedly, but the second Mountain Lord turned to look at him. Don't be rash, you'll only sacrifice yourself in vain. Xiao Yang listened to his words and obediently stopped, standing up and moving behind the second Mountain Lord. The second Mountain Lord cupped his hands and respectfully said, Today the old grudge between Tin Luzon Nu and Chen Suyan has been settled. From now on the disciples of the 9 great mountains will no longer interfere. Tin Luzon Nu smugly linked her arm through Ji Yuchang's and looked down. Ji Yuchang, hands clasped behind his back, said triumphantly, Since the second Mountain Lord has said so, I have no intention of squabbling with a junior, so this matter ends here. Ji Yuchang squinted slightly, looking down. But the real business had just begun. Xiao Yang could no longer tolerate it, his eyes bloodshot. You two, I swear from today onwards, besides the revenge for my annihilated clan, I will definitely kill these two as well. That evening in the hall, Ji Yuchang, Tin Luzon Nu, and the third Mountain Lord sat around a dining table, toasting. Ji Wuti stood behind the third Mountain Lord on guard. The third Mountain Lord spoke. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Zon Nu, on avenging your great grudge. This old man raises a toast to both of you. Tin Luzon Nu was somewhat polite, also thanking the third Mountain Lord for his graciousness. The third Mountain Lord replied, You're too kind, too kind. The third Mountain Lord smiled happily, looking at Ji Yuchang and Tin Luzon Nu, and said, If this old man has the opportunity to leave the 9 great mountains in the future, I hope you two will look after me. He had already calculated in his heart that this young man held an extraordinary status, and he might have use for him later. Ji Yuchang happily replied, It's a deal then. Ji Yuchang slightly opened his eyes. What opportunity do you have to leave the 9 great mountains? The third Mountain Lord smiled and said, Young Master and Zon Nu, both of you are exceptionally brilliant and peerless, truly a match made in heaven. Tin Luzon Nu raised her wine cup and replied, Oh, the third Mountain Lord is absolutely right, I think so too. Isn't that right, husband? Ji Yuchang perfunctorily replied, Yes, I suppose so. Tin Luzon Nu frowned, glancing at Ji Yuchang, and whispered, It's not time to reveal it yet, can't you act a little more invested? Ji Yuchang closed his eyes and leisurely replied, I'm afraid if I act for too long it'll turn real and then you'll cling to me. Tin Luzon Nu glanced at him, a faint mocking chuckle in her voice, and said, Chang has already helped me avenge my grudge, how could I repay kindness with enmity? Still don't trust me, how disheartening. Ji Yuchang turned to look at her and said, Your style is too inconsistent, your intention to perish together with me is written all over your face, you're truly desperate for the 8 desolate 10 domains, but I advise you to save your efforts. The third Mountain Lord was somewhat surprised to see their attitudes suddenly change. Were they arguing? But in reality, under the table the two were quietly holding hands. Elsewhere, Xiao Yang knelt before Suyun's grave, weeping in pain. Senior sister, purple flowers surrounded him, and the numbers beside him were -350, -300, -250, -100. 50. He looked at her tombstone, crying heartbrokenly, recalling Chen Suyin stroking his head since childhood. Since childhood, only senior sister and master cared for me the most, yet now she has met a tragic end, her soul scattered. Xiao Yang still tightly clutched a small piece of Chen Suyin's clothing. Xiao Yang, this revenge must be taken, I swear I am not human otherwise. The second Mountain Lord appeared behind him and said, That young man's strength is too formidable, even I felt a hint of danger. Xiao Yang wiped the tears from his face and turned to look at his master. The second Mountain Lord approached and continued, Now that the great Mountain Lord is absent, we in the 9 great mountains dare not act rashly. You must not seek revenge before you achieve enlightenment. Your bloodline is very powerful. If you can find your clansmen from back then, with their help, perhaps you will have hope for revenge. Xiao Yang angrily turned around and cursed, Damn it! After hearing the second Mountain Lord's words, Xiao Yang's expression gradually relaxed, somewhat dazed. Guardian bloodline, this is. The second Mountain Lord extended his hand, summoning a set of armor radiating a 7-colored light, and said, The Silver Moon battle armor, refined after I killed an enlightened Silver Moon divine wolf back then. I just deduced again. Your competition with Ji Wuti tomorrow has suddenly undergone a change. The heavenly secrets are chaotic. I'm a little worried, but with another protective treasure, your chances of winning will be greater. Xiao Yang frowned and thought, Thank you, master, but rest assured I will not lose. If Ji Wuti suppresses his cultivation to be on par with mine, I can completely suppress him, let alone just 3 moves. What do I have to fear? The scene shifts to Ji Wuti, who cupped his hands with great delight, confidently saying, Master, rest assured, Xiao Yang is only in the sacred realm. Even if I suppress my cultivation to the sacred realm, he will be no match for me. Ji Yuchang, leisurely feeding fish in front, said, You will lose. Ji Wuti retorted, I am a supreme realm expert. Even if I suppress my cultivation to the sacred realm, how can Xiao Yang compare to me in the comprehension of divine abilities and Tao principles? How is that possible? Ji Yuchang said, Do you doubt my judgment? You'll see tomorrow. If you don't get the 9 mountains immortal seal, you won't need to live anymore. Ji Wuti was so frightened he immediately knelt down. Invincible dares not, I will fight to the death to get the 9 mountains immortal seal for young master. Ji Yuchang glanced at him, his eyes carrying a mysterious purple glow, and said to Ji Wuti, Shut up, relax your divine sense. Early in the morning, before the rooster crowed, the disciples of the 9 great mountains were already bustling with discussion. Senior sister, who do you think will win this immortal seal competition? Logically, Dao Zi's realm is higher, but when senior sister was still here, she often secretly guided junior brother, so if their realms are the same, there might still be a glimmer of hope. I'm really curious. I wonder who the immortal seal will be passed to. HMPH, both of them are too young. Nominally it's a transfer of the immortal seal, but it's likely the Mountain Lord will temporarily manage it. After speaking, they sped off, leaving only a few streaks of light, unaware that at this very moment a portal was gradually appearing. Emerging from the portal was Ada, his face filled with immense satisfaction. In the arena, one of the Mountain Lords loudly declared, Today is the day the 9 great mountains determine the owner of the 9 mountains immortal seal. The winner of the duel between Dao Zi, Ji Wuti, and disciple Xiao Yang will preside over the 9 mountains immortal seal. The immortal seal floated in the air, radiating an incomparable dazzling light, and the disciples gasped in admiration, discussing amongst themselves. Look, descending now is the 9 mountains immortal seal. as expected of the 9 great mountains' supreme treasure, its power is truly magnificent and majestic. The third mountain lord Jiyu Chang and Tin Luzon Nu also couldn't help but look up. The third mountain lord secretly thought, as long as Woody wins today, this supreme treasure will belong to me from now on. Jiyu Chang used a sound transmission spell to Tin Luzon Nu, saying, "This is the 9 mountains' immortal seal. It's a cut above the immortal slaying gourd and the grand supreme diagram." Tin Luzon Nu said, "I heard this object is closely related to the operation of the 9 great mountains. It is the root that maintains the existence of the 9 great mountains. To control it is to control the 9 great mountains." Jiyu Chang, filled with ambition, gazed at the 9 mountains' immortal seal with fascination, thinking, as long as it falls into my hands, conquering the 9 great mountains will be effortless. I want it. The 9 mountains' immortal seal descended, hovering in the second mountain lord's hand, who extended his hand and loudly said, "According to the agreement, this old man will suppress your cultivation to be on par with Xiao Yang's." A golden formation suppressed Jiyu Woody. The third mountain lord, observing from the side, had already seen the intent behind the second mountain lord's cultivation suppressing formation. He stroked his beard and said, "This old fellow, he suppresses just to suppress, but he's also secretly probing. Does Woody have some shady secret?" On the other side, a purple-robed, purple-haired woman crossed her arms, frowning as she looked down, and said, "We cannot interfere with the feud between Tin Luzon Nu and Su Yun, but if that boy dares to make a move during this disciple competition, we will kill him together." The tall man next to her did not argue, simply nodded. Standing beside the man, a brown-haired woman in an orange dress fearfully glanced at the 2 mountain lords, thinking, Old Ninth and Chen Suyin have a good relationship. Is this an excuse to avenge that girl? In the arena, Jiyu Woody, full of confidence, said proudly, "Junior brother Xiao Yang, I didn't expect our competition today to attract so many fellow disciples to watch. Why don't you just surrender? Senior brother is afraid of accidentally killing you." Xiao Yang heard Jiyu Woody's insulting words and was poked where it hurt. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, almost touching, and his pupils seemed devoid of whites as he said, "Colluding with the murderer of senior sister, you deserve to die." Xiao Yang then seemed to activate a speed-boosting skill, catching Jiyu Woody off guard. Xiao Yang actually attacked first. Didn't he just need to last 3 moves? Does he really want to compete with Dao Zi? Jiyu Woody was still looking ahead when Xiao Yang had already sped behind him. Jiyu Woody's eyes were filled with vigilance. He turned around to take a defensive stance, but Xiao Yang was too fast and he sped behind him again, lunging and punching, shouting, "Over here!" With that, he unhesitatingly punched Jiyu Woody's face, saying, "Jiyu Woody, this punch is for senior sister." Jiyu Woody's jaw was dislocated by this punch, and he thought, so fast. Upon closer inspection, one could see green spiritual energy swirling around Xiao Yang's hands. Those spiritual energy rings aided his attack, sending Jiyu Woody flying, and his fresh blood splattered. Jiyu Woody was struck to the barrier, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The crowd watching outside, seeing Xiao Yang's every strike leaving Jiyu Woody no time to react, couldn't help but gape in surprise, saying, "What? Senior brother Jiyu Woody was actually junior brother Xiao's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. At the same realm, we definitely don't have his imposing aura." On the other side, the second mountain lord, seeing his disciple gaining the upper hand, stroked his beard with great satisfaction. "HMPH, Xiao Yang slowly walked forward and said, usually I give you face and call you senior brother, and didn't argue with you, but you actually thought you were a peerless genius?" Xiao Yang charged straight ahead, raising his fist high, and shouted at Jiyu Woody, "Today I will shatter your dragon fist Dao Bati and show you what a true genius is." The fist shot forward, expecting to defeat Woody, but no, Woody blocked it with just one hand. Xiao Yang, who had been full of confidence, suddenly froze. Woody's face instantly turned cold. He tightly gripped Xiao Yang's wrist and gently twisted it. Xiao Yang cried out in fright. "You?" Woody smiled and said, "What's a genius worth?" With that, he delivered a kick, forming a dragon head that shot straight for Xiao Yang's face. He was sent flying a great distance, leaving 2 conspicuous bloodstains behind him. The second mountain lord, observing from the side, felt something was off, thinking, something's not right. The crowd outside, seeing this breathtaking reversal, was also stunned. Only senior brother Woody is still much stronger. Yes, although his realm was suppressed, he was, after all, someone who had once entered the supreme realm. Woody, with his hands casually clasped behind his back, slowly approached and said, "Your genius isn't much, is it? You can't even block my first move. How will you block the second?" Xiao Yang struggled painfully to his feet and said, "No, impossible. How can this be the power of the sacred realm?" Woody said, "Are you stupid?" Xiao Yang's face was already covered in wounds, blood staining the corner of his mouth. He stood up, wiped the blood from his face, and angrily glared at Woody. "You can't possibly be Jiyu Woody," he secretly thought. "If not for the Silver Moon battle armor, I would already be dead or crippled." Woody stopped and looked at him, saying, "If I'm not Jiyu Woody, then who am I?" Xiao Yang sensed Woody's abnormality and roared in angry disbelief, "It's you, it's you." It turned out Jiyu Chang had used a spell to control Jiyu Woody. He smiled cunningly and said, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The crowd outside continued to murmur. "What does Xiao Yang mean by that? This is clearly Dao Zi. Is he finding excuses to argue because he can't win? I didn't expect him to be such a sore loser." Xiao Yang gnashed his teeth, glaring angrily. The second mountain lord looked towards where Jiyu Chang was standing, thinking, "I just carefully probed, unless his strength is much higher than mine, but logically that shouldn't be possible. No matter how strong, he's only in the quasi-emperor realm." The third mountain lord, seeing Woody's performance, stroked his beard with great satisfaction, saying, I didn't expect my disciple Wudi to have secretly cultivated so diligently, his strength far exceeding my expectations. Tin Luzon Nu stood next to Ji Yuchang looking down thinking, those who grew up in paradises truly are too naive. Ji Wudi extended his hand preparing his final move and said, how boring. I thought you were much stronger than you boasted. Wudi flew into the sky. He cast a spell creating 8 gigantic fireballs and a fire dragon, and said, all right, just lie down obediently. Xiao Yang saw this scene and began to feel afraid. How could Ji Wudi be so powerful? This is clearly that guy. Although Xiao Yang was terrified, he stubbornly charged forward, refusing to surrender. Afraid? With my great grudge unavenged, how can I feel such an emotion? Why do you assume I will definitely lose? A fierce collision then occurred, shattering the arena. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing Xiao Yang's figure completely defeated by Wudi's attack. His current appearance, apart from his name, was only slightly better than utterly devastated. People outside discussed. Junior brother lost as expected. Dao Zi is much stronger. Wudi hovered in the air looking down at Xiao Yang and said, looks like I don't need to make a third move, do I? With that, Wudi's eyes suddenly changed, reverting from purple pupils to golden orange. Wudi had truly awakened. He didn't know he had just been controlled by Ji Yuchang and simply turned his head, foolishly listening to everyone praise. Of course, haven't you forgotten Dao Zi's name? Invincible, 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 invincible. Ji Yuchang said, today's battle has truly opened my eyes. The disciples of the 9 great mountains are indeed extraordinary, even I feel inferior. The third Mountain Lord said, now that the winner has been decided. Second Mountain Lord quickly announced the result. The second Mountain Lord, holding the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal, announced, because Xiao Yang has lost, this old man will keep his promise. From now on the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal will be presided over by. Before he could finish, his blood-soaked disciple shouted, wait a minute. Xiao Yang sat up, pointing resentfully at Wudi and saying, that match doesn't count, he cheated. Someone played foul. The one I was fighting wasn't Ji Wudi at all. The onlookers, growing impatient, muttered, here we go again. What's Xiao Yang up to? With so many mountain lords here, how could cheating go unnoticed? The purple-clad woman, frowning, crossed her arms and asked, has anyone noticed anything unusual? The tall man next to her replied, no. Ji Wudi, pointing angrily at Xiao Yang, who was struggling to stand, said, Xiao Yang, a loss is a loss. I thought you were honorable, but I never expected you to slander me. All these years I've toiled day and night, while you and Chen Suyan were deeply devoted. Do you know how much effort I put in? The third Mountain Lord pointed below. Angered, second Mountain Lord, are you just going to let Xiao Yang carry on like this? Ji Yuchang shook his head helplessly and said, I didn't expect the second Mountain Lord's disciple to be so narrow-minded. If he doesn't change, it will be hard for him to command respect in the future. Tin Luzon Nu echoed, narrow-minded, hard to command respect. The second Mountain Lord, suppressing his anger, said, enough. Xiao Yang, step down. From now on, the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal will be under the third Mountain Lord's control. With the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal in hand, Wudi joyfully said, this is the supreme treasure of the 9 great mountains. The third Mountain Lord stood far off and said, cough, good disciple, quickly bring the Immortal Seal to your master. Wudi, like a puppy, carried the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal to the third Mountain Lord, with the second Mountain Lord landing behind him. Before Xiao Yang could speak, Master, the second Mountain Lord quickly interrupted him. Things have come to this, let's go. The third Mountain Lord, beaming, stepped forward with open arms and said, as expected of my good disciple, no need to be in such a hurry. The third Mountain Lord suddenly froze because Wudi handed the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal not to him but to Ji Yuchang. He even knelt happily and said, young master, please. This made Tin Luzon Nu unable to help but laugh aloud. Wudi's actions left everyone utterly confused. Look, Dao Zi didn't immediately present the Immortal Seal to me. Mountain Lord Nan, is he trying to curry favor? The purple-clad woman seemed to realize something and said, something's not right. The tall man next to her said, what's this Ji Wudi up to? How dare he let an outsider examine the Immortal Seal so casually? Ji Yuchang held the glowing Immortal Seal in both hands and couldn't help but exclaim, this is the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal, indeed a miraculous stone refined from innate Tao patterns. The third Mountain Lord's face was somewhat grim. He pressed his palms together and said anxiously, ha, young master is truly knowledgeable. It seems such supreme treasures are not uncommon in your family. Ji Yuchang said, indeed there are quite a few in my family. He showed a cunning smile and said, but I prefer to take from others. With that, a beam of light erupted from the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal, shooting straight into the sky. Tin Luzon Nu exclaimed, oh truly. The third Mountain Lord looked at him in surprise and asked, young master, how can you unlock the 9 great mountains grand formation? The Immortal Seal's 7-colored light shot into the sky, forming a gigantic spiritual energy vortex. The people of the 9 great mountains looked at the powerful light and couldn't help but say worriedly, what is he trying to do? The third Mountain Lord glared at Ji Yuchang and the 2 others, shouting loudly, Wudi, young Master Chang, what exactly do you mean? Chang gave him a disdainful look and said, you go do your thing. Wudi replied clearly. Chang revealed his signature smile and said, at this point hasn't the third Mountain Lord guessed my purpose in coming here? You 9 great mountains are truly too complacent. The 3 Mountain Lords quickly flew high into the sky and the purple-clad woman pointed directly at Chang. The orange-clad woman said, bastard, how dare you seize our 9 Mountains Immortal Seal? Do you think you can leave alive? The tall man said, kid, no matter who you are, leave the Immortal Seal and get out of the 9 great mountains. Suddenly, a disciple covered in wounds ran over in a panic and said, enemy attack, enemy attack. The three of them, who had just put on a show of power, immediately changed their expressions. What? That's… Before she could finish, the woman was blown away by the explosion behind her. Ah, the people of the 9 great mountains, seeing warships arriving one after another, realized that the upper realm was attacking. What? How did the upper realm find this place? It's that mysterious young master beside Tin Luzon knew. The third mountain lord was furious, pointing directly at Chang and saying, "You. So you are from the upper realm." Chang calmly spread his arms and said, "I'm giving you an opportunity. Those who surrender live, those who resist die." A gigantic portal opened in the sky and 3 men appeared from within. The man in the middle said, "Kid, what if you have an army? My 9 great mountains have 8 emperor realm experts." Tin Luzon Nu looked at Chang and said, "I'll go stop those 3. Chang said, "Go." Tin Luzon Nu quickly confronted the 3 men and said, "The front is sealed." The masked man said, "Tin Luzon Nu, you actually help the upper realm. You are the guardian deity of Tinlu City. Do you know what you are doing?" Tin Luzon Nu raised her sword and confronted an enemy. Her eyes turned black and purple, and she said coldly, "For Tinlu City I can do anything." In another place, the second mountain lord was casting a spell to open a teleportation portal. Xiao Yang said, "Master, he is from the upper realm and the 9 great mountains are in peril. Where are you sending me?" The second mountain lord said, "Stop fooling around. The divination of disaster has come true. So he is the calamity of the 9 great mountains. The most important thing now is to send you out, not to die in vain here." Xiao Yang disbelievingly said, "Even if he has an army, can't so many mountain lords defeat him?" The second mountain lord said, "Sai, if the immortal seal hadn't fallen into his hands I might have some hope, but do you think he would act so recklessly without absolute certainty?" Xiao Yang lowered his eyes and said, "Damn it, if only I could awaken my guardian power now." Wudi somehow found the second mountain lord and his disciple. He shouted, "Second mountain lord, junior brother, hurry, master and the others can't hold on much longer." Xiao Yang angrily turned to look at Wudi and said, "Gee, Wudi, you still have the nerve to come here at this point." Wudi knelt on the ground and said regretfully, "No, I was wrong, but I was also deceived by them. Second mountain lord, please go help them. My master and the others can't hold on much longer. You can deal with me however you want afterward. I only ask to atone for my sins." The second mountain lord began to soften and said, "I understand. The matter of the immortal seal being taken wasn't entirely your fault, but I have other matters to attend to right now. You may step down first." Xiao Yang turned and said, "Master, he has aided the wicked, yet you don't blame him." The second mountain lord said, "Things have come to this point, I will take you away first." Wudi kept kowtowing to the second mountain lord and said, "If the second mountain lord wants to take junior brother Xiao Yang, why not take me too? My strength won't be of much help in the 9 great mountains. If junior brother and I go together, we can also preserve the inheritance of the 9 great mountains." Xiao Yang saw Wudi kneeling on the ground and mockingly said, "HMPH, you coward." Wudi said, "Moreover, with my supreme realm strength, I can also be junior brother's bodyguard." Xiao Yang immediately scoffed, "Who needs your protection?" The second mountain lord said, "Very well." Xiao Yang said in great surprise, "Master, you." The second mountain lord continued, "He still cares about his master. His nature isn't bad. And one more person means one more hope." Wudi, hearing the second mountain lord's words, smiled triumphantly. So this was Chang's trick to control people. The scene cuts to the people of the 9 great mountains in distress being continuously slaughtered by the upper realm army, a tragic sight. Demonic attacks flew everywhere, hitting a rock and shattering it. Chang was confronting the 3 mountain lords. The third mountain lord said, "He still cares about his master, his nature isn't bad, and one more person means one more hope." Chang retorted, "That's because you are too foolish." The purple-clad woman angrily pointed at him. HMPH, no matter how strong Tin Luzon Nu is, she cannot fight 3 mountain lords at once while you have to face the 4 of us. Before she finished speaking, golden spots appeared on her body and quickly spread. The purple-clad woman, before she could react, was beaten into a bloody mess and fell. The tall man anxiously shouted, "Ninth sister." The orange-clad woman suddenly recognized, "It's the immortal slaying gourd." Jiu Chang, with a murderous aura, held the immortal slaying gourd and said, "Now there are only 3 left." Xiao Yang and Wudi were teleported to a desolate place. Wudi said, "Finally out." Wudi looked at the desolate scene before him and said, "This is the boundary void abyss not far from Tinlu City." Xiao Yang stood behind, gritting his teeth, and regretfully said, "Master, he recalled the second mountain lord's parting words. "I have taught you all I can, the future path you must walk yourself." Xiao Yang said worriedly, "Master, aren't you coming with your disciple?" The second mountain lord said, "You have your mission and I have mine." Xiao Yang clenched his fists and said, "Find the first mountain lord, find my bloodline relatives. I will definitely avenge everyone later." Wudi turned around and said with a smile, "Junior brother, don't worry, senior brother will help you." Xiao Yang pushed Wudi away and coldly said, "Get lost, are we closed? From now on you go your way and I'll go mine. Don't follow me anymore." Jiu Wudi's face showed a hint of pain and he said, "How can I, senior brother, promise the second mountain lord that I would protect you well?" Back in the 9 great mountains it was suffering immense destruction. Jiu Chang stood in the air holding a long sword and said, "Do you still want to resist? The 3 mountain lords combined couldn't even defeat me." The third mountain lord said, "His strength is truly unfathomable. We couldn't defeat him even together. Where did he get so many divine weapons and treasures?" The orange-clad woman next to him said, "Do you even need to ask? It's definitely the same way he tricked us and snatched them one by one before." A pressure suddenly bore down on the 3 mountain lords. "He's coming, damn it, he's already cast spatial power." Jiyu Zhang wielded a golden blade and said strangely, "Catch this." With a gentle wave, a blade light tore through the sky and shot straight at the three mountain lords. The three mountain lords could only form a shield with their magic enduring this strike, but they might not emerge unscathed from that strike. The paper-thin shield was no match for the vibration caused by Chang's move, but strangely a green light flickered in the middle. Jiyu Chang narrowed his eyes slightly and looked down, saying, "Oh, everyone's finally here." The second mountain lord suddenly appeared like a savior, making the three mountain lords joyfully exclaim, "Second mountain lord, this is great. This guy is too terrifying. Second mountain lord, quickly come and help us suppress him together." The third mountain lord looked at the second mountain lord like a girl in love, saying worriedly, "It's all my fault for trusting an outsider too much, letting the wolf into the fold." The second mountain lord interrupted him. "Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's deal with the enemy first." The second mountain lord looked at Jiyu Chang, his tone icy. "To possess such strength at such a young age. Unheard of. Who exactly are you?" Jiyu Chang said with a hint of mockery. "Actually, I already told the third mountain lord. It's just that he was too slow to understand. If you genuinely want to know, I will answer." Jiyu Chang said from above. "Chang from the longevity Jiyu family, Jiyu Chang." The second mountain lord's face showed some surprise and he said, "The Jiyu family, Jiyu Chang, could it be that young man who commands the upper realm army?" The third mountain lord angrily said, "There are many people named Chang. You didn't say your surname was Jiyu." Jiyu Chang summoned 3 yellow, red and blue precious jades and said, "It seems you can still get some news from the outside, but knowing is useless. Alright, no more games. Everyone is here now." He combined the 3 jades into a bottle and said, "Then it's time to capture you all in one fell swoop." The purple demonic energy was sucked into the bottle. The mountain lord said, What kind of aura is this? Does he want to trap us?" The second mountain lord nervously said, "I'm afraid it's not that simple. That weapon." Seeing another weapon appear in Chang's hand, the second mountain lord blurted out, "It's an artifact of annihilation." Chang, holding the divine artifact with his other hand, urged surrender. He said with immense power, "Come, hand over your origin." Thunder and lightning crashed, rumbling in the sky. Tin Luzon Nu was struck flying by the red-bearded man. The man said, "Tin Luzon Nu, no matter how strong you are, you cannot contend with 3 enlightened ones at once. Is it worth it?" Tin Luzon Nu looked at the fierce battle on Chang's side and thought, "I wonder how long he can fight with full strength before ending the battle there. I'm almost at my limit." The red-faced man swung his fist again, roaring, "Looking over there is useless. There are 4 mountain lords there, including the second mountain lord. Do you think you still have a chance to win?" Tin Luzon Nu was almost exhausted. She blocked the attack with both hands and said, "I believe in my husband." The red-faced man angrily punched Tin Luzon Nu to the ground and said, "Shameless." Tin Luzon Nu fell, her body pierced by vines. The mountain lord above said, "It's Tin Luzon Nu, actually colluding with the upper realm to attack the 9 great mountains. Today I will drain your spirit." The vines pierced Zon Nu's body, making her cry out in pain. On the verge of death, she glanced at Chang and thought, "Cheap husband, can you be a little faster?" The masked man looked at the purple cocoon next to him and said, "Sixth brother, the aura over there is very unstable." The red-faced man said, "Second mountain lord, they should still be able to handle it. After all, he's only a quasi-emperor." The purple cocoon burst open, forming an exceptionally beautiful flower. Jiyu Chang was in the center of the flower, having absorbed that strange aura, and in his other hand he held the second mountain lord's corpse. System prompt: Quasi-Emperor Realm, Third Heaven. Jiyu Chang stood before the 4 mountain lords, his pupils black, looking terrifying. He looked at the remaining 3 mountain lords and said, "It's your turn." The remaining 3 mountain lords, seeing this scene, were all utterly stunned, dumbfounded, looking at each other. The masked man in the middle said, "Besides the second mountain lord, the auras of fourth sister and the others have all vanished." The red-faced man roared angrily, "Bastard, I'll fight you to the death." Before he could yell much longer, the remaining 3 mountain lords also obediently lay on the ground, allowing Jiyu Chang to absorb their origins. At this moment the system again displayed an upgrade notification. Tin Luzon Nu sat in meditation behind him, looking at Chang, and thought, "Having devoured the origins of 7 enlightened ones from the 9 great mountains at this realm, probably no one can be his opponent." Jiyu Chang glanced at her and said, "I didn't expect that for Tin Lu City you would actually fight them to this extent." Tin Luzon Nu was covered in wounds, but still smiled narrowly and said, "Now, young Master Jiyu, can you trust me?" The gravely injured second mountain lord said, "Ha ha, how ridiculous," a dignified Tin Luzon Nu, actually bowing to an upper realm demon. "Don't you feel ashamed before the 8 desolate 10 domains?" Tin Luzon Nu glanced at him and said, "When the upper realm army invaded, you sealed your mountains and hid, not daring to show your face. What right do you have now to criticize me?" The second mountain lord, on his last breath, said, "Jiyu Chang, right? No wonder you possess such terrifying strength at a young age. Tin Luzon Nu has probably been bewitched by you. I never thought the upper realm could tolerate you." Jiyu Chang stepped forward and said, "You don't need to worry about the upper realm's affairs, but the 9 great mountains you guarded have been completely wiped out by me. Do you still have the nerve to be so condescending here?" The second mountain lord said, "Wiped out? As long as the disciples of the 9 great mountains remain, the will of the 9 great mountains will still take root and sprout here." Jiyu Chang looked down at him disdainfully and said, "Are you referring to that Xiao Yang by will? Don't you understand by now why I killed everyone else but spared him? As the sole surviving descendant of the Guardian clan, why do you think I spared his life?" Hearing this, the second mountain lord was so enraged he spat blood, glaring at Chang and asking, "You, how do you know?" Was the tragedy of the Guardian clan 20 years ago caused by you? Ji Yuchang replied. That wasn't it. The second Mountain Lord breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Yuchang then pretended innocently and added, My family did it. The second Mountain Lord was struck dumb like ashes, unable to utter a word. Outside, the Upper Realm army was advancing towards the 9 great mountains. The two men said, Haha, the 9 great mountains have all been annihilated by young Master Chang. Now the Upper Realm's morale is soaring, unparalleled indeed, but the long-lost red-clad demoness has reappeared. Now the war between the Upper Realm and the 8 desolate 10 domains has reached a fever pitch. Hopefully she won't affect the overall situation, as we don't have many troops to spare for her, the masked man said. No problem. According to observations from the surrounding orthodoxies, she seems to have recovered a good deal of her sanity this time. I heard she is currently in the Endless Sea. The demon mountain, created by gods and demons, seems to only aim to occupy a region. A demonic energy-shrouded island is surrounded by demonic beasts. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with her after annihilating the various orthodoxies of the 8 desolate 10 domains and then returning to face her? The alluring woman on the warship said. Even the legendary 9 great mountains have been annihilated. HMPH, truly worthy of being the opponent I've set my sights on, Xian Wangnu said. This is fine to say to me, but don't spread it around. The alluring woman asked. Why? Xian Wangnu said. Isn't it good to be alive? Wang Zikan, holding Chu-Chu behind her, said. Xian Wangnu, that's not right. All Brother Yao Yao wants us to show off in front of you. Why expose him? Chu-Chu said. Wang Zikan, let go of me. The alluring woman unhappily said. Does the human ancestor hall not have ships, or does the Wang family not have ships? What are you doing lingering here? Zikan still tightly held Chu-Chu, pouting and saying, It's because Sister Chu-Chu wants to stay on the Academy's ship. I wonder if she's waiting for someone. Chu-Chu blushed and said, I thought you wouldn't come. Since you're here, I still have to go back to the human ancestor hall to handle matters. Zikan replied, Don't go yet. I haven't seen you in ages. Let me cherish you a bit longer before you leave. Xian Wangnu listened helplessly, feeling very weary. Elsewhere, Shenner and her pet bird sat on a rock eating roasted skewers. Shenner said, Sure enough, I can't live without delicious food. The bird beside her chirped in agreement. A pair of slender, beautiful legs in a white dress appeared before Shenner. Sister Shenner, what a coincidence. We meet again, Shenner said in surprise. And Yan, Shenner's face showed displeasure and she awkwardly smiled. This is the third coincidence. What exactly do you want? And Yan tilted her head, smiling, and walked over unhurriedly, saying, Sister Shenner, your words are so heartless. Weren't we still intimate best friends on the peerless Relic Island not long ago? And Yan continued, Have you forgotten who almost got smashed flat by a quasi-supreme realm fierce beast that day? If I hadn't timely unleashed a formation, your grave's grass would probably be head-high by now, Shenner said. I don't need your protection. I get along just fine without you. And Yan smiled and said, Oh right, I almost forgot, you're the little princess of the Longevity Jiyu family. How could you lack life-saving treasures? Besides, Ji Yuchang is now at the height of his power in the Upper Realm and he's your brother. I hear he treats you exceptionally well, so he must often give you many treasures. Shenner thought of that hateful brother, frowning and saying, My life-saving treasures weren't given by him. It's already good if he didn't snatch mine. And Yan continued, Your brother is quite formidable. I hear he recently annihilated even the 9 great mountains of the 8 desolate 10 domains. Sister Shenner doesn't seem surprised at all. Those were the 9 great mountains which many orthodoxies and forces in the Upper Realm couldn't even compare to. Shenner stood up, food crumbs still on her lips. She shrugged and said, What's there to be surprised about? How many sects has that guy destroyed? Am I supposed to act terrified every time? If so, I'd probably lose several years of my life. And Yan then asked, I hear Ji Yuchang is praised to the skies. What kind of person is he exactly? Shenner replied without hesitation. A scumbag. And Yan was stunned. Seeing Yan constantly asking about Chang, Shenner asked, Tell me, why do you always like to bring up that guy? And Yan said, Every day I hear all sorts of rumors about Ji Yuchang and his sister is right beside me. Who wouldn't be curious? And Yan continued, Moreover, this time we are going to conquer the 8 desolate 10 domains and will fight against the heavens chosen there. I'm a little worried. If anything unexpected happens, I hope you can step in and save me. After all, I've only recently come into existence and my combat experience is lacking. How can I defeat those cruel heavens chosen from the 8 desolate 10 domains? Hearing this, Shenner confidently pointed at her and said, Simply put, you want to be my disciple, right? Become my disciple and I'll protect you. And Yan paused and replied, Hearing sister say that, I feel reassured. Shenner said, Don't worry, seeing as we've met before, I won't just stand by and watch when the time comes. And Yan's expression suddenly changed, becoming somewhat terrifying. She then said, Approach him. The old man sighed and said, Alas, if everything goes smoothly, that would be great, but Ji Yuchang is a very dangerous person, miss. If you want to approach him, you must be extremely careful and not make any mistakes. These years have truly been hard on you, miss. The eldest miss's power is growing, already on par with the family head in the clan. The old man continued, This old servant believes it won't be long before the entire unclan falls into the hands of the eldest miss. At that time, your situation in the clan, miss, will truly become difficult. And Yan stood by the ship's railing looking at the scenery and said, You don't have to be so pessimistic. After all, this time and she brought it upon herself by saving someone she shouldn't have. And Yan looked up at the sky, smiling. So what if it's the hidden immortal bloodline, lacking this law in the upper realm? It's nothing but a disaster. The scene cuts back to Ji Yuchang's side, where the surrounding scenery was now somewhat terrifying. Tin Luzon Nu looked at the scene before her with disbelief, speechless. Ji Yuchang was sitting in front, breaking through, his terrifying power forming a gigantic dragon. Seeing this, Tin Luzon Nu thought, what is that guy's background? His strength has already far surpassed the Dao Attainer realm. After a while, Ji Yuchang opened his purple eyes. His cultivation realm was finally stable. How much time had passed? Tin Luzon Nu stepped forward and said, 7 days. Ji Yuchang stood up and said, thank you for guarding me. How is the war outside? Tin Luzon Nu replied, since the upper realm learned that you annihilated the 9 great mountains, their morale has soared to unprecedented heights. The 8 desolate 10 domains suffered a crushing defeat, and they've now reached the boundary void abyss. Ji Yuchang looked at Tin Luzon Nu and said, it seems your position as a guide is no longer stable. From the looks of it, the various orthodoxies will eventually open a stable spatial passage themselves. Tin Luzon Nu remained silent, her expression somewhat grim. Ji Yuchang said, I gave Lin 6 months. Do you think he can complete it within 6 months? Tin Luzon Nu replied, I'm not sure. Ji Yuchang said, you are truly cunning. Suddenly a beam of light shot towards the two of them. Ah Da appeared. He knelt and saluted the two of them, saying, Master. Ji Yuchang replied, He turned to Tin Luzon Nu and said, Madam. Tin Luzon Nu secretly delighted at this. Ji Yuchang said, she is not your madam. State your business quickly. Ada didn't say anything more, respectfully stating, the top experts from various clans and orthodoxies have descended with their dharma bodies, inviting you to discuss the annihilation of the 8 desolate 10 domains. Ji Yuchang said, I see. Zon Nu, would you like to come with me? Tin Luzon Nu smiled and said, young Master Ji Yu can go alone. After all, I am an outsider to upper realm matters and shouldn't participate. Ji Yuchang looked at her and said, I thought you called me husband quite naturally. How are you an outsider now? He secretly thought, those old monsters of the upper realm already view her as someone of their own rank. Tin Luzon Nu rolled her eyes at him and said, young Master Ji Yu, stop acting with me. There are no outsiders here, so there's no need to pretend. Young Master hasn't even had my body. How dare I overstep? Before she finished speaking, Ji Yuchang jumped up, pointing at her and saying, all day long it's about body, body, body. Tin Luzon Nu, can't you maintain some decorum? What do you take me for? His sudden move surprised her a little. Then Ji Yuchang smiled and with a wink playfully asked, have you heard of pure love? In the boundary void abyss, countless warships were docked. 5 illusory figures were conversing. It's come to this, yet the army is still hesitating and unwilling to advance. Now that the morale of the 8 desolate 10 domains is at an all-time low, why not take this opportunity to completely annihilate them? We shouldn't drive them to utter despair. Even when besieging an enemy, we must leave a way out. There are still many old monsters in the 8 desolate 10 domains who haven't shown themselves. If they fight back with all their might, our losses would be considerable, the one-eyed man's illusory figure said. Thinking about how I've been trapped in the Emperor realm for so many years because of the 8 desolate 10 domains. This old man only wants to kill them all immediately. The illusory figure of the old woman with a staff then said, how about we let the younger generation make the first move? They are currently retreating repeatedly. Although those old monsters remained calm, the younger generation was already restless. The old man, stroking his beard, said, for now let's hold our ground and allow our heavens chosen to hone their skills on the battlefield and accumulate more experience. Perhaps we can even draw out their top combatants. Ji Yuchang emerged from the doorway saying very handsomely, seniors have an excellent plan. Chang fully agrees. Now they crave a truce, so let our younger generation force them out to fight. If they all hide in their shells and dare not come out, then it won't be too late for our entire army to launch a general offensive. Seeing him appear, everyone exclaimed in surprise, young Master Chang, little friend Chang. The old man in the high hat smiled somewhat awkwardly and said, then this matter will trouble you to preside over. I believe that under your leadership the younger generation of the upper realm will be more proactive. But he thought to himself, if he hadn't torn through space to arrive, we probably wouldn't have even detected him. This kid is truly terrifying. Ji Yuchang pulled out that mystical pen and said, no problem, I will send a challenge letter to the 8 desolate 10 domains. With that he manipulated the pen to write golden characters. Mocking, Ji Yuchang said excitedly, this will definitely draw them out, and then we'll annihilate them all. He waved the pen, sending the enormous characters far away. After overcoming numerous hardships, Chang's massive declaration of war finally reached Tinlu City, causing great panic and discussion among the common people here. What? That's a challenge letter from the upper realm, and this time it's even aimed at our younger generation, the people here angrily said. A provocation? Do they think we're scared just because the upper realm has Ji Yuchang, although our overall strength isn't as good as theirs among peers? I fear no one. Xiao Yang was currently hiding here. Thinking that after Ji Yuchang returned to the boundary void abyss the warships had already begun to set sail, Ji Yuchang stood on the ship glancing over and asking, how many people did my mother send from the primordial divine sect this time? the red-haired man behind him respectfully replied. Reporting to young master, they sent 9 quasi-emperors, 30 supremes. As for quasi-supremes in lower realms, they are countless. He glanced over again and asked, where's Shenner? Why haven't I seen that girl? The armored man said. Reporting to young master, Miss Shenner has already gone to the True Immortal Academy. Ji Chang closed his eyes and said irritably, has that girl forgotten her surname? How dare she not come to see me first? She's truly bold. Ji Chang then flew up, moving at lightning speed in the opposite direction. In the upper realm contingent, Zicken pointed at what Shenner was holding and said, Sister Shenner, long time no see, I've brought you a gift, sister. Shenner held a round object in her hand, happily saying, This is. Zicken explained, I know you like tomb raiding, I'll know you like treasure hunting, so this magical artifact is something I just won from Zhang Luoshan. It can help find relic treasures, you'll definitely love it. Shenner replied, direct flirting won't work, so she's taking the roundabout route. Zicken thought, really? Xian Wangnu looked at the ship over there and said, wait, those are people from the Battle Immortal Mansion. Shenner thought, the power of the Battle Immortal Mansion has already been annihilated by Ji Chang. The man standing at the bow of the ship looked very righteous, with a cold expression looking down at them. Zicken couldn't help but exclaim when she saw him, wow, he looks quite arrogant too. King Lu Guang, didn't you fight that little battle immortal before? What was the outcome, a win or a loss? Shenner frowned, unhappily thinking, it seems I didn't gain much advantage either. I need to work harder. I can't always rely on that guy. Suddenly, a murderous aura swept over, scaring everyone into a panic. What happened? It's the Emperor Realm's pressure. Ji Chang lightly stomped his foot and said, go down. It's no exaggeration to say that the ship was crushed straight down by his pressure. The soldiers on the ship looked up in terror and said, that's Ji Chang. Ji Chang looked down with murderous intent and said, why are you flying so high? The golden-eyed man was stunned by Chang's pressure. He widened his eyes and thought, Ji Chang, he's the one who killed the former battle immortal Zhan Shan. Forget it, I'll endure it. Zicken, seeing Chang's no less imposing aura, also smiled and thought, when it comes to showing off, he's still the best. Shenner helplessly thought, why does this guy always like to steal the spotlight? The scene cuts back to Tinlu City, where Ji Chang's flamboyant challenge letter still remained. The common people continued to discuss endlessly. I heard Ji Chang is excessively strong and probably difficult to deal with. This time we must wash away our previous shame and take the opportunity to make them lose their generation. A tall and burly man stepped forward and said, even if it's a competition among the younger generation, if he wants to make a move, he must not simply suppress us with his realm. Another person said, Xuanchen, the genius of the Black Tortoise clan, what's there to be afraid of? If you all don't dare, then I'll deal with him. The common people then whispered, by the way, Lin Wu, you saw him with your own eyes. Between him and Xuanchen, who has a greater chance of winning? Oh, why ask him? That guy has long been scared out of his wits. How shameful. All that Lin family's resources wasted. The tall and burly man put his hand on Lin Wu's shoulder and said, this challenge letter from the upper realm is our best chance to turn the tide. Brother Lin, as the dignified successor of the Blood Dragon War God, how can you be so fallen? Lin Wu shrugged off the man, who then sighed deeply. Behind them, 2 men in green robes, arms crossed, commented, he gave up after just one failure. His resolve is too weak. The crowd began to whisper again. Honestly, I used to admire him, but now I'm truly disappointed. I heard he couldn't even protect the person he loved. Let it go, he's already suffered enough, you two should say less. Lin Wu gritted his teeth, thinking, what can defeat that guy? Only a few months left. Must I become a sinner of the 8 desolate 10 domains to save Luoluo? Suddenly, Lin Wu seemed to sense something. His eyes widened as he looked behind him. Seeing the silhouette of a brown-haired, red-clad woman, he thought, Tin Luzon Nu? No. Is this aura from Tin Luzon Nu's direct disciple? Lin Wu calmed down, thinking, if she knew Tin Luzon Nu was captured by Ji Chang, she would surely find a way to rescue her. Lin Wu's gaze grew firmer. He thought, since that's the case, why must I be the one to betray our ancestors by opening the formation? Invincible and 2 Supremes stood on the rooftop observing, hearing various shouts about counterattacking the upper realm and capturing Ji Chang. Invincible thought, a bunch of clowns. The Supreme on the left said, I didn't expect these young people to be so spirited after receiving the challenge. Truly worthy of being the prodigies of our 8 desolate 10 domains, carrying the destiny of our nation. Invincible remarked indifferently. To be honest, our chances of winning this battle are not high, the Supreme replied. There's no other way. Our young cultivators have cultivated for too few years, too short compared to the upper realm. If only we had a few more centuries for them to grow. Taoist Ma, though you are young, your realm is on par with ours. I hope you can assist us then. Invincible smiled, looking at them, knowing who they had learned that from. He thought some of those people, even with tens of thousands more years, wouldn't make a difference. Returning to Ji Chang, he had already dealt with the show-off. He smugly thought, HMPH, at least he knew his place. He then landed on Shenner's flying ship. Xian Wangnu and Zhen Yao bowed in greeting. Brother Ji Chang coolly responded. Zicken said, long time no see, old Ji. Shenner said, what are you doing here? The people on the adjacent ship, however, were ecstatic as if they had seen a savior, blurting out, It's young Master Chang, Hallmaster, can I take a picture? I have a projection stone. Ji Chang looked at Shenner and said, I've come to visit you, and this is how you greet me. Shenner, arms crossed, scoffed, who needs your visit? You're so pretentious, I find it embarrassing. Ji Chang ignored her, saying, what are you talking about? Chang took out 2 magical artifacts and said, I heard you're fighting the younger generation of the 8 desolate 10 domains this time. and I'm worried about you, so I specially brought 2 protective treasures for you. Shanner still stubbornly said, I already have hundreds of sacred artifacts. Are you trying to trick me with a few broken pieces? Never mind, don't even bother. The magical artifacts in Ji Yuchang's hand shimmered, forcing Shanner to avert her gaze. Because it was too dazzling, the 2 magical artifacts in Ji Yuchang's hand revealed their true forms, making even Shanner drool with desire. Ji Yuchang said, oh, so in Shanner's eyes, Emperor artifacts and quasi-Emperor artifacts are just trash? It's all my fault for being poor and unable to give you immortal artifacts. Ji Yuchang said regretfully, since you don't need them. Before he could finish, Shanner had already snatched the artifacts. She excitedly said, brother, what do you want to eat or drink? Zikan, Xianwang Nu and Zhen Yao behind them couldn't help but stare, thinking, wait, those are sacred artifacts. Chang watched his little sister's mood change faster than flipping a book, and secretly annoyed he feigned pity, leaning in and pouting. Brother Ji Yu, do you need another sister? I can be one too, I really can. Zhen Yao and Xianwang Nu were once again shocked. Ji Yuchang got goosebumps, but Shanner paid no mind, simply clutching her pile of magical artifacts. Saintess, you should call me Human Ancestor Hallmaster, don't break the rules. Chang smiled. I want rare equipment too. On the other side, and Yan on the other ship had been observing them. She smiled, thinking, so this is Ji Yuchang, no wonder Ji Shanner is willing to follow him. Finally the 2 sides met. Here they are, those are the people from the 8 desolate 10 domains, there are so many of them. The people on the male protagonist side smirked contemptuously. I can't believe they actually dared to accept the challenge. Aren't they afraid we'll beat them so badly their own mothers won't recognize them? Ha ha ha, a bunch of snot-nosed brats daring to contend with us, the people from Tinlu City said. Did you hear their arrogant laughter? They don't respect us at all, the long-haired man said. Don't fight me for kills later, let me take out some of my frustration, the tall man, arms crossed, said. Besides Ji Yuchang, I don't care about anyone else. Then 3 old men emerged from a spatial rift. The man in the middle, completely wrapped in cloth, said, a bunch of barking mad dogs, these upper realm juniors are truly arrogant, the purple-clad woman said. Although the upper realm has more resources than us, their number of prodigies is far less than ours, the pot-bellied bald man said. HMPH, no matter what, we can't lose our morale. The bald pot-bellied man glared and said, let me teach them a lesson. The man completely wrapped in a headscarf said, all right, across the realms those old geezers can at most send down their dharma bodies. At this moment 4 more guests arrived on the ship, Brother Yi, Wang, Liuli and Chilling. Brother Yi and Liuli simultaneously called out, Sister Shenner, Wang said. Oh, Chilling said. I am Chilling of the upper realm Vermilion Bird Clan, greetings to Xianwang Nu. Xianwang Nu responded, oh. Shenner, seeing her senior brother and fellow villagers, asked, why are you all here too? Brother Yi looked around and asked, oh, where's Brother Ji Yu? Why don't I see him? Shenner said helplessly, he was just here, why is everyone looking for him? The atmosphere on the ship suddenly became lively. By the way, how many people did the Ji Yu family send to attack the 8 desolate 10 domains this time? I don't know, Ji Yuchang handles all these things. The 8 desolate 10 domains have sent more young disciples than us this time. But what's the use of numbers? While they were chatting happily, a sudden pressure swept over, surprising Shenner. Brother Yi and Liuli were no better off. Liuli was actually shaken to the point of spitting blood. Everyone was affected and couldn't stand steadily. She said with a slight embarrassment, Wushuang. Zhen Yao tried to protect Xianwang Nu. He looked up and said, this is the pressure of an enlightened one. All the upper realm warships were affected and piercing screams came from the upper realm warships. Ah, the 8 desolate 10 domains are breaking the rules. The bald pot-bellied man stood outside observing and said, you young man, you'd best be humble. The people from Xuanlu City, seeing their side gaining the upper hand, proudly exclaimed, was that our 8 desolate 10 domains old ancestor? Let's see if they still dare to be arrogant. Xiao Yang thought with a poker face. My master and the mountain lords are no weaker than this old man. Although the 9 great mountains couldn't be saved, will all our enlightened ones perish? A voice rang out. Bullying the small has the 8 desolate 10 domains fallen to such a state, truly lamentable. Xiao Yang looked up slightly surprised. This voice was the 9 mountains immortal seal. The 9 mountains immortal seal had appeared above at some point. The bald pot-bellied old man looked up and said, what? Before the bald pot-bellied old man could say anything, he was injured by the power of the 9 mountains immortal seal. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Shuanggang, the purple-clad old woman, looked up and said, is that the divine artifact, the 9 mountains immortal seal that can suppress the immortal slaying gourd? The bald pot-bellied old man said angrily, that person's strength is probably no weaker than ours. The man completely wrapped in cloth placed his hand on the bald old man's shoulder and said, don't panic, that's just the power of the supreme treasure, the 9 mountains immortal seal. He's only a quasi-emperor, what trouble can he stir up? Chang stood on the immortal seal looking down and said, then don't blame Ji Yu for fighting against many. The upper realm army below seeing Chang was like seeing a savior, saying, it's young Master Chang is mighty. The people from the 8 desolate 10 domains started looking at each other with some concern, saying, Xuanchen can he block it? Xiao Yang worriedly thought, it's him after all. Everyone on the ship looked forward and Yan said, Shanner, has your brother really not been possessed? At this age his strength is too exaggerated. Shanner couldn't help but avert her gaze, thinking, sometimes I wonder that too. No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up to him. Zikan also couldn't help but be shocked by the scene before her. She thought, he's leveling up like he's cheating. Who's the transmigrator here? Zikan mused, so those mountain lords weren't necessarily annihilated by the Ji Yu family army. Perhaps he did it himself. I still can't see through this person. Even someone as headstrong as Choo-Choo after meeting him no longer seeks the human ancestor, nor does she hunt down the demonic art successor, and her body was clearly altered by him. The man completely wrapped in cloth said, according to the agreement of two armies clashing, both sides will let the younger generation fight here. Your Excellency shouldn't interfere, should you? Ji Yuchang stood on the immortal seal and replied, hey, I'm a young man too. Do I look that fake? The old man with the headscarf said, Your Excellency, that's too much. You're already a quasi-emperor, why bully a bunch of juniors? Ji Yuchang looked down condescendingly and said, alright then, I also want to see if the prodigies of the 8 desolate 10 domains are dragons or dogs. Yi-Han stepped out and replied, yes, who wants to go first? The 8 desolate 10 domains fell silent again. It seems he's a strong one. Let someone else go first to test him out. Is he trying to send a strong one to show off? But if I fight now, even if I win, I'll expose all my trump cards. A person from the 8 desolate 10 domains stepped out and said, I remember this person. When the two realms first clashed, he killed many of our prodigies. Yi-Han began to provoke. What, you brought so many people, yet no one dares to come up and fight? A person from the 8 desolate 10 domains flew up and said, my name is Wu. Let me clear out this cannon fodder. The thick-browed man said, I am Lin Beishan, the spear king of the 8 desolate 10 domains. Remember my name, those who fall by my hand. Before he could finish speaking, he was kicked away by Yi-Han. Yi-Han charged forward, thrusting his spear straight. Beishan was kicked onto a flying ship, startling the others from the 8 desolate 10 domains. Before they could react, Beishan was pierced through the body by Yi-Han's spear. The others could only watch, frowning. Yi-Han confidently said, next. The people from the 8 desolate 10 domains who had been arrogant just moments ago were now too frightened to move, only daring to blurt out anxiously, what, he's really strong. The bald pot-bellied man glanced down and shouted, what are you afraid of? Where's your morale? Quickly send a stronger person up, the crowd below said. Hey, Lin Wu, arms crossed, said, if you're so capable, go up yourself instead of just talking. He endured for a moment, then stepped forward and said, I'll go, but I have a condition. Change the opponent. I don't want to defeat him in a relay battle, lest you use it as an excuse. Ji Yuchang was silent for a moment, then replied, all right. With that, the main force from our side of the ship immediately rushed out. Ji Yuchang arrogantly said, come choose. The people on the other side, seeing this situation, helplessly thought, are you kidding? These people know these monsters. The sacred realm is already terrifying enough, and there are even quasi-supremes. Zhen Yao even made a provocative gesture, as if saying, if you're good enough, come up. The people from the 8 desolate 10 domains began to comment again. Is this the upper realm's resource advantage? Quasi-supremes are already at the level of a sect master. Here only Zhao Yun's would probably have a chance of defeating them. The unicorn man suddenly opened his eyes wide as if he had found a lifeline. Ah, it seems there are 2 quasi-saints. Excellent, he pointed at Shenner, raising his voice. Hey you, the young lady in the middle, I think you're the strongest and a suitable opponent for me. Shenner happily said, oh good eye, your 8 desolate 10 domains aren't much in terms of combat power, but you're pretty accurate at judging people. Ji Yuchang was speechless. Xian Wangnu, Zikan and Zhen Yao also felt helpless. The unicorn man raised his voice and said, I won't waste words, make your move. He thought, excellent, their faces don't look good, so I chose the right person. Then came the man from earlier. The unicorn man hadn't even had time to strike before he received a fatal blow, then countless sword lights and blade shadows struck the unicorn man. Shenner just stood there waving her hands, she thought. This primeval true martial art is so well used. The people of the 8 desolate 10 domains, seeing their side lose 2 consecutive matches, began to get scared, saying, am I seeing things? That magical artifact is at least a quasi-emperor artifact. Why would such a high-level artifact be in the hands of someone in the sacred realm? The bald pot-bellied man from earlier also said in astonishment, it seems that in one-on-one combat, our young generation is simply no match for them. The man completely wrapped in cloth spread his arms and added, since that's the case, we'll just have to use numbers to deal with them. His face was grim as if plotting something, and he said, all right, it's too slow to go up one by one, let's go together. The people of the 8 desolate 10 domains then swarmed forward like unleashed hounds. Everyone, let's go together. The upper realm has better resources than us, it's not shameful to lose. The outcome is all that matters. Let's all go. Ji Yuchang looked at the crowd with 7 parts contempt and 3 parts amusement, saying, you're really good at finding excuses. Since that's the case, then let's all go together and let them die convinced. The upper realm army was not to be outdone. At the command they charged forward and both sides clashed fiercely, with neither giving way. The battle had not even begun before it reached its climax. Xian Wangnu and Zhen Yao charged forward together. Just one strike, the two of them knocked down at least 3 charging enemies. On the other side, countless beams of light shot down. Countless beams of light pierced through the 8 desolate 10 domains army, sending them to the altar and their deaths before they even had a chance to retaliate. The little war immortal said expressionlessly, weak. Then a powerful lightning bolt struck down, and she easily suppressed the enemy with just one kick. She mocked, the geniuses of your 8 desolate 10 domains are truly all show and no substance, easily defeated. The bald man on the ship swung his iron fist at Liu Li, shouting, how dare you underestimate us so much, I'll show you. Do you see? Before he could finish speaking, he was frozen. Brother Yi rushed out just in time, and with just one finger, he rendered the bald man speechless. He said, just a bunch of local ruffians. Liu Li happily called out, brother, the pot-bellied bald man, seeing the 8 desolate 10 domains army at a disadvantage, couldn't help but say anxiously, damn it, the difference is actually so great. The man completely wrapped in a cloak spread his arms and said again, The upper realm has better resources than us, it's not shameful to lose, the outcome is all that matters, let's all go together, Ji Yuchang calmly said. It seems even in a group battle your 8 desolate 10 domains won't have much chance of winning. Shuangdong replied defiantly, heavens chosen are naturally stronger or weaker, and while it's hard for your 8 desolate 10 domains to win, you're not entirely without merit. On the 8 desolate 10 domains side, Lin Wu was still there, slashing fiercely. HMPH, the upper realm army has also taken a lot of damage from this blade, someone exclaimed. Ah, this person is very strong. Lin Wu looked at Ji Yuchang up high and thought, others can't defeat him, but it's just you, Ji Yuchang. What do I have to be afraid of? Chang looked down and said, if you kill one more upper realm person, I'll chop off one of Lulu's fingers. Lin Wu's expression at this moment was like someone who had been wronged, even though he hadn't touched her yet. Then an upper realm woman rushed forward with a sword, shouting, die. Lin Wu easily dodged. He gently waved his long spear and the woman missed, thinking, I'm done for. Lin Wu's long saber swung down and in a blink it was almost touching her back. Lin Wu flipped the saber, merely giving her a light tap on the buttocks. The woman was then flung away by Lin Wu, screaming, ah, but for some reason her expression seemed to show a hint of enjoyment. The 3 old men who witnessed it were also speechless. Shuangdong said angrily, what is he doing? The masked man said. Compared to Lin Wu, I think the Dao Zi who surrendered to our side is more trustworthy. The purple-clad old woman said, regardless, he has supreme realm strength. Chilling, on the other hand, had worse luck. She was brutally beaten, then thrown to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Choo-choo Woody, he flew into the air, summoning a colossal golden orb and looked down at Chilling, saying, a mere quasi-saint dares to intrude into a battlefield of this caliber. Little girl, you are truly foolish. Wang quickly ran over to shield her, saying, Chilling, are you all right? Chilling looked at Wang in horror and said, run, he's a supreme realm expert. Woody squinted, looking down, and said, time's up, I love killing foolish people the most, especially those who like to play the hero, saving the damsel in distress. Wang shouted, sister, save me. Woody no longer waited. He threw down the gigantic dragon-headed orb of light, saying, even if you call for your father, no one can save you. Zikin had already dealt with 2 people from the 8 desolate 10 domains. She clapped her hands and turned to look over, saying, someone seems to be calling me. Wang and Chilling sat on the ground holding their heads, believing their lives were about to end, but they didn't. The orb suddenly changed direction due to a force. That orb began to fly elsewhere. Chilling and Wang opened their eyes, looking at each other in confusion. She asked, did it miss? Woody, seeing it miss from above, was also puzzled. A question mark, what's going on? Woody was startled, feeling a chill down his spine. It was Chang, staring at him with a loving and doting gaze. The 3 old men, who hadn't even had time to rejoice, could only watch in silence. The masked old man said, although the upper realm heavens chosen are slightly stronger, there are still many impostors. For example, that girl, if she relies only on treasures, the battle might drag on and she'll be useless. Looking at Ji Yu, Shenner and Yan, who was now controlling Xiao Yang, Shenner asked, are you all right? And Yan was severely wounded. She clutched her chest and said indignantly, he also has a supreme treasure. My previous attacks were completely ineffective. Shenner cast a spell and said, even primeval true martial art couldn't break through his defense, it must be at least an emperor artifact. And Yan asked, then what do we do? Xiao Yang, his steps hindered by that power, stood still and said, though your cultivation realm isn't high, you possess such a powerful treasure, you must come from a large upper realm family spoiled by your elders, right? Unfortunately, you've met me. You're not the only one who has been bestowed with powerful treasures. Shenner frowned at Xiao Yang and said, then let me ask you. Shenner retracted her magic artifact and brought out a second one, saying, do you have 2? Xiao Yang looked at the blue-glowing magic artifact in Shenner's hand and immediately recognized it. It was the 3rd Mountain Lord's Emperor artifact, 7 Seas glazed lamp. So that shimmering colorful cup was the artifact the 3rd Mountain Lord used against Chang. Xiao Yang's eyes widened in utter surprise, thinking, the 3rd Mountain Lord has fallen, so what about Master and the others? Xiao Yang stammered, your surname is Ji Yu? Shenner heard this and asked, oh, am I that famous? With that, she put her hands on her hips, lifted her chin and exaggeratedly said, see, my name Shenner is just as renowned as that guy's. Following me is definitely the right choice. And Yan stood behind, a helpless look on her face, thinking powerlessly, how can these siblings have such a huge difference in intelligence? Ji Yu Chang casually glanced at the person behind Shenner. The masked old man said, it seems that girl has an unusual relationship with you. Ji Yu Chang said, what do you want? The masked old man then said, this old man was merely asking. Shuangdong seemed to understand something, laughing, she must be very important to you, right? Chang's face darkened. He said, do you think you're safe just because you have the Boundary Abyss's protection? With that, he took out the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal. Ji Yu Chang held the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal high, emitting a powerful wave. The 3 old men asked in alarm, what do you mean? Chang replied, of course I mean to keep all of you here. The masked old man in the middle said, just you. A gigantic spatial rift suddenly appeared behind him. The 8 desolate 10 domains army reported, ambush, there's an ambush coming from behind us. The red-hatted man heard this and quickly looked back, saying, what? Such a large army, how could they have bypassed us and gotten behind? This is the Boundary Abyss, could it be the power of the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal? From the rift countless upper realm warships sailed out, and the red-haired man stood in the center of the flagship commanding. The man said, as you command, young master. Kill. Ji Yu Chang's face showed a calculating expression. He smiled and said, just me. The people of the 8 desolate 10 domains, seeing the upper realm army reinforcements, said indignantly, Too despicable, they claimed it was a duel, but it's a trap. The Supreme Realm experts and protectors of the 8 desolate 10 domains will fight to the death to stop the enemy. We must not let them slaughter our younger generation. The 8 desolate 10 domains army remained unyielding. Liao Ming rushed forward and said, "Don't panic, as long as the boundary steel hasn't withered or Dao attainers can't cross over, we'll try to buy time and wait for reinforcements." But to their disadvantage, a colossal arm suddenly swung its fist towards them, sending several directly to the altar, utterly obliterated. The one-eyed man's illusory figure said triumphantly, "But we can descend with our Dharma bodies. Dealing with you mere supremes is as easy as pie, isn't it?" The people of the 8 desolate 10 domains began to panic, saying, "Run, this is an upper realm conspiracy. There are traitors in the 8 desolate 10 domains. Otherwise, how could such a large army silently bypass the boundary abyss and get behind us?" Xiao Yang heard the word traitor, and immediately thought of Tin Luzon Nu. He gritted his teeth and thought, a traitor. Could Tin Luzon Nu have betrayed the 8 desolate 10 domains? Who would believe that if I told them? Up above, Chang was suppressing the battle with the power of the 9 mountains immortal seal. Xuangang quickly turned around and said, "You two hold him off. I'll go eliminate those people." The red-hatted old man said, "Xuangang, focus on the opponent before you. That's the 9 mountains immortal seal." Xuangang said, but the red-hatted old man gave Xuangang a subtle glance, seemingly gesturing. Zhao Yun should already be on his way. Xuangang's expression softened upon hearing this, saying, "I see." The red-hatted old man then said, "The most important thing now is to quickly suppress this person. Once he's eliminated, the remaining people are just a matter of time for us." Jiu Chang seemed to see through their intentions. He said, "I guess you're secretly plotting capture the king first, aren't you?" Without further ado, the 3 old ancestors charged forward, attacked and hold back. Xuangang rushed ahead, performing Xuanwu Shatter, pouring all his spiritual energy into his arm. The spiritual energy released from his fist formed a gigantic turtle head charging straight at Chang, but it was blocked by the 9 mountains immortal seal. Jiu Chang lightly retreated, smiling, "Then I can't let you have your way." With that, he flew straight into the sky with the immortal seal, the 3 ancestors chasing behind him. The red-hatted man said, "Quickly, he's trying to escape." Xuangang said, "HMPH, just a junior, still relying on a supreme treasure." The red-hatted man chuckled cunningly. "According to the news from Lulu and Lin Wu, he has another supreme treasure, the immortal slaying gourd. We just need to guard against these 2 treasures, and capturing him is only a matter of time." The purple-clad old woman next to him said, "Good, I'll also give this arrogant junior a surprise later." The sky was filled with lightning and colorful lights below, and Yan and Shenner stood together. She asked, "They've gone up to the sky. He's fighting 3 Dao attainers alone. Will he really be all right?" Shenner held 2 magic artifacts in her hands and said, "He should be fine." Shenner looked up at the sky, her small face also showing some worry. Up above, Chang and the 9 mountains immortal seal were playing a cat-and-mouse game with the 3 Dao attainers. Xuangang relentlessly pursued, extending his hand and saying, "This kid is cunning. Quickly find a way to catch him." Just as he was about to grab him, Chang threw the 9 mountains immortal seal at him, so he had to stop and block the 9 mountains immortal seal. Xuangang said, "HMPH, I'll hold off the 9 mountains immortal seal. You two quickly give chase." The 2 Dao attainers then went straight after Jiu Chang. The purple-clad old woman raised her hand and chanted, "Don't worry, he won't escape." A purple mist began to surround Jiu Chang, and then countless hands reached out from the mist, grabbing his arms. Jiu Chang looked back, and it was Chu Chu, Yini and Minkong holding his arms tightly, while Shenner held his leg below. Jiu Chang's eyes widened in surprise, saying, "Illusion." The purple-clad old woman emerged from the mist and said, "No, this is your truest emotion. My Dao is to control people's 7 emotions and 6 desires, so what will you use to fight us?" Those arms suddenly turned black and then dissipated, and he was already standing in the center of a magic array, his body bound by chains. The red-hatted old man said, "Now, no matter how many magic artifacts you have, they are useless." The purple-clad old woman said, "I know you're afraid that our fight might affect the younger generation, but you made the biggest mistake by leaving the main army and coming here." The old woman leaned forward, extended a finger and said, "Next, I will draw out your deepest fears, making you die in agonizing struggle. This is the price of your arrogance." Hearing this, Jiu Chang's face turned as pale as a shrimp. Jiu Chang struggled in terror, saying, "No, don't do this. How can you do this to me? You are truly wicked." The old woman saw Jiu Chang's expression and was immensely pleased, even revealing a sinister smile. The old woman then suddenly felt something was off. Where are these lights coming from? A murderous aura suddenly pressed down on her, and her face instantly changed, no longer smiling. The 2 old men also froze for 5 seconds, looking at that face, probably seeing something terrifying. The act has gone on long enough. Jiu Chang activated his apocalypse mode, destroying all the illusory chains. He exuded an overwhelming killing intent, looking at the old woman with a sinister smile that sent shivers down her spine. His current expression was like a debt collector from hell. He grinned and said, "What I'm afraid of is myself." Below, several people from the 8 desolate 10 domains had been thoroughly defeated by the various powerful figures. An illusory figure said, "The obstructionists have largely been dealt with." Next, the 8 desolate 10 domains released smoke bombs, and 3 incredibly powerful swords burst forth from the entrance. The swords directly pierced through the illusory figures, causing their bodies to gradually crack. One of the powerful figures exclaimed, "What? Reinforcements from the 8 desolate 10 domains?" Looking back, they found that reinforcements from the 8 desolate 10 domains had arrived. A powerful figure said, I didn't expect them to have a backup plan too. The person, head held high and looking arrogant, was Zhao Yun's. He said, the upper realm cultivators are shameless, setting a trap for the young cultivators of the 8 desolate 10 domains. They deserve to die. 2 warships, one from the 8 desolate 10 domains and one from the upper realm, collided. The battle, which was thought to be nearing its end, once again flared up fiercely. The people from the 8 desolate 10 domains who had been on the verge of death were delighted after being revitalized, shouting as they ran, It's young Master Zhao, he's here to support us. Senior Zhao Yun's was once the #1 heavens chosen of the 8 desolate 10 domains. This is great. We're saved. Yun's gripped the saber in his hand and said, All disciples of the 8 desolate 10 domains heed my command. Yun's charged forward and just a few basic moves were enough to severely injure the upper realm army. He said, Quickly retreat through the spatial passage I've opened, I'll cover your rear. The people from the 8 desolate 10 domains who had been on the verge of death from the upper realm's assault were revitalized after hearing his rallying cry. They screamed as they fled, Thank you young Master Zhao for saving us, thank you Senior Yun's. Jun Yao watched from below and couldn't help but admire Yunzi's power, saying, This person's aura is incredibly strong, not at all inferior to those previous Dao attainers. Damn it, they actually managed to escape so many. What a pity. Vaguely hearing someone from the upper realm cursing him, Yun's looked down disdainfully. Without a word he waved his hand, making his long sword enlarge to its maximum size and slashed straight down. The people below saw the colossal sword about to come down and screamed in terror, No, he's attacking us, everyone take cover. Then that sword directly slashed into the upper realm army, and Yan ran in a panic saying, No, it's not over yet. Shenner, be careful. Yun's turned around, he said coldly. A fitting death. A massive explosion occurred behind him, and it undoubtedly caused significant damage. In the clouds, Ji Yuchang was absorbing the spiritual energy of the 3 old ancestors. Tin Luzon Nu walked over and said, Although they had only recently attained Dao and couldn't compare to the second Mountain Lord, your ease in killing them still surprises me. Ji Yuchang opened his eyes and looked at her. Who said I killed them all? Don't you dare slander me. Ji Yuchang patted his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood which shocked Tin Luzon Nu. Ji Yuchang smiled sideways. I suffered mutual heavy losses with them. They escaped back to the ground. Zikan timely used a defensive spell to block Yunzi's previous attack. She asked, Is everyone all right? Wang said, We're fine. Zizong observed the situation, thinking according to the normal script I shouldn't have encountered this level of battle. A casual strike has such power, most people would probably not escape unscathed. The smoke gradually cleared and Yan lay there boldly. Her fingers twitched slightly, and she sat up covered in wounds, gasping for breath, and Yan suddenly remembered something and thought, Oh right, Ji Shenner. Looking at Shenner, she was protected by Da with an Emperor artifact guarding her. She hadn't suffered any harm whatsoever. And Yan bit her sleeve pitifully, secretly thinking, with an Emperor artifact for protection and a quasi-Emperor for a bodyguard, I should care about myself more. Shenner retracted her magic artifact, looked at Da and said, You are? Da turned to look at her and said, By the Master's order, I am to protect Miss Shenner. Shenner said, Ji Yuchang. Shenner then smiled softly, a warm and inviting smile. On the other side, the upper realm army looked at Yunzi's strength and said, That guy is too strong. He alone can hold off our entire upper realm army. The upper realm warships above were continuously destroyed by Yunzi's sword, he said. Those who crossed the boundary, die. Yunz held his sword, blocking the pass, allowing the people of the 8 desolate 10 domains to escape. He said, If you don't want to die, you'd best stop pursuing. The people from the 8 desolates retreated gleefully as if clutching at a lifeline, saying, As expected of young Master Yunz, he alone is worth 1,000,000 soldiers. If young Master Yunz were this generation's heavens chosen, he would surely be able to rival Ji Yuzhang, the upper realm army. Their path blocked by Yunz could only watch angrily as the 8 desolate people retreated. They said, Damn it, are we just going to let them leave so casually? To eliminate him, our army would definitely take a lot of time, and right now we have no experts to contain him. Ji Yuchang happened to fly down, raising his voice to say, Who says there aren't any? The upper realm army cheered. It's young Master Chang, someone exclaimed. Ji Yuchang is back. Yunz turned his head, casting a cold glance, and said, You've come at a good time. Yunz pointed at the flying swords and said, I was just hoping to meet you. Ji Yuchang rushed forward, summoning a gigantic palm, and said, You've killed so many heavens chosen from our upper realm, how can you just walk away? Everyone's gaze was fixed on the battle between Chang and Yunz. Zikan asked, Why isn't he using the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal? Shenner replied, He's injured. Shenner carefully watched Ji Yuchang's struggling face, bloodstains still clinging to the corner of his mouth. The collision of their palm forces unleashed immense power, shaking the entire area, fulfilling the saying, When immortals fight, mortals suffer. A massive explosion occurred during their clash, destroying all the warships. Yunz was sent reeling, gritting his teeth as he thought, A mutual heavy loss? Ji Yuchang was no better off. He was being supported by 2 soldiers who said worriedly, Young Master Chang. Ji Yuchang coughed up blood, his face strained, and said, Cough, cough, damn it, I still couldn't hold them back. Everyone began to discuss. The 8 desolate 10 domains truly have powerful individuals. No, young Master Chang was already injured before his battle with those 3 enlightened ones. What? Is young Master Chang all right? Ji Yuchang quickly steadied himself, waving his hand to say, Everyone for the upper realm, what is a mere injury to me? Although many of them escaped overall, we still achieved a great victory. Moreover, as you've all seen, I have now grasped the precise route through the boundary void abyss. Conquering the 8 desolate 10 domains is only a matter of time. Then they all cheered. Long live young Master Chang, long live young Master Chang. Zikan watched from below, sensing something was amiss. She secretly thought with suspicion. Isn't this reputation exactly what a protagonist has? No, I must find an opportunity to test him and see if he truly has a system. Shanner walked up to Ji Chang asking worriedly, Ji Chang, are you seriously injured? Ji Chang looked at her silently. Ji Chang leaned against Shanner, making her flustered. She said, Hey Ji Chang. Ji Chang said, This brother is gravely injured, quickly take me back to rest. Shanner, feeling soft-hearted, said, Alright. Over in the 8 desolate 10 domains they were returning to Tinlu City, with everyone discussing, speaking of which, where our 3 old ancestors, they should have retreated first. After all, we don't know when the upper realm might send reinforcements. Yun stood alone in a corner, while others gathered around him, praising him incessantly. Speaking of which, Senior Yuns, you are truly amazing to be able to contend with Ji Chang as equals. That's right, I saw him spitting blood by the end of it. HMPH, that guy was just putting on a show, relying on the 9 Mountains immortal seal. How can he compare to our young domain, Lord Yuns? Indeed, with so many praising him, Yuns remains unmoved, truly cool and collected. Oh, it turned out Yuns was also seriously injured, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, though those people hadn't noticed. He frowned, thinking that guy, after fighting 3 Emperor Realm experts, was still able to injure me. The scene shifted to Ji Chang, whose expression was now very indifferent. Ji Chang sat cross-legged on the bed. Shanner sat beside him, asking, Are you truly injured, or are you just acting? Ji Chang said, You're deliberately staying here to annoy me, aren't you? Shanner retorted, Nonsense, I'm just worried about you. Ji Chang closed his eyes and said, Worried? Coming without anything, do you expect me to just drink more hot water? Shanner watched him, arms crossed, and said, Hey, you don't care about my healing elixirs at all. What matters is my intention. If my intention is clear, won't you be happy? If you're happy, won't you recover faster? Ji Chang closed his eyes, smiling with a frown, and said, You're really something. I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Shanner looked at him, thinking, he lives under such a dazzling spotlight, excelling in everything, but he must be very tired too. Shanner gazed at Ji Chang's closed eyes, realizing how much he had to consider and weigh. Shanner placed her hand on Ji Chang's temple, making him open his eyes in surprise. She massaged his temple, smiling, and said, Ji Chang, don't frown so much, you look much better this way. Ji Chang held Shanner's wrist and asked, Really? Shanner replied, Of course, you've always loved to frown since childhood, or else you'd flash that sinister smile that sends shivers down one's spine. Ji Chang said, Ji Shanner, please don't make things up about me. Shanner continued, Do you remember what happened when we were little? It wasn't even dark yet. Ji Chang was still awake, but Ji Shanner had at some point fallen asleep holding his arm. Ji Chang glanced at her gently, said nothing, and then revealed a smile that was 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts indulgence. Over in the 8 desolate 10 domains, Yuns was speaking with a group of people. After a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, What? Senior Xuangang's Dao tablet is shattered. The man in front of him replied, That's right, and they shattered simultaneously. Yuns, you were on the battlefield. What exactly happened? Yuns listened in surprise, saying, Simultaneously. Ji Chang alone couldn't possibly have done that. He must have set a trap before taking the 3 seniors to battle beyond the heavens. No wonder I didn't see any quasi-emperors on the heavens' chosen battlefield. So that's it. Yuns quickly reassured everyone, saying, Everyone, don't panic. My father has already gone to the 8 desolates to find the 8 wilderness lords, the man said happily. Excellent, Yuns continued. The top priority now is to find the traitor within Tinlu City. Elsewhere, Lin Wu was speaking with Tin Luzon News Disciple on a terrace. Tin Luzon News Disciple said, What did you say? Master is the one who helped the upper realm break the rules of the boundary void abyss. How could this be? Lin Wu said solemnly. Tin Luzon Nu has fallen into Ji Chang's hands. Perhaps it wasn't her will. I'm just an insignificant person, and I'm only here to warn you that Ji Chang might want to use your master to open Tinlu City's core formation. You absolutely must not fall for his trick. Tin Luzon News Disciple was thunderstruck upon hearing this. She said, The core formation. Lin Wu gripped Tin Luzon News Disciple's shoulders, looking directly into her eyes, and said, A single person's life or death is a small matter compared to the bigger picture. Your master will definitely understand. Tin Luzon News Disciple's eyes widened, and she thought dazedly, The bigger picture, just a small matter because it's not someone you care about, is it? Outside, Ji Wudi was chasing behind Xiao Yang, saying, Junior brother, wait for me. Shouldn't we be discussing how to deal with the enemy? Where are you going? Xiao Yang ignored him, saying without turning back, You've seen his strength, what good would discussing it do? Xiao Yang said angrily, Now, you and I should find a way to meet the first Mountain Lord. Only the first Mountain Lord can exact revenge and save the 9 great mountains. I also need to find my clansmen and fully awaken my guardian bloodline, otherwise it will be too late. In the 8 desolates Whitebone Great Domain, a man seated on a throne said, The boundary void abyss has been breached, and the one leading the upper realm is named Jiyu. It seems the final decisive battle has begun. This is the Bone Clan, and this girl is Ni Chang. She replied respectfully, Old ancestor, what do you need me for? The withered old man on the throne said, I've sensed the aura of the guardian bloodline. They haven't been completely wiped out, and our clan's mission is not yet complete. Ni Chang stood below and said, How can this be? I personally destroyed their true spirit family head back then. How could there still be a survivor? The withered old man on the throne said. Don't underestimate them. I also sense that the Guardian bloodline's destiny seems to be continuously growing stronger. Go deal with them. In a flash, the upper realm warships had arrived at their destination. Inside the hall, everyone began to feast, raising their cups in congratulation. Seated in the very center, of course, was Ji Yuzhong. Come, come, come. Let's all raise a toast to young Master Chang. In this campaign, if not for little friend Chang, we probably couldn't have defeated the boundary void abyss so easily. That's right, I believe we'll soon be able to break through Tinlu City and completely flatten the entire 8 desolate 10 domains. Above, a couple bowed to Chang hand in hand. We are the younger generation of the primordial imperial family. Greetings to young Master Chang, Chang responded. Excellent talents. The primordial imperial family has worthy successors. Below, Shenner and Yan shared a table. And Yan asked, Shenner, aren't you going to toast young Master Chang? Shenner picked up a mouthful of food, chewing as she spoke. Those people are all trying to curry favor with him. I don't need to. Yan looked at Shenner and said, You're his sister, the little princess of the GU family. Of course you don't need to curry favor with him. Unfortunately, I don't have a brother as good as young Master Chang. Shenner, do you think he'll refuse if I go to toast young Master Chang later? Shenner continued, chewing her food heartily, and said, In front of so many people he has to maintain his image, so of course he won't refuse you. And Yan smiled and said, That's great. Shenner's gaze suddenly shifted to Yan's chest and she asked, Do you usually drink any spiritual power elixirs or tonics? Yan didn't understand Shenner's meaning and asked, What? She turned to Shenner and said, Never mind, I've finished. Shenner, why don't you come with me to toast young Master Chang? You can introduce me too. Shenner sighed wearily and said, No, you can go by yourself. And Yan started to stand up and said, Oh really? All right then. A trace of hesitation flashed in Shenner's eyes as she looked at Yan with an inscrutable gaze. Shenner imagined a scene with 4 people, Chu-Chu, Yini, Minkong, and then they all said, Shenner, I'm your sister-in-law. Shenner, I'm your sister-in-law. Shenner, you have to call me sister-in-law too. Shenner, I might also be your sister-in-law in the future. Then Yan cut in, smiling and said, Shenner, I also want to be your sister-in-law. Just thinking about this scene made her choke and spit out all her food. She thought, I treat you as a friend, but you want to. Shenner then stood up and said, I'll go with you. This action surprised Yan somewhat. The two walked together towards Ji Yuchang's table, attracting everyone's discussion. Isn't that the second princess of a hidden family too? I didn't expect her to be so close to the Ji Yu family's little princess. The current heir of the Yin family is her sister and she, right? Is she trying to approach Ji Yuchang through Ji Shenner? And Yan walked to Ji Yuchang's table, respectfully raised her wine cup and said, And Yan of the Hidden Yin family, I toast young Master Chang. Thanks to young Master Chang we were able to defeat the 8 desolate 10 domains army so easily this time. Ji Yuchang's expression remained unchanged as he said, Hidden Yin family who is behind you? And Yan said happily, I thought it might be presumptuous to visit young Master Chang so abruptly, which is why I asked Shenner to accompany me. Shenner walked forward nonchalantly, arms crossed and said, She's my friend, be a little nicer to her. Ji Yuchang hearing this excitedly asked, Shenner actually has friends? Shenner said with great displeasure. What do you mean by that? Is it strange for me to make friends? Strange, Ji Yuchang said. His brother is truly happy for you. At the table of the various elders, the white-robed old man stroked his beard and said, In the entire upper realm now, only this one probably dares to speak to Ji Yuchang like that, wouldn't you say? The black-robed, hat-wearing old man next to him looked over and said, That's right, even old-timers like us have to bow to him. The banquet eventually came to an end, leaving only Ji Yuchang and Yan. Ji Yuchang, his back to her, said coldly, Speak. What is your purpose in approaching Shenner? And Yan replied, I merely wanted to get to know young Master Chang through Shenner, but I genuinely cherish her friendship. And Yan said somewhat anxiously, I know that in terms of power, status, strength, or appearance I cannot catch young Master Chang's eye right now, but if I don't do this I'll never have a chance to rise. And Yan then hastily continued, My Tao heart which seeks the Tao is not fake. If my Tao heart weren't firm, I would have given up long ago. Ji Yuchang said to her without turning back, But do you think I'll help you just by leveraging your connection with Shenner and playing the victim? And Yan began to feel awkward, stammering, Indeed, am I still too naive? Ji Yuchang glanced at her and said, Since you know, you may withdraw, HMPH. Looking at Yan, he noticed she had very little destiny luck. He thought, although it's very weak, she definitely has destiny luck, and she clearly didn't have it before. Ji Yuchang narrowed his eyes and said, But for Shenner's sake I will listen to what you have to say. After speaking he thought, perhaps her destiny luck only appeared because of her contact with me. And Yan said happily, Really truly, that's wonderful, thank you young Master Chang. Ji Yuchang extended his hand and cast a spell to close the door, and Yan then said, Actually what I seek is related to my sister Shi. Within the Hidden Yin family she and I are contending for the position of family head, but in terms of cultivation and clan influence I am far inferior to her. Most importantly, a while ago my sister, while in secluded cultivation, rescued a strangely dressed unknown man. The clan's inspection revealed that he possesses the legendary hidden immortal bloodline, and Yan recalled the man. He had red hair and exuded a fiery killing intent like flames, and Yan said timidly, My sister is determined to cultivate him at all costs, because with that physique he might contend with true immortals in the future. From his words my sister learned of his enmity with young Master Chang. Hearing Yan's description, Ji Yuchang immediately thought of Niu Tian. He thought, down and out, strangely dressed. Zhang Chen is currently at Mount Buddha, so it must be him. I didn't even realize before that he was also a son of fortune, and with a hidden immortal physique. Ji Yuchang turned around and said, "So all this you're saying is to use me to deal with your sister, isn't it?" And Yan replied, "I wouldn't dare call it using." "But doesn't young Master Chang care about what and she is doing?" Ji Yuchang's pupils suddenly turned pale, yet exuded an incredibly dense killing intent, as if he might strike at any moment. He said, "And with your sister and the infamily's capabilities, how dare they offend me for a person of unknown origin?" A trace of reluctance appeared on Yan's face, and Yan quickly knelt on the ground looking at Ji Yuchang with utmost sincerity and saying, "I know I hold no value to young master right now, but if I can gain control of the Yin family, then the entire hidden Nun family from top to bottom, An Yu Lan will obey young Master Chang's command. Ah, An Yu Lan, your humble servant. Serve me. Also I know she will soon go to the clan to extract blood to help that man cultivate. It's one of the 3 drops of true blood of the hidden immortal bloodline's ancestor, extremely precious." And Yan prostrated herself and said, "I will find a way to seize that drop of true blood and offer it to young master." Ji Yuchang merely glanced at her coldly and said, "Not enough," and Yan looked up, her expression somewhat awkward, seemingly not understanding his true intention. Ji Yuchang then sinisterly said, "I want 3 drops." The scene changes. Ji Yuchang entered Tinlu Zan newsroom and said, "Before long the upper realm will attack Tinlu City. Aren't you going to do something now?" Tinlu Zan Nu sat languidly at the table and said, "It's come to this, what more can I do?" She picked up a banana and took a bite, saying, "I only hope that when the city falls, young Master Ji Yu can show mercy and reduce the bloodshed." Tinlu Zan Nu subtly glanced at him, thinking, even if he goes back on his word now, I can do nothing. Ji Yuchang walked behind her, placed both hands on her shoulders and said, "Actually, you just need to show yourself and have Tinlu City surrender. With your status it should have a considerable effect. Don't you want to reduce Tinlu City's losses? This is the best way." Tinlu Zan Nu's face showed a hint of helplessness, and she said, "The 8 desolate 10 domains isn't just Tinlu City. If I appeared, it would probably only stir up greater anger and hatred." Ji Yuchang placed both hands on Tinlu Zan Nu's shoulders from behind and said, "What a pity. Although I can order my people to minimize killing, others from orthodoxies and families may not listen to me. What if Tinlu City suffers heavy casualties?" Tinlu Zan Nu resolutely said, "Young Master Ji Yu, is your heart made of stone? We've at least had some acquaintance. Don't you care about my situation?" Ji Yuchang leaned close to her ear, wiping the banana crumbs from the corner of Tinlu Zan Nu's mouth with his other hand. Anyone seeing them would think it was a husband coaxing his wife. He said, "I'm thinking about your future. You're going to be with me openly sooner or later, and you should consider what identity would be appropriate for you." In the early morning, people were already bustling with noise. "What? Tinlu Zan Nu is young Master Chang's concubine?" They couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The dignified Tinlu Zan Nu, once a formidable figure who swept through her era, her talent is peerless, her status noble. Truly worthy of being the #1 among our upper realm's younger generation. On this side, Zikong was incredibly surprised when she heard the news and said, "Isn't Tinlu Zan Nu a legendary enlightened one?" Chilling replied, "Confirmed news from the Ji Yu family." Zikong rested her chin on her hand, pondering, he can actually make an enlightened one his concubine, but Tinlu Zan Nu is probably several decades older than Ji Yuchang, right? Zikong then looked up, sighed softly and said nonchalantly, "It's hard to say who's getting the better deal." Chilling said, "Andy isn't the main point, is she?" On Ji Yu Shenner's side she slammed the table. She looked at Yan and said, "Where did Tinlu Zan Nu come from? I've never heard of her before." And Yan replied, "Yes, this news has already spread throughout the expeditionary army. I heard young Master Chang personally admitted it." And Yan cupped her face in her hands, giggling. "Truly young Master Chang, even the enlightened one, revered as Tinlu City's deity, has been subdued by him. I also want to be his concubine. Why can't there be one more of me?" Shenner, upon hearing this, frantically shook Yan, urging her to snap out of it. Shenner said, "Hey, don't think like that. Quickly abandon that dangerous idea." Moving to Wang Ziqin's side, she walked along, saying, "It seems Tinlu Zan Nu helped him find the route through the boundary void abyss earlier. Truly, brother Ji Yu." Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared on her forehead. Ziqin touched her forehead and said triumphantly, "Summoner of the Sun Immortal Realm, I must be the protagonist." Several months later, the upper realm was preparing to attack the 8 desolate 10 domains. They loudly declared, "The Sea Realm and Boundary Realm are exhausted. All upper realm forces are officially attacking the 8 desolate 10 domains. Following the route provided by young Master Ji Yu of the Ji Yu family, we will cross the boundary void abyss and head directly for Tinlu City." Long before, Tinlu Zan Nu already stood there gazing at Tinlu City. Behind her, a person like a Yama king emerged from a rift and said, "After countless years, the upper realm is finally going to unify the 8 desolate 10 domains. This glorious moment will be initiated by us. What do you think of this war, Tinlu Zan Nu?" Tinlu Zan Nu replied, "The upper realm is unstoppable. The 8 desolate 10 domains cannot resist." The red-robed old man stepped forward and said, "Haha, Tinlu Zan Nu is indeed clever." He then continued, "Knowing that the 8 desolate 10 domains is destined to lose, you surrendered early and became a fence-sitter, did you? No, it should be said that only the wise adapt to circumstances. I wonder what the people of Tinlu City will think. Tin Luzon Nu remained silent, her face showing a hint of grievance. Ji Chong suddenly spoke. Senior seems to have misunderstood something. He stepped forward, standing between the two, and said, Tin Luzon Nu isn't surrendering to the upper realm. She is following me, understand? Ji Chong glanced at him expressionlessly and said, If you weren't clear before, I can help you remember. The red-robed old man was somewhat displeased. Young Master Ji of the Ji family, you're joking. Tin Luzon Nu turned sideways and transmitted a message. Actually, they're not wrong. Is it worth offending them for my sake? Ji Chong replied. When has it been their place to bully me and my Ji family? Tin Luzon Nu, upon hearing this, her tense expression softened slightly. In Tinlu City, everyone saw the upper realm army waiting outside the barrier and began to clamor. How ridiculous! We once revered her as the guardian deity of Tinlu City, yet she is so despicable, abominable. Tin Luzon Nu truly betrayed us. The previous rumors were indeed true. Tin Luzon Nu's disciple, seeing this scene, couldn't help but think in surprise. Master, she clenched her fist tightly. Lin Wu stood behind her as if sensing her anger. The elders flew up and cast spells, saying, Burn the ancestral texts, activate the edicts, and defend Tinlu City to the death. Don't worry. Our realm's grand formation can withstand the power of true immortals. They won't easily break through. The people below cheered. Excellent. The ancestors have arrived. The entire Tinlu City was then enveloped in a protective layer that looked quite powerful, but its actual effect remained to be seen. Ji Chong fearlessly said, Is this your ancestral text? Just petty tricks, yet you shamelessly take pride in them. Tin Luzon Nu asked in confusion. What do you mean? Ji Chong replied. It seems you don't know. The 8 desolate 10 domains was formerly known as the Barren Realm, a place where the upper realm exiled criminals. Later, the upper realm split, and a supreme being appeared in the Barren Realm, seizing the upper realm's luck to nourish the Barren Realm. A map of the two realms, one side fertile and rich, the other barren and dry, appeared in the image. Ji Chong continued. Although this helped the Barren Realm break free from control and prosper, it also caused a deficit in both realms, and no more immortal realms have been born since then. Tin Luzon Nu said in some surprise. Legend has it that only when the two realms merge can the immortal gate be born and the immortal path revealed, and all of this originates from luck. Ji Chong said. The truth will be known soon. Countless years have passed. I wonder if Tinlu City's grand formation is still as strong as before. With that, he directly threw a huge chunk of lava at the barrier. The people of Tinlu City said, Oh no, the upper realm's enlightened ones are jointly attacking the city. They then rushed forward in unison, attacking the barrier. It seems we need to work together to break his formation. Forces from various sources simultaneously acted on the barrier, causing it to gradually show cracks. The elders inside, seeing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, Damn it, if we just keep defending like this, the formation's energy will be exhausted sooner or later. And at that time our morale will definitely collapse. That's right, we still need to take the initiative to attack while also depleting the enemy's strength so they have no time to break the formation. After saying that, those old men rushed forward to confront the upper realm people. A fierce battle erupted, with neither side giving way. They shouted, Kill! Shenner, rushing from who knows where, excitedly said, Treasure, treasure, while Yan, panting behind her, called out, Shenner. Unfortunately, she was caught by Ji Chong. Shenner looked at Ji Chong in surprise and asked, What are you doing? Ji Chong said, Those people are all Emperor Realm and Quasi-Emperor Realm powerhouses engaged in fierce battle. Even a slight ripple could be fatal. Are you going up to seek death? Shenner said, I'm just picking things up around the perimeter. Ji Chong said no. With that, he unceremoniously threw Shenner behind him and said, Watch her. And Yan caught Shenner and said, Okay, Shenner said indignantly, Hey, I'm not a child. Tin Luzon Nu glanced at him and then said, Aren't you going to make a move yet? With that, she thought, He's quite special to this little girl. Ji Chong replied, Aren't I waiting to see who's the unluckiest? The people below, seeing the ancestors falling one after another, said, Look, that's Ancestor Skyfire. Ancestor Skyfire, whose name shook the world, was also defeated. Yun stood in Tinlu City watching the battle, grinding his teeth. Ancestor Skyfire was actually pierced by an upper realm person with one move. Yun's was furious, thinking, Damn it. If this continues, our morale will plummet. Ji Chang's magic power surged throughout his body as he stepped forward. The people of Tinlu City exclaimed, He is Ji Chang. Ji Chang provocatively said, You must be Zhao Yun's. We meet again. Last time I was injured and you were lucky to escape. If you have the guts, come out and have a decisive battle with me. I can let you use one hand. The people inside shouted, Too arrogant. Last time our young lord clearly made him spit blood. Go, young domain lord, teach him a lesson. However, Yun's remained standing there glaring at Ji Chang. The elders stepped forward and said, Yun's, don't be hasty. Even your father finds this person's aura difficult to contend with. Seeing Yun still unresponsive, Ji Chang raised his head and continued to provoke. It seems you're afraid. What, number one genius of the 8 desolate 10 domains? Just a bunch of cowards. Yun's could no longer endure it and said, Father, I must accept the challenge. The white-turbaned old man holding the armor said, Then absorb the faith power of our entire Yun's domain. I will fight him. As long as I don't lose, our morale can be preserved. Ji Yun's looked up, his tone cold, and said, Good, I also want to see how big the gap truly is between him and me. The people of Tinlu City shouted confidently, Go, young domain lord Yun's, that guy is truly arrogant. Quickly show him what a top genius of the 8 desolate 10 domains looks like. Yun's rushed forward with 2 swords, charging towards Ji Chang, then shouted, Ji Chang, take this. In an instant he had already rushed out of the barrier, ready to swing his sword at Ji Chang. However, before he could even draw his sword, he was sent back into the barrier. Yunzi's body slid, leaving a long trail of blood on the barrier. The people of the 8 Desolates cried out in panic, "Yun's my child!" The spectators in Tinlu City, whose excitement hadn't lasted long, were now completely demoralized. Everyone was dumbfounded, as if frozen. Ji Yuchang, holding the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal, said triumphantly, "A bit fragile, aren't you?" The despairing crowd below began to say, "How can this be? Young Domain Lord Yun's is at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor realm, yet he couldn't even win." The red-robed old man looked at Ji Yuchang and thought, "The 8 desolate 10 domains kid just now had the blessing of faith power. Even I couldn't easily catch him, yet he. Where did this kid get so many opportunities?" Yunzi's body was motionless, as if lifeless. Suddenly a light appeared on his chest, then erupted violently, forming a pillar of light that appeared before everyone. They shouted, "What? That's young Lord Yun's. The aura of an enlightened one. Young Domain Lord Yun's has broken through to the Emperor realm." This scene was not enough to surprise Ji Yuchang. His face remained expressionless. He thought, "If I'm not mistaken, that's a drop of true immortal blood." Yun's had completely transformed from black hair to yellow hair, looking like several leopards. He looked at Ji Yuchang and said, "Ji Yuchang, I should actually thank you for completing me." He opened his eyes, looking down as if at a group of ants, and said, "Otherwise, who knows when I would have broken through the Nirvana Dao realm." The people of Tinlu City watching were again in an uproar. "I knew young Lord Yun's couldn't possibly die so easily. Even after 6,000 years, young Lord Yun's is still an undefeated presence. This is truly a comeback. Yun's has broken through." Ji Yuchang began to get excited, throwing the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal forward and saying, "It seems your cultivation breakthrough has made you confident enough to say such things to me." Yun's rushed forward, swinging his long sword, and said, "Then let's try it." Ji Yuchang and Yunzi's swords clashed, creating extremely violent tremors. "Young Domain Lord Yun's can actually withstand the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal. Excellent." Yun smiled triumphantly. Was this the power after achieving Dao? It's truly magnificent, Song Han thought. But fortunately, Ji Yuchang is still only a quasi-emperor. With his current strength just controlling this supreme treasure, I can resist it even if I stand still. I can fight this. Ji Yuchang gave an evil smile. Then what if it's 2? He didn't expect that in his moment of carelessness, Ji Yuchang had already summoned the Immortal Slaying Gourd. Immediately after, Yun's was injured by the power of the Immortal Slaying Gourd. Golden cracks appeared on Yunzi's body. He thought unwillingly, Immortal Slaying Gourd, how can he possess so many opportunities? The people of Tinlu City were once again disappointed, saying, "Lost again? How is that possible? Didn't we say we were going to turn the tide? He clearly reborn from fire, yet he still lost so badly?" The white-turbaned old man cried out in anguish. "Yun's my child," the girl with 2 topknots next to him said. "Domain Lord Yun's, don't be impulsive." Yun's transformed into a drop of blood and flew into the gourd. Ji Yuchang looked at the gourd with satisfaction and said, "It seems this is something left behind by that fellow who seized luck back then. This Zhao Yun's is indeed very lucky." Those ancestors could only watch and say, "That sword intent just now was probably no weaker than ours. Did he just die like that? I heard he once fought 3 enlightened ones alone. It seems he relied on these 2 supreme treasures." Those ancestors also sighed at how terrifying this person was, and wondered who he might suddenly attack next, so they decided to retreat to Tinlu City first. Damn it, the people of Tinlu City were now utterly despairing, each person's face blank without a shred of hope remaining. "It's over. Our side's top power was already less than the upper realms, and now even young Lord Yun's has fallen. At this point, who can protect Tinlu City? Who can protect the 8 desolate 10 domains?" The people of Tinlu City began to shout. "That's right, Tinlu Zan Nu. Why did you betray us, abandon your responsibilities, side with the upper realm, and cling to life out of fear? Are you worthy of your master? Are you worthy of all the people of Tinlu City? Watching our realm's heavens chosen fall without lifting a finger, where is your conscience? Do you still have the face to meet our ancestors? HMPH, you're worse than a beast. Come out and explain yourself." This atmosphere made Tinlu Zan Nu's disciple somewhat awkward. She started to get angry. She thought, why didn't they go out and fight just now? "Tinlu Zan Nu, come out and explain yourself. Get out here." Ji Yuchang turned around and said to her, "Are these the cultivators of Tinlu City you wanted to protect? It seems they don't appreciate it at all." Tinlu Zan Nu replied with a hint of sadness, "Alas, it's merely because they are in different positions." Ji Yuchang stepped forward, standing beside her, and commanded, "Da, go silence those noisy people." Da, standing behind him, replied clearly, "Yes, master." Tinlu Zan Nu said, "Young Master Ji Yu, there's no need for this." Ji Yuchang said unblinkingly, "No one is allowed to criticize my people, Ji Yuchang." Tinlu Zan Nu only watched him silently. Then, Da stepped forward and said, "Now Zan Nu is the master's concubine. Disrespecting her is disrespecting the master. You cowards, if you're not convinced, come out and fight me." The people of Tinlu City, seeing Da's terrifying power, exclaimed in horror, "Quasi-Emperor, this person seems to be Ji Yuchang's subordinate. Damn it, we can't even curse a traitor. This is too much." The scene shifted to beneath Tinlu City, where another world seemed to exist. Several ancient coffins opened their lids, emitting conscious light. Tinlu Zan Nu choosing to surrender in hindsight was a wise move. This HMPH, facing this upper realm army, we in the 8 desolate 10 domains are utterly defenseless. It was indeed better to surrender early. Ji Yuchang's power is beyond imagination. I never thought such an existence would appear in this era. A mummy sat up from a coffin and said, "We should return to our own families. In my opinion, it's best to seal off the clan and hide in a small world that's hard to find. When things calm down we can reappear under new identities," a voice said. HMPH, feigning death to escape just to avoid this two-realm war, a bunch of cowards who pretend to be weak and fear death, the mummy asked. Who? A man in red clothes with long hair walked over. Soon someone recognized him and exclaimed, "Lin Qinglong, the first Dao attainer of the 8 desolate 10 domains." Another person asked in surprise, "What, you're here too?" Qinglong said, "Why can't I be here?" Zack, who had sat up from his coffin, looked at Qinglong and said, "Then senior you are." Qinglong didn't even glance at them, saying coldly, "I'm here to awaken my father." A person with an egg-shaped head and a completely red body exclaimed in surprise, "What, the dragon blood war god is still alive?" Another person watching Qinglong walk into a blood-red lake said, "Do you have a way?" Qinglong gradually walked into the lake and said, "Of course I have a way." A gigantic ecosystem seemed to exist at the bottom of the lake. Qinglong stood before the massive object and said, "Father, the epic Dao fruit is about to mature. It's time for you to emerge." Those blood-red dragon eyes opened, and his gaze turned toward the battlefield. Although the upper realm had attacked many times, they still couldn't breach the barrier. They said indignantly, "This damned city protecting array of Tinlu City is like a turtle shell, impossible to break. And they occasionally send Dao attainers out to harass us. It's truly difficult to conquer." Just as they were distressed, someone shouted, "Retreat, retreat." The upper realm people didn't understand what happened and asked in unison, What happened?" The soldier shouted loudly. "The 18th ancestor of the Jiyu family is here to break the formation. To avoid being caught in the crossfire, the army is retreating 30,000 li." An old man in green robe said cautiously, "Is that the one who once annihilated the Purple Mansion's great elder?" A pair of untainted bare feet walked over, exuding terrifying power. That old ancestor walked with imposing presence. Although the upper realm heaven's chosen were retreating, they exclaimed as they watched him, "Look, that's the Jiyu family's old ancestor." Wang glanced and said, "I heard that old ancestor has already stepped one foot into that realm." She looked at him and asked, "Immortal?" The people on Tinlu City's side still didn't understand what happened and asked, "What's wrong? Why did they retreat?" An elder said, "Don't be careless." His subordinate reported in fear that someone was approaching. The elder's eyes widened, sweat pouring down his face, and he kept saying, "That is an existence beyond a Dao attainer." The Jiyu family's old ancestor stood imposing in the sky, a wisp of golden light appearing in his hand. He extended his other hand and drew a sword. Unexpectedly, his sword, imbued with terrifying destructive power, slashed directly towards Tinlu City. This time, Tinlu City was in grave danger before this Jiyu family old ancestor. Many exclaimed, "Blocked, it's blocked." If not for Tinlu City's grand array, once the upper realm attacked, what would we use to contend with such an existence? Jiyu Lang frowned, his face serious. Someone exclaimed, "Is this the Jiyu family's heritage, capable of splitting heaven and earth?" He said sternly. "Even if I were to sacrifice the ancient wheel of heaven's glory, I'm afraid it would be difficult to resist, but the problem is that even power of that level cannot break this turtle shell." Although the 18th ancestor didn't use his full strength, legends say this grand array can withstand the immortal realm. The Jiyu family's words are not groundless, Xian said worriedly. "If there were a few more such figures, Tinlu City's grand array would probably," Chong replied. "HMPH, such existences don't yield to anyone," Xian replied. "Perhaps giving them a little hope today. I've always been curious, even without me the gap between Tinlu City and the upper realm is like heaven and earth, yet they still dare to fight fiercely. Is it because of the source of this purple energy?" Xian's eyes widened in surprise and she said, "The purple energy in Tinlu City holds secrets I don't know about?" Xian hesitated. "Could it be the land of rebirth?" Chong asked in surprise. "Land of rebirth, Xian, there is indeed something strange there. I'm not quite sure of the details. My master once said that the bodies of strong individuals who died fighting the upper realm were buried there, hoping to be resurrected from reincarnation one day." A ray of light streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire sky. Xian's eyes widened. The aura was truly terrifying. Jiyu Lang emitted light. "I haven't disturbed you, have I?" Chong, unafraid, replied directly. "Reporting to old ancestor you have," Xian thought. "Has this guy eaten a dragon? So bold." Jiyu Lang's face darkened, helpless and angry. "Boy, you really don't give any face. Even your father wouldn't dare speak to me like that. It hasn't been long since I last saw you. Yet now you can already contend with Dao attainers." Xian beside him pondered. "The Jiyu family's old ancestor, his origins are unknown." Jiyu Lang placed his hand on Chang's head and lectured. "Everyone has secrets. Although your status in the upper realm is noble and no one dares easily investigate, there's always someone beyond the sky. You must know how to hide your tail." Chong listened respectfully. 18th ancestor, rest assured. Chong has taken note." Jiyu Lang abruptly turned to Xian. "Boy, you're quite capable too. This girl, after all, is a Dao attainer, yet she willingly serves as your concubine." Xian's face darkened. Jiyu Lang whispered to Jiyu Chong, gossiping, "Have you heard about that girl from the peerless immortal dynasty?" Jiyu Chong frowned, his face full of suspicion. The news must have already reached back. Jiyu Lang proudly put his arm around Jiyu Chong's neck and said politely, "Then aren't you afraid she'll eventually be unable to restrain herself and come after you?" Jiyu Chong said firmly, "At this moment all that's needed is a confident smile. I believe in her." The scene shifts to a fiery figure. She thought, must be stronger. Otherwise who knows how many more sisters he'll find outside for me. In a morning there was no usual tranquility. A tense atmosphere enveloped Tinlu City with whispers and conversations rising and falling like wildfire, the news spreading rapidly. Everyone shouted, "Oh no, the strong cultivators stationed in Tinlu City from the northern desolate 10 domains have all abandoned the city and fled." A young man with a determined expression and bright eyes stood at the front of the crowd, dissatisfied. His voice was loud, echoing in the chaotic air. "No, if you all leave, what will happen to Tinlu City?" His words made many people unhappy. Two cultivators coldly replied, "Who cares what happens to you? I heard there's a traitor in the city colluding with the upper realm, so it's no longer safe here. All the great clans have already withdrawn. Do you expect me to stay here and die?" His tone was filled with fear and selfishness. Every word seemed to sever all ties with this land that had nurtured them for so long. Hearing these cowardly words, his eyes filled with resentment, veins bulging on his neck, and his young but loud voice shouted, "With the upper realm invading, we cultivators of the 8 desolates should unite against the enemy. How can we act so cowardly and cling to life?" Every word he spoke was like a knife piercing the hearts of those heartless people, yet they remained indifferent. Those heartless people left one by one, still muttering mockingly, "Don't talk to me about morals. If you want to die, stay. I still have a future." Another old man shook his head, sighing, "Young people are truly something, they don't even value their own lives." His words were like a basin of cold water, extinguishing the faint hope in many people's hearts under the chaotic sky. Lin Wu stood there, fists clenched, body trembling, and said angrily, "Damn it, so united in times of crisis." His voice was hoarse, filled with rage. Tin Luzon Nu's successor stood beside him, her beautiful hair fluttering in the wind, her face delicate yet aloof and cold, responding indifferently. "What is there left in Tinlu City worth protecting?" Her voice was soft as the wind, yet carried sorrow and disdain. Lin Wu glanced at her, then continued, "There are still some important figures willing to stay and defend the city." His words seemed to grasp at a sliver of hope, but her sorrowful laughter was the only response. "Defend the city? How ridiculous." She spoke with a sorrowful expression, her voice like a knife cutting through the air, causing heartache. She gently closed her eyes, recalling inadvertently overhearing a conversation between two old men on a quiet night. In a closed room, oil lamps flickered. They sat opposite each other, conspiring over drinks. "Still, old ancestor, your calculations are brilliant. Our final retreat will not only avoid ridicule but also earn us a good reputation." The old man spoke, his words slow, his cunning clearly evident. The person opposite him nodded gently, smiling. "Indeed, we truly had no choice but to abandon the city. We resisted until the very last moment. We were truly at our wits' end." These hypocritical excuses were spun into elaborate tales as if they were truth, masking their true cowardice. "Ha ha ha. Two white-haired old men, shameless indeed." Laughter echoed in the room. Outside the door, the purple-clad woman stood silently, her eyes wide, filled with shock and anger at the disgusting words she had just heard. Back in reality, her heart felt as cold as ice, with no room for resentment. A bitter smile touched her lips as she said, "Is this the Tinlu city that Master protected with all his might?" Her words were soft, yet weighed heavily on the heart. The young man beside her, upon hearing this, frowned deeply, veins bulging on his forehead, and roared in anger. "What, they're so hypocritical?" His angry roar seemed to tear the sky. Hearing his words, the woman said to him coldly, "Stop pretending. Isn't your real purpose also to save that woman from the Lu family?" This truth-revealing statement pierced Lin Wu's heart like a knife, making him freeze instantly. He stammered, "You, how did you?" She didn't wait for him to finish, but replied coldly, "Don't think I'm a fool. What are you going to do?" Lin Wu's face was taut, like a string about to snap, his voice trembling, asking with both worry and helplessness. The camera cuts to the agitated crowd. The scene in the city below was chaotic like boiling water. "Now you've seen it all. Most of the city's defenders have left. There are even malicious individuals spreading rumors, claiming there's a traitor in the city." These malicious rumors, like a toxic wind, further terrified the already weary hearts of the people. The people below, after hearing this, whispered worriedly, each face filled with fear, "Have we truly run out of chances?" In the crowd, a brown-haired man placed his hand on his chest as if making a vow. "But I am willing to defend this place to the death for Tinlu City, for the 8 desolate 10 domains. If Tinlu City falls, I fear we too will be buried here. But even so, we cannot let the upper realm mock us as cowards." The people below, including those who were trembling, regained their spirits. They shouted in unison, "We are willing to live and die with Tinlu City, advance and retreat together." Their voices pierced the clouds. Yet among them, Lin Wu was pensive. He stood among the emotional crowd, his eyes slightly narrowed, a cold light flickering within them, beginning to ponder. These people clearly decided to flee long ago, yet they still play psychological games trying to gain prestige. Has the 8 desolate 10 domains decayed to this extent? Even without the upper realm invasion, its collapse would probably be unavoidable. A series of heavy thoughts like invisible shackles tightly bound his heart. Wu turned and walked through the agitated crowd, his solitary back seeming to detach from it all. A thought flashed through his mind. Song Chan should be nearing the core of the formation by now, right? As soon as I get the formation core, I'll leave Tinlu City and go find Ji Yu Chong. By then he probably won't make things difficult for a nobody like me, will he? He whispered in his heart with both anticipation and unease. In another distant yet close place, Ji Chong stood with his hands behind his back, his posture calm as if he controlled the entire world. His gaze was profound, his voice as still as water. Tinlu City will fall in half a month at the latest. This cold assertion, yet it was like a divine prophecy. Seeing this scene, what are your thoughts? This soft yet heavy question sounded, and the woman standing behind him merely gazed nostalgically at the city, her eyes filled with sorrow and unwillingness. Tin Luzon knew, with a burning gaze that seemed to hold a myriad of thoughts, pondered for a moment before speaking. I protect Tinlu City, left by my master, and it has nothing to do with the 8 desolate 10 domains. Every word was soft yet firm, and despite her weakness she clearly displayed her loyalty to her master's last wish. He listened, a cold smile playing on his lips as he looked at her, his eyes carrying a hint of amusement. How pitiful! If not for me, how would you protect Tinlu City? His arrogant tone was laced with disdain. A flicker of sorrow crossed her face and her lips trembled as she replied, I am powerless. If not for you, I would probably have already turned to ashes with the city. This soft admission, however, brought a strong sense of satisfaction to his heart. He heard these words, his lips curving even higher, arrogance overflowing. I imagine Master in the afterlife probably couldn't have predicted this. Her gaze like lightning swept over Ji Chong. Tin Luzon Nu spoke as she approached, her steps light yet firm, and took his arm. Ultimately, I actually had to rely on a mysterious man from the upper realm to preserve Tinlu City. These words, like a brand, etched themselves into his ears, making his chest swell like a mountain. Ji Chong, hearing her flattery, felt as if he had been elevated to the heavens. HMPH, aren't you going to hide now? Aren't you afraid of me? Ji Chong glanced at her, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes, and a slight smile played on his lips. The big picture is set. Now, even if you and I died together, what meaning would it have? Of course, we go with the flow. His words sounded forced, but his smile almost stretched to his ears. In the dark alley, the black-clad man saw Song Chan and eagerly walked up to her, asking, Bring out the item. Song Chan held up the formation in her hand and replied, I have it, but Tinlu City's central formation has a total of 8 core points. With my ability, I could only take one of them. The young man frowned, worried, and asked, Only one? A thought flashed through his mind. Even if just one formation core malfunctioned, it would be enough to throw the entire grand array off balance. For Ji Chong, that probably wouldn't be difficult. He then lowered his voice and said, Since that's the case, without further ado, let's go. The two walked along the dark staircase leading to the high platform. The young man said seriously, We can't leave through the main gate. If we fly out directly, the ancestors will catch us before we get far. We can only use the teleportation array. Song Chan asked uneasily. Is it safe? The young man reassured her. Don't worry, I've driven away all the guards here. As soon as they stepped onto the array platform, both were stunned because they saw a golden-haired man standing proudly. The young man in black felt his heart tremble, knowing something was wrong. When he met the golden-haired man's gaze, the golden-haired man showed no reaction, merely waving his hands and walking straight towards the water's edge. He brushed past them, saying nonchalantly, Oh dear, the elders of Tinlu City are truly heartless, making me, a man with a vision impairment, guard the teleportation array. Song Chan thought in surprise. He seems to be the Dao Zi sent by the 9 great mountains to seek refuge. The young man quickly continued, This person is a bit strange. Song Chan, however, dismissed it, simply saying, Never mind, let's go quickly. The golden-haired man's lips curved into a dangerous smile, thinking, It seems Tinlu City is about to fall. And Xiao Yang also wants to leave this place. In the sky, 6 elders gathered to deliberate. Anyway, after this battle, we'll have a legitimate reason to retreat, and no one can blame us. An elder with a long beard said in a deep voice, Once we regain our strength, hide for a century and then return. Today's act will merely be a setup, the man wearing a headscarf added. Wouldn't the 8 desolate 10 domains then have to look up to us in the future? Song Chan said coldly, Without its grand array, Tinlu City would probably crumble instantly. The man in black also nodded in agreement. At this point, further delay would be futile. Song Chan asked what kind of person Ji Chong was. The man replied with some displeasure, Despicable, shameless, hypocritical, and cunning. Song Chan doubted. Then what makes you think he'll keep his word? The man lowered his voice. I have no choice, Song Chan said loudly, dissatisfied. So that's it. You don't even have any bargaining chips. At that point. With his strength, wouldn't he be able to manipulate anything he desires from a spatial rift? Ji Chong emerged, interrupting their conversation as he could no longer hold back. Song Chan and the man both cried out in horror. Ji Chong asked in a calm tone, Is the task I gave you completed? The man holding the formation said, I've done as agreed, but Tinlu City's grand array has 8 core points, and I only took 1. Ji Chong countered, 1, that'll do. The man quickly said, I hope you keep your promise. Release Luoluo and remove the mark on me. Otherwise I will open this box and the formation core will automatically fly back to Tinlu City. Ji Chong smiled faintly. You should be glad your actions weren't too slow, otherwise one of my clan's heavens chosen had already set his sights on your woman, intending to capture her as a female slave, and I was still considering whether to bestow her upon him. Do you still have the nerve to negotiate with me now? The man in black heard this, his eyes bloodshot with rage, and he said in a low voice, You! Song Chan's heart trembled. She hadn't expected Ji Chong to be so beastly. His dignified exterior was just a disguise. So wouldn't Master also be? The scene of Tin Luzon Nu resisting flashed in her mind. Don't come any closer. Ji Yuchang took off his clothes, a cunning smile on his face, and said, "Even if you have Lu Kanggu, it's useless." Song Chan urgently shouted to Ji Yuchang, "Wait a moment, where is my master? I want to see my master first." From a mist of light, Tin Lu Zan Nu appeared majestically, saying, "Oh Shaochen, let her see, you shouldn't have come here in the first place." Song Chan's eyes welled up with tears and she cried out joyfully, "Master!" Then she rushed to Zan Nu's side and tightly embraced the familiar figure. Song Chan choked out, "Master, I wanted to save you, which is why I took the core of Tin Lu City's formation." A violent crack tore through the ground, the tremors spreading throughout the space, causing panic among the crowd. Cries of horror echoed everywhere. The upper realm has started attacking the city again. Several elders, though their faces were aged, their eyes still sharp, said with impassioned fervor, "Let us old folks go first. If we truly can't hold them off, the young ones should retreat." These words were like a knife, piercing many hearts and moving them to tears. Some choked out, "Seniors, ancestors." Amidst the howling wind, the elders charged straight ahead, loudly calling out to the Dao attainers of the 8 desolate 10 domains, "Come with me. Let's set an example for the younger generation," a red-faced old man roared. "They still dare to attack us. They have a death wish. They are also Dao attainers. Let's show them our strength." The roars pierced the sky as both sides charged into a battle to the death, spiritual energy erupting like a storm, shaking the entire sky. At some point, Ji Yuzhong stood with his arms crossed, a faint smile on his lips, watching calmly. "These old geezers are quite smart. They don't dare to fight me and specifically pick on the weaker ones." His gaze was deep. "The land of rebirth, that's the key to this war, isn't it?" Many people in the crowd discussed. "Why don't the seniors and ancestors directly attack Ji Yuchang? He's the key to this war. Is there something precious there?" Everyone agreed. "Indeed." A white-haired elder gently shook his head, thinking, "What are they thinking? Is there any way out for those who provoke Ji Yuchang?" Suddenly the sky thundered, and scorching lava streams poured down from the oppressive black clouds. The red light illuminated people's faces, making the scene even more chaotic. Someone cried out in horror, "Oh no, it's a divine artifact. It's the Desolate Sky ancient wheel from Desolate Sky Mountain." An elder, unable to dodge in time, had his body consumed by the scorching flames and cried out in pain, "Oh no, quickly retreat back to Tin Lu City." Immediately after, a gigantic ring encircled by lava appeared beneath the black clouds. The Desolate Sky ancient wheel slammed heavily into Tin Lu City's barrier, cracking it open with a massive fissure. The white-haired elder cried out in a trembling voice, "What's going on? Why is the Grand Array recovering so slowly this time?" Another elder replied in shock, "Impossible. Tin Lu City's Grand Array should have been able to hold out for much longer." Seeing the array breaking, the white-haired elder cursed, "Damn it, I should have retreated earlier. What good is face and honor now?" The elder next to him was also in a panic. What exactly went wrong? The people in the city were pale, whispering worriedly, "The Grand Array seems to be in trouble. It feels like it's about to collapse." Everyone looked at the cracking Grand Array, and one person discovered in horror, "That's the central formation." Someone saw Ji Yuchang holding a formation in his hand, runes flickering with cold light, recognized it as a part of the central formation, and realized he was destroying Tin Lu City's Grand Array. Ji Yuchang's face suddenly darkened, his voice echoing like an abyss as heavy as the roar of a distant dam breaking, simply because he mysteriously stopped. All the Dao attainers of Tin Lu City simultaneously circulated their spiritual energy, streams of light converging into a colossal torrent to block the upper realm's attack. This Desolate Sky ancient wheel is a formation-breaching treasure. If we go all out and force it back, we can still hold on for a while. Indeed, after just a few minutes, the Desolate Sky ancient wheel roared as it was swiftly repelled. The combined might of the numerous Dao attainers was truly formidable. Tin Lu City's barrier, after intense tremors, finally stabilized. "Excellent, excellent. The seniors have defended the Grand Array." Everyone was breathless and sweating, but a light of hope burned in their eyes. "As long as we resist to the death, they can't do anything to us for now." However, just as confidence surged from the 9 heavens, a cold lightning bolt tore through the void, striking straight down like a heavenly judgment. It struck Tin Lu City's barrier directly, and in an instant the barrier shattered like glass. The Dao attainers spat blood, their bodies sent flying, uttering cries of horror. Oh no, they fell like withered leaves in a fierce wind, smashing into countless pieces. The upper realm cultivator looked up, his cold gaze directed at the owner of that fatal blow. He gritted his teeth. They waited for both sides to suffer heavy losses before attacking the formation. Truly insidious and malicious. Ji Yuchang's eyes were now filled with murderous intent, sharp as blades. He pointed at Tin Lu City, which was now crumbling into ruins. Even the mountain lords present couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. "Although that halberd was golden and shimmering, don't you find it a bit strange? Now I see that the entire Ji family is very strange." All the city's Dao attainers were severely injured, and the sorrowful cries and terrified screams of the common people rose and fell, unable to maintain their composure any longer. They all shouted, "The barrier is broken," but despair did not make them retreat. Tin Lu City's hot-blooded youths still gritted their teeth and cried out, "Oh no, youths of Tin Lu City, rise and follow me into battle." The upper realm also did not back down. A roar echoed through the sky, and they instantly surged down like a tide. "Kill. Charge into Tin Lu City and make these exiled criminals understand who their masters are." Both sides, with a will to fight to the death, charged into the battlefield with all their might, shaking heaven and earth. The murderous aura so dense that space itself trembled. A man led the youths of Tinlu City, shouting, "We meet again. I am Xuanchen of the Black Tortoise clan. State your name. Today, let us fight to our heart's content." However, as soon as he spoke, that figure was sent flying by an opponent's punch, spitting blood, his body soaring backward like a kite with a broken string. "Who are you?" The person, after defeating his opponent, stopped, his voice resonating, gentle yet full of majesty. "Surrender. If you surrender, I will spare you." However, the other person still didn't know what was good for him, stubbornly cursing, "People of the 8 desolate 10 domains, we will never surrender. Wretch, you wish." With a burst of fury, Shu Qin kicked out in a rage, sending him flying into the shattered wall. "If you're not surrendering, then don't attack others. Why do that?" At that very instant, dazzling light erupted from the barrier's crack, and Tinlu Zon appeared, her voice resonating through the void like a tolling bell. "Cultivators of Tinlu City, surrender. Do not make any more futile sacrifices." Tinlu Zon. A woman angrily raised her head, her gaze like fire, roaring, "Surrender from within the formation? Do you think everyone is greedy for life, fearful of death and shameless?" She glanced sideways at the injured Dao attainers, her words choked like wind howling in the dark night. "Our ancestors and seniors supported the 8 desolate 10 domains and never gave up, so how can we?" But the scene before her chilled her to the bone. "We are willing to surrender with absolutely no intention of resisting. Indeed, young Master Ji Yuchong, rest assured Tinlu City can no longer hold out. We were merely putting on a show." These words were like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the young cultivators, leaving them utterly shocked. This was tantamount to a bucket of cold water dousing the raging fire of ambition in their hearts. They never intended to resist, so everything they did and said before was a lie. Ji Yuchong concealed the gloom in his eyes and commanded in a deep voice, "Take them away first. Young Master Ji Yuchong, rest assured, I will observe your performance afterward." Even the immortals in the land of rebirth, witnessing all this, were shocked, some sighing as if they had already foreseen the outcome. "It's over. 2 days ago I detected unusual aura fluctuations. It seems that boy from the Jiyu family discovered this place, and Tinlu Zon already knew how to enter." He said worriedly, "So it couldn't be avoided after all? Prepare yourselves, we cannot sit idly by and wait for death." "Before all the common people of Tinlu City," Ji Yuchong said loudly, "for Tinlu Zon sake, I'll give you one last chance. Those who surrender live, those who resist die." His icy gaze swept over those below. "Then die." Ji Yuchong clicked his tongue. "Actually, your lives or deaths are irrelevant to me. It's just that your Tinlu Zon couldn't bear to see Tinlu City's people suffer such devastation." The young cultivators heard this. Their hearts couldn't help but waver. Could Tinlu Zon truly have had a hidden reason? Ji Yuchong intimately placed his hand on the shoulder of the person beside him. "Come, take me to see the land of rebirth." Tinlu Zon gave him a meaningful glance. This person's actions were not as cold and ruthless as he claimed. Ji Yuchong noticed her gaze, his lips curving slightly. "What are you looking at me for? I also heard some news about you in the Upper Realm army camp recently." Tinlu Zon teased, "That person whose bone was dug out when she was little, that was your sister, right? And wasn't the one who dug it out a human? How can you just believe rumors?" The two chatted as they flew side by side towards the land of rebirth, where the space was like a sleeping abyss. Layers of silent aura accumulated. If all the figures in the land of rebirth awakened, they would also be a force not to be underestimated. "Are we just going down like this, without any preparations? With the 9 mountains immortal seal and the immortal slaying gourd in hand, what is there to fear as long as it's not an immortal?" As soon as they stepped into this place, a heavy gloomy aura swiftly surged like a tide, engulfing them both. Ji Yuchong's expression immediately became solemn. "I sense the aura of reincarnation here. It seems a bit tricky." However, before he could even make a move, the seniors of the land of rebirth had already knelt down in unison. "Greetings, young Master Ji. We are willing to pledge allegiance to the upper realm." Loyally following young Master Chang, he squinted slightly, turning to Tinlu Zon behind him and softly asked, "Behind is the blood pool. The aura there is the most majestic and vast." Seeing their interest in the blood pool, a senior slowly spoke. "Regarding this place, this old man knows a little. Oh, I heard there's an epic tree in the land of rebirth spanning several epochs which never withers despite its faint vitality." Ji Yuchong's eyes widened, unable to conceal his astonishment. "The epic tree, on par with the world tree, is actually here. Is this why no immortals have been born in the upper realm?" Seeing that he seemed eager to hear more, that senior and Tinlu Zon added, "So if we are not mistaken, the epic tree should be within this blood pool space. Legend has it that the epic tree cannot be approached by anyone below the immortal realm, but we don't know if that's true." These words kept echoing in Ji Yuchong's mind. Indeed, how did they transfer it here? It seems there are other issues. Is this not the complete epic tree? His lips couldn't help but slowly curl into a smile. A divine object like the epic tree is linked to the destiny and fortune of an entire realm. Ever since the upper realm was thrown into chaos, its overall luck has greatly diminished and the heavenly Tao is incomplete. In an instant, Ji Yuchong's face had contorted. The laws of heaven and earth themselves were already broken and incomplete, making them even harder to withstand the power of the heavenly Tao. If I can refine it, wouldn't I be able to directly control the laws of achieving immortality in the upper realm? Seeing everyone stiffen in fear at his expression, Tinlu Zon quickly reminded him. "Hey, watch your expression," the three-eyed senior stammered, seeming to have more to report, but then said, "Speak frankly." "A few days ago, Lin Qinglong of the Lin family entered this blood pool." Ji Yuchong pondered for a moment. Lin Qinglong, Lin family, Lin Wu, the person they spoke of now, stood silently in a spacious yet empty room. His eyes were filled with confusion, old memories surging like a flood. He hadn't expected this place to change hands so quickly. Mentioning Lin Wu, Ji Yuchang couldn't help but express regret. The luck I spoke of for him couldn't possibly be limited to just finding an immortal slaying gourd, could it? It's just that this fellow, despite having the luck to become a king, has nothing but women on his mind. On the ship departing Tinlu City, clouds churned on the sea surface as if mirroring the lingering aftermath of the recent great battle. Layers of smoke and dust still permeated the sky like unhealed crimson wounds. They seemed very pleased with this victory. Now that Tinlu City has been breached, it seems conquering the 8 desolate 10 domains is a foregone conclusion. Indeed, I never thought Brother Ji Yu would become almost invincible in the upper realm. Sikong sat by the ship's railing, casually asking, "May I interview Sir Lu Guangwang? Don't you see him as a rival? What are your thoughts on this?" Lu Guangwang decisively answered, "Our role model." Sikong was satisfied with this answer and said, "Congratulations, your path ahead is now wide open." The ship continued its journey through the air filled with a joyful atmosphere. In the bathroom, and Yan looked confusedly at Shenner's angry face and asked, "Do you really not need to say goodbye to young Master Chang?" Shenner replied, "I don't care to." And Yan asked again, "Why have you been so unhappy these past few days?" Shenner lowered her eyes and said, "He wouldn't deign to say goodbye to me anyway." At this moment, Shenner's mind only replayed the image of Ji Yuchang intimately embracing Tinlu Zan Nu and leaving, and Yan happily hugged her shoulders. "Don't be angry anymore, let me help Shenner relax." After Ah Da had arranged everything according to Ji Yuchang's instructions, he quickly returned to report, "Master, the heavens chosen from True Immortal Academy and the various great clans have all returned. Where is Shenner?" Miss Shenner left without a word. Ji Yuchang clicked his tongue, feigning regret. "A pity, that girl missed out on a lot of good things." Lin Wu saw Ji Yuchang appear and immediately yelled angrily, "Ji Yuchang, what more do you want from me? You promised you wouldn't harm Luolu after breaching Tinlu City." Ji Yuchang nodded and began to say casually, "There's one more thing I need you to do. Once it's done, I'll naturally release both of you. Of course you can refuse, but then all your previous efforts might be in vain." Lin Wu immediately replied, "What do you want me to do?" Ji Yuchang glanced at him and said, "After Tinlu City was breached, the Lin family members were nowhere to be found. Go find them for me." A month later, in a forest near Tinlu City, unknown crustal tremors frequently occurred. After Ji Yu Wudi knocked down a giant wild boar, he worriedly asked Xiao Yang, "Little junior brother, are you all right?" "No, I'm fine." Ji Yu Wudi heard him, then breathed a sigh of relief. "I didn't expect there to be Supreme Realm fierce beasts here. It's good that you're all right." Ji Yu Wudi's attitude surprised everyone. The destruction of the 9 great mountains and the unknown fate of the 3rd Mountain Lord had changed him considerably. Facing the general despondency, Ji Yu Wudi, adopting the posture of a senior brother, kept encouraging them. "What are you sighing about? Now Tinlu City has fallen, the Upper Realm army is sweeping across the 8 desolate 10 domains, warfare is incessant and fierce beasts are also taking advantage of the chaos," one person replied. "And we are powerless," he continued. "Sighing now is useless. The most important thing is to find the 1st Mountain Lord. His cultivation is peerless, he'll definitely have a solution." At this moment, the jade pendant in Xiao Yang's hand suddenly vibrated. "It's reacting. Could the 1st Mountain Lord's secluded abode be nearby?" "It must be," Ji Yu Wuda happily said. "Excellent. Heaven truly rewards the diligent. Our 9 great mountains have hope again." Following the jade pendant's guidance, they arrived at a very tranquil and sparsely populated village. However, as soon as they entered, everyone noticed something unusual. The people here all possessed a peculiar spiritual quality. Though they were mortals who had never cultivated, their vital energy was incredibly vigorous. Moreover, fierce beasts dared not attack this place. It was highly probable that the 1st Mountain Lord was secluded here. A child suddenly ran over, spreading his arms to block his grandmother, threatening, "Stop, who are you? What are you doing in our village?" "Shiwazi, don't be rude," Xiao Yang politely began. "Ah, apologies, we've intruded. We are here looking for someone." The old woman frowned in confusion. "Looking for someone?" He gently nodded. "Do you know who has the highest seniority here?" The old woman wondered. "The person with the highest seniority," she pointed to a distant mountain. "Go behind that mountain. There's an old senior with an immortal demeanor there. People in our tribe often seek him out when they're ill, but be careful. If you anger the fierce beast guarding him, he'll be torn to shreds." In the Whitebone Great Domain, 2 rays of light suddenly appeared from an unknown source. The scenery here was so eerie it felt as if one were in a colossal tomb. Ji Yuchang brought Ah Da to the Whitebone Great Domain. Indeed, the Whitebone Great Domain was desolate, completely different from other great domains. Ah Da immediately asked in confusion, "Master, are you looking for the strongest person here?" At that moment he saw the figures with strange faces and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. "Perhaps I don't need to look anymore." Sure enough, immediately after, a gaunt skeletal figure emerged from a pile of bones. Behind him were 2 subordinates, equally sinister in appearance, slowly walking towards Ji Yuchang and Ah Da step by step. He stared at Ji Yuchang with blood-red eyes. "You are the young master of the Ji Yu family?" Ji Yuchang walked forward without hesitation. "What? Does my demeanor not fit?" Ji Yuchang said nothing more, and immediately used his spiritual power to suppress the 3 people before him. The two powers are different. This old man is the Bone Clan's old ancestor. I have been waiting for young master for a long time. He bowed deeply, his voice trembling with respect. His two subordinates seeing this cried out in horror. Patriarch, he quickly yelled. Sit down, Ji Yuchang replied. Oh, you knew I would come? The patriarch lowered his head and respectfully replied. I just didn't expect young master to arrive so quickly. This old man was still preparing to offer the heads of the Guardian clan members as a sign of loyalty. He then continued. Clues about the escaped remnants from back then have also been found. Ji Yuchang nodded in satisfaction. Very good. It seems you've been diligently performing your duty all these years without growing arrogant. Rest assured, my Ji family will not forget the promises we made to your clan. Stand up and tell me about those escaped remnants. The Bone Clan patriarch quickly reported the intelligence he had gathered. Recently, this old man had a premonition. After a period of deduction, I discovered that the Guardian clan seems to be protected by some power, and I was almost harmed by a backlash. Ji Yuchang wondered, with your cultivation at the peak of the Dao Attainer realm, you were almost harmed by a backlash? He immediately replied. That power is very subtle, and not in its peak state, but it is much stronger than this old man. A name immediately flashed in Ji Yuchang's mind, Xiao Yang. He clasped his hands behind his back and sternly asked, do you have any clues about those escaped remnants you investigated? According to Nichang's information, it's very likely they are in the Qisheng Great Domain. The scene shifted to the Qisheng Great Domain. Chinan City, which they now mentioned, remained very tranquil. A voice rang out, did you hear? Tinlu City has been breached. The tea house buzzed with commotion, many people turning their heads in astonishment. We heard a few days ago. I heard that some of the great Dao Attainer cultivators on our side surrendered, some fled. What can minor characters like us do? Another person interjected. In such circumstances, the Luo family is still holding a wedding for that fool Luo Feng. The friend of the man who just spoke quickly patted his shoulder. Do you want to die? Can you just blurt out such things? That's one of our Chinan City's three great aristocratic families, he immediately retorted. And Luo Yingying is my goddess, a beautiful flower falling into a pile of dung again. I've been wanting to curse about it for a long time, his friend replied. But she did it willingly. They then continued to change the topic, discussing the Luo family's wedding, their tone alternating between contempt and emotion. Because my goddess is kind and virtuous. Her parents died when she was young, and she was rescued and adopted by the Luo family. How could she refuse in order to repay their kindness? Isn't the Luo family just exploiting that kindness to force her? The attendant by Luo Yingying's side seemed to think the same as the people outside. Miss, you really don't have to do this. You are an adopted daughter of the Luo family, and your talent is outstanding. The Luo family wouldn't go so far as to force you. He added, if you do this, won't you ruin the rest of your life? That Luo Feng isn't bad, but he is a fool after all. Yingying sat before the mirror, calmly saying, my mind is made up, there's no need to say more. I bear too many burdens on my shoulders. Marrying Luo Feng is also a way to repay my uncle and aunt's kindness. It's not a bad choice for me either. But an unmistakable cunning gleamed in her eyes. So what if he's a fool? If my future husband were an ordinary person, it would be even more troublesome. If he discovered my secret, my revenge plan would be ruined. Tomorrow is the wedding day, but for some reason I always feel restless. Is it because the upper realm attacked Tinlu City? Please rest assured, miss. With this old servant here, nothing will go wrong with the wedding. Hearing her close attendant say this, she still couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity to have lived in fear for so many years. Still, there are no clues about the enemies who annihilated my clan back then. My younger brother and father fled separately. He followed father. Now father is surely dead in battle, and his fate is unknown, his whereabouts unknown. Young master will have divine protection and will surely be safe. Yingying spread her arms as if ready to embrace everything she had calculated beforehand. Perhaps this wedding could even become a stepping stone. In Yan Manor in Chinan City, in a spacious and solemn hall with high eaves, 3 people stood beneath, faint lamplight emanating from dim lanterns. One of them spoke, Fairy Bone Clan. These are the people in Chinan City who best meet your requirements over the past 20 years. Hearing this, the other party asked, who among them is the most outstanding? Yan Ming immediately replied. Of course, it's Luo Yingying of the Luo family. The aged face gently nodded. Yes, among the younger generation, the Luo family's adopted daughter is indeed outstanding. But no sooner had he spoken than the atmosphere grew tenser. A red energy suddenly appeared in the distance, tearing through space. The one who emerged was Ji Yuchang, he exclaimed. Oh! Yan Ming and the old man both showed surprised expressions. It's the Bone Clan's old ancestor, Ji Yuchang said decisively. Clues about the clan remnants from 20 years ago. Hearing this, the Bone Clan old ancestor quickly introduced, Nichang, this is young master Ji Yuchang of the Ji Yu family. No sooner had he spoken than Yan Ming and the old man's expressions changed drastically. What, you breached Tinlu City? Nichang slowly turned to look at Ji Yuchang, thinking, is he the renowned young master of the Ji Yu family? Nichang stepped forward. Nichang greets young master, Ji Yuchang spoke, confirming. You are Nichang, indeed you act without arrogance or servility, and your efficiency is very high. Truly impressive. Nichang lowered her head and softly said, it's a pity that some people still escaped earlier. The corner of Ji Yuchang's mouth curved slightly, a hint of mockery in his tone. It's fine that they escaped. Otherwise Xiao Yang wouldn't have become a son of fortune. Ji Yuchang stared at Nichang and asked, you used the essence blood of that lineage as bait and step by step tracked them here, didn't you? The Bone Clan old ancestor's heart immediately swelled with joy, thinking, that's right, to be favored by someone like you, to be able to follow you, then our Bone Clan. The old ancestor glanced at the people around him, thinking, although Nichang is cold, she's still much better than that big fool, isn't she? Ji Yuchang turned, his gaze falling on Yan Ming. Who is this Luo Yingying you just mentioned? Yan Ming and the old man simultaneously cupped their hands respectfully and said, reporting to young master, I and Luo Yingying, the adopted daughter of the Luo family, once cultivated together in the academy. This woman is in her 20s, acts arrogantly and reclusively, but her talent is extraordinary. The cultivation she displays must still be concealed. After listening, a trace of surprise flashed across Ji Yuchang's face. In her 20s, solitary, supremely talented, and an adopted daughter. Doesn't this match? But if it's just one Luo Yingying, why would the bone ancestor almost suffer a backlash during his deductions? Yan Ming, seeing this, continued, recently the Luo manor is holding a wedding. Luo Feng, the Luo family's foolish young master, is about to marry Luo Yingying. He then thought to himself, if I could just ruin this wedding. Ji Yuchang paused, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. A foolish young master, an anomaly connected to him, a fool's wedding crashing drama. Ji Yuchang turned and asked decisively, what is your name? Yan Ming cupped his hands respectfully and said, reporting to young master, my name is Yan Ming. Ji Yuchang suddenly walked forward and placed his hand on Yan Ming's shoulder. Brother Yan Ming, do you want to take a wife? Yan Ming froze, his eyes wide, and he uttered, huh? Ji Yuchang smiled happily. If I'm not mistaken, you harbor some affection for that Luo Yingying. How can you bear to see her marry a fool? Silently calculated, a fool, a useless person. Such individuals usually conceal some identity or memory, needing an opportunity to awaken. Perhaps this wedding is that very opportunity. Yan Ming gritted his teeth and replied, I dare not conceal anything from your excellency. I am indeed unwilling in my heart, but Luo Yingying has never even given me a direct glance. Ji Yuchang patted Yan Ming's shoulder, encouraging him. Since that's the case, I'll give you an opportunity. Tomorrow when the Luo family holds their wedding, how about you go and snatch the bride? Yan Ming was shocked. Ha, young master, this, Ji Yuchang reassured him. Don't worry, I'll go with you. I won't let you bear any blame. Faced with this sincerity and resolve, Yan Ming almost choked. Thank you, young master. In another place, the forest depths were plunged into chaos where two gigantic monsters appeared. The red-haired girl cried out in terror. What kind of monsters are these? First Mountain Lord, are you really here? Before she could even resist, her petite body was tightly squeezed by the gigantic palm, almost crushed. This scene terrified everyone. The monster lifted her high, and the girl desperately shouted, Save me, Xiao Yang, save me. Ji Wudi stood nearby, reminding him, Junior brother Xiao, don't act rashly. Those are monsters above the supreme realm. We can't worry about them now. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth. I know. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl was almost in despair, her eyes brimming with tears. No one could save her from death's grasp. Soon after, Ji Wudi and Xiao Yang left that terrifying scene and arrived at a calmer place. There were no more monster figures, but this tranquility was only superficial. As soon as they stopped, Ji Wudi immediately turned back and shouted, Junior brother, a long-haired elder is following us. Ji Wudi said with a hint of suspicion, could he be? Xiao Yang held up a glowing object and said with certainty, That's right. Ji Wudi and Xiao Yang said in unison, Disciple Ji Wudi. Disciple Xiao Yang greets the First Mountain Lord. The First Mountain Lord said with slight surprise. How you actually managed to find this place? Xiao Yang and Ji Wudi immediately knelt down. Xiao Yang eagerly said, The upper realm has invaded and 9 great mountains are destroyed and the 9 mountains immortal seal is missing. Master, the Second Mountain Lord also followed Tinlu City, and the 8 desolate 10 domains are now without a leader. We implore the First Mountain Lord to emerge from seclusion. Ji Wudi also repeated Xiao Yang's words, respectfully request the First Mountain Lord to emerge from seclusion. The First Mountain Lord still didn't turn around, sighing truth and falsehood, falsehood and truth. When will I reach that step? Xiao Yang and Ji Wudi looked up and shouted, First Mountain Lord. Now the upper realm is aggressively invading the 8 desolate 10 domains. Please preside over the overall situation. The First Mountain Lord suddenly stood up. Enough, you've only just turned around. It's time to meet old friends. Xiao Yang and Ji Wudi were both very surprised, not understanding what he was saying. He chuckled softly again. Let's go, Xiao Yang replied in a daze. Go, but there are many terrifying monsters outside the mountain. The First Mountain Lord pointed, and a green light appeared. Don't you want to know the origin of your bloodline? Subsequently, all the scenery transformed into illusions, and he would take them to find their clansmen, leaving the two stunned in place. Ji Wudi was terrified. Heaven and earth changed, and Xiao Yang was equally shocked. He finally led them to a desolate land devoid of trees and people, with only crumbling ruins remaining. Ji Wudi looked up at the sky, exclaiming, An immortal's technique. Xiao Yang excitedly said, If it's the First Mountain Lord, and wouldn't Ji Yuchang be easily dealt with? Ji Wudi remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. The scene shifted to Luo Yingying's wedding, where the atmosphere was festive and lively. Congratulations, Luo family patriarch. Congratulations, Luo Feng, on marrying Miss Luo Yingying. What a great blessing, a burly old man. His hair tied up, cupped his hands and said with a smile, The same to you, the same to you. Thank you all for coming today to show your support. Luo is immensely grateful. He then sighed softly. It's just a pity for Yinger. After he spoke, Yinger looked up and replied, Uncle, you're too kind. Everyone has raised Yinger for 20 years, and my younger brother Luo Feng is also someone I've watched grow up. She gently bit her hand, her eyes hazy as she said, "Marriage, marriage." Luo Yingying then said, "How can I bear to see him alone?" The old man narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "If Luo Feng's strange illness could be cured, then you two would be a good match. I've searched all the domains for divine healers these past few years but haven't found a single reason." Just then, Luo Feng's cloudy eyes suddenly lit up and a thought flashed through his mind. "So my name in this life is Luo Feng?" Shattered memories flooded in and he murmured, "It seems after that great battle my primordial spirit did indeed shatter and it took too long to recover. The war for heavenly seizure failed and the cost was too tragic. In my vague memories I was Feng Zhu of the Immortal Palace mastering the 4 supreme laws of earth, water, fire and wind. My cultivation at that time had already surpassed ordinary immortal realms. But in the great calamity 10,000 years ago I was no different from others. 8,000 states were destroyed. The Immortal Palace collapsed and the vast upper realm was shattered into countless fragments, almost causing the cosmic laws of the myriad realms to completely collapse. I merely survived by chance when the Immortal Palace fell. Countless immortals died and heaven and earth could no longer even bear powers beyond the immortal realm. Many immortals fled to a self-established world, calling it the Immortal World, and I seized the opportunity to steal the upper realm's epic tree, which almost perished in the great calamity, and then gathered some surviving immortals attempting to seize the heavenly Tao laws. Unfortunately, I ultimately failed. I almost died on the spot with only a breath left, and fled to the desolate realm which had split from the upper realm, and named it the 8 desolate 10 domains. However, we still managed to seize a portion of the heavenly Tao laws, integrating them into the withered epic tree. Therefore I am the ancestor of the entire 8 desolate 10 domains. Fortunately, I made thorough preparations, allowing me to reincarnate even after my demise. Although my current strength is insufficient given time, I can break through the shackles of these heavenly laws through the epic tree. I will regain my immortal position, and it won't be easy for the upper realm to find the epic tree. By then, with no immortals in the upper realm, what do I have to fear? After meeting her gaze, Luo Feng immediately feigned idiocy again. His eyes vacant, saliva still dripping from the corner of his mouth making Luo Yingying think she had hallucinated. Luo Feng smiled softly in his heart, thinking Ninger's descendant. Speaking of which, she really resembles Ninger, my wife in this life. Is heaven trying to compensate me? Just as this thought flashed, a loud shout rang out. Young city lord Yan Ming of the Yan family arrives. This made both Luo Yingying and Luo Feng's expressions change. On the red carpeted path, every step he took drew whispers from the crowd. Yan Ming, what is he doing here? Yan Ming once cultivated with Miss Luo Yingying at the Myriad Tao Academy, and they were fellow disciples. I heard he once had feelings for Luo Yingying but was rejected. Whispers rose again. Outside the gate a sedan chair was parked, likely signaling trouble. One person frowned. Luo Feng's face was full of disdain. He doesn't know what's good for him, daring to snatch the wife on my pillow. Luo Yingying thought, is that a look of contempt? The elder with tied-up hair stepped forward. Young city lord Yan, why are you here for? Yan Ming sternly interrupted. Luo family patriarch, there's no need for further words. You are just a fool of the Luo family. Are you worthy of junior sister Luo Yingying? As soon as he spoke, everyone was shocked, unable to believe their ears. Is he here to snatch the bride? Another person added. Even if the Yan family is stronger than the Luo family, they can't be so overbearing. Yan Ming proudly replied, today I am here to rescue junior sister from suffering. If your Luo family is sensible, hand over junior sister Luo Yingying today. The Luo family patriarch was furious, his face flushed. Yan Ming, you're joking, aren't you? My Luo family still has some face in Chinan City. Wouldn't you be demeaning yourself by doing this? Yan Ming remained unmoved, still proudly defending himself. For a fool, you dared to force my junior sister into marriage. I despise such despicable tactics, which is why I intervened to save her. What's wrong with that? Yan Ming affirmed. I could never stand by and watch junior sister be pushed into a pit of fire by you. As for the wedding, behind him, 2 of his subordinates led another girl over. And Yan Ming continued, don't say I'm not giving your Luo family face. I found a good match for Luo Feng. This young lady is beautiful and refined, and she's a perfect match for you, Luo Feng. The veil was lifted to reveal a girl who looked no different from the foolish Luo Feng. The elder was enraged. Yan Ming is clearly trying to humiliate the Luo family. Yan Ming, even your father wouldn't dare to casually oppress the Luo family. How dare a junior be so audacious? Yan Ming's tone was full of disdain. A mere Luo family, don't you know your place? You're just basking in junior sister Luo Yingying's status at Myriad Tao Academy. My father still gives you some face, yet you dare to put on airs. It was Luo Yingying who finally spoke. Enough, I've told you many times I'm not interested in you. Stop your wishful thinking. My marriage to Luo Feng is my own decision. Father and the others didn't force me. Yan Ming at this moment paid no attention to her words. He only cared about her beauty, too beautiful. This beauty, even if I don't win her heart, it doesn't matter. At this moment, Luo Feng stared at him angrily. Yan Ming was still trying his best to persuade Luo Yingying. Junior sister, what are you saying? If they threaten you, just blink and senior brother will immediately take you away. Senior brother cannot stand by and watch you go astray. If you insist, don't blame senior brother for acting. Luo Yingying said angrily, HMPH, Isn't young City Lord Yan also threatening me now? With that, she turned to look at her master, reminding him, "Don't forget my master is also here today." The person next to her also chimed in, "That's right, the 7 Elder of Myriad Dao Academy is Miss Luo Yingying's master." She slammed her staff onto the ground, letting out a cold snort. The staff-wielding elder spoke, looking directly at Yan Ming. "Yinger's affairs are hers to decide. You are not to cause trouble here anymore." Luo Yingying showed a look of understanding. "Thank you, master." Yan Ming frowned, provocatively saying, "7 Elder, what do you mean by this? Are you also going to stop me? I advise you not to interfere lest you bring trouble upon yourself." The elder was enraged. Impudent, the 7 Elder slammed her staff onto the ground and many yellow lights appeared. A powerful pressure filled the air, making the atmosphere stifling. "Is this how the Yan clan teaches you to speak?" Yan Ming's tone grew colder. "I still say I advise you not to meddle lest you bring trouble upon yourself," the 7 Elder continued. "The Yan clan only has one quasi-emperor in seclusion in Chinan City. Who else can pressure me? For the sake of you being the young lord of the Yan clan, I won't kill you, but I will cripple your cultivation." At this moment, Ji Yuchong walked over. "I see that they are deeply in love, so why must you stand between them? I'm not someone who can't tolerate love, so why not bring this pair of star-crossed lovers together?" Seeing this, Yan Ming took the opportunity to step forward. "Your Excellency, please observe, junior sister Luo Yingying and I are deeply in love, but they always try to break us apart. Now they're even forcing her to marry a fool. It's truly too much. I beg your Excellency to uphold justice." Luo Yingying shouted angrily. "Yan Ming, you..." The elders looked grave, asking everyone, "Have any of you met this person?" A person behind quickly raised their hand and replied, "Reporting to 7 Elder, this old one has never seen this person. By his attire he doesn't seem to be from this locality." The golden-haired man behind, though appearing foolish with a vacant stare, was not so in his mind. He was even more perceptive than others, having deduced some clues. "It seems this is Yan Ming's backer. And he's very young." The surrounding crowd, seeing the sudden appearance of this stranger, couldn't help but discuss. "Who is this young man? How dare he interfere in the disputes between the Yan and Luo families? He doesn't seem to be from Chinan City." Ji Yuchong showed no fear. He raised his hand, a brilliant smile on his face. "Miss Luo Yingying is kind and virtuous, and young City Lord Yan Ming is also a sincere person. I think they are a perfect match, so I advise you all not to stand in their way any longer." Upon hearing this, the 7 Elder was even more enraged, her eyes almost bulging out. She believed he was spouting nonsense, twisting black and white and ignoring right from wrong. "This old one believes you are no good either. Since you are in league with Yan Ming, you shall be eliminated." Her threatening words, however, did not frighten Ji Yuchong in the slightest. He calmly faced the dazzling red light that the 7 Elder conjured, which shot from the ground straight into the sky. This directly terrified everyone present. This is the pressure of a great supreme. It seems the 7 Elder is truly enraged. But it didn't last long, as the angry voice of the person next to the male protagonist roared word by word, "How dare you be disrespectful to master?" The mere aftershock of the voice severely startled the 7 Elder and others. The blazing flames he had conjured also gradually vanished without a trace. They were disintegrated by the power unleashed by that person. It was Da. He charged forward like an arrow, a ferocious expression on his face. "You seek death." Only fleeting streaks of light remained, but the surrounding people still caught glimpses and panicked. "What, is it a domain lord descending?" Quasi-Emperor Da used only a single move. Before everyone could even see the technique clearly, the 7 Elders' eyes had rolled back, turning blood red, his entire body as if pierced by thousands of lightning bolts to his very core. And he only managed to let out a desperate cry. "No!" Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, and his body instantly detonated, leaving only scattered embers and flying flesh and blood. His staff also flew several meters away. He was utterly annihilated, likely blasted to pieces. Everything happened too suddenly. So much so that the people around him hadn't even had time to prepare mentally before he vanished. The most shocked was undoubtedly Luo Yingying. She slumped to the ground, her eyes vacant, despairingly crying out, Master!" The person next to her was also the same. 7 Elder. The surrounding crowd who had gathered to watch the duel was equally stunned. Everyone's eyes were wide, mouths agape, discussing amongst themselves. The Supreme Elder of Myriad Dao Academy was roared into oblivion. A quasi-emperor, it seems he just referred to that young man as master. Ji Yuchong remained standing, his expression calm. After the incident he feigned solemnity again, crossing his arms behind his back and glanced at the person behind him. "Ada, impudent, we are guests, how can you roar someone to death? Step down." The nonchalant yet powerful display by these few individuals terrified Yan Ming, who stood nearby, breaking out in a cold sweat. He glanced at the fallen supreme, who was treated as if an ant. Ji Yuchong continued, "I think there shouldn't be any problems now, everyone." The Luo family members, though indignant, were silent, not daring to speak. Luo Yingying still sat on the ground, not having recovered. And Luo Feng, who had been silent throughout, remained so, yet still gave off an unusual impression. He was not satisfied with that boy's attitude, but he also admired him greatly. "This Luo Feng is truly patient, but I wonder what his true identity is. Let me test him." With that thought, Ji Yuchong activated his purple system with a search icon. He was surprised before searching, but even more so afterward. He didn't expect this boy to possess a colorful aura of luck, yet his face was still foolish, like a little simpleton. Ji Yuchong was speechless. A 7-colored aura of luck, the destiny of a realm. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. He quickly covered his mouth, suppressing his evil smile. He whispered softly, "Jiyu, if no one objects, why don't you quickly take Miss Luo Yingying away?" Yan Ming, as if grasping at a lifeline, quickly replied, "Yes, yes, yes, quickly take junior sister Luo Yingying away." Upon receiving the order, the tall and strong soldiers who appeared from nowhere surrounded Miss Luo's direction. She still sat on the ground watching them prepare to capture her. The next second her eyes widened as if she had just regained her senses, a hint of the 7 elders' blood still on her face, yet she had received news that an equally powerful force was with her. Luo Yingying turned and shouted at Luo Feng, "Luo Feng, I know you're no longer foolish. Are you just going to watch me be taken away by them?" Luo family patriarch heard this, looking at her in surprise, as if he couldn't believe it. Then he immediately turned to look at his son Luo Feng, whom he had just learned was no longer foolish. Fenger, things had come to this, and he had no other options. He sighed, accepting reality. He stepped forward, walking beside the Luo family patriarch, and persuaded his father, "Father, please step down. The rest of the matters." Luo Feng smiled brightly, his face like a blossoming flower, and with his family's surprised gazes he stepped forward. He enthusiastically took on this responsibility. "Leave it to your son." Many people at the wedding were very surprised, looking at the Luo family's young master in disbelief. Luo Feng has awakened. After being foolish for over 20 years, he actually returned to normal. Oh, everyone discussed amongst themselves. But his father, the Luo family patriarch, still couldn't believe his old eyes. "Fenger, your illness is cured." He smiled brightly, revealing his pearly white teeth as if comforting his father. "For 20 years my thoughts were hazy like a long dream. You've worked hard." The Luo family patriarch was moved to tears, his joy overflowing. "It's good that you've woken up, it's good that you've woken up." He kept repeating these words, and for some unknown reason Luo Feng was now exuding an incredibly powerful aura. What happens today is unpredictable, but it might even be a good thing. The whispers of the onlookers were incessant. Has Luo Feng really regained his senses? His face seemed to have been prepared for all of this today. But there's a quasi-emperor over there. Luo Feng stood among the murmuring voices, looking down, completely ignoring them. He raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing on his lips, showing no humility, giving off a subtle pressure. He said coldly to the crowd in front, "Luo Yingying and I have a marriage agreement, yet you openly snatch her away. Then talk about reason?" Seeing that he had already begun, but Yan Ming was still stunned in place, Jiyu Cheng had to speak up to remind him. "What are you waiting for?" Yan Ming seemed somewhat intimidated by this aura, but with the support of the 2 people beside him he merely gesticulated, ordering his subordinates, "Quickly take her away." "Yes, sir," the strongmen shouted in unison. They were all ready to rush forward and seize her. Luo Feng felt openly disrespected by these people, his eyebrows practically knitted together in anger, and he glared, saying, "For so many years no one has dared to be so arrogant in front of me." With that he raised his hand, curling it, and thin silken blue streams of light emitted. He growled, "Scram." With a flick of his wrist, a faint spiritual energy violently struck the 2 tall subordinates, injuring them and flinging them far away. Only now did Yan Ming witness his true strength, startling him and filling him with anger. "Luo Feng, what are you trying to do?" He stopped him from approaching where they stood. The spiritual energy gradually receded but still surged within him, emitting a peculiar chill. "Luo Yingying and I have a marriage agreement. Your actions today are probably not in line with protocol." Seeing his demeanor, Yan Ming boldly surmised that he was just a coward, afraid of him. He stammered, pointing at the young man beside him, and threatened, "Do you know who this young master beside me is? If you dare resist, you're looking for death." Luo Feng was completely unfazed by this threat, even having the leisure to retort, "Haha, you're as dumb as a pig. What do you have? If I wish after today, neither the Yan clan nor the young master by your side will be able to protect you." The Luo family patriarch was surprised to hear his wild words and tried to intervene. "Fenger, he's letting his powerful backing go to his head, even surpassing our ancestors." Feng Zhu of the Immortal Palace, did you once rule the 8 desolate 10 domains? His fiancée, standing nearby, couldn't help but look at him in shock. "I've only seen such an aura on those high and mighty Dao attainers. Is there something about him I don't know?" Returning to Yan Ming, he was furious and retorted, "Disrespectful, my Yan clan can tolerate it, but how dare you be disrespectful to the young master?" Hearing his name mentioned in Yan Ming's words again, Jiyu Cheng glanced back at him. Is he trying to add fuel to the fire? It seems I really need to deal with him. Suddenly, looking at Luo Feng like this, he was reminded of that person. This pretentious demeanor is very much like an old acquaintance from my Azure world. Speaking of which, this guy's luck is so strong. Could it be related to Xiao Yang and Lin Wu's guardian clan? I can't let him keep talking nonsense. Cheng raised his chin. "You go." Yan Ming had been boasting for a while, but now being called upon he trembled all over, stammering, "Ah, young master, Cheng shouted again. "Go on with me backing you, what's there to be afraid of?" "Yes, sir," he agreed with some hesitation. Despite his hesitation with such a powerful backing, he quickly charged forward boldly. Yan Ming charged towards Luo Feng, preparing to unleash an earth-shattering punch while also shouting 18 weak punches. Although his momentum was fierce, he was struck by Luo Feng's move in an instant. He was sent flying 8 li by a single punch, crashing onto a rooftop, screaming loudly. Luo Feng retracted his aura, his eyes still shining brightly, appearing very wild and satisfied, saying, "Disrespect me and you'll receive a little punishment." At this moment the onlookers once again conversed amongst themselves full of doubt. This Yan Meng is a quasi-saint, unlike his subordinates. How can this aura be so unfathomable? At this moment his eyes had returned to normal, but a closer look would reveal a peculiar mark on Luo Feng's glabella. He looked at the male protagonist. If this kid had any sense, he'd know to retreat in time, otherwise I wouldn't mind making him suffer a bit. Luo Yingying recognized the mark, subconsciously widening her eyes in astonishment. An ancestor's mark. Luo Feng, how could he have an ancestor's mark? In any case, possessing power similar to an ancestor should keep him safe. As for this mark, Ji Yuchang naturally knew about it, even more clearly than anyone else. He subconsciously said, epic mark. So that's it. Luo Feng's mouth fell open in shock after hearing him. You recognize that mark? Ji Yuchang smiled cunningly with no hint of mirth in his eyes and transmitted a message through spiritual resonance. Ah, so you're the one who stole the Upper Realm's epic tree back then. Seeing that he had discovered his secret from back then, he was utterly shocked and his words became stammering. What, you? Who exactly are you? Ji Yuchang raised an eyebrow, smiling dangerously in provocation. As for my identity, feel free to guess boldly, but at this point he paused for a few seconds, then immediately shouted, seize him and take him away. Luo Feng didn't yet know what would happen next, so he wasn't afraid. Instead he frowned, filled with anger. Seize him, with just that quasi-emperor by your side? The sky suddenly ripped open. A gigantic skeletal arm appeared, accompanied by terrifying purple spiritual energy. The bone ancestor extended a finger pointing directly at Luo Feng, preparing to capture him. He reacted quickly, creating a sphere of light in time to protect himself from the approaching arm's attack. Its appearance naturally had a significant impact on the surrounding people. Objects flew everywhere, and even people's bodies struggled to stand, causing immense chaos. What is this soul-shaking power from a Dao attainer? Luo Feng could barely hold on now. Sweat streamed down his entire body as he resisted with difficulty, gritting his teeth. It's the peak power of a Dao attainer. This is bad. Under the immense pressure of the skeletal arm, he ultimately couldn't resist and spat out a mouthful of blood. His daughter-in-law and the Luo family patriarch also fell to the ground due to the immense pressure, suffering greatly. The Luo family patriarch, still worried about him, shouted, Fenger? Finally, the gigantic skeletal hand seized Luo Feng. Foreseeing this outcome, Chang and Da watched the few of them with indifference. As for Luo Yingying, she watched her fiancé being snatched up like a toy by the skeletal hand, utterly shocked and disbelieving. Impossible. Luo Feng used almost the last bit of strength in his body, raising his head and speaking in a low voice, but given the chaos it was unclear if anyone heard him. You are definitely not from this world. Ji Yuchang ignored his words. He thought to himself with even more smugness, using the bone ancestor's hand to injure him. The karmic retribution of this realm shouldn't fall on me, right? But with my current luck it should be enough to offset it. Just like that, Luo Feng was seized by the bone ancestor's hand, passing through the rift in the sky and vanished from everyone's sight, leaving only incessant chatter. He can actually command such a powerful expert. This person, amidst the clamor, Luo Yingying looked up and gave him one last glance, then in shock she abruptly turned around and shouted at the two people in front of her. Who exactly are you? Ji Yuchang, still wearing that cold mocking smile, answered her. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet, but you must have all heard my name, haven't you? His eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled, but this smile carried no joy whatsoever, instead possessing an indescribable darkness. However, for everyone present, what was even harder to describe were the words he was about to utter. I am Ji Yuchang. As soon as he spoke, the air fell silent for a few seconds, followed by a boiling turmoil within everyone. Fear and shock enveloped them. Everyone's eyes widened and mouths fell open. You, the leader of the upper realm, are the one who killed young Lord Yun's. The most shocked without a doubt were these two. Luo Yingying's eyes widened and she stammered, why? You would actually appear here? The Luo family patriarch was equally shocked. Do we, the Luo family, have any enmity with you? Ji Yuchang also moved at this moment, approaching them with an unprecedentedly calm demeanor. I came for you. Luo Feng was merely an accident. Hearing this, the two in front of him quickly stood up, asking with even greater disbelief than before. For Yinger? She stepped forward and asked. For me? I've never even met you. As the two walked closer, Ji Yuchang directly told her his purpose. Of course I'm here for you. The one who, 20 years ago, fortunately escaped death. Luo Yingying's eyes immediately widened. She seemed to recall something and subconsciously blurted out, It was you. He approached her, raised his hand to clasp her neck and with a Yama-like sneer on his face said, Let's just say it was me. Luo Yingying struggled for breath, her eyes bloodshot, tears instantly welling up. Though she couldn't breathe, she still managed to gasp out a few words. I'll kill you. Ji Yuchang seemed to hear her. He raised his hand and pointed into the distance, his words full of provocation directed at her. Kill me with just them? She looked in the direction he pointed and saw Nichang emerge from space, bringing with her a person who was thrown to the ground. Seeing this scene, Luo Yingying was too desperate to utter a word. The person Nichang brought had already been dealt with, reduced to a lifeless corpse. This person must have been her Luo Yingying's subordinate. When she was done, she vanished without a trace, and before leaving, she kindly kicked the subordinate's corpse onto a red patch of ground where it rolled around. Ji Yuchang's hand remained clasped around Luo Yingying's neck, and he said to her, Are these quasi-venerable realms small fry the entirety of the power you've accumulated over 20 years? Do you truly intend to seek revenge? Ni Chang reappeared behind him. She bowed her head and reported respectfully. Young master, everything has been taken care of. Chang glanced over, smiling approvingly. Very good, then let's go. With that, the figures of the three vanished without a trace. Chang also didn't forget to take Luo Yingying with him. Only the Luo family patriarch and the crowd remained, standing dumbfounded. He desperately called out the names of the two children taken by the male protagonist group. Fenger, Yinger, with the immense threat gone, the onlookers immediately collapsed to the ground, breathing a sigh of relief for their lives had been spared. Phew, they're finally gone. I never expected even a Dao attainer to appear. Chinan City, when did so many important figures arrive? Leaving other matters aside, I only heard that Jiyu Zhang himself is an extraordinary powerhouse. The scene shifted to where Xiao Yang and the other two were. They were flying through the air, traversing different regions, heading in a certain direction. Xiao Yang asked, "First Mountain Lord, where are my clansmen?" Hearing this, he replied, "In Chinan City." Xiao Yang learned that he was about to reach his destination, and his wish at this moment had been fulfilled. His gaze flickered with resolve. "I'm finally going to reunite with my clansmen." The red sedan chair stopped directly in the center of the Luo mansion's main gate. The young man's voice suddenly rang out. "What? Taken away? Who exactly took them?" The angry person just now was none other than Xiao Yang. He must not have expected his long-awaited outcome to be like this, and so he was utterly enraged. The Luo family patriarch, hearing his question, truthfully informed him. Many people. There was a quasi-emperor and even a Dao attainer from the Jiyu family. With that he burst into tears as if greatly wronged. The leader was named Jiyu Chang. "Sirs, please seek justice for our Luo family." When Xiao Yang heard that unforgivable name mentioned again, his brows furrowed and he was enraged, yet he couldn't hide the fear in his heart. "Jiyu Chang, it's him again. As expected, he's involved with what happened to our clan back then. Did he leave the Luo family behind to deliver a message saying the people were in his hands? But how did he know we would come?" This question flashed through Xiao Yang's and Jiyu Wudi's minds. Both racked their brains, and at a certain moment they suddenly realized. Could Jiyu Chang's art of deduction have reached such a level? This statement was both a question and an affirmation. The two exchanged knowing glances, their eyes filled with fear. It must be so. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yang and Jiyu Wudi hastily turned to look at the elder behind them, wanting to hear his opinion. "First Mountain Lord, what should we do now?" He raised his hand and fumbled, a faint light emanating from his hand, its source unknown. "This is Feng Zhu's lingering aura. It seems I miscalculated." His face was solemn and bloodless. The First Mountain Lord had already deduced what had just happened in his mind. The reason Luo Feng was captured, could it be that his secret technique of reincarnation to condense the epic mark was discovered, and the method to restore his peak cultivation, to transcend the immortal realm, is still on him? Luo Feng cannot be left unrescued. He paused for a few seconds, deep in thought, and finally made a decision. Now it seems we can only seek out those great clans. With that, the First Mountain Lord waved his hand, creating a vortex in the air. The two disciples behind him didn't understand who he meant by great clans, so they asked again, "Great clans?" The vortex slowly expanded, sweeping the few of them into it. He explained the great clans to Xiao Yang and Jiyu Wudi. They were Feng Zhu's most capable assistants back then. Gathering them will form a force strong enough to fight. Since Feng Zhu dared to entrust the epic tree to them with peace of mind back then, he must have left a fallback plan. Returning to our protagonist's side, both Luo Feng and Luo Yingying had their hands bound by magical chains suspended from a cold stone wall. Jiyu Chang stood there. Due to the height difference, he cast a downward glance at the few of them, and his cold voice uttered, "Tell me everything you know." Though imprisoned, Luo Feng's majesty was undiminished. His eyes bloodshot, he even fearlessly growled in disdain, "You're young, do you know who I am? Do you think you can pry anything out of my mouth?" Hearing his threat, Jiyu Chang was completely unfazed. With a murderous gaze, his purplish-black pupils flickered towards the man kneeling on the cold ground, a playful smile playing on his lips. At the entrance of the cave, two women were guarding a magical gate. They stood in the midst of ice and snow, yet showed no reaction. The woman glanced at her companion, who was also on guard, and suddenly spoke curiously. "You're the insider he's had stationed in the 8 desolate 10 domains for years, aren't you? I never expected someone with your personality to follow one person so loyally." Ni Chang returned the provocative greeting without hesitation. She raised her head, closed her eyes, glanced disdainfully at the person beside her, and immediately retorted, "I also never expected you to be the first Dao attainer of the 8 desolate 10 domains to surrender." At her words, the woman beside her immediately widened her eyes and hastily shouted in denial, I had my reasons." Ni Chang seemed to have seen through this person, and immediately responded, "Weren't your reasons merely being greedy for beauty?" Hit where it hurt, the person beside her immediately pouted and sullenly stopped talking to her. Jiyu Chang happened to emerge from inside just in time to see the two whispering, and he raised an eyebrow curiously. You two know each other?" Hearing his question, the two girls immediately turned their heads to look in another direction, evasively answering in unison, "No, we don't." Seeing him emerge, Da appeared from somewhere, came before Jiyu Chang, cupped his hands and respectfully reported, "Master, news has come from Lin Wu's side. The location of the Dragon Blood War God clan has been locked down." He smiled slightly and ordered, "Then gather the army and prepare to depart." The person beside him curiously asked about the one who had just been captured and taken inside. Has that guy inside confessed everything? He glanced at her, smiling contentedly, and replied, he seems to have had a mental breakdown. Luo Feng was imprisoned inside and his condition seemed poor. He slumped to the ground, mumbling to himself as if mentally disturbed. That aura, could it be the one who destroyed the immortal palace back then? Just as Ji Yuchong had said, this guy's mind seemed to have suffered a severe blow, his face pale, not looking like a normal person. Time, along with Luo Feng's chaotic memories, rewound to long ago in the magnificent immortal palace where people were chattering. In half a month at the latest, our clan's new formation pattern will be completed. The Guardian clan could definitely thrive for 1,000,000 years without issue, but those gossip-mongering men in his clan were desperately setting up demonic formations, plotting mischief. The insidious man laughed and said, although this place is remote and not conducive to cultivation, now that the immortal ancestor has appeared and possesses supreme treasures, it's not impossible to counterattack the upper realm one day. Another replied, exactly. With that supreme treasure here, it's only a matter of time before the immortal ancestor reaches that realm. At that time, Lin Wu stood before the gradually perfecting formation, gazing intently. The girl beside him pouted, Brother Lin Wu, from now on can we really only stay here and not leave for even a single step? He replied, actually staying here isn't so bad, at least we won't be annihilated by the upper realm army like other clans, right? Lu Ren, the man standing beside them, spoke, by the way, Brother Lin Wu, where were you when Tinlu City fell? The girl heard his provocation and angrily said, Lu Ren, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Ren glanced at her, his tone arrogant and unforgiving. Don't forget we couldn't find him when we retreated. Hearing this, she immediately held Lin Wu's hand and gently asked, Brother Lin Wu, don't worry. She looked up with determination and affirmed, I believe you. From now on I will always stay by your side. Lu Ren could only glare helplessly at her. Lin Wu, however, did not respond to her affectionate words, secretly thinking, it's a pity you're not Luoluo. Just as this tranquility held, the sky suddenly thundered and lightning flashed, radiating red light, terrifying everyone present. They shouted in alarm, enemy attack, who revealed our clan's location. The situation is chaotic. Ji Yuchong, has he arrived so quickly? Lin Wu panicked. Before he could even prepare, he faced this bad news, his heart filled with only fear and unease. The curly-haired girl beside him also exclaimed, not to be outdone. What? How did the upper realm find this place? Then, from the gaps in the dense dark clouds, a huge warship appeared, emitting dazzling light, illuminating everything like a protagonist halo. The people of Lin Clan could only watch as danger surged towards them. That was the Jiyu family's warship from the upper realm. It was Ji Yuchong. Amidst the whispers behind him were two reliable subordinates of that time. Ji Yuchong's appearance was like a deity descending, yet his presence was infused with cunning, every word filled with provocation. Lin Clan, you cowards, I've come to reap you. He opened his eyes wide and uttered these words. This was by no means a threat, but a grim affirmation. At this moment, deep within the Lin clan's encampment, a strange blood-red spiritual energy permeated everywhere, like fresh blood. They found us in such a short time. Clearly there's an internal traitor. These words came from the towering ancient 1,000-year-old tree, and the young man before it, judging by his title, was its son. The child reported, Father, will this attack by the upper realm army affect your plans? This sacred tree seems to be dormant and can only communicate with Qinggui through telepathy, chasing us at such a critical moment. I'm afraid they're after the epic tree. The epic fruit still needs some time to mature. Regardless of the reason, you must stop them at all costs. No sooner had he spoken than a fierce melee erupted outside. Screams and wails from the Lin clan rose one after another, and Ni Chong, the instigator of it all, showed no signs of stopping. She wielded her whip, slaughtering like a god, sword and blade flashing continuously. It's a Dao attainer, someone cried out in panic, but it was too late to realize, for she had already swept them all away. Suddenly a green dragon appeared like a flash of lightning. This dragon was undoubtedly Qinggui, who had just spoken with the ancient tree. Its body was slender, its emerald scales gleamed, and it roared, chastising Ni Chang's arrogance. As if anticipating its intentions, she swiftly conjured a protective shield to fend off the attack, then flew towards Ji Yuzhong and the others for safety. The emerald green dragon eventually transformed into human form, standing among the Lin clan members, directly confronting them. His voice was proud, fearless. Bone ancestor of the Bone clan and Ni Chang, have you also betrayed the 8 desolate 10 domains? The pressure emanating from Ji Yuzhong and the others was immense. A colossal aura responding, Ni Chang first glanced, then spoke. My clan originally hails from the upper realm, so how can there be betrayal? Unlike them, he appeared much more composed. Ji Yuchong smiled, his hands clasped behind his back. He had encountered another Dao attainer. The monkey-faced man beside him, seeing this, transmitted a message to him. Young master, I'm afraid Ni Chang is no match for that fellow. Should we intervene? He slowly replied. No rush, the biggest fish hasn't appeared yet. Hearing this, the monkey-faced old man narrowed his eyes, wondering, could it be the blood dragon war god himself? Qinggui approached, standing opposite them. His posture was tall and imposing, and he imperiously questioned, You were traitors from the start. How did you find this place? Ji Yuchong scoffed. You'll have to ask your brother Lin Wu about that. Hearing that name, he doubted life once more, abruptly turning to look at the person just mentioned, his face filled with incredulous rage. It's you, traitor, ungrateful wretch. The people nearby also pointed fingers, and the curly-haired girl gasped. brother Lin Wu, even Lu Ren, who always hated him. You're truly a traitor. Lin Wu at this moment stood there dumbfounded, his mouth agape in panic. The next second he seemed to regain his composure. Veins bulging on his face, he growled in a low voice, Jiyu Chong, you went back on your word. He was indeed exposed. Hearing this, Qingwei did not hesitate, rushing to Lin Wu's side like lightning, striking him with an unsparing palm. You were painstakingly nurtured by my clan. You deserve to die. You seek death. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Wu was struck by a palm and sent flying downwards, all in plain sight. This blow, seemingly light and merely sending him flying, actually inflicted immense damage, consuming a full 700 points of luck. One can imagine its severity, causing him to vomit blood profusely, believing he was on the verge of death. Am I going to die? Having dealt with the traitor, Qingwei turned again, facing Jiyu Chong, his expression arrogant, and loudly declared to his subordinates behind him, everyone defend the clan's vital ground to the death. This is what happens to traitors. This warning directly threatened those present. They were clearly terrified by Lin Wu's previous fate, but most importantly, Jiyu Chong, witnessing his opponent's self-inflicted demise, felt an unprecedented satisfaction. He showed a slightly perverse, playful smile, scoffing, HMPH, isn't this the perfect prelude to slaughter? As expected, a fierce melee erupted in midair. They fought relentlessly, some casting spells, others piercing enemies with weapons or unleashing colossal hand techniques, thus creating one violent explosion after another. But roughly speaking, Jiyu Chong's army seemed to have superior combat power. Ni Chong, meanwhile, directly confronted Qingwei. The green dragon brandished a sharp whip and she warned him, stop your futile resistance. Look at your clansmen who have already fallen or surrendered. Surrender now obediently, and perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope. Qingwei was fearless, still resolutely fighting back. How dare you try to sow discord within my clan? I'll dismember you first and kill that scoundrel Jiyu Chong, he boasted wildly. Yet at this moment he was fiercely clashing with her subordinate, while she watched from the sidelines as if it were a play. The monkey-faced old man beside him was discussing with Jiyu Chong, young master, this Lin Qinglong is one of the first Dao attainers of the 8 desolate 10 domains. I'm afraid Ni Chong won't last long, he calmly considered. Then let's put more pressure on him. With that he glanced behind him again, ordering 2 of the Jiyu family's Dao attainer soldiers to advance and assist Ni Chong in killing him. The 2 armored men behind him responded in unison, as you command, young master. Jiyu Chong from above like a savior spoke majestically to the fiercely battling crowd below. People of the Lin clan, listen up, he won't last much longer. Surrender and live, resist and die. At the same time, the 2 soldiers he dispatched had also begun to act, rushing downwards. Just one of them, stepping forward with a single strike, could instantly restrain that enormous green dragon. This caused the already panicked Lin clan members to become even more terrified. They watched this scene in horror. Even their ancestor Lin Qinglong was in danger, so why hadn't the immortal ancestor intervened yet? Qingwei, meanwhile, was subdued, his hands tightly bound by Ni Chong and another Dao attainer. He was furious, struggling relentlessly, yet still unyielding, his hatred erupting as he shouted, as long as father is here, my Lin clan will not perish. Those fallen clansmen will surely be remembered for generations. This person was truly kind-hearted to still tempt others not to give up, even while bound. The next second he exploded. The blue and green intertwined light burst like a green fireball, instantly snapping the restraints and directly knocking Ni Chong and the other Dao attainer far away. She loudly warned, he's burning his essence blood. Qingwei found her rambling annoying. You'll be my first sacrifice. With that he unhesitatingly raised his hand, summoning a spiritual technique against Ni Chong, preparing to attack. A colossal hand appeared. No, more accurately, it was a dragon's claw. Its massive palm opened, forming huge chains that tightly bound her from all directions, leaving no room to maneuver. Ni Chong gasped for breath, her face pale. A bang resounded, followed by the sound of tearing cloth unexpectedly. Even Qingwei was startled and withdrew his hand, not understanding what had happened. Sure enough, the colossal chains had been shattered into fragments and Ni Chong had escaped in the nick of time. She looked up at the person who had saved her from afar, and that person was, of course, Jiyu Chong. His body continuously emanated a protagonist-like glow, drawing everyone's gazes irresistibly to Jiyu Chong standing in the distance. He glanced and mockingly said, as expected of a peak Dao attainer, he only managed to sever one arm. Seize him while you can, don't let him recover. And behind him, a golden gourd shimmered with dazzling light. No one failed to notice its appearance. The Lin clan members broke out in cold sweat, looking terrified. It's that damned immortal slaying gourd again. What's the point of fighting to the death like this? At this point, their resolve had gradually faded and they no longer possessed their former morale. Seizing this opportunity, Jiyu Chong approached them, extended his hand and amiably asked, are you still surrendering? If not, before he could finish, the Lin clan members eagerly shouted, surrender, surrender, we surrender, we've surrendered. Such a commotion made Qingwei turn around. He bared his fangs in anger, roaring at them, you cowards, do you not even care about your ancestors? I'll kill you. But before he could boast any longer, he was bound by layers of tough bone-made chains, unable to break free. It was astonishingly fast. Even Qingwei was dumbfounded. It was Ni Chong who acted. She bound him while Da appeared from nowhere, swiftly raised his scythe and directly slashed at his opponent. Before landing on Qinggui, he mockingly laughed. You might as well die. In an instant he landed on Qinggui, the scythe piercing straight from his throat to his chest, blood splattering everywhere. This shocking scene left everyone speechless and dumbfounded. Ancestor Qinglong, why hasn't the ancestor appeared yet? Has he abandoned us? Ji Yuchang, hearing this, displayed an unprecedentedly amiable smile. Your lives are merely tools for him to buy time. Since you've already surrendered, don't harbor any more wishful thinking. The Lin clan members all sighed heavily, filled with endless regret. Ji Yuchang turned around, HMPH, then suddenly looked down, realizing that someone's luck points were gradually decreasing. 15, 44, 30. Finally, his luck points were a pitiful 530, surely due to severe injuries. This person was Lin Wu, he sneered. Trying to escape, it seems you've chosen to abandon that woman named Lu. Lin Wu, severely wounded, bloodstains on his neck, staggered, his face contorted with rage. Lolo, don't blame me, I must survive first to have a chance at revenge for both of us. As he walked leisurely, a figure suddenly appeared before him, catching him off guard, its voice intimate and low, sending shivers down his spine. Brother Lin Wu, where are you going? Are you abandoning your woman? He froze, unable to utter a word. But the next second he exploded, his face filled with pain and discomfiture, cursing, Ji Yuchang, why must you pursue me relentlessly? To me you are nothing but an ant, and now you have no more use for me. Why can't you let me go? Your family's power is immense, I cannot seek revenge. With that, Lin Wu paused for a few seconds, then earnestly pleaded, Ji Yuchang, let me go, I have nothing left. What will you gain by killing me? Don't you still have one life left? He responded with an indifferent smile. The guy's earlier pleas came to naught, failing to move Ji Yuchang in the slightest. Faced with this response, Lin Wu flew into a rage, veins bulging on his face, howling and cursing like a wild beast. Your 18th generation ancestors are despicable, shameless, untrustworthy, and worse than beasts. All the vile words in the world were hurled at him, but it was all in vain. His curses were mere wasted breath. The outcome remained unchanged. A purple screen appeared displaying Son of Fortune Lin Wu eliminated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a heavenly Dao treasure, followed by an image of the treasure. Having dealt with everything, Ji Yuchang calmly turned, looking towards the spot where they had stood earlier, which was now radiating a powerful and immense red light as if threatening to devour anyone. Those rays of light shot straight into the sky. This was the phenomenon caused by the epic tree's fruit. His lips curled slightly, a leisurely smile full of endless mockery. Is that immortal ancestor of the Lin clan finally unable to restrain himself, intending to forcefully break through that realm? We must hurry. If he truly enters that realm, it will be a big problem. So the three of them walked side by side towards the gigantic ancient tree that had just emitted light. Each step they took was on a liquid like blood. On the crimson trunk, a massive round fruit hung in the very center. Ji Yuchang looked at it. So that's it. The epic tree's fruit is not yet ripe. It seems I've disrupted your plans. The man standing before the enormous red tree, suppressing the beastliness within him, angrily cursed. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Couldn't even buy me a little time, he responded. Your son is already dead in battle. Who else can you blame? The man placed his hand on the tree trunk, feeling its power, his words devoid of complex emotions. Only half a step away. What a pity, you've ruined all my plans. With that he turned around, his hideous face gradually revealed in the light, a mass of disheveled red hair, 2 horns growing from his head, his pupils constricted as he gnashed his teeth and shouted, Damn it! Hearing this, Nichang, cautious and swift, rushed forward, shielding Ji Yuchang, who was preparing to strike from behind. The man, oblivious to good sense, simply waved his hand, flinging Nichang far away, who fell heavily to the ground. Then he lunged forward, but was quickly stopped by the old man resembling Sun Wukong with a staff. The two were evenly matched, neither giving way, and turned to a war of words. The man's tone was sharp and venomous. Bone Clan immortal ancestor, I didn't expect you to also aid the wicked and disregard justice, the old man retorted. It seems you still haven't managed to break through that barrier. Ji Yuchang seized the opportunity while the old man held off the other man, walking directly towards the ancient tree, and unreservedly reminded the Bone Clan immortal ancestor. He let him hold off the man, who wasn't afraid of what Ji Yuchang might do, merely scoffing. Even if you get close, what then? How can you possibly covet the epic tree? However, as Ji Yuchang approached, a tiny green sapling unexpectedly appeared within him, resonating with the colossal ancient tree. A world tree sapling, I never expected it could resonate spontaneously. So Ji Yuchang simply stood calmly by, watching the tiny sapling intertwine with the ancient tree. One green, one red, seemingly disparate yet unexpectedly harmonious. The world tree sapling vigorously rooted itself into the ground, absorbing the power of the ancient tree before it, growing rapidly and evolving into a gigantic green ancient tree, exuding infinite vitality. True to its green name, it was utterly out of place in the surrounding crimson environment. The Lin clan immortal ancestor, seeing this, immediately panicked, shouting and rushing forward, wanting to stop it. But how could it be that easy? The Bone Clan immortal ancestor rushed forward, blocking the man's path, intending to duel him. Don't even think about disturbing young master. The man gritted his teeth, his face contorted in fury, and couldn't help but curse. Old man of the Bone Clan, do you think the title Blood Dragon War God is fake? No sooner had he spoken than he immediately attacked, revealing his true form as the Blood Dragon. With a single strike, the Blood Dragon War God repelled the Bone Clan immortal ancestor into the blood-red swamp. The man transformed into a half-purple, half-red giant dragon and charged forward, roaring, Stop him, old man. But it was too late, for the world tree sapling had already grown even larger, several times the size of the red ancient tree. Ji Yuchang had long since plucked a leaf from the world tree sapling. He toyed with the leaf in his hand, looking up and muttering to himself, "This is the power of rules emanating from the world tree. It's truly exhilaratingly strong." He glanced at the gigantic dragon behind him, a satisfied smile on his face, wondering what he was calculating, then softly said to the dragon, "Let's try it on you." Ji Yuchang raised his hand and cast a spiritual spell, shooting the leaf directly at the dragon with its mouth agape, catching it off guard, causing it immense pain and bitter regret. "We've been secretly preparing for so many years, how could you?" Before it could finish speaking, it widened its eyes and shrieked, "No, no!" A flash of bright light and everything else settled into dust. As the light pierced through the man's body, a huge red dragon's figure gradually vanished in the afterglow, leaving no trace. Even Nichang, who had been unconscious earlier, appeared at some point, staring dumbfounded at everything before her. Such immense power of rules. The Bone Clan immortal ancestor also stood by, pondering, reduced to ashes. Even if the Blood Dragon War God was nearing his end with this level of power, who else in the 8 desolate 10 domains can now resist young master? Ji Yuchang suddenly walked over to Nichang. "Young master Ji Yuchang." Nichang watched in surprise as he approached, and he opened his palm, offering a shimmering jade stone. The jade stone instantly merged into her body. It emitted a powerful green light. In just a moment, Nichang regained consciousness, stood up, and radiated a renewed strength. She said joyfully, "All restored." Ji Yuchang smiled faintly and softly told them, "You two go out first and deal with the remaining members of the Lin clan. Leave the Dao attainers to me. Once I subdue the epic tree, I'll leave this place," he spoke as he walked towards the 2 colossal ancient trees. The 2 quickly accepted the order. Yes, time flew by. Days later, Xiaoyang and the other 2 finally found this place. Standing before the ethereal immortal-like scenery, the brutal reality before their eyes made it hard to believe. Xiaoyang couldn't accept any of it. He anxiously and loudly said, "First Mountain Lord, the current situation." The First Mountain Lord was also powerless, remaining silent. The First Mountain Lord pondered for a moment, as if he had seen through something, and suddenly spoke. "That Ji Yuchang is truly terrifying. It seems that searching for them one by one won't work. I wonder if the news of my re-emergence has spread." The scene shifts to a bustling city street. People were constantly talking about that incident. The Blood Dragon War God's clan, the Lin clan, was it annihilated? Yes, I heard even the Lin clan's old ancestor didn't survive. HMPH, they used to pretend to be righteous but secretly abandoned Tinlu City. Today's outcome is what they deserved. The 2 people whispering this were sitting in a tea house, continuing their lively conversation despite the market's hustle and bustle outside. Alas, now in the 8 desolate 10 domains, some forces have submitted, some have surrendered. Those who survive probably only know how to save themselves. Time rewound with their narration. On that immortal land, corpses lay everywhere, surely eradicated by the terrifying power of the surging purple sphere. That gigantic sphere suddenly cracked, gradually widened, and then exploded with a bang. A dark shadow appeared behind the purple sphere. Though nearly invincible in this world with the power of the world tree, he couldn't detach himself. Ji Yuchang pressed the treasure box he had obtained after eliminating Lin Wu. "Let's see what's in Lin Wu's treasure box." The treasure box opened and text appeared on the system. "Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Martial Arts Insight Token. This function allows you to deduce and master all cultivation techniques and divine abilities in this world." He smacked his lips disdainfully, saying, "What kind of trash is this? Truly a fool." Ji Yuchang closed his eyes. "Now that the epic tree is in my hands, it's time to end my journey in the 8 desolate 10 domains," he softly called. "Ada." Ada immediately appeared, bowing respectfully. "Your subordinate is here," Ji Yuchang commanded. "Spread my decree inviting all major clans of the 8 desolate 10 domains to Tinlu City to discuss peace." Having said that, his lips curved into an inscrutable smile. He added, "Just say that I, Ji Yuchang, am merciful, concerned for the cultivators and people of the 8 desolates, unwilling to cause further slaughter, and wish to maintain peace between the 2 realms. A banquet will be held in Tinlu City in half a month." He then narrowed his eyes, smiling unfeignedly, and said, "Anyone who doesn't come is not giving me Ji face. And spread the news that the 2nd Mountain Lord of the 9 Great Mountains is in my hands." Subsequently, Ji Yuchang's decree spread among all major clans who gathered in an arena. Everyone looked displeased, whispering amongst themselves, "This is an open conspiracy." Clearly, Ji Yuchang's open conspiracy. Peace talks are just an excuse. He probably intends to wipe us out in one fell swoop. We would rather die than accept. The fierce-looking man continued to curse. "I have to admit, this person is not only incredibly strong but also has endless tricks up his sleeve. Now that the decree has been issued, we have no choice. Even the Blood Dragon War God was annihilated by him. What more can we do?" An old woman wearing a headscarf also said with a worried face, "I heard his words also mentioned the 9 Great Mountains." Another person chimed in. "Now the 9 Great Mountains are almost destroyed with only the 1st Mountain Lord remaining, but his whereabouts are uncertain. Even Dao attainers can't find him. It seems this banquet is one I must attend." Suddenly a gigantic vortex appeared in midair, startling everyone present. "It was truly powerful," the golden-haired man exclaimed in surprise. "So many strong individuals are on guard." The rest thought happily, such terrifying power, yet it was all scared away by Ji Yuchang alone. His resolve is not even as good as mine now. Only by gathering all the top forces of the 8 desolate 10 domains do we have a chance to rescue Feng Zhu. This opportunity suits me perfectly. The warriors below shouted excitedly. Blind old man, could you be? This is great. We always thought that news was false. No wonder Ji Yuchang made such remarks. They enthusiastically welcomed the first Mountain Lord's appearance. So you really have re-emerged, he descended, saying. I already know about the matters of the 8 desolate 10 domains. Since he has set up this banquet with no good intentions, I naturally have no reason to refuse, the first Mountain Lord asked in a deep voice. I wonder if all of you are willing to accompany me on this journey? Everyone readily agreed. First Mountain Lord of the 9 great mountains, perhaps the young people don't know your reputation from back then, but how could we not? Since the first Mountain Lord has spoken, then even if Tinlu City is a dragon's den, we must brave it. Shouted in unison. We are willing to go with the first Mountain Lord. The first Mountain Lord's 2 disciples excitedly said to each other. This is great, this time we can definitely avenge ourselves, there's no doubt about it. Meanwhile, in Ji Yuchang's palace, a clamor of voices filled the air. Young Master Chang, we also have private matters to attend to. Your sudden request for cooperation, yes, young Master Chang, I am currently attacking the Prime Manager, Ji Yuchang leisurely spoke. In half a month, all clans from the 8 desolate 10 domains will arrive. Wouldn't it be better to wipe them all out then? Why are you all dissatisfied over such a small matter, eager to prove yourselves? I understand, but my plan cannot afford any setbacks. The Tianwang Mountain Old Ancestor also agreed. Young Master Chang makes sense, but how can you guarantee they will all come? They're not fools. Would they walk into a trap knowingly? The person next to him also nodded. That's true, Ji Yuchang quickly reassured them. Don't rush, everyone. After dealing with these tough nuts, it will be easier for you all to find that item. Everyone present was convinced by his words. Ji Yuchang suddenly extended his hand and said, You don't have to worry about them not coming. He released 3 people from space, then said, The second Mountain Lord of the 9 great mountains and people from the Guardian lineage are all in my hands. They will definitely come to save them. The white-haired man furiously shouted. Ji Yu, what new trick are you trying to pull? He wondered in confusion, thinking carefully. This Ji Yuchang only has a slightly similar aura. How could he be the one who destroyed the Immortal Palace back then? The difference in strength is too vast. I've just been scaring myself. Ji Yuchang glanced at him, a faint smile playing on his lips. Don't you want to see an old friend again? The white-haired man froze. Old friend, what do you mean? Ji Yuchang didn't answer him, but turned to the woman beside him and said, And you, your younger brother, will also see you soon, she said in horror. Brother, you, do you know where my brother is? The rest, seeing this, readily admitted their fault. It seems young Master Chang has everything under control. We were overthinking. Ji Yuchang waved his hand to them. All right, everyone, go prepare. They gradually departed. An elder asked the Tianwang Mountain Old Ancestor, You say Ji Yuchang already knows that's the epic tree, so why does he act so indifferently? Has he already obtained it? He immediately denied. You're overthinking. Tinlu City was only breached a short while ago. If it were so easy to obtain, then what would all those upper realm old monsters who searched for countless cycles before? Meanwhile, Ji Yuchang was speaking to the divine maiden beside him. I will host this grand banquet in Tinlu City. Do you have any objections? She replied indifferently. Young Master Ji Yu can host it wherever he wishes. Why ask me? Ji Yuchang smiled teasingly. Are you angry? The divine maiden still said coldly. Whether I'm angry or not, young Master Ji Yu has never cared. Why bother with this? Ji Yuchang was a little displeased. I don't like hearing that, as if we are strangers, she said irritably. I also want to be closer to young Master Ji Yu. It's a pity. The divine maiden took a step forward and spoke her mind. I feel that young master doesn't have me in his heart. Half a month later, at the back gate of Tinlu City, giant warships hovered in the air and a bald man spoke. Tinlu City is no longer what it once was. After Tinlu Zan Nu submitted to Ji Yuchang, although she still holds sway over this city, it has little to do with the 8 desolate 10 domains anymore. Everyone, please be careful on this trip. A person wearing a white cloak continued. So there's no need for any of you to expect that traitor to help us. Meanwhile, on another warship, an elder looked at the distant warship and asked in confusion, Are those people from Yun's domain? Oh, is Zhao Yunzi's fiancée, Fairy Qingyue, also here? A talented woman from the 8 desolate 10 domains. I heard she deeply loves Zhao Yun's. What a pity. Over here, the Yun's domain lord sighed to Qingyue. If I hadn't let Yun's participate in that battle back then, how could my son have died in battle? It's my fault, uncle. I'm sorry to you all. Qingyue gently comforted him. Uncle, there's no need to blame yourself for Yun's. Fighting for Yun's domain until the very end was also a good outcome. He closed his eyes, saying with regret. The two were once an immortal couple. All this is thanks to that scoundrel, Ji Yuchang. Then the Yun's domain lord glanced at Qingyue and asked, Do you really want to do this? She gently replied. At this moment, whether for Yun's domain or for Yun's, Qingyue has no other choice. Suddenly a voice rang out. I humbly invite the leaders of the major clans of the 8 desolate 10 domains to descend from your sedan chairs and proceed on foot into the hall. A person standing to the first mountain lord's right spoke. What does Ji Yuchang mean by this? Is he deliberately trying to humiliate us? The person to his left sighed. The victor is king, we can only do as he says. As they walked into the hall, everyone commented amongst themselves. Returning to this place after several months, everything was completely unrecognizable. Xiao Yang whispered to Jiyu Wuti. I wonder how sister and master are doing now. He patted Xiao Yang's shoulder to comfort him. Don't worry, they will definitely be safe. He walked along looking at the guards stationed at high points and coldly snorted. Many powerhouses above the quasi-emperor realm, it's indeed a trap. When everyone arrived, someone loudly said, Young Master Chang, we have come as invited. We hope you will keep your word. Jiyu Chang extended a hand as a gesture, responding, Rest assured, everyone. Since you've come, please take your seats first. Xiao Yang saw those two people, a flash of hatred in his eyes, and sighed inwardly. Tin Luzon knew, Jiyu Chang. Then Xiao Yang stepped forward and loudly questioned, Jiyu Chang, where are my master and sister? Jiyu Chang, seeing this, pointed at him and asked in confusion, You, who are you? He gritted his teeth and spoke his name. I am Xiao Yang. The surrounding people heard this, and a chorus of whispered blame arose. The disciple following the first mountain lord, is this kid trying to kill us? Another person continued. Who here isn't older than him? How dare a junior speak? Jiyu Wuti placed his hand on Xiao Yang's shoulder, softly reminding him, Junior brother, you're too impulsive. Offending Jiyu Chang at a time like this would be foolish, wouldn't it? The first mountain lord, who was drinking tea, also cleared his throat unnaturally. Jiyu Zhang at this moment closed his eyes, cleared his throat, and then ordered his subordinates. Since that's the case, it's only right for everyone to see Gu's sincerity. Bring them out. The scene that followed caused Xiao Yang's pupils to shrink violently. He exclaimed in shock, Sister, Xiao Yang, for it was Xiao Yang's sister and the second mountain lord who were brought out. Xiao Yang's senior sister saw him and asked in confusion, You're my brother? The second mountain lord also softly called, Xiao Yang, over here. The first mountain lord continued to silently sip his tea, thinking, I don't sense Feng Zhu's aura. It seems that Jiyu family brat deliberately held back a trick. Xiao Yang cried out uncontrollably, Jiyu Chang, release my master and sister immediately. Jiyu Wuti hastily grabbed his arm, admonishing him, Little junior brother, stop talking. Since Jiyu Chang said he'd release the second mountain lord and your sister if the peace talks succeed, saying this will only make things more troublesome. The first mountain lord then spoke in a deep voice. Xiao Yang, step back. Xiao Yang, suppressing his indignation, shouted, First mountain lord, he. The first mountain lord sharply commanded. Silence. Then the first mountain lord looked at him and asked grimly, Young Master Chang, what exactly are these peace talks you speak of? Chang did not answer immediately, but silently observed before commenting, So this is the first mountain lord of the 9 great mountains? Though his appearance is unremarkable, his restrained aura far surpasses that of the blood dragon war god. Then he frankly gave his answer. It's simple. From today onwards, the 8 desolate 10 domains will be a vassal of our upper realm, honoring the upper realm as its master and regularly submitting a certain amount of resources. The people below all stood up indignantly, saying, What? Jiyu Chang, you're going too far. How is this any different from being slaves to the upper realm? You speak of peace, but in reality it's blatant coercion. No, we cannot comply. Chang abruptly slammed his wine cup onto the table with a clack, his face darkening, and he said coldly, It seems you don't intend to give me face. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice was as cold as ice. Do you really think you're in a position to negotiate terms with me? They saw the crowd encircling them in the air and cried out in surprise, We're surrounded, as expected. He intends to wipe us all out. Chang slowly stood up and said arrogantly, Do you really imagine that a few agreements can make me withdraw my troops? Where in this world is there such a good thing? The first mountain lord stood up and said unhurriedly, You are right. The upper realm has gone to great lengths to conquer the 8 desolate 10 domains. How can they return without gain? If the 8 desolate 10 domains become a vassal of the upper realm, it can also reduce chaos and avoid unnecessary losses. A brown-hooded man shouted in terror, First mountain lord, what do you mean by that? The woman behind him, however, seemed to agree. The first mountain lord is right. Another person turned around angrily and shouted, You coward. The first mountain lord looked around and said, Everyone at this point must choose carefully, mustn't we? Chang said with satisfaction from above. It seems you are a smart man. The old man proposed terms for negotiation. Young Master Gu's peace alliance we will seriously consider, but I hope you can give us 3 days. In 3 days we will give you an answer in this hall. What do you think? Chang readily agreed, but also made a demand. Very well, but within these 3 days no one is allowed to leave Tinlu City. If I find anyone attempting to escape, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Qing Yue heard this and quietly called out, Uncle. The Yun's domain lord sighed deeply. This time you've suffered. Seeing that everyone else had left, leaving only him and Qing Yue, Chang asked doubtfully, The banquet is over. Yun's domain lord, is there something else? He lowered his voice. Young Master Chang, this needs to be discussed privately. As he looked at the Yun's domain lord, he thought, if I recall correctly, this person is Zhao Yunzi's father. Chang pointed to the person beside him, indicating, Tin Luzon Nu is one of us. Feel free to speak without reservation. Only then did he smile and say, I hear young Master Chang has many peerless beauties by his side, so you must be interested in beautiful women. Qing Yue is recognized as the #1 genius beauty in the Yun's great domain and has always been. Thus Qing Yue gently lowered her head and softly said, Qing Yue greets young Master Chang. Tin Luzon Nu stared at him thinking, is this sacrificing beauty for glory? Chang pretended to turn back and asked Tin Luzon Nu in confusion, has my reputation for being lustful spread so widely in the 8 desolate 10 domains? She did not answer him, but merely gave him a side glance looking in another direction. The Yun's domain lord bowed his hands respectfully, saying, "This time, regarding the peace alliance proposed by young Master Chang, our Yun's great domain will fully cooperate with no ulterior motives." Chang did not address this matter, but asked another question. "To my knowledge, isn't the #1 genius beauty of the Yun's great domain closely associated with your son Zhao Yun's?" Qing Yue shyly spoke to clarify their relationship, not daring to hide anything from young Master Chang. Qing Yue indeed had a good relationship with Yuns, but they were only friends with absolutely no improper conduct. Qing Yue is still a maiden. Hearing this, he let out a meaningful "oh," then cunningly smiled and commanded, "Then Yun's domain lord may withdraw first. I still have some matters to attend to." The Yun's domain lord repeatedly agreed. Yes. A sharp light flashed in Qing Yu's eyes. He is indeed rotten to the core. After he completely left, Chang spoke. "I haven't tried a quasi-emperor realm woman yet. Her figure is quite good." Then he walked over to Qing Yue and said grimly, "But I killed Zhao Yun's. Are you really not going to avenge him?" "Ah," she replied shyly. "With my strength, how could I avenge him? This matter was hopeless from the start, young Master Chang. You worry too much." Then she looked directly into Chang's eyes and continued, "The 8 desolate 10 domains are now in turmoil, and Qing Yue is like a rootless waterweed, only hoping to find someone to rely on." Hearing this, he let out a meaningful "oh." "Oh, so impatient." Then Chang sneered. "Then I won't be polite." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked her extremely quickly and ruthlessly, not giving Qing Yue any chance to react. Tin Luzon Nu's eyes widened, watching the scene before her, which was probably something she had never expected. Qing Yue lay motionless on the ground, letting out a faint groan but still struggling, asking doubtfully, How did you find out?" Chang did not answer directly, but instead asked, "I killed your lover, don't you hate me?" Numerous blood vessels appeared in her eyes. Qing Yue looked at him with hateful eyes, and he grabbed her wrist, asking mockingly, "With just a broken immortal steel fragment, you dare to assassinate me?" Strands of golden light spread to her arm, and then a damaged immortal steel fragment flew out from Qing Yu's palm. Chang murmured in thanks. "How naive!" Qing Yu's eyes were bloodshot, and she shrieked, "Ji Chang, you've committed all sorts of evil, you're cruel and ruthless, but the heavenly Tao has cycles and you will eventually face retribution." His eyes narrowed slightly, and his cold voice rang out, "I don't know if I'll face retribution, but the billions of lives in the Yun's great domain behind you will suffer consequences they don't deserve because of you. You are a sinner, and I will let you live to witness that day." Hearing this threat, Qing Yue, terrified, took all the blame upon herself. "One person's actions, one person's responsibility. Whatever you want to do it to me. Why implicate others?" Chang said with a grim expression. "Consider me not a good person then." A trace of blood still clung to the corner of her mouth. Tears welled up in Qing Yu's eyes. Qing Yu's heartbroken cries echoed in the hall. "Ji Chang, may you die a terrible death. Even if I turn into a vengeful spirit, I will never let you go." On the way back, Tin Luzon Nu asked Chang in confusion, "How did you know Fairy Qing Yue intended to assassinate you?" He replied with a light chuckle, "I didn't see it." Hearing this, she gave him a side glance and retorted, "If you didn't see it, why did you suddenly attack?" "What if you were wrong?" Chang said confidently. "So what if I was wrong? What could she do to me?" The scene shifted to another location where someone, upon receiving the news, angrily shouted, "What? Fairy Qing Yue actually assassinated Ji Chang?" Another person angrily said, "We finally managed to buy 3 days of respite. Damn it, this is practically trying to kill us all." A person covered in white cloth spoke, "I told you, how could the Yun's great domain easily let go of their hatred? It turns out they were playing such a game." Another person expressed his opinion. "I think it's better to seize the Yun's domain lord and offer him to Ji Chang before this matter implicates us." The Yun's domain lord slammed his seat and shouted loudly, "But Qing Yue clearly told me that she was willing to sacrifice herself for the Yun's great domain, humbling herself to please Ji Chang. Wouldn't her actions now have ruined everything?" The scene shifted to another location where Xiao Yang reported, "First Mountain Lord, the Yun's domain lord requests an audience." The first Mountain Lord stood with his hands behind his back, not turning around, pondering, "Don't bother with idle matters. Within these 3 days we must find where the second Mountain Lord and the others are imprisoned. This will be our last chance." Ji Wudi stepped forward and reported the news. "First Mountain Lord, the spy I planted in Tinlu City seems to have some clues." Hearing this, he asked in confusion, "Spy," he explained, "I won't hide it from the first Mountain Lord. When Xiao Yang fled Tinlu City to find you, I had already secretly controlled some people and secretly planted them in the city." Xiao Yang heard this and happily said, "So that's it. You didn't come with me because you were arranging this." The first Mountain Lord saw this and commanded, "Tell me, I hope you can give this old man a surprise." Ji Wudi elaborated, "In the southwest corner of Tinlu City, there are faint fluctuations of a formation, and although the guards there appear weak, there are actually many powerful cultivators, secretly guarding it in shifts." Xiao Yang interpreted in his own way. "You mean that facade was intentionally created by Ji Chang to mislead others?" He nodded in confirmation. "It must be so." The first Mountain Lord's voice, grim and low, rang out, "Is this not a trap?" Ji Wudi looked at Xiao Yang and asked, "Junior brother, what do you think?" He confidently replied, "Regardless, we must go and see. Moreover, with the first Mountain Lord's strength, if he wants to retreat, Ji Chang won't be able to stop him." Xiao Yang made his decision. "This matter concerns my sister and master. Even if it's a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, I must go. If you're afraid," hearing this, he interrupted him angrily, loudly rebuking, "Little junior brother, how can you say that? I am also a member of the 9 great mountains. How can I let you go alone?" Xiao Yang grabbed Ji Wudi's hand, moved, and said, "Senior brother." He also gripped his hand tightly, solemnly replying, "Junior brother, no need to say more." At this moment the first Mountain Lord's voice rang out, making the final decision. "Then, tomorrow night," he sneered inwardly. "That's right, I'm not Feng Zhu's reincarnation. Would I be afraid of that Jiyu Chang's strength?" The scene shifted to the prison, where Jiyu Chang's subordinate looked at the people on the ground in confusion and asked, "Young master, if these decoys are important, why not play along?" Chang then explained, "No, that old man's deduction skills might be even more profound than yours. How could I lure him without some genuine bait?" Hearing this, the person secretly rejoiced and said, "Young master, rest assured, this prison has been arranged with an inescapable net filled with forbidden spatial formation patterns. No one who breaks in can escape." He stood with his hands behind his back and asked another question, "Are all the personnel ready?" The woman immediately replied, "All in position." Xiao Yang's senior sister, imprisoned in a nearby cell, witnessed this scene and angrily shouted, "Jiyu Chang, you are already so powerful, why must you be so ruthless? Who in the entire 8 desolate 10 domains dares to disobey you now? Please spare my brother." Chang's cold voice rang out, "I like to eliminate roots." At this moment in the dead of night a green light suddenly appeared. It moved across the sky, winding like a living thing, and then flew towards the prison. From that light the first Mountain Lord and his group quickly appeared. He was the first to speak. "As expected, there's a formation masking the aura here," the person next to him immediately asked. "First Mountain Lord, what about these guards?" The first Mountain Lord merely gave them a look and the guards were eliminated. He said contemptuously, "They're just ants." Xiao Yang praised him immensely, not sparing any compliments, so effortless, yet those were supremes. Meanwhile Jiyu Buddha slightly turned his head to look in another direction, silently asking himself, "Is even young master not a match for this first Mountain Lord?" At the same time at Chang's location the Yun's domain lord knelt on the ground pleading, "Young Master Chang, the assassination attempt by Fairy Qingyue truly has nothing to do with my clan. My clan is willing to surrender. From now on we will honor the Changsheng Jiyu family as our master." He scoffed a cold sneer, "You're quite quick-tongued." A sharp red light flashed in Chang's eyes and he let out an "Oh." Finally they've taken the bait. Back in the prison area bodies lay scattered in the corridor. The first Mountain Lord waved his hand and a green light sent a soldier flying far away. When he saw the people before him, Xiao Yang frowned and shouted, "Sister, master." The first Mountain Lord then reminded them, "Hurry, the formation patterns here have been destroyed so we don't prolong the night." Xiao Yang's senior sister's eyes were surrounded by a strange red light. She said weakly, "It's too late." The second Mountain Lord also whispered, "Run." Hearing these words, Xiao Yang exclaimed in shock, "What?" Seeing Xiao Yang's senior sister fall backward, the first Mountain Lord gently realized that her spiritual energy had been drained. His voice, grim and low, rang out, "Not good, we've fallen into a trap." As soon as he finished speaking, the formation beneath their feet activated. Emitting golden light, the formation moved faster and faster, and Xiao Yang shouted in terror, "First Mountain Lord, we've fallen into a trap." Looking at the changing scene around them, the first Mountain Lord wondered aloud. "Forbidden space." Chang floated in the air praising, "The first Mountain Lord is indeed insightful. We have been waiting here for a long time." He vigilantly looked at the two people beside him and asked, "How exactly did you get hold of our movements? Are these two your pawns?" Xiao Yang hastily argued, "First Mountain Lord, he killed my family. I wish I could tear him to shreds. I would never be his pawn." Ji Wudi kicked him away, shouting, "Idiot, if it's not you, then is it me?" He watched Xiao Yang roll around like a ball and said triumphantly, "I've endured you for a long time. If I weren't afraid of messing up young master's plan I would have killed you long ago. What kind of bullshit brotherhood is this?" Ignoring the blood flowing from his nose and mouth, he furiously cursed, "Ji Wudi, you beast, you've betrayed the cultivation of the 9 great mountains." The first Mountain Lord pointed at Ji Wudi and said, "It seems this old man made a mistake." His body tensed, thinking, "This old monster." Ji Wudi retreated repeatedly, still not forgetting to persuade, "First Mountain Lord, if you know what's good for you, don't resist. With so many Dao attainers you won't be able to escape today." Xiao Yang desperately shouted, "First Mountain Lord, kill that traitor." Suddenly his body trembled violently, then became limp. Even Xiao Yang's senior sister experienced a similar situation, and the second Mountain Lord, standing nearby, could only let out a long sigh. Chang was unsurprised by this development, chuckling, "Truly ruthless." The first Mountain Lord gripped Xiao Yang and Xiao Yang's senior sister tightly by their necks. He held the old man's wrist tightly and said word by word, "First Mountain Lord, I am Xiao Yang." "Why?" The first Mountain Lord's voice was filled with coldness. "To borrow your siblings' bloodlines, for this old man cannot face 4 opponents alone." Xiao Yang's life force rapidly dwindled. The only thought left in his mind was that those high and mighty were nothing but beasts. Xiao Yang looked at the people over there and whispered, "Sister." The first Mountain Lord sneered, "Don't worry, I won't take your lives." High in the sky someone drew a bow and arrow, shouting at him, "Don't let him use it." The first Mountain Lord's voice remained indifferent, "If the opponent doesn't wait for me, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Then the first Mountain Lord waved his hand, throwing Xiao Yang's senior sister towards the rapidly incoming arrow. Xiao Yang cried out in despair, "Sister!" The arrow struck her body. Xiao Yang's senior sister's eyes welled up with tears, followed by a thunderous explosion. Red light illuminated the entire sky, then transformed into a dark cloud, raining down crimson lightning. Xiao Yang's body also fell backward onto the ground, his voice filled with disbelief. "No, no, that was my only kin." As the smoke gradually dispersed, the first Mountain Lord sneered, "Jiyu Zhang, you are indeed clever, plotting and laying traps every step of the way. But do you think merely these enlightened ones can defeat this old man?" Numerous blurry figures yet exuding formidable power appeared around him. The first mountain lord mockingly said, "This old man is not so easily defeated." Chang still spoke calmly. "Is this the lord of the 9 great mountains? His divine abilities are indeed terrifying, truly worthy of being the first mountain lord, possessing such divine abilities to remain invincible in almost any situation. What a pity." He suddenly opened his eyes wide, his tone filled with killing intent, and shouted, "Kill?" The first mountain lord frowned, his eyes filled with arrogance. Streams of power were summoned, deafening sounds continuously erupted, and a gigantic palm also appeared among them. Behind the first mountain lord an image of a fanged fish also emerged. He commanded the fish to rush forward and attack, then he sneered. "After so many years out of the mountains, so many people dare to attack this old man." One person rushed forward from behind the first mountain lord to attack, shouting loudly, "Then let this old man learn a thing or two." Seeing him disappear, she wondered, did he hide in space? She still felt confused. "No, my slash tore through the void. Even if you hide in space, you can't escape." Suddenly she frowned, her eyes filled with surprise as the first mountain lord's figure appeared in her pupils. He bent his thumb and middle finger, making a snapping motion. The first mountain lord spoke coldly. "You don't know your place." She fell backward, blood gushing from her eyes. Immediately after, the green light he emitted attacked Chang and the others. Suddenly a skeletal arm grabbed a rock and slammed it towards the first mountain lord. The skeleton man holding the staff struck the first mountain lord far away, then contemptuously said, "Still daring to resist even at death's door." He quickly counterattacked, shooting green light from 2 fingers, then gritted his teeth and said, "Peak Dao Attainer, is that all you've got?" 2 forces, one red and one yellow, collided head-on with a loud bang. The others who saw this scene began to discuss. One person asked, "They're fighting over there, should we go help?" Another immediately retorted, "Are we going to fight to the death just for Jiyu Chang to reap the benefits? Let him tackle the toughest nut himself." The first mountain lord looked at the object before him and wondered, 9 mountains immortal seal? He actually used the same move again to attack the 9 mountains immortal seal. The first mountain lord's power blocked in the middle, preventing both sides from attacking. The first mountain lord snorted, "Do you think this is enough to defeat this old man?" At this moment Chang stood on a gourd radiating dazzling golden light and spoke, "It seems to take the first mountain lord's life. I must use all my supreme treasures." Seeing this, the first mountain lord cautiously murmured, "A mortal slaying gourd?" His eyes flickered sharply and his tone was filled with contempt. "Indeed, slaying a fake immortal like you is most fitting." As soon as his words fell, countless green lights shot towards his body. Seeing this, the soul-suppressing cauldron began to cast green circular spells. "Damn it, if not for the incomplete laws here, would mere objects like this want to harm me?" Those circular spells then spread out, their number even greater than before. However, not only did those circular spells fail to break through the green light, they shattered into pieces. Subsequently, the soul-suppressing cauldron spat out blood. He cursed, "Boy, your methods are truly astonishing. This old man fell into your trap and I can't defeat you, just you wait." As soon as his words fell, several purple lights shot directly into his back from behind. He panicked. "What?" Then a girl appeared in a corner pointing at him. "This is my Bone Clan's supreme treasure, the soul-suppressing cauldron." Purple light enveloped him, and he spread his arms, his robe stained with blood. "Even this old man didn't detect your stealth technique," the girl deftly added. "You are already heavily injured, otherwise I couldn't have gotten close to you, let alone subdued you." Far from the soul-suppressing cauldron, Jiyu Chang said loudly, "First mountain lord, to deal with you, I naturally have to be thoroughly prepared." Hearing this, he retorted, "I didn't expect this old man who has roamed for so many years to fall into the hands of a junior today." He touched the golden magical artifact beside him, then looked directly at him. "HMPH, who's the junior? That's yet to be seen." The soul-suppressing cauldron's anger reached its peak and he stammered somewhat in fear. "You, what do you mean?" Jiyu Chang's eyes immediately became incredibly sinister. "I have no need to explain to a dying man." Subsequently, a blue figure rushed over at an extremely fast speed, disappeared. Seeing this, the man found it strange, glanced elsewhere, then frowned. Did that end so quickly over there? In another scene, the next day, the sky was gray and the people below were discussing breaking news. The first mountain lord violated the agreement and secretly rescued the second mountain lord and others, only to be forcibly suppressed in the dungeon by Jiyu Chang. Another person nearby quickly responded, "What? The strange phenomenon last night was because the first mountain lord fell?" In the palace, people were also indignantly discussing, "What? Even he acted without permission. Isn't this going to kill us?" The old man beside him also roared in anger. "What do we do now? Will Jiyu Chang?" You stood opposite, spreading your arms and offered a suitable solution. "Quickly go see Jiyu Chang. We are willing to submit to the upper realm and surrender immediately." A group of common people came before Jiyu Chang, standing respectfully and solemnly. "Young Master Chang, regarding this peace alliance, we have thoroughly considered it for 3 days. We fully understand your goodwill, and therefore we have unanimously decided to sign this peace agreement to end this great war as soon as possible." Hearing the common people's request, he answered without hesitation, "It seems all of you are wise. This Jiyu always cherishes wise people. This Jiyu will leave the 8 desolate 10 domains soon. Henceforth, if you have any matters to report or discuss, you may seek out Tinlu Zan Nu in Tinlu City. From now on, she will be this Gu's representative in the 8 desolate 10 domains." The woman standing beside him blushed, her eyes wide, somewhat shy. "He actually trusts me so much." The woman remained silent. Ji Chang slightly tilted his head, smiling, making her dare not look directly at him. How is it? He looked at an elder with a joyful expression. The Bone Clan will also be cleared of its criminal name from today onwards. Prepare yourselves. In 2 days, follow me back to the upper realm to receive your conferment. He bowed slightly, expressing respect. Many thanks, young master. In another scene, a huge purple light shot straight to the ground, peak quasi-emperor realm. He stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. The first Mountain Lord's origin was indeed much stronger than ordinary enlightened ones. Epic mark, also not bad. Luo Feng's survival in the battle with Tai Dian was mostly thanks to this mark. As for the summoning of the Guardian bloodline, the first Mountain Lord directly absorbed the abilities of Xiao Yang's siblings, thus only being able to summon Guardian powerhouses. At this moment, on the opposite side, the system panel appeared, giving him 2 choices. Kill Luo Feng, the son of Super Fortune, and the host obtains the epic Luo seal. Kill Xiao Yang, the son of Fortune, and congratulations to the host for obtaining the summoning altar. Then he stroked his chin and suddenly wondered, then can I summon the Jiyu family's ancestors? Subsequently, Jiyu Chang's eyes suddenly dimmed, revealing obvious sadness. The affairs of the 8 desolate 10 domains are settled. It's time to return to the upper realm. I heard Minkong is preparing to take over the peerless immortal dynasty recently. I wonder if she still remembers me. Outside was a magnificent palace scene. Peerless immortal dynasty. Welcome Empress Minkong to the throne, a voice rang out in congratulation. Welcome Empress to the throne. Minkong ordered the ministers below to dispense with the formalities. Her disdain and arrogance reminded them. I trust you have all witnessed the consequences of obstructing my ascension. Her eyes widened slightly but remained expressionless. I hope everyone will be sensible. As soon as her words fell, a minister stepped forward to inquire about the marriage. Your Majesty, preparations for your marriage with young Master Jiyu of the Jiyu family can begin. Suddenly, an admonishing voice came from outside, accompanied by blue light. HMPH, this girl Minkong. Has she truly grown up? Everyone turned around, surprised. What? Old ancestor Yu Shang has emerged from seclusion? At this moment, he seemed very displeased with Minkong's enthronement. Minkong, since you have a marriage agreement with that Jiyu boy, why do you still ascend the throne? Moreover, you are now the ruler of the peerless immortal dynasty, so is it you marrying him, or he marrying you? Although her face was calm at this moment, sweat trickled down her forehead. Of course I'm marrying him. The old ancestor was very displeased with her actions. So you mean to give the entire peerless immortal dynasty as a dowry for free to that Jiyu boy? She was not to be outdone and retorted. Old ancestor Yu Shang, my marriage to Jiyu Chang was decided in childhood, and this throne I earned myself. What do you mean by this now? He did not shy away, and directly stated his purpose, either abdicate or annul the marriage. This made everyone around feel alarmed and surprised. At this moment she was truly displeased with his ignorant idea. Old ancestor Yu Shang, you have just emerged from seclusion and are unaware of some matters, so please forgive my bluntness. With Chang's current strength and reputation, he disdains our humble peerless immortal dynasty. Please stop being foolish. This angered the old ancestor, and he cast a spell on the crowd. Presumptuous, the peerless immortal dynasty is currently the top-ranked immortal dynasty in the upper realm, existing even before the Forbidden Era. Before this old man entered seclusion, that Jiyu Chang boy was merely an inexperienced brat. Could he have turned the world upside down in just over a decade? The ministers cried out in pain. Although Minkong was somewhat overwhelmed, she still persevered. It seems old ancestor Yu Shang truly doesn't understand him. I will take this throne and I will marry this man. Finally, he turned hostile and roared, HMPH, what if this old man disagrees? Several officials also began to whisper. Old ancestor Yu Shang is about to make a move. He is an enlightened one. Suddenly, a pair of hands rested on his shoulders from behind. Disagree? The dignified face abruptly pressed him down, making the old man spit blood. Then die. How is it? Minkong looked at him in surprise. Chang, you're back? Chang quickly whispered to her. The 8 desolate 10 domains have all submitted. Several officials were also surprised. Young Master Chang, Tinlu City only fell a short while ago, yet it's already so fast? He waved his hand, a joyful expression on his face. I shouldn't meddle in your family affairs, but since someone is preventing you from marrying me, I cannot tolerate it. His light footsteps ascended the steps of Minkong's enthronement, which was also the peerless immortal dynasty's best decision. When he reached her side, he congratulated her with a smile, surprising her. Welcome Empress Minkong to the throne, he respectfully said to her. Long live, long live, your majesty. Please be seated. The people below also followed suit, shouting, long live, long live. The two began to discuss some matters. Jian Changtian still has no leads. I'm afraid it will take some more time. Chang comforted her. It's all right. There's no need to rush the Immortal Palace's secret vault. The two walked on the bridge. The Upper Realm army had all returned. Then he said to her, almost like whining, but because I missed you too much I came back early. Minkong repeated in confusion. Because you missed me, you took another concubine over there? But he seemed a little troubled. Alas, that's just a title. This seemed to irritate her. How many titles were there not to take, yet you chose to be a concubine? But he suddenly turned to look at her. Are you jealous? Unexpectedly, Chang solemnly raised 3 fingers and swore, Minkong, I swear on my Tao heart, from beginning to end I have never touched her. Then he was somewhat discouraged and a little shy. It seems this trick can't fool her. It turned out he was in 2 states, and the demonic heart was also the same. Indeed, he had never touched her. This made her laugh softly in delight. Her cheeks flushed. She opened the door and walked in, and he meekly responded, "Yes, your command, your majesty." The scene shifts to outside the palace integrated with mountains and clouds. A few days later, the Purple Extreme Pill sect welcomes young Master Chang. Chang stood there chatting with a girl. Sect Master Xian, long time no see, you've become even more beautiful and charming. Xian politely praised him. How dare I compare to young Master Chang? Your prestige has spread far and wide in the 8 desolate 10 domains and the upper realm. She happily turned to look at Chohan. Chohan listens to your stories every day. But this made Chohan a little shy. Young master, the matters of the 8 desolate 10 domains are all concluded. This made Chang even happier. He spread his arms. Yes, I came to see you as soon as I returned without even going back to the GU family, someone discussed. Young Master Chang values junior sister Chohan so much, she's truly lucky. Chohan cried out with tears in her eyes. Young Master, Chohan threw herself into his arms, a scene of comfort. It seems she's been doing well these days. You're almost breaking through to the saint realm now, that puts my mind at ease, she cooed to him. Young Master, can you stay a few more days this time? He looked at her with gentle eyes. I'll spend more time with you this time. Her eyes were watery. That's wonderful. Xian watched helplessly while the surrounding women said with emotion, you two should chat privately. Mind your surroundings. It was now night and Chohan was pouring wine. Young master, how does it taste? He ate as he asked. Did you make it yourself? She whispered nervously. Chohan's cooking is not skillful. I hope young master doesn't mind. Then Chang remembered something, making her face turn pale. Right, have you learned the Purple Extreme Immortal Pill recipe? She looked very sad. Young master, Chohan has disappointed you. He sighed and put down his chopsticks. Suddenly an arm pulled Chohan close and she shyly sat in his lap. It's all right, I know you've worked hard, just keep trying. This deeply moved her. Young master is still the young master, gentle as jay, that's enough. Meeting occasionally like this is fine. The two talked all night. Young master, let me tell you about my time in the Purple Extreme Pill sect. He listened and then agreed. Okay, sometime later in the GU family palace, a few days after Chang Shenggu's arrival, he asked, is little Shenner home? The maid bowed and told him. Reporting to master, Miss Shenner said she went out collecting things. He seemed somewhat displeased. Where has that little girl run off to now? Her strength hasn't improved much, but she's always busy. Jiu Chang asked if there was anything major happening, any big movements in the upper realm recently. The maid then began to recount that the red-robed demonic lady had established a force called Demonic Mountain, and many immortal great sects went to encircle and suppress it, almost completely wiped out. Few survived. He also began to ponder. It seems she has regained much of her sanity and become much more clear-headed. The girl continued, saying that the subordinate of Hua Ju Yintian was also expanding everywhere, and Chu Chu Qing knew of the human ancestor hall was leading people to resist. Jiu Zhang frowned and thought, that woman who is righteous to the extreme, should I give her a few emperor artifacts? I walked to the door, but there are still other matters. Also the demonic arts inheritor, after lying dormant for a long time, reappeared and unexpectedly attacked the War Immortal Manor inheritor. In that battle the War Immortal Manor inheritor almost died. His arm paused slightly. He turned around, smiling with interest. Oh, the demonic arts inheritor, Su Qing. I didn't expect her to grow so fast. The ancient palace under the setting sun was majestic and solemn. Chaotic star domain. Outside, a bearded man was wondering, what do you mean we were just talking normally? The queen suddenly became unhappy. The woman next to her also responded helplessly. Women, you know. Soft hands gently caressed the back of the chair. Ji Qingshan sat on the dragon throne, speaking with a cold demeanor. This chaotic star domain is now entirely in my hands. Unfortunately, compared to the vast upper realm, this is but a tiny speck. It can be erased with a flick of a finger. Ji Qingshan subtly raised her head, her eyes slightly closed, her expression arrogant and confident, but her tone carried a hint of disdain. I wonder how long I'll remain queen of this chaotic star domain. All of this might just be preparing a wedding dress for someone else. Ji Qingshan walked in from outside and asked, what are you mumbling about? Qing was somewhat taken aback by her appearance. Sister, why are you here? Have you already returned to the Ji family? Her eyes cold, she spoke casually. Indeed, I encountered some matters, which is why I came to find you. It's time to switch back identities. Qing's eyes widened, speechless for a moment. She began to walk down the steps, probing. Sister, have you encountered trouble? Qingshan still stood below, calmly replying, no trouble, I simply want to switch back. Mother is much better now. Once we switch back you won't have to live in fear like before. Qing stood on the steps laughing awkwardly. Hee, I understand. She smiled slightly, full of hidden meaning. Is it that sister feels everything that needed to be done has been accomplished? So now you want to reclaim your original identity, right? Qingshan frowned slightly, asking, displeased. Qingshan, what do you mean by that? At this moment Qing already stood before her, a triumphant expression on her face. What do I mean? I painstakingly managed this vast chaotic star domain, conquered thousands of miles of territory, and finally earned young master's favor. His attitude had just started to improve towards me, yet you, with just one sentence, want to snatch everything I possess. Her face suddenly changed, and she angrily demanded, do you think things are really that easy in this world? Qingshan also retorted angrily. Ji Qingshan, you. But all these things are fake after all. You are not me and I am not you. If things are exposed, have you considered the consequences? Qing revealed a chilling smile, the cunning within it impossible to hide. So as long as you disappear. Her face twisted, revealing a hint of sinister malice. That way, there will only be one Su Qing left in this world. A red ring with strange patterns appeared above both their heads, while black-green smoke began to permeate the entire room. It seems you've already set everything up just to kill me and live in my stead. Qingshan subtly raised her head, revealing a sad smile. You've really gone through a lot of trouble. Gee, Qingshan, do you have no sisterly affection at all? Qing was gradually enveloped by the black-green smoke but still explained. I didn't want to activate this trap either. But who told you to try and snatch everything I possess? You don't understand how important all this is to me. If you had just obediently remained Ji Qingshan, none of this would have happened. These past days I've always been afraid that young master would one day discover I'm not the real Su Qing. Afraid he would abandon me without hesitation. Qingshan still stood there, also gradually enveloped by smoke, but her expression was now indistinguishable. Accompanying Qing's screams, streaks of green light flew from an unknown source towards where she stood. You ask what I should do, I can't help it either. Instantly, Qingshan's purple eyes turned cold, unable to hide the unwillingness and disappointment within them. You've disappointed me too much. Outside the chaotic star domain, purple and green lights intertwined and danced. Inside the hall, Qing stared in astonishment at the gradually dissipating green light, stammering, Sister, how did your strength suddenly? Qingshan was enveloped in purple light, holding a green sword, and replied angrily, If you stop now, I can still give you one more chance. As soon as Qing finished speaking, a series of golden chains appeared crisscrossing the room. Sister, do you think I only have these tricks? This great hall is a magical artifact. Qingshan charged forward unyielding. She broke through the chains and went straight to Qing, grabbing her by the throat. If you only have this much strength, do you still want to destroy me? Qing's eyes widened and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite struggling, she still managed to speak with difficulty. Impossible, what kind of cultivation technique is this? Qingshan also replied coldly. Since you refuse to repent, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Suddenly a voice called out from outside. Qing. Both were somewhat shocked, thinking it was young master. Ji Yuchong pushed the door open and walked in, speaking in surprise. Oh, Qing's sister is here too, what's wrong? The two stopped fighting, put their arms around each other's shoulders and said with an awkward smile. Young master, what brings you here? Hee, he also replied. You two sisters have such a good relationship. Qingshan's eyes widened, a flash of shock on her face, and she stammered, afraid to speak. Yo, at this moment Qing had already rushed to Ji Yuchong's side and asked doubtfully, Young master, why didn't you say something before your sudden arrival so I could welcome you outside the city? He also replied casually. Oh, I just wanted to give you a surprise. What, did I interrupt something good between you sisters? She gently held Ji Yuchong's arm, stammering an explanation. There's nothing good going on between us sisters. Qingshan's eyes widened as if she couldn't believe it in surprise. Coming to her senses, she then bowed slightly. Qingshan greets young master Ji Yuchong. He extended his hand, dismissing the formality. No need for formalities. Look closely, you two really do look exactly alike. He squinted, smiling, and turned to Qing, saying, Even if you swapped identities, I don't think anyone would notice, right? Ji Yuchong didn't shy away, directly putting his arm around her, and asked excitedly, By the way, have you heard any happy news from the upper realm recently? She feigned ignorance and countered, Happy news? He happily recounted. I've only been back for a few days, and already many high-ranking officials from great Taoist traditions have come to me, asking for my help in tracking down the demonic arts inheritor. She seemed not to believe what she heard. What, the demonic arts inheritor has reappeared? Qingshan still maintained that expression, but her eyes revealed obvious worry. Her hand gently clenched into a fist as she watched the two still conversing intimately. Indeed, that fellow escaped from me many times before. I thought he wouldn't dare show his face again, but this time he revealed a flaw. His attack on the War Immortal Manor inheritor failed, and his true face was seen. Qing still responded to Ji Yuchong with ease, as if they were the only two there. So, War Immortal Manor will soon find the demonic arts inheritor, and then young master can easily eliminate him. At this moment her other self stood behind Qingshan, angrily questioning, Don't be foolish. If your identity is truly exposed, he will never let you go. Now that you two have swapped identities, it's best to stay away from him. This is the best way to handle it. She frowned slightly, lost in thought. But when did I expose my true face? An angry and unwilling expression from someone surfaced in Qingshan's mind. Perhaps it's because that fellow has golden pupils of 10 eyes capable of seeing through your true identity, but failing to kill him was indeed your oversight. While she was still in thought, so what should I do now? Escape? Or find a place to hide or change her appearance? Meanwhile her other self behind her continued to nag. If there's truly no other way, go to Demonic Mountain and find her. She'll take you in. Ji Yuchong seemed to remember something long overdue. I mentioned the Ji family matter to you before. What have you thought about it? Qing replied cleverly, without contradicting his wishes. If young master is willing to help us sisters, we are naturally willing. Qingshan was surprised to hear this. The Ji family matter? Ji Yuchong smiled, repeating Qing's meaning and expressing his own intentions. Qing said you two want to be the masters of the Ji family, so of course I'll help. Qing from the side triumphantly reminded her. Qingshan, why aren't you thanking young master quickly? Qingshan still maintained her contemplative expression but couldn't help but think to herself. So young master wants to control the Ji family. That makes sense. After all, the Ji family once produced someone like the human ancestor. Ji Qingshan's status is inferior to the Ji family's direct lineage, and her strength is far behind. It still has to rely on me. She bowed slightly, expressing gratitude. If young master Ji Yuchong is willing to help us, Qingshan will give her utmost. Ji Yuchong happily said, Very good. After all, I am an outsider. It primarily depends on you two. Qingshan obediently replied, yes. Turning around to leave, Qing embraced Ji Yuchang's arm, smiling. All right, I'll take young master to rest and let Qing serve you, he also replied with a smile. Qing is truly clingy now. He subtly curved his lips, revealing a mysterious smile. HMPH to Qing, do you enjoy pretending? Qingshan had tears in her eyes, her face filled with grievance, not saying a word, but her other self still spoke secretly. For your own sake, I advise you to forget him. You don't want to be personally killed by him, do you? Haha. Hidden Ji family, majestic and magnificent palace, beautiful scenery, lush green mountains, clear rivers, a voice sounded. I heard that this time Miss Chuyue returned, bringing news that the immortal ancestor is not dead. I wonder if it's true or false. 2 guards stood at the palace entrance. One spoke. 9 times out of 10 it's true. Otherwise the elders wouldn't be meeting so often. The immortal ancestor rendered great service to the upper realm back then. He was the human ancestor. If he were still here, our Ji family would surely regain its former glory, the other replied. Indeed. The immortal ancestor was once hailed as the most talented person in the upper realm after the Forbidden Era, not inferior to the now rising Ji Yuchang. This person crossed his arms, smiling as he gossiped. Now the upper realm's powerhouses, even Zhu Yintian can't handle. If the immortal ancestor were still here, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping a hand? Suddenly his eyes widened as he discovered something in horror. Someone was coming. A dazzling light appeared in the sky. A carriage suspended in midair. The two wondered, who is it? Both looked up intently, then recognized who it was, stammering, it's Miss Qingshan. The woman standing atop the carriage looked down, then ordered, quickly go inform the family head that the ones standing behind Qingshan are Qing and Ji Yuchang. Qingshan's voice was gentle yet authoritative. Young Master Ji Yuchang has arrived. Qing smiled and said to Qingshan, so this is where younger sister has been living? It's my first time here. Qingshan listened to her older sister's coquettish words, speechless in helplessness. Qing then burst out laughing. Haha, you can't fight me. I'm much stronger than you. Qing looked down triumphantly, secretly mocking in her heart. HMPH, the Ji family didn't expect me to return so quickly. I'm no longer a small chess piece to be manipulated by you. Ji Yuchang also looked down, his gaze as if observing an extremely tiny object. Ji family immortal ancestor. I think I just heard astonishing news. I remember he was called Ji Shengchu, and he was once the human ancestor. In terms of seniority, Zhang Yang would still have to call him a junior. The Ji family's ambition is not small. They might ally with the great Taoist traditions of the upper realm to rescue the immortal ancestor. If he revives, my plan to control the Ji family might fall through. He pondered, a corner of his mouth curving upwards. Then he'd better be completely dead. Many people had already walked over from below. The voice of the leader sounded, greeting, young Master Ji Yuchang has come from afar to the Ji family. It truly is our Ji family's honor. Ji Yuchang and Qing walked over. He also responded politely. Ji Yuchang greets family head Ji Hao. Qingshan walked to Ji Hao's side and respectfully bowed. Uncle. Ji Hao looked at her, gently chiding. Qingshan, really? Young Master Ji Yuchang wished to visit our clan, yet you didn't even inform your uncle beforehand? You left your uncle with no preparations at all. Ji Yuchang quickly spoke, pointing to Qing. Family head, you're too kind. This time, Ji Yuchang only wished to bring Qing back to see her mother. I presume the family head is also aware of the relationship between Qing and Qingshan. Ji Hao grew happy upon hearing this. So that's it. Is this Miss Qing, Qingshan's older sister? He pointed to Qingshan, greatly surprised. They're two alike. The two look like they were carved from the same mold. Qing clasped her hands in front of her, respectfully bowing. Uncle. Ji Hao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yeah, indeed, just like Qingshan, both are beauties capable of toppling kingdoms. Qing subtly lowered her eyelids, her gaze turning slightly colder. She secretly mocked in her heart. HMPH, this is the first time I've seen such an attitude from Uncle Family Head. Ji Yuchang spoke with a smile. I wonder if the family head could take us to meet that person. Ji Hao immediately agreed. What are you saying, young Master Ji Yuchang? I'll take you now. Qing's lips curved in satisfaction and she smiled. Everything I achieved with so much effort and so many schemes, young Master accomplished with just a casual remark. How could I not love him? The disciples who saw Ji Yuchang were all dumbfounded, as if they couldn't believe their eyes, discussing amongst themselves. Look, that's Ji Yuchang. Is he the #1 person in the upper realm who conquered the 8 desolate 10 domains? I can't believe I get to be this close to such a great figure in my lifetime. I wonder if I have a chance, another person heard and roared. You've got some nerve. The peerless immortal dynasty's empress has just ascended. Do you want to make yourself a living target? Chuyue stood rooted to the spot, her expression blank and helpless. Her eyes wide open, she wondered in her heart, how could he be here? Is he just here to see Aunt Ji Shui? No, I must tell Big Brother. In a room Ji Zhaoxing was cultivating with his eyes closed, floating cross-legged in the air, surrounded by intense light. He opened his bright lamp-like eyes, secretly pleased. Very good. At this rate, breaking through to Quasi-Supreme is only a matter of time. Chuyue frantically cried out, Big Brother? She burst through the door and rushed into the room, shouting, Big Brother, Auntie. Ji Zhaoxing still sat calmly, raising his voice to reprimand his younger sister. Chuyue, how many times have I told you? You are a princess of the Ji family. When faced with matters, you must be calm and composed, maintaining your grace. Chuyue ignored his words, interjecting. Ji Yuchang is here. Ji Zhaoxing could no longer maintain his composure. He fell to the ground with a thud. Ji Zhaoxing's face was filled with the same blank confusion as Chuyue's. He opened his mouth, only able to utter one word. Huh? Chu Yue asked Ji Zhaoxing. Brother, do you think Ji Yuchang's visit to the Ji family is truly just for Ji Qingshan to reunite with her family? Ji Zhaoxing walked along, stroking his chin, contemplating for a moment, then replied to Chu Yue with difficulty, Ji Yuchang is a deeply calculating person. Once he makes a move he won't stop. This matter is absolutely not simple. His expression grew tense. But the most urgent task was to rescue the ancestor trapped in Kunshan. As for Ji Yuchang, they should avoid him if possible, and it's best not to provoke him. Ji Zhaoxing looked back at Chu Yue. By the way, that person, don't contact him anymore during this time. I already chased him away before to avoid friction with Ji Yuchang, but you've gotten even closer to him. Chu Yue was slightly startled as if her thoughts had been exposed. Are you talking about Zhang Chen? So brother knows too. She rubbed her ears, her cheeks flushed, but I think he's not bad either. He is also a descendant of the Divine Source Master. Last time in Kunshan, if it weren't for his help, I wouldn't have heard the ancestors' call. Chu Yue walked up and hugged Ji Zhaoxing's arm. And every time we meet we're very careful, and he disguises himself. If it weren't for you, brother, Ji Yuchang wouldn't have found out. Ji Zhaoxing sternly corrected Chu Yue. Are you blaming me? Don't forget, he is Ji Yuchang's enemy. As a princess of the Ji family, you must prioritize the family's interests. Besides, don't you know how terrifying Ji Yuchang is? The slightest oversight could cost you your life. Chu Yue still leaned her head on Ji Zhaoxing's shoulder with a smile. I know. Ji Zhaoxing watched his words fall on deaf ears and sighed helplessly. Alas, you can indeed use him, but you cannot truly befriend him. He is not a good person. Outside, Qingji's mother's eyes welled up with tears, her voice choked. Daughter, she gently caressed Qingji's face, 2 streams of hot tears falling. You are Qing. Ji Qingshan stood a few steps away, silently watching the scene, not saying a word. Qing held her hand and gently replied, It's your daughter, mother. Qingji's spirit manifested, laughing mockingly. Tisk tisk, so even your own mother can't tell you 2 sisters apart. I wonder if this is luck or sorrow. Ji Qingshan said expressionlessly. What does it matter? It's already a great fortune to be reunited with mother in this life. Qingji's spirit was quite displeased to hear this. Qingji's mother still held her tightly, weeping. Wu Qing, my daughter, mother is sorry for you. You've suffered all these years. Ji Hao stood aside, also crying. He raised his hand to wipe away his tears, saying, What a moving reunion scene. These 3 mother and daughters have not had it easy all these years. Ji Yuchang stood beside him, looking at him inexplicably. Is this old man a professional actor? Haven't these 3 mother and daughters suffered all these years because of you? He suddenly asked. By the way, Ji family head, Chang heard that ancestor Ji Shengchu is not dead but merely imprisoned. Is this news true or false? Ji Hao's hand, wiping away tears, suddenly stopped. Has this news spread so quickly? Ji Hao replied with a sad face. To be honest, we only found out recently. The ancestor is trapped in the perilous Kunshan. Now the Ji family is discussing whether to unite with external Taoist traditions to rescue the ancestor. Ji Yuchang's face was filled with questions. Kunshan, that legendary mountain where immortal kings perished, where immortal kings are said to gather. The lingering immortal energy and pressure have made the surrounding 100 miles a forbidden zone of life. He turned to face Ji Hao, cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. Senior Shengchu rendered immense service to the upper realm back then, protecting countless lives. His reputation precedes him and Chang holds him in immense reverence. If the Ji family has a rescue plan, please be sure to inform Chang. Chang is willing to lend his full support. Ji Hao asked with a smile, Young master, is that true? Ji Yuchang looked at Qing, his eyes full of tenderness. Moreover, you are Qingji's ancestor, so it is only right and proper to help. Ji Hao carefully observed Ji Yuchang, thinking, I never expected such a figure to also understand the value of beauty. The old man's eyes grew cunning, secretly calculating. Then I'll marry Qingshan to him, once and for all. 2 young girls for the Ji family's eternal prosperity. It's truly a great bargain. In Kunshan, Kunwu City, huge ships floated in the air, dark clouds shrouding the towering peaks. The crowd below whispered, Have you heard? The Ji family's reclusive ancestor Ji Shengchu is still alive and trapped in Kunshan. What? That's the human ancestor from several epochs ago. No wonder so many forces are flocking here recently. Everyone below looked up at the sky, still chatting incessantly. I reckon it won't be long before all the great sects and Taoist traditions of the upper realm gather here. But since ancient times, how many cultivators have turned to dust for the immortal king's opportunity in Kunshan? I don't think this time will have a good outcome either. Didn't you know? I heard that young Master Chang will be helping this time. A girl with a big belly asked in confusion. Young Master Chang, when did he get such a good relationship with the Ji family? The person next to her replied. I heard Chang deeply reveres Ji Shengchu, believing that rescuing him would be a deed of immeasurable merit for the current upper realm. If 2 human ancestors coexist in the future, then the upper realm would be free from worries. The ships with huge blades hanging from their bows flew in and the people below looked up in astonishment. Look, it's the people from Killing Blade Heavenly Gate. It seems they have a great grudge against the Ji family. Are they here to cause trouble? The strategist of Killing Blade Heavenly Gate looked down and asked, Sectmaster, are we still seeking revenge in Kunshan? The old sectmaster of Killing Blade Heavenly Gate sat on his chair roaring with a ferocious face. Revenge, my ass, didn't you hear them say Ji Yuchang will be involved? What are we going to use for revenge? The people outside were still focused on the sky, whispering, Look, that's the reclusive and family ship. And Lu Guangwang of True Immortal Academy and Tian Wang Yu, another person praised. You're amazing, you actually recognize so many important figures. This person replied, I once saw them when I followed my master to Tinlu City. Suddenly the balding man stopped in confusion. Brother Lu, that person, hesitatingly. Oh, a person with two braids pointed forward. That's Jiyu Chang's younger sister, Jiyu Shenner. The balding man's eyes widened and he asked, is that her? He turned his head, smiling slyly. If I could catch her eye and become Jiyu Chang's brother-in-law. Another person stroked his long hair, his expression somewhat perverted. How many lives do you have to dream such a dream? It's a pity young Master Chang doesn't like men, otherwise I would have tried every means to seduce him long ago. Jiyu Shenner walked with long, slender steps, her hands crossed over her chest, thinking to herself. Jiyu Chang actually wants to help the Ji family. She glanced sideways in confusion. Is he really that kind-hearted? At this moment in a stone gambling house, several clerks were dealing with a troublemaker. Get out, you have no spirit stones and still want to gamble? You're tired of living, daring to cause trouble on Myriad Dao Merchant Alliance territory, aren't you? Don't you know where this is? Seeing this, Ruoyan asked in confusion about the background of the force. Senior sister, what kind of force is this Myriad Dao Merchant Alliance to be so arrogant? The senior sister next to her only knew a little. I only know that their background is very powerful, intricately complex, and no force dares to easily provoke them. As for what specific force it is, I'm not sure. At this moment, a pair of slender feet with golden anklets spoke in a soft, sweet voice. Yin am I, are we there? The attendant next to her replied. Yes, miss, young Master Chang has already arrived in Kunwu City. She seemed worried about Yin am I and directly put a bracelet on her. Miss, is it really okay to wear a quasi-emperor artifact on your ankle like that? But she didn't care and turned to other matters. I'm leaving first. If there's any news, let me know immediately. The maid replied yes. Outside the stone gambling house hall, little brother, are you sure you want to use 300,000 spirit stones to open this soul-suppressing strange stone? Have you thought it through? A few people around whispered, cursing. Where did this fool come from? Does he think choosing the biggest one will yield a treasure? Yeah, even old man Mo shook his head at this stone. Budu stepped forward to remind, Benefactor Zhang Chen, it's 300,000. Don't make a mistake. But Zhang Chen didn't care at all. His face was calm and confident, yet he secretly pondered. Recently, I've been cooperating more and more tacitly with the artifact spirit of the immortal fortune boat. This stone gambling house is practically a money-making machine for me. Everyone began to whisper. It seems someone cut it wrong. These 300,000 spirit stones are definitely going down the drain. Alas, young people don't know any better. Where would they know the hardship of earning spirit stones? Zhang Chen's face was firm, red light flickering in his eyes, and he chose that stone. The stone split open, emitting a dazzling red light, revealing a ginseng. What? This blood-red ginseng is a Blood King ginseng, at least 1,000,000 years old? This kid. The clerk's face instantly darkened, while everyone else exclaimed, 300,000 spirit stones for a Blood King ginseng, it's a huge profit. Zhang Chen happily said as if nothing had happened. Looks like I have good luck, a voice suddenly sounded. Did someone just cut out a Blood King ginseng? This made Zhang Chen turn his head sharply. He seemed to recognize that voice. This voice, Ruoyan. Ruoyan walked in with two women. Excuse me, was this Blood King ginseng cut out by this Taoist friend? Someone asked about her origins. Who are you from? Someone seemed to recognize her. It looks like someone from Dao Tian Immortal Palace. Ruoyan's face stiffened, incredulous. Young master, while Zhang Chen was somewhat suspicious. I never expected Zhang Chen to be so reckless. Oh, if the fairy likes it, I would gladly gift it to her. This made one person exclaim in surprise. What? Pudu was also surprised. This Zhang Chen. Ruoyan smiled brightly in response to Zhang Chen. The young master is kind-hearted, I appreciate it. However, if it's just to purchase a Blood King ginseng, I can still afford it. Zhang Chen hastily explained. I didn't mean that. Ruoyan's senior sister next to her mercilessly scoffed. So you're a toad trying to eat swan meat? I advise you to wake up and look in a mirror. Junior sister Ruoyan belongs to young Master Chang. This made Ruoyan blush fiercely. What? She reminded her senior sister. Senior sister, don't talk nonsense. If young Master Jiyu hears it, it might cause ridicule. Everyone around was surprised. She belongs to young Master Chang. I really didn't expect that. In an instant, Zhang Chen's face turned furious. Pudu at this moment turned and gently reminded Zhang Chen, Benefactor Zhang Chen, don't forget our purpose for this trip, the Divine Stone Grand Assembly. That highly perilous stone fetus which once destroyed Wangxi Holy Land is the most important thing. But he immediately put on a smile and chatted with Ruoyan. If the young lady wants this Blood King ginseng, how about 10,000 spirit stones? The woman beside Ruoyan immediately bid 10,000 spirit stones. This foul monk. Even if this Blood King ginseng is rare, it's not worth that much. Ruoyan mockingly feigned surprise. Oh, if you can't afford it. Another person stood by, mockingly waving the money in their hand. If this young lady has a connection with young Master Chang, then this Blood King ginseng, I am willing to purchase it on her behalf, the person next to him exclaimed in surprise. Old Dog Wu. Zhang Chen then pointed out another path for Dog Wu. However, with my current cultivation I don't need it. Why not offer it as a gift to the young lady and form a good connection? Ruoyan's senior sister glanced back at him disdainfully. This old man has good taste, a few people spoke, but with mockery. Old Dog Wu, you are truly shrewd. If this matter can catch young Master Chang's eye, what's 10,000 spirit stones? Ruoyan began to ponder something again. Just that young master's name makes so many people, she smiled disdainfully. If he came here personally, I wonder what a huge stir it would cause. If I could truly become his person. Zhang Chen also began to scheme. What exactly do I need to do to make Jiyu Chang completely disappear from my life? He's like an invisible colossal mountain pressing down on me, making me gasp for breath. Over here, Yin am I massaged as Chang greeted greeted her. Alas, how have you been doing recently? Is that quasi-emperor artifact still useful? She smiled brightly at him. I love it. Thanks to young master's gift, I've had smooth sailing. Suddenly she glanced unhappily. Young master, who is this young lady? Chang introduced her without hesitation. Oh, she's Miss Ji Qingshan from the Ji family. Yin Mi inquired about Qingshan but with a hint of sarcasm. Qingshan, how much chance do you think the Jiyu family has of rescuing the ancestor this time? Ji Qingshan lowered her head shyly and replied. If young master Jiyu Chang helps, the chances will definitely be much greater. He secretly praised her. Her answer was flawless. Su Qing is a true inheritor of demonic arts and Zhang Chen is a demonic seed I personally cultivated. If those two get together, it will definitely cause a huge stir in the future. Suddenly, Yin Mi's maid came in to report. Miss, a servant just reported that a very strange person appeared in one of our Merchant Alliance's stone gambling houses. Yin Mi seemed to need confirmation. Strange person? The maid immediately reported the situation. Yes, he looks ordinary, but he not only cut out extremely precious Blood King ginseng, but also continuously cut out all kinds of rare treasures, never failing. He might be a divine source master, and with the Divine Stone Grand Assembly approaching, he has already attracted the competition of many forces. Yin Mi paused. Divine source master. While Chang was intrigued, ordinary appearance, he began to plan another yet somewhat related matter. The killing of the various sect masters in the Grand Void Divine Tomb is still attributed to him. It's almost certain he has changed his appearance. The maid seemed to recall another detail. By the way, he was once entangled with Fairy Xiao Ruoyan of Dao Tian Immortal Palace. Yin Mi was surprised and suspicious. Dao Tian Immortal Palace. Ruoyan still stood there, but he had already begun to leave. Xiao Ruoyan hadn't seen this Grand Priest of Destiny for some days. Perhaps it's time to meet her again on this trip to Kunshan. After he left, Yin Mi finally showed her displeasure. Another one. Where did this Xiao Ruoyan come from? Annoying young master. The scene shifts to night. A man walks over a bridge to a palace inside which are beautiful women. It turns out to be the two women who were with Ruoyan. At this moment they are smiling as they greet Chang. Senior brother Chang, why are you here? He still calmly faced their joy. I'm looking for Ruoyan. Where is she? But unfortunately she had already gone to rest. She seems to have just gone to rest. We'll go wake her. After hearing this, he stopped bothering. Never mind, don't disturb her rest. Tomorrow is fine. In the room, Ruoyan suddenly woke up, her face full of joy. That's young master's voice. Outside the door, the two women were asking Chang, hoping to hear him recount. Senior brother Chang, can you tell us about your time in the 8 desolate 10 domains? Yes, our cultivation is low and we couldn't participate in the war, so we can only hear of your great name. He used this as an excuse to refuse, but it's late now. Ruoyan rushed out from inside, relieved that they hadn't dispersed, and said joyfully, Young master, I dare not disturb. It seems I didn't come too late. Seeing this, her senior sister chuckled and teased, Junior sister, no matter how anxious you are, you should at least put on some clothes first. She screamed in panic, covering her chest while Jiyu Chang began to scheme again, finding it quite amusing. Zi Jin said, Indeed, Miss Xiao is a bit of a green tea type, but if you think about it from another angle, such people are the easiest to control. Those who are truly in love, on the other hand, are the most troublesome. She strolled along, pretending not to want to trouble Jiyu Chang, for a young master to visit in the middle of the night made Ruoyan feel deeply honored. The young master only needed to send for her, and Ruoyan would come to pay her respects. She thought Jiyu Chang would say something sweet, but he seemed nonchalant. I just happened to hear about you and was free, so I came to see. Nothing important. Ruoyan lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at him. The young master not only helped me escape danger but also bestowed upon me cultivation resources, allowing me to join Dao Tian Immortal Palace and have a quasi-supreme master. Everything I have today is thanks to the young master. He saw her sadness. Now the young master has even come to visit me personally. I truly don't know how to repay you. If the young master doesn't mind Ruoyan's ordinary talent. Before she could finish, Jiyu Chang interjected, scolding, Do you think I helped you because I wanted a reward? In your heart, am I someone who expects repayment for kindness? Terrified, Ruoyan quickly waved her hands. No, Ruoyan didn't mean that. Jiyu Chang gently tapped Ruoyan's head and she yelped in surprise. He laughed heartily, teasing, Just kidding, don't be so nervous. He walked forward, softly voicing the doubt in her heart. Ruoyan, why do you think I helped her so much? He was still rubbing her forehead, looking bewildered. Ruoyan had always thought the young master helped her out of pity, but Jiyu Chang retorted, There are countless pitiful people in this world. Do you think it's merely for that? Ruoyan was taken aback by his blunt words, but then Jiyu Chang suddenly glanced at her, smiling faintly. I just find you somewhat different from other women. She widened her eyes, muttering blankly, Different? Is it because I'm a transmigrator? But his thoughts are completely different from mine. Maybe he's relatively simpler. Her eyes gently drooped, concealing the confusion within. Jiyu Chang also nonchalantly changed the topic. By the way, I heard you met a divine source master today. Ruoyan stammered, taking a while to reply. I did, but that person was a bit strange. Is the young master referring to, he continued, half jokingly, half seriously, for the upcoming Divine Stone Grand Assembly? I also want to add more support. She immediately understood his meaning and readily agreed. I don't know that person, but if the young master needs, I can help you recruit him. Ruoyan cannot always take your kindness for granted. I also want to contribute. Jiyu Chang smiled, nodding with satisfaction. Then I await Ruoyan's good news, her fingers unconsciously intertwined as if wanting to speak the words she had hidden for so long. Young master, She suddenly flung herself into his arms, burying her head in his left chest, choking out, "Can you stay tonight?" Ruoyan has no lingering thoughts or ambitions, only wishing to serve the young master for one night. A smile suddenly curved on his lips and he said, "After half a day it turns out her ultimate goal was still to sleep with me. I just made a request and she already knew how to go with the flow. As fellow transmigrators she's much more astute than Zi Jin." Seeing that he didn't speak, she looked up, cautiously making her request. "Just one night, all right? If the young master finds it inconvenient," Ji Chong responded indifferently at just the right moment. "You've already said so much. If I refuse, wouldn't I be letting down your sincerity?" Throughout the long night, Ruoyan excitedly cheered, "Wonderful." The next day, in a small cauldron, Ji Chuyue leaned against a pillar, scolding Zhang Chen. "Zhang Chen, are you really openly using your divine abilities like this, unafraid of being discovered? Don't you know what kind of situation you're in right now?" He scoffed, unconcerned. "What's there to fear? As long as you don't betray me, who would know who I am?" She was helpless, too lazy to say more. "You," Ji Chuyue directly bade farewell. "Never mind, I came to tell you that from now on I won't be contacting you anymore." He abruptly glanced over, looking at her. "Why?" Chuyue replied silently. "My brother has already started watching you." Zhang Chen suddenly stood up. "What? Since when?" She didn't know the truth of the matter, so she turned away. "I'm not sure, but this time Jiyu Chong came to the Jiyu family and my brother already warned me. Take care of yourself, I must go back early. It wouldn't be good if my brother found out." His face darkened. "It seems I was indeed careless." Filled with worry that Ji Zhaoxing is not as two-faced as Ji Chuyue, "From now on I must be extra careful." Pudu, standing nearby, also nodded with satisfaction. "Miss Ji is quite kind to benefactor Zhang. She even came to inform him herself." Zhang Chen waved his hand, smiling at him. "You're quite leisurely, but if my identity is exposed you won't gain anything either." "What now? Should we leave here?" Pudu chuckled, offering an idea. "It just so happens that the Ji family is preparing to enter Kunshan, and the Divine Stone Grand Assembly is a rare event that occurs once every 100 years. Doesn't benefactor Zhang feel it would be a pity to leave now?" His face sank, frowning in displeasure. Of course he was unwilling. He immediately thought of her, filled with worry. "And I must find an opportunity to tell Ruoyan to be careful of Jiyu Chong." Chuyue had just reached the door when she met Miss Ruoyan outside. The two exchanged meaningful glances, but Ruoyan only had one thing on her mind. He really is a divine source master. So many people are trying to win him over, but who can resist the young master's olive branch? Ruoyan walked into the courtyard, gently supporting her waist, and asked loudly, "Is this the young master from the stone gambling house?" Zhang Chen was facing away from the cauldron, and he suddenly turned his head. He had already said that he wouldn't join any force, but when he turned around he was stunned. "Ruoyan!" Zhang Chen quickly ran to greet her. "Miss, is there something you need me for?" "I did come for something this time." He immediately widened his eyes, asking worriedly, "Is the young lady feeling unwell?" She awkwardly stated the reason. "Oh, young master, please don't laugh. I just accidentally injured myself during cultivation last night." Zhang Chen was startled. Injured during cultivation, but he had a naive thought, wondering if sitting for too long with stagnant qi and blood led to blockages in her lower back. He widened his eyes, watching Zhang Chen move a stone chair outside the courtyard. "Then, young lady, please sit down and speak." Ruoyan replied somewhat shyly, "Young master is truly too polite." In her heart, she also started to find him familiar. Why does the young master have this familiar feeling about him? Outside, Jiyu Shenner furiously pointed her sword at a few people who had just fallen before her. She asked, "Why are you following me? Who sent you?" The man, bruised and swollen, immediately confessed everything. "Miss Shenner, young Master Chong sent us to protect you." The other few also nodded in agreement. "That's right, Kunwu City is chaotic now and he's worried you might be in danger." She widened her eyes in surprise. "Jiyu Chong, he's here too, where is he?" The bruised man immediately replied without hesitation. "He's at Yin Mi's Celestial Maiden." Shenner's face immediately darkened, filled with anger. "HMPH, that girl," she grumbled angrily. "He just got here and already ran off to that vixen and he says he cares about me." The courtyard, seeing his silence, Ruoyan had no choice but to speak first. "What do you think, young master?" Zhang Chen also began to notice, clenching his hands annoyed. "Is the young lady here to persuade me to submit to Jiyu Chong? If that's all, I'm afraid I cannot accept the young lady's kindness." She too was exposed, so she spoke her mind bluntly. "I know you are a descendant of a divine source master and naturally have some pride, but you should know that young Master Jiyu holds immense power in the upper realm and he is very kind to those around him. It would be your honor to serve him." Zhang Chen roared. "Enough." He rubbed his forehead, wearily saying, "Ruoyan, don't be foolish." She began to faintly recognize him as Zhang Chen, directly dropping her disguise and revealing her true identity. "Look closely at who I am." Ruoyan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Zhang Chen," she abruptly stood up, not expecting this situation. "How are you a divine source master? What happened to your former appearance?" He scoffed, replying with disdain, "HMPH, isn't it all thanks to Jiyu Chong?" Ruoyan's eyes widened in shock. "Young master, didn't the young master say he had arranged everything for you?" The more he heard, the funnier he found it. "Arranged? That was all a lie." Zhang Chen turned around, revealing the hidden truths. "From the beginning, when he released us from prison, he had ulterior motives. The stone stels used to test talent were secretly tampered with by him. So apart from you, none of us showed any talent, which allowed him to justifiably drive us away and leave you at ease, and after we separated, his subordinates led us to a desolate place and ruthlessly attacked us. She was stunned but still held a glimmer of hope. Impossible, young Master Ji isn't that kind of person. Zhang Chen angrily turned around, shouting the cruel truth. They're dead, Wang Ning Niu Dian. They're all dead. He hated Ji Yuchang for life. Ji Yuchang couldn't possibly be so kind to you for no reason. He must have some conspiracy. Ji Yuchang is a hypocrite. Don't be fooled by him anymore. Wake up. Ruoyan couldn't fully process this information. She didn't believe it. Could Ji Yuchang actually just be a cunning old fox who had been deceiving Ruoyan all along? So she still tried to hold on to her belief, comforting herself. Perhaps the young master also has some unspeakable difficulties. Zhang Chen seemed stunned. Zhang Chen could no longer hold back and grabbed Ruoyan's shoulders, shouting, "What are you talking about? Are you heartless enough to let Niu Dian and the others die with grievances? Ji Yuchang is their killer, our enemy. Have you been brainwashed? Wake up." He frowned slightly, now having a wish. "Ruoyan, come away with me. Let's find a remote place to cultivate, and when we achieve success, we'll seek revenge on Ji Yuchang." But she had already thought things through, carefully weighing the pros and cons. If you don't want to die, give up that idea early. The young master is not someone you can contend with. She also pushed his hand away without hesitation. As for Niu Dian's matter, I believe the young master must have had an unavoidable reason. I will investigate it thoroughly. After all, in my impression, young Master Ji is not someone who kills innocent people indiscriminately. Zhang Chen still held out hope, wanting to ask her one more time. You believe Ji Yuchang but not me? Ruoyan had already severed all ties, leaving him a path to survival. You go to a place where no one can find you. Don't worry, I won't reveal your whereabouts to the young master. He was so angry he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough filled with resentment, Zhang Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ruoyan, how could you become like this? She remained steadfast in her viewpoint. Zhang Chen, I don't want you to go to your death. Remember my words. Pu also sighed, placing a hand on his shoulder, gently advising, Benefactor Zhang, let it go, your destined paths have diverged. But Zhang Chen refused to believe, roaring, "Shut up." His eyes were already wet, unwilling to accept this cruel and even more brutal truth. She's just temporarily confused, bewitched by Ji Yuchang. Little divine son, you can't just leave her alone like this. Ruoyan also turned to leave. I should have understood earlier. Young Master Ji could reach where he is today not by being benevolent. I was too naive. Her mind was in a turmoil now. But I can only pretend not to know about Zhang Chen's matter. I cannot mention it to the young master, nor can I seek revenge. Ruoyan believed that was simply courting death. Everything I have now was given by the young master. Opposing him is tantamount to self-destruction. As soon as she saw Ji Yuchang, Yin Mi eagerly stepped forward. Has the master returned? He nodded lightly. Just call me young master. The Divine Stone Grand Assembly is in 3 days. How are the preparations? She immediately reported the progress. Almost ready, according to the young master's arrangements. Those divine stones containing immortal embryos have also been listed for auction. He nodded with satisfaction, embracing Yin Mi's shoulder. After the assembly, the Ji family and other forces will jointly attack Kunshan. This is a rare event in the upper realm. What about the reclusive and family? She glanced at him, her eyes filled with respect. As the young master expected, they are actively searching for divine source masters, seemingly very interested in that immortal embryo. Ji Yuchang smiled faintly. Immortal embryo, ah. If I recall correctly, a few days ago, Niu Dian had some entanglement with Missen of the Yin family. If I'm not mistaken, the Yin family will eventually find Zhang Chen, and perhaps there will be a scene of old acquaintances reuniting. Seeing his silence, Yin Mi wagged her tail, subtly shifting. Young master, he suddenly said. All right, I told you to monitor the little fairy Shenner. What has she been doing recently? At the mention of this, she covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, Speaking of which, it's quite funny. My people were discovered by Miss Shenner, and she even warned us not to continue tracking her, or she would come looking for you. Ji Yuchang shook his head helplessly, still as unruly as ever. Where is that little girl now? She thought for a moment before answering, also turning to look at the young master's expression. At the Divine Stone Gambling House, her stone appraising skills seem to be very high. She almost hasn't lost these past few days. As expected, he widened his eyes in surprise. That girl even knows how to gamble on stones? As her brother, how did I not know she had this talent? Don't tell me she's lost everything. Da Qing was following closely behind Shenner, who arrived at the Divine Stone Gambling House. She angrily brought in a huge raw stone, which even the shopkeeper was somewhat wary of. Miss Shenner, this raw stone comes from the depths of Kunshan, worth 1.5 million spirit stones. Are you sure you want to cut it? Everyone present was horrified. What? A single stone costs 1.5 million, a sky-high price? Zhen Yao and Xian Wangnu also appeared here. Even if Shenner's stone appraising skills are high, she doesn't win every time. Should we persuade her? Don't worry, the Jiyu family is rich. No matter how much she squanders, she won't run out. She ignored their words, only asking Da Qing, how about it? Cut it quickly. Shenner then pointed to 2 huge raw stones, decisively ordering, cut those 2 for me too. The shopkeeper trembled in fear. Miss Shenner, this blood-red raw stone is worth 5 million spirit stones, but she didn't care, stubbornly chalking all the expenses up to Ji Yuchang. This made the shopkeeper even more scared. Miss Shenner, we wouldn't dare collect money for that. The people next to him also chimed in. Ha, that's right, who dares to ask young Master Chong for money? Indeed, that's practically an endless IOU. Shenner shouted angrily. Then I'll ask for it, all right, cut it quickly. A sword intent sliced through the two raw stones just as Miss Shenner wished. Everyone present exclaimed in admiration. What powerful sword intent is it from a page of the sword art Immortal Power? Aja, following closely behind, was surprised to discover. Miss, it's the writing of the hidden mountain lineage, and she looked bewildered. Could it be that the stones of Kunshan contain the heritage of our clan's hidden immortals? Just freed from the sword art, the Immortal Power rushed away. Shenner cried out. My treasure. Everyone looked up. It had a consciousness of its own. It was an artifact spirit. The young girl didn't want to lose the treasure, so she chased after it. It had cost her 1.5 million spirit stones to unearth. Trying to run? A girl asked blankly in return. Didn't young Master Gu pay for it? Niu watched in astonishment. How did something from the hidden mountain lineage end up in Kunshan? And she shook her head. I don't know, that's why we came to Kunwu City. Niu asked his young mistress for advice. Should we take it back? Her eyes were filled with determination. After all, it belonged to their ancestors. How could it remain in others' hands? But the Yin family had some reservations. Others might be one thing, but that was Jiyu Chang's sister. He stared with wide eyes as if about to pounce and snatch it. Even better, he killed so many of my companions, so killing his sister is only fair. Unshi didn't stop him but reminded him to be careful. This is Kunwu City. If you act recklessly, I can't guarantee your life. Be careful with your moves. Understood. Niu no longer hesitated and walked straight to the center of the gambling house. Above, Shenner was still trying to catch the treasure. Don't run, the bystanders also began to whisper. What is this and family member trying to do? Are they trying to steal it? Impossible. Who would dare? Just as he was about to snatch it, the spiritual energy flew in the opposite direction, catching Miss Shenner off guard. What? Everyone looked bewildered, unable to believe it. Look, it actually flew to him automatically. What's going on? Is it really something from the hidden immortal lineage? Niu's eyebrow raised and he smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, my hidden immortal bloodline can resonate with it. If I can get this sword scripture, I will surely break through to a new realm. The young girl immediately pounced, fuming. Give it back to me. I unearthed it. He immediately moved to block her. Miss Jiu, please don't be hasty. And she also stepped out, softly advising the young girl. Miss Shenner, this item has a deep connection to my Yin family ancestors. I believe everyone just saw it fly to a member of my clan automatically. Shenner frowned, watching them play off each other, and asked, What do you mean? And she softly explained, This is a relic of my Yin family ancestors. Given your status and position, I believe you wouldn't forcibly take someone else's treasure. Why not let it return to its rightful owner? With just a word from you, the Yin family is willing to pay a high price for it. The Yin family will remember this favor for a lifetime, of course, if you insist on keeping it. I'll return it immediately. Everyone present quickly understood the Yin family's intentions. This was clearly a trap for Miss Gu. If she didn't agree, she would be seen as arrogant and overbearing, forcibly taking someone else's ancestral relic. This eldest daughter of the Yin family indeed had her ways. A good show was about to unfold. Shenner was still not satisfied and retorted, But I unearthed this item. If we're talking about returning it to its rightful owner, it should be returned to me, and she sneered. But this is indeed a relic of my clan's ancestors. Shenner was not a girl to be trifled with. So you're trying to openly snatch it? And she feigned weakness, shaking her head. I wouldn't dare. How would I dare snatch Miss Shenner's things? If you find it troublesome, how about this? We'll help you interpret the text on it. Otherwise, taking it back without being able to read it would be a pity, wouldn't it? What do you think? The people in the gambling house also joined in, cheering. Oh, that's a fair idea. Exactly. The eldest daughter of the Yin family is truly worthy of being an heir. Shenner was deep in thought, but felt something wasn't quite right. Suddenly a voice drifted in from afar. No need, even if she can't read it, it's still Shenner's thing. The two Yin family members felt a dark spiritual energy enveloping them. Ji Yuzhong stormed in, furious. Even if she throws it into the fire and burns it, that's her business. His eyes were icy as if he wanted to punish everyone in the room. Since when was it your place to speak for her? Everyone was astonished. It's young Master Chang. Has he also come to Kunwu City? The immortal Phoenix daughter also smiled faintly, whispering to Jun Yao. As expected, Brother Gu's most cherished person is still Sister Shenner. Everyone bowed, respectfully greeting young Master Chang. Shenner also turned around blankly. Jiyu Chang, he waved his hand, calmly saying, Everyone, no need to be so polite. Niu dared not speak, cursing inwardly, Old dog, I'll kill you sooner or later. And she next to him softly reminded him, I didn't know Jiyu Chang would come, don't act rashly. She also lowered her head and perfunctorily greeted young Master Chang. He ignored her completely. Just as he reached out, Shenner blocked him. Hey, don't touch my head. Why are you here? He spoke with a hint of sarcasm. If I didn't come, my sister's treasure would probably have been tricked away by someone else. The young girl puffed out her cheeks and put her hands on her hips, indignantly saying, How could that be? With so many people here, how could she trick me in the slightest? Chang was too lazy to say more, only good at showing off in front of me. What kind of expression is that? Do you think my intelligence is lower than yours? The two bickered back and forth, neither giving way. What do you think? It seems you're not doing so well outside either. And she remained in the bowing posture, motionless. Several old men whispered, understanding the young master's meaning. It seems he intends to teach this Yin family heir a good lesson. After all, young Master Gu's reputation for protecting his sister is well known. It was then that Chang coldly swept his gaze around. All right, I want to see who dares to snatch things from my sister Shenner, and she smiled faintly, explaining, young Master Chang, you've misunderstood. How would I dare snatch Miss Shenner's things? I merely wanted to help her translate a few lines. After all, this item is a relic left by my ancestors, and few other clans besides ours can recognize the text on it. Moreover, if a member of my clan hadn't intervened, this page would probably have escaped on its own. Chang walked over, sneering, are you saying we should thank you? And she immediately lowered her head and replied, I wouldn't dare. His eyes narrowed as if to burn through her. I see you're constantly scheming, living quite a hard life. How about I help you? He mercilessly extended his hand, aiming to kill her with a single sword strike. Be completely liberated. The Yin family immediately cried out, young mistress, be careful, then quickly flashed in front of An-Shi, protecting her. A tremendous explosion occurred on the upper floor of a stone gambling house. In midair, two old men exchanged confused glances. HMPH, a Dao attainer level fluctuation actually appeared in Kunwu City. Which old monster is fighting at this time, brother? And let's go take a look. Opposite them, the Yin family members were already reduced to dust and bones, only their hats rolling on the ground. The protective formation of the broken stone workshop has been breached. Young Master Chang truly lives up to his name. An-Shi barely managed to withstand the previous attack. Cough, cough. Chang coldly glanced at her, sneering, it seems your bodyguard blocked that for you. No need to thank me, just be careful next time. Then he turned to Niu Yu and asked, is this page the treasure? Chang threatened him. Are you going to hand it over yourself, or should I strangle you and take it? Suddenly, that page of sword art immortal scripture actually flew out of his hand. Everyone was astonished. It's trying to escape. Chang immediately ordered, Crimson, granted a path to death. Since you won't obey, there's no need for your spiritual intelligence to continue existing. The spiritual intelligence inside was destroyed by his power, eventually leaving only the ashes of an explosion. Shenner cried out in panic, why did you erase its consciousness? Isn't that self-defeating? He merely shrugged disdainfully. What's the point of keeping it if it's disobedient? Then the young girl ran over, still wanting that page. All right, now you can return the treasure to me, right? He narrowed his eyes contemptuously, asking, do you understand the words on it? Shenner still answered frankly, no. The immortal phoenix daughter, watching from outside, still only offered a compliment. As expected, the person Brother Ji spoils the most is still Sister Shenner. Zhen Yao also thought to herself, don't you have someone who spoils you too? But Chang still didn't hand it over. I'll study it for you first. Then he pointed at the young girl and ridiculed her. I'm warning you, don't keep smiling foolishly at me. I still haven't settled the score for you putting everything on my tab. Shenner knew she was in the wrong, so she relented. Then you must remember to return it to me. Suddenly, the entire gambling house felt a domineering spiritual energy descend. Is this a Dao attainer level aura? Is it from the Yin family? The old man immediately appeared and asked An-Shi, what happened? Who beat you up like this? She endured the pain and barely stood up. Uncle Ancestor. The old man frowned and looked down. Why are you stammering? Chang immediately appeared, full of murderous intent, and asked the old man, Senior An, after the battle of Tinlu City, is your health well? He immediately widened his eyes, astonished, then turned and questioned An-Shi, what trouble have you caused again? How did you provoke young Master Chang to teach you a lesson? You truly don't know what's good for you. He shrugged, it's nothing major, not a big disaster. She tried to snatch something from my sister, so I taught her a lesson. And she lowered her head to admit her mistake. Uncle Ancestor, please forgive me. Zaire knows her mistake and has already received the deserved punishment. The unfamily elder then stepped forward, bowing his head in reconciliation. It was just a small misunderstanding. I hope young Master Chang won't take it to heart. Shenner Senior and means. And she also dragged herself over to apologize to Chang's sister. I was in the wrong just now, Miss Shenner. Please be magnanimous and forgive my previous offense. The young girl disliked her internally, thinking this woman knows when to advance and retreat. She's truly a formidable character. But Shenner outwardly pretended not to care. Forget it, it's not like there was any loss anyway. The onlookers were all startled, not expecting An-Shi to be so adaptable. Truly worthy of being the Yin family heir. Everyone be warned, don't provoke that little ancestor again in the future. It was then that the shopkeeper appeared. Miss Shenner, are you still cutting this raw stone? Shenner immediately nodded. Cut it, why not? You're sending money to my door. The young girl frowned and chided. What do I look like someone who has spirit stones? Of course he wasn't happy. That was 5 million spirit stones, but Shenner didn't care at all. Da Qing said it's valuable, so cut it. This clumsy bird isn't simple either. Subsequently, the second raw stone was cut open, and everyone was amazed by today's treasure. An egg. This egg's origin was unknown, but it was undoubtedly related to the Ghost Blood Lake. Several old men stood nearby and began to speculate wildly again. In this old man's judgment, even if there's a living creature inside, its talent is probably not strong. What's wrong? The old man continued, stroking his beard. The fluctuations during incubation are too weak. Not even comparable to the offspring of some fierce beasts, it won't be very strong. Shenner took the egg, sighed deeply. Da Qing, you misjudged this time. Fortunately, it's Jiyu Chang's money. Suddenly, Chang had a bold idea. Shenner, I can pay, but you have to promise me. In 3 days, let me borrow your clumsy bird for a bit. The young girl immediately widened her eyes and turned her head. But Da Qing quickly made an X with his hands and refused. Go to hell. Everyone was very nervous because of what had just happened. The white-haired young girl huddled in a corner looking very frightened and said, Uncle Ancestor Guangba was killed on the spot by Ji Chong trying to save me. Fortunately, he didn't seem to recognize Niu Dian. Niu Dian also added, he wouldn't remember a small fry like me, but can Ji Chong be arrogant forever? Can he really dominate the upper realm now? Facing this complaint and defense, the Uncle Ancestor also seemed somewhat helpless. No need to say more. Ji Chong is merely a young man after all. He doesn't understand the principle of biding his time. He's too sharp now, accumulating much resentment, and has already disrupted the stability of the upper realm for eons. Even if we don't act, there will be forces that can no longer tolerate him. The young girl immediately revealed her true self, turning around with a calm expression as if she had never suffered. She said nonchalantly, Uncle Ancestor is right. Although Ji Chong is powerful and the Ji family is influential, if he becomes isolated and friendless, Niu Dian is still angry. Then he's finished. The Uncle Ancestor turned around and asked, by the way, I heard Yan has been restless recently. The young girl calmly replied, Uncle Ancestor, rest assured, although Yan has been good at biding her time all these years, she is ultimately just a naive girl and no match for me. But the old man was not pleased. Instead, he showed distrust. Caution is the parent of safety. Back in the 8 desolate 10 domains, I saw that girl seemed very close to Ji Shenner. If you say she has no ulterior motives, I don't believe it. When the Uncle Ancestor said this, the young girl heard a name and immediately froze. Ji Shenner? Is she trying to use external forces to deal with me? But she still showed no fear or retreat, instead reassuring the Uncle Ancestor, that's just wishful thinking. Once I obtain the true immortal blood of the hidden immortal lineage, and Niu Dian's bloodline is completely restored. She pointed to Niu Dian at the same time. By then, the other ancestors will naturally side with me. The Uncle Ancestor merely replied perfunctorily, indeed, as long as you have an absolute advantage to suppress Yan, they won't dare say anything. Suddenly, at this moment, a disciple outside the door presented a document reporting young mistress, a young man outside claims to be your friend and wishes to see you, the young girl asked in great surprise. Claims to be my friend? The disciple replied. He also said he is a divine source master and can help the young mistress solve the current crisis. She turned to look at Niu Yu as if asking him if he knew the person. Divine source master, Niu Yu also felt curious. Good opportunity, let's go see him. They walked out and saw a senior brother standing in the distance. Before the two could get close, the man saw them and immediately greeted them warmly. I have presumptuously visited and disturbed Miss N. Please forgive me. But the young girl was suspicious of the person before her. She spoke to confirm, young master, you must have mistaken me for someone else. We have never met before. He showed a somewhat lecherous smile and replied, I share a common enemy with Miss N, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That last sentence startled Miss N. Common enemy. After a while, Niu Yu suddenly realized. He widened his eyes, his face even more tense. Seeing his fierce expression, the divine source master was very surprised. He stammered, you are Niu Dian? Seeing the man clearly know his name despite never having met, Niu Yu vigilantly asked, who are you? Suddenly he pulled off his mask. It's me, Zhang Chen, he even cried. Niu Dian heard the name Zhang Chen and his eyes also welled up with tears as if the two were long-lost confidants reunited after a long separation yet unexpectedly forgetting each other. He also choked. The person before him was exactly who he had wanted to see. You are? Ah Chen, you are the divine source master who has been stirring up Kunwu City these days. The two rushed towards each other like long-lost friends. Both had thought the other was dead. You're not dead, you're not dead. This is great. This awkward scene completely confused Missen, who watched their affectionate reunion as if they were a pair of mandarin ducks. The two ran over and hugged each other tightly, weeping uncontrollably, not expecting to see each other again. I thought you had been killed by Ji Chong and I was about to avenge you. Niu Dian was also overcome with emotion. Good brother. I also thought you were dead and was planning to avenge you. Then Niu Dian introduced him. Young mistress, the divine source master we've been trying so hard to recruit is my sworn brother. Young mistress In happily replied. So brother Zhang Chen and Niu Dian have such a close relationship, that's wonderful. We can also discuss the Divine Stone Grand Assembly 3 days from now. 3 days later, the Divine Stone Grand Assembly was packed with people from various sects all gathered to compete. An authoritative figure appeared at the entrance. This person must have been quite famous as everyone was surprised by his presence. Isn't that the Princess Royal of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty? I never expected the usually low-key Great Yu Immortal Dynasty to send someone here. And right, the person next to her must be her younger brother. I hear he surpassed his peers at only 13 and is called the Little Prince. The woman with a hot figure and extraordinary temperament was Yu Feia, accompanied by a seemingly plain and uncharming young master named Yu Ming. Feeling bored, he pouted. Princess Royal, this Divine Stone Grand Assembly is utterly boring. Why do we have to come? What is there to see? People discussed. Legend has it that the Great Yu's first emperor cut open a Great Yu Divine Stone and obtained the Great Yu Immortal Scripture, thus founding the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty that prospered for several eons. No wonder such a low-key dynasty is participating in this assembly, Feia slowly said. Imperial Father said that the missing page of the Great Yu Immortal Scripture is likely related to this assembly. We must pay special attention no matter what. Yu Ming, however, was not interested and turned away. If even our ancestors couldn't find the fragmentary immortal scripture, what can we do? His childish demeanor truly embarrassed the calm and noble Faya. Though he seemed mature, he continuously bothered Faya. Later, why don't I help Princess Royal find a husband? What do you think of Ji Yu Chang? He's handsome and suave. If Princess Royal were to marry him, our descendants would surely be supreme geniuses. His sloppy appearance had already annoyed Faya. She roared at him and glared. If Ji Yu Chang were to hear these words, how could Princess Royal ever show her face again? She ignored him and walked straight ahead. Yu Ming awkwardly flattered Faya. Princess Royal must be too accustomed to modesty. Doesn't she know my strength? People like Lu Kunwang and Little Saint King don't even qualify to catch Princess Royal's eye. Her response was a blunt retort. There are always mountains beyond mountains. I advise you to speak less when you're outside to avoid complications. He continued to speak very unpleasantly. Is Princess Royal truly interested in that fool from the Tuoba family? In my opinion, he only knows how to practice swordsmanship. She could only respond with a stern, "Shut up." Seeing her so agitated, Yu Ming reluctantly obeyed. People continued to discuss the two of them. I never expected even Celestial Maiden Yin Mi to be following Ji Yu Chang. I remember her former fiancé was Bai Lai, from the White Tiger Zhengjin clan, another person interjected. You still remember him? The grass on his grave is several feet high. I heard he was killed by the demonic arts inheritor. I advise you to speak less when you're outside to avoid complications. He continued to speak very unpleasantly. Is Princess Royal truly interested in that fool from the Tuoba family? In my opinion, he only knows how to practice swordsmanship. She could only respond with a stern, "Shut up." Seeing her so agitated, Yu Ming reluctantly obeyed. People continued to discuss the two of them. I never expected even Celestial Maiden Yin Mi to be following Ji Yu Chang. I remember her former fiancé was Bai Lai, from the White Tiger Zhengjin clan, another person interjected. You still remember him? The grass on his grave is several feet high. I heard he was killed by the demonic arts inheritor. Another girl also pondered these words, finding them very strange. Before the myriad Dao feast on the ancient immortal continent back then, Tianwang Mountain seemed not to have participated. If Bai Lai's death was not Yin Mi's doing, nor mine, could there be a third demonic arts inheritor? Another young girl was looking at a senior brother with adoration, happily asking, is young Master Ji Yu going to cut more? Young Master Ji Yu, with an arrogant expression, thought it was about time to cut the 7 great divine stones. Suddenly, 2 uniquely featured individuals walked out and interrupted young Master Ji Yu. Is Brother Ji Yu also planning to cut the 7 great divine stones today? The green-haired one was Little Saint King. The purple-haired man was the heavenly demon sovereign. The heavenly demon said, I heard one of the divine stones has been acting strangely recently. I hear that stone was carried out of Kunshan by an immortal ancestor from Guangxi Holy Land. Young Master Gu's aloof heaven-defying posture made him say with even greater confidence, the legendary inferior stone, if there's an opportunity, I can try cutting it open. Faya also joined in. She asked, Brother Ji Yu Chang speaks so confidently, does he know what's inside that stone? Faya greeted young Master Ji Yu Chang. The 2 men turned and saw Faya, a person from the great Yu immortal dynasty. Young Master Ji Yu said nothing when he saw Faya, as he didn't know her identity. The little girl next to him leaned into his ear and told him that she was Yu Faya, the Princess Royal of the great Yu immortal dynasty. After learning her identity, he replied candidly, Princess Faya, no need for formalities. I'm just curious and don't know what's hidden inside that inferior stone. Yu Ming looked at his arrogant and slick appearance, thinking, he truly is handsome and suave. Faya merely replied politely, I was presumptuous. I hope young Master Ji Yu Chang doesn't take offense, but he was thinking wicked thoughts to himself. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Faya still felt embarrassed to say it, so she closed her eyes, feeling regret. Saya really asked a foolish question. Ji Yu Chang's aura is truly terrifying. Even I feel nervous. Yu Ming, far from helping, instead mocked. Princess Royal, your flirting skills are truly terrible. Being too reserved won't win you a good man. She merely glared at him. The lost chapter of the great Yu immortal scripture is likely related to that ominous divine stone. After hearing this, Yu Ming seemed greatly shocked. Really? Suddenly, the figure of a divine lord appeared in the sky. Everyone, the divine stone is about to emerge. Please prepare. Everyone had waited for a long time, and he finally appeared. What would be the first of the 7 great divine stones? A formation appeared in the sky, emitting a powerful purple demonic energy. This demonic energy was from the Spirit Demon Stone, one of the 7 great divine stones. It is said that the Spirit Demon Stone among the 7 great divine stones originated from Moyan Demon Heaven, which supposedly contains a mysterious stone. Moyan Demon Heaven is the final resting place of the most powerful demon race in all realms, and it contains extremely powerful evil demonic energy. Those with unstable Dao hearts are easily lost in illusions, drawn in and bewildered by the powerful demonic energy. The people nearby also imagined scenes of desire. Hallucinations of those they deeply liked and wanted to be with appeared. Only the strange heavenly demon had no problem. He even said with great interest, let me try. Indeed, if anyone was most capable of resonating with the Spirit Demon Stone, it was the heavenly demon sovereign. He had enough internal energy to remain sober. He used his power to retrieve that demon stone, but it was to no avail. Impossible. If even the heavenly demon sovereign couldn't activate the Spirit Demon Stone, then who could open it? Young Master Ji Yu Chang, he can do anything. Ji Chong stretched out his hand trying to pull that stone with his own strength. He looked confident, believing he could do it, but there was no movement at all. What? Even Ji Chong failed. To save face, Ji Chong coughed a few times and said, "Ahem, it seems that activating this item truly requires a bit of destiny." The girl beside him was also somewhat dejected. "It's a pity that even my brother can't do it." However, what caught his attention was the little bird on the young girl's shoulder. He watched for a long time, pondering to himself, could that clumsy bird be a descendant of an ancient great demon? Indeed, the daughter of fortune is always surrounded by extraordinary things. Suddenly, many more figures appeared. "The people from the Reclusive Inn clan are here. Eldest Miss and she of the Reclusive Inn clan. I thought she wouldn't attend this Divine Stone Grand Assembly." Others chatted with great surprise. Why, don't you know? I heard that a few days ago in Jishi Workshop and she offended Ji Shenner and was almost... By Ji Chong, what does it matter if you were there or not? Everyone says so. The people here are all figures of status. To her right is little War Immortal Han. He's here too. Have his injuries healed? It seems there are no major problems. Perhaps we can get some news about the demonic arts inheritor from him. Look, isn't that young man behind her the mysterious Divine Source Master from a few days ago? Is he going to help? And she? The young girl stood in the crowd, exceptionally scared when she saw the War Immortal. It's over. Her body urged her to flee. The two of them bowed to everyone present. Greetings, fellow Taoists and seniors. Someone approached and asked the little War Immortal, "How are your injuries?" The War Immortal, showing no flaws, politely replied, "Thank you all for your concern, I'm fine now." Ji Chong found it interesting to see the girl behind him timidly worried. It seems Qing's methods are still too naive. The War Immortal turned around, preparing to greet Ji Chong. "Greetings, young Master Ji." But he happened to see someone's appearance. He was extremely shocked. The demonic arts inheritor, how could she be by Ji Chong's side? The others looked at his expression and attitude, also somewhat puzzled. "HMPH, what's wrong? Why is he using a pupil technique at this moment?" Ji Chong asked. "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me? Do you intend to avenge the former War Immortal of the War Immortal Manor?" The War Immortal awkwardly replied, "Young Master Chong misunderstands. I suddenly recalled some things just now and was a bit distracted. If I have offended, please forgive me, young Master Chong." But he thought to himself, this woman's relationship with Ji Chong is still unclear. I cannot act rashly. It seemed Ji Chong possessed powerful strength, suppressing the War Immortal and many others. His status and reputation were quite high. Chong politely consoled him. "Oh, so that's it. Has fellow Taoist mind not fully recovered yet? Fellow Taoist should rest more." The War Immortal could only perfunctorily reply, "Thank you for your concern, young Master Chong. Perhaps that's truly the case." Those skeptical elders also whispered privately, "Are there any hidden circumstances between these two?" Others secretly thought, "Hypocrite. It seems there's more to this than just the former War Immortal's demise." That girl was Qingshan. Yu Chong consoled Qingshan Su Qing. "Just now the little War Immortal seemed to be looking at you. Have you met him before?" Qingshan replied, "Reporting to young Master, Qingshan has never met the little War Immortal, nor does she know why he looked at me. Perhaps he mistook me for someone else. However, how could this little trick fool him?" "Oh, mistook you for someone else. It seems his golden cross pupil technique is nothing more than this, judging by his eyes that dared not meet yours, his tightly pressed lips wanting to avoid, and the little War Immortal's expression just now. Your true identity is probably exposed. Be careful, don't let Ji Chong suspect or you will surely die." The white-haired woman next to the War Immortal saw he was acting strangely and asked, "Are you all right? What happened?" The War Immortal did not hide from her who the girl next to Ji Chong was. He guessed wildly that she was his maid. The War Immortal's expression immediately turned grim. A maid? Could Ji Chong already know her true identity? Otherwise, how to explain the demonic arts inheritor escaping from him multiple times yet now hiding safely in front of him? "After the Divine Stone Grand Assembly I must report this to the manor." That stone immediately showed movement as if about to crack open. After cracking and falling to the ground, inside was a magical branch radiating light. It was the Gu Yuan Divine Wood. New Dian excitedly said, "Excellent, as expected of the recently renowned Divine Source Master, to continuously cut out so many divine items." Although that Divine Source Master seemed enthusiastic just now, his true intentions deep down were clearly visible. He was harboring schemes. "Currently, this is the only area where I can compare with Ji Chong's Divine Source technique. I must seize this opportunity to build momentum and win over more people." King Qing said, "This mysterious man's technique differs from tradition. It's more like he possesses a special talent, able to see through the divine items within raw stones." The people nearby were still astonished. If such a talent were used for stone appraising, it would truly make one envious. Ji Chong, however, was not interested. He merely observed from afar, ignoring things that held no actual benefit. "Very good, the more famous, the better. When he stands at a high place, noticed by all, the fall will be most painful." At this moment, power still controlled and manifested in the sky, and another new stone appeared. One of the 7 great divine stones, the 7 apertures divine stone. The competition to cut it began. A crystal-clear moonlight-shining stone appeared. It was the 7 apertures divine stone. It is said that a supreme being is nurtured within the 7 apertures divine stone, capable of achieving great success once born. This divine stone has always been sealed under a Tao artifact in Kunwu City, absorbing imperial fortune day and night. If the being inside truly came into existence, it would certainly be unimaginable. The senior brother from above had already explained this stone and given the price for anyone who desired it. I trust all fellow Taoists are aware of the 7 apertures divine stone. To open this immortal embryo, 100 immortal crystals are needed. A group of people looked at each other in dismay, discussing in hushed tones, 100 immortal crystals. 100 immortal crystals are enough for an immortal great sect to cultivate several Tao attainers, the shirtless man with a ponytail roared. Immortal crystals are cultivation items formed from immortal essence. Even Tao attainers crave them day and night, the man with long purple hair, part of it braided to the front, continued. Who would spend so much money gambling on a legendary immortal embryo? The people around also chimed in. Exactly, 1 immortal crystal is already very precious. 100, isn't this just stealing immortal crystals? And she still maintained a calm expression. Can any creature be seen within this immortal embryo? Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised, but it contained unimaginable things, so no matter how much money was spent it wouldn't be a loss. He stared intently forward. It wasn't even impossible to cut out an immortal Tao item, the black-haired man sighed. Alas, 100 immortal crystals, we don't dare to touch it, another person continued. If even the divine source master says so, then there must be something good, but it's a pity the price is too high, and she sighed regretfully. Sigh, a girl looked up and scrutinized it, secretly thinking, I have a strong intuition. The great Yu immortal is very likely related to this immortal embryo. The purple-haired man with long hair stood with his hands behind his back. Everyone curiously turned their heads to listen to him. When the ancient immortal continent of Dao Tian Immortal Palace opened back then, some forces obtained immortal spirits. If the major forces unite, perhaps they can find clues. But those immortal spirits were probably hidden and cultivated by those old monsters long ago, the black-haired man muttered. In that case, it's better to say nothing at all, Zhang Chen frowned, lowering his head irritably. Is there no other way to open it? How about the major forces jointly force it open? And she immediately retorted, no, this is an oath jointly made by countless ancient existences. Forcing it is courting death. Zhang Chen stretched out his hand, proposing, Senior, if no one can afford this price, must it forever remain covered in dust? In my humble opinion, why doesn't Senior on behalf of your establishment cut it once? The old man standing by the stone coldly asked, will you pay the immortal crystals? Young Master Zhang, smiling fawningly with both hands, said, my humble meaning is, if it just sits there, won't it cause the divine stone to be covered in dust? How about? The old man immediately interrupted him, a burst of power rushing out from his body. Too much nonsense. A Chen, if you can't afford it, scram. Zhang Chen's eyes widened and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Niu Dian quickly ran over and supported him from behind. A Chen, and she turned around and worriedly asked him, are you okay? Someone looked at them, thinking even a high-status divine source master showing off in front of a Dao attainer is indeed unwise. Niu Dian embraced Zhang Chen's body from behind. A Chen, he wiped away the blood from his mouth. I wiped away the blood staining my mouth. He softly reminded me, don't call my name, be careful of Jiyu Chang watching you. A person slowly walked forward. Senior is right, you can't cut divine stones without immortal crystals, it's just wishful thinking. A commotion erupted instantly, and everyone's eyes turned to Jiyu Chang, who had just appeared. Young Master Jiyu Chang, are you going to cut this immortal embryo? With the Jiyu family's wealth today will truly be enlightened. Niu Dian and Zhang Chen silently watched his back. Jiyu Chang calmly said, this immortal embryo is indeed extraordinary. Today we can cut it open and see. The crowd cheered excitedly. Young Master Jiyu Chang is really going to pay for it. Amazing, Immortal Phoenix daughter was somewhat confused. That's 100 immortal crystals. Is he really going to use the Jiyu family's resources? Zhen Yao stood by, arms crossed. He not only plundered the Purple Mansion but also used most of his resources in the 8 desolate 10 domains. Maybe he's gathered enough himself today. His gaze intently observed, or maybe pay a portion first. Anyway, this amount is too large. If there's a chance, we'll pool some money and share the cost. The crowd excitedly gathered around Jiyu Chang. A green-robed elder walked up and introduced himself. Young Master Jiyu Chang, I am the Grand Elder of the Tongtian sect. Can our sect invest 1 immortal great item? A man with a ponytail also followed, saying, my sect also has one. What do you think, Young Master Jiyu Chang? If it's too little, we can add more. A provocatively dressed woman approached, followed by a group of beauties. Young Master Jiyu Chang, 100 Flowers Heavenly Sect, I am willing to invest 8 Grand Saint Realm beauties. What do you say? The surrounding men's eyes were immediately drawn to them. Young Master Jiyu Chang, the 8 beauties dressed scantily each tried their best to strike alluring poses, their voices sweet and captivating. Young Master Jiyu Chang, Young Master Jiyu Chang. Yin Mi stood in front of the leading girl, raising a hand to stop them. No need to discuss. My young master has no shortage of beauties. Jiyu Chang turned his back to them, thinking to himself, when did Minkung start helping me reject people? Sure enough, once a woman falls in love, she's no longer so generous. The princess of the great Yu Immortal Dynasty walked over. Young Master Jiyu Chang, why not listen to the terms of my great Yu Immortal Dynasty? Jiyu Chang smiled slightly, directly and unceremoniously refusing. No need. Her expression froze, and she wondered, did my previous actions offend him, which is why he refused me so directly? She raised her hand and a golden gourd appeared in the air. Jiyu Chang spun the gourd, announcing loudly that he would pay all expenses himself. On the huge stone square, hundreds of people stood scattered, and a voice rang out. What, 1 person pays for everything? Young Master Jiyu Chang, won't you fall short? Hearing this thunderclap-like sound, the long-haired man and the white-haired woman couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. The black-haired woman and the man with 2 braids were petrified. The red-haired man and the long gray-haired man were also shocked. Damn it, why does Ji Chong possess such precious things? The masked man walked proudly. No wonder he can have an empress on his left and a saintess on his right. The green-haired man's face was gloomy. Money is so good. He held up an ancient bottle with both hands, its body gleaming with brilliant patterns. He opened the cap, his mouth agape in surprise. This actually contains an immortal spirit. Everyone was shocked. What? Something more precious than an immortal spirit? The white-clothed man asked in confusion. Senior, what do you mean? A red stone floated in the air. All right. The item in this 7 apertures divine stone will be entrusted to young Master Ji Chong. Amidst the dazzling light, the stone emitted violent energy. Seeing the scene before them, everyone was stunned. This sight, even a trace of its aura, makes my cultivation, which has been stagnant for years, show faint signs of breakthrough. It's definitely an immortal true spirit. On the cover of a gigantic scroll was written, Feng Shen conferring immortals. Everyone looked up in admiration. It's a heavenly book. An immortal embryo actually yielded a heavenly book, not a legendary creature. Ji Chong frowned slightly, deep in thought. Feng Shen, a heavenly book. The man with 2 braids clearly looked uneasy. Imperial sister, the beads of sweat on the girl's cheek showed her concern. It seems my intuition was right. This thing must have a deep connection with the fragments of the great Yu immortal scripture. The girl frowned slightly in thought. Now that this thing is in his hands, it will be even harder to seize. Whatever happens, I must find a way, even if it's just to get a glimpse. Everyone discussed. Now that the upper realm lacks rules, it's difficult for immortal realm cultivators to appear. This mysterious heavenly book might record things related to this. Young Master Ji Chong is humble and progressive, caring for the world. Obtaining this heavenly book is truly a blessing for our upper realm. Everyone looked forward in unison. These people, the man's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Indeed, they also covet the heavenly book in Ji Chong's hands. It's great, the man spread his arms, proposing grandly. Today, many seniors are gathered here. In my opinion, since young Master Ji Chong is so generous, why not be even more magnanimous and let us all view the heavenly book? If we can find a way to decipher it, wouldn't that also be a great merit for the upper realm? Young Master Ji Chong, what do you think? If I obtain this heavenly book, I will naturally read it with all the seniors present. Young Master Ji Chong, surely you won't be stingy, will you? He glanced behind him. Do you all think so too? Everyone looked at the man in unison, and his face gradually changed. The old man in the fur coat immediately slapped him. You foolish brat, who do you think you are to instruct young Master Ji Chong? The person with the top knot next to him also agreed. Yes, he's deliberately trying to sow discord between us and young Master Ji Chong, isn't he? Malicious intentions, he should be killed. The long-haired black-clothed man cursed. The divine source master you found is truly idiotic. The red-haired man rushed over. Ah, are you all right? In the distance, everyone discussed. Young Master Ji Chong, please forgive him. This heavenly book was cut out by you, so you naturally have the right to decide. That's right, that's right. What's a divine source master? Just a clown. The man's anger was palpable. Why are they so afraid of Ji Chong? So many people, yet no one dares to contend. You're too impulsive. Ji Chong has just led his army to conquer the 8 desolate 10 domains. He's at his peak right now. Shenner crossed her arms, looking displeased. Da Cheng, you've been watching for so long. Have you found anything? I think it's quite fun over at Ji Chong's. Why don't we go over there? Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. It was the emergence of the ominous stone. Shenner's mouth gaped open in surprise. Another one. In the red sky, a dark crystal floated, covered in red patterns. The man with the top knot asked in confusion. Is that the ominous stone? The old man in the fur coat widened his eyes, looking at the aura. Demonic energy. Ji Chong's eyes were filled with surprise. Such strong demonic energy. Shenner. A red energy burst forth, tightly entwining around the girls, and screams erupted violently. Shenner raised her hand, supporting a huge jade bell. What? Does this stone contain legendary disaster items? The dazzling red light gradually shattered the jade bell. Shenner and Daching were stunned as the red light shot directly towards them. Her eyes widened. My soul-bound artifact is broken. A man rushed over, embracing Shenner in his arms. Ji Chong explained to her. Your cultivation is too low, so you can't even exert 3/10 of your soul-bound artifact's power. It's only natural that it shattered. Ji Chong's eyes were full of thought. That evil aura must be the same as the one within me. Interesting. As soon as he landed, a concerned voice rang out. Young Master Ji Chong, are you all right? The foxy girl asked anxiously. Ji Chong advised everyone. Everyone, it's best to keep your distance from it. The thing inside this stone is not as easy to deal with as you might think. The gray-haired man asked in fear. Is that the ominous stone brought from Kunshan? The red-haired man felt discontent. Damn it, why didn't that thing kill his sister? The man pondered other methods. We just need to find another opportunity to kill her. A scream echoed through the wide city. Those people were throwing things in a frenzy. Who am I? Who am I? She suddenly stopped, as if she remembered something. I am the one who controls others' fates. I am the one who transcends time and foresees the future trajectory of the palace. Ruan's eyes suddenly opened. High Priest of Destiny. Bells echoed amidst the purple clouds, and golden light entwined around the bells. She gritted her teeth, her face filled with anger. The world trembled, and a mysterious power permeated the entire space. Her eyes gleamed with a sinister purple, yet exuded an arrogant and cruel aura. Ruan's face clearly showed confusion. Ji Chong, is that his current state? Then he might have kept me by his side because he already knew my true identity. Her gaze suddenly lowered. But he has spared me for so long, it seems he's waiting for my body to fully mature so he can devour my essence and help him become a true immortal. I cannot let Ji Chong know that I have awakened my past life memories. Ruoyan opened the door. I cannot let him achieve his goal. The most fortunate divine inheritance in Zhang Chen's body must still be there. I must get it back. Only then will I have a chance. Everyone watched the celestial phenomenon in shock. What is that? It seems to be sent by the Ghost Mountain sect. They were moving towards the Divine Stone workshop. 2 red dragons with iron chains around their necks were strenuously pulling the palace behind them. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "A moving palace, truly an extraordinary entrance. Is the red-robed demonic lady here? Everyone be careful. That woman is currently the most powerful demonic cultivator." A pair of cold eyes concealed a conspiracy. Zhang Hongui, it seems her injuries have fully recovered. Ji Chong lightly turned his head, then commanded, "Yin Mi, take Shenner to a safe place." She respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." Shenner frowned, displeased. "I'm not going anywhere. If I go, you have to come with me too." He sighed helplessly. A giant lifted Peng Shenner. "As you command, master," Ji Chong ordered. "Take them away." Green Dragon, Taoist, Lord of Plants, Demon King, Lord of Kingdoms. The green demon beast spoke its mind. "We've come all this way, but it seems we're not welcome here." Everyone looked up. Zhang Chen's face was filled with worry. "Why do I always feel like there's an extremely terrifying presence hidden in that palace? Is it Rinny, that demoness from Demonic Mountain?" And she frowned, asking hesitantly. "That's precisely the existence that troubles the entire upper realm," Yu Dian explained. "I heard she and Ji Chong once had a deep grudge. Back then at the Grand Demon Slaughter Assembly, Ji Chong was one of the leaders," and she continued. "I heard that in the end, only Ji Chong and the Lord of Demonic Mountain survived. All other ancient beings fell." Zhang Chen's face became calm. "It seems a deep grudge was indeed formed." A pavilion floated in the air with 2 terrifying red dragons, their faces ferocious, locked on either side. 2 men with halos stood opposite the pavilion. A man with a golden halo asked, "I've long heard that Taoist Qinglong has surrendered to Demonic Mountain. I didn't expect it to be true. May I ask what brings you here this time?" An angry voice came from inside. "Taoist, what kind of attitude is that? Can everyone else at the Divine Stone Grand Assembly cut the 7 great divine stones, but my Demonic Mountain cannot?" The white-bearded old man said coldly. "If you're here to cut stones, you're certainly welcome, but if you intend to cause trouble here." The old man with the purple halo next to him continued, "Then don't blame us for being impolite." The red-haired demon cultivator with long horns and green skin pointed forward. "Cut the nonsense. What do you need to exchange for the ominous stone that just emerged?" The crowd below immediately stirred. "So they're after the ominous stone." The 2 old men stared intently forward. The white-bearded old man slowly explained, "This ominous stone was brought to Kunwu City by Taoist Chu Wei of Wangxi Holy Land, but he passed away 80,000 years ago. Now only traces of his descendants remain in Shishan. He once instructed us that if anyone desired this ominous stone, they must not only care for his descendants but also bring this item to the ruins of Wangxi Holy Land to worship his predecessors. Taoist Chu Wei once promised that all items obtained from this stone would belong to us. If Demonic Mountain desires this divine stone, please show some sincerity." The green-skinned demon cultivator spread his arms. Next to him was a long-haired red-skinned demon cultivator with horned beads, arms crossed. "The previous conditions are fine." The red-skinned demon cultivator had a fierce expression with 2 exposed fangs. "What other sincerity do you want? Just say it. My Demonic Mountain will not shortchange you." The white-bearded old man angrily raised a finger. 100 immortal crystals." The 2 demon cultivators sprayed saliva in shock. The red-haired demon cultivator roared in exasperation. 100 immortal crystals? Are you kidding? In this vast upper realm, let alone 100 immortal crystals, even 10 are hard for few forces to gather. The people below fell silent. Ji Chong fell into thought. The white-bearded old man continued, "If Taoist Qinglong finds it inconvenient, it's fine not to cut it. As for what you said, I dare not agree." The red-haired demon cultivator stood on the grand staircase, loudly accusing, "I think you're deliberately making things difficult for my Demonic Mountain." The black-haired demon cultivator with long hair pointed forward. "HMPH, if anyone can produce 1,000 immortal crystals, this king will eat excrement on the spot." The people below remained silent. Ji Chong lightly sighed. Alas! His feet began to float in the air. He flew to the 2 old men's side. A white-bearded old man turned sideways and said to him, "Just now, young master Ji Chong already brought out 100 immortal crystals and cut open the 7 apertures divine stone." The black-haired demon cultivator with long hair stammered, Ji Chong, where did you get so many immortal crystals? You must have cheated a lot of people." Ji Chong gently interrupted him. "Senior, please don't slander me. A mere 100 immortal crystals, obtained with a little effort." The black-haired demon cultivator with long hair had sweat streaming down his face. You are truly a magnificent tycoon," a voice came from within the door. 100 immortal crystals. My Demonic Mountain indeed doesn't have them right now, but the red-haired woman rested her chin on her hand. "If young master Ji Chong can produce 100 immortal crystals, it shouldn't be difficult to lend me another 100, should it?" The people below looked up, then began to discuss. Lend 100 immortal crystals. Leaving aside whether young Master Jiyu Chong still has any, would he lend them to this demoness? A man lamented. Isn't that just a pipe dream? The woman next to him asked in confusion. Or is this a threat? The red-haired woman's eyes widened. Too much nonsense. A powerful shockwave spread through the air, attacking all the people below. The princess of the great Yu immortal dynasty was enveloped in golden light, so she remained unharmed. Screams rose and fell. Three figures floated in the air, standing opposite the huge pavilion. Jiyu Chong spoke tentatively. What makes you think I would lend them to you? The old man next to him asked in shock. What, young Master Jiyu Chong, you still have some? The red-haired woman sat cross-legged. Tone was devoid of emotion. So are you lending it or not? Jiyu Chong smiled faintly. Even if I lend it, how will you repay me? A pressure like a whirlwind directly assailed the three outside, accompanied by an angry voice. Then when do you plan to repay what you owe me? The white-bearded old man was greatly surprised. The other old man hastily turned to ask young Master Jiyu Chong as if the two knew each other. Under the astonished gazes of the two old men, a green glowing treasure vase appeared in Jiyu Chong's hand, suspended in the air. He suddenly realized he'd been hiding it, but it was just a clone. He calmly spoke. All right, I'll lend it to you. I'm here, come out and get it. A giant red palm extended from the building, reaching for the three outside. The mark on Jiyu Chong's forehead shimmered, and he revealed a cunning smile. It's just a clone, not enough to deal with me. A golden line pierced through the red palm, flying into the building. Jiyu Chong's figure vanished. The two old men exclaimed. He went in. The golden power passed through the narrow door crack. The people below had their own thoughts. Yao Jun lamented. Is he strong enough to directly confront the red-robed demonic lady? Is no one going to intervene? This is too unreasonable, the immortal Phoenix daughter wondered. Where did he get so many immortal-grade items? Very suspicious. A white-haired girl secretly calculated. Am I just going to be trapped in there? I might as well take advantage of this. The princess of the great Yu immortal dynasty was also very worried. I haven't even read the immortal book yet. Don't die so quickly. And she, Niu Dian and Zhang Chen incessantly cursed. Die in there. Jiyu Chong stood opposite the red-robed woman holding up the treasure vase. I'm here, but you won't see me. Alas, the poison you gave me is acting up again. The red-robed woman reached out to grab the treasure vase. Stop the nonsense. Give me the immortal crystals. Jiyu Chong gently waved his hand and the treasure vase flew back behind him, leaving her empty-handed. So impatient, trying to snatch it directly. Truly a disciple I trained. The red-robed woman frowned, her expression serious. A wave of demonic energy erupted from the building. The white-bearded old man hesitated. They're fighting. Are they fighting? The other old man asked worriedly. What should we do? Should we intervene? The white-bearded old man stopped him. Don't meddle. Even if Jiyu Chong perishes here, the Jiyu family will only seek vengeance from Demonic Mountain. It wouldn't be a bad thing to weaken the Jiyu family in the process, and it would be even better if we could eliminate that demonic woman. The other old man could only agree. A pair of feet rested on Jiyu Chong's shoulders, his soles braced against the back wall. He smiled, holding up the treasure vase. The red-robed woman raised her leg, pushing him against the wall. Give it here. Jiyu Chong placed 2 fingers on her leg. If it were your true body, perhaps, but with just this clone, I'm afraid it's not enough. Besides, don't forget, everything you know I taught you. The red-robed woman stared at him. What I borrowed from you, I will repay. Jiyu Chong's gaze swept over her indifferently. His tone was calm. Repay? No need. When have I ever not given you what you wanted? He pressed the treasure vase against the red-robed woman's chest. She retreated slightly, his hand still extended. Does he want to settle accounts so clearly now? The red-robed woman clutched the treasure vase to her chest. When have you ever not given it to me? Jiyu Chong turned and opened the door. The celestial spirits inside, after deducting 100 immortal crystals, what's left you can keep after cutting this stone. She remained silent behind him. She frowned slightly, secretly resolving, this deceiver, this time you won't toy with me again. The white-bearded old man saw Jiyu Chong emerge and quickly asked, Young Master Jiyu Chong, what happened just now? Why the sudden conflict? Are you all right? He calmly walked past. Nothing, just a small disagreement with the Lord of Demonic Mountain. Niu Dian gnashed his teeth. Damn it, he came back unscathed. Could it be that even the red-robed demonic lady couldn't do anything to Jiyu Chong? Zhang Chen stood nearby, muttering. Could they have reached some secret agreement? And she frowned tightly, extremely displeased. I had hoped Jiyu Chong would at least be severely injured. Now even the opportunity related to the ominous stone is gone. The treasure vase flew out from the door crack, and the red-robed woman's voice rang out. The ominous stone, my demonic mountain will cut it. The white-bearded old man took the treasure vase, glanced at Jiyu Chong. This, Jiyu Chong calmly looked up. Put it away. I'm also curious what's inside that demonic stone from Kunshan. The stone emitted immense demonic energy. What could it be? Is the object inside the ominous stone about to be born? Surprised voices came from afar, and a dazzling purple light exploded in the sky. People looked up at the purple sky. What's that? One person shouted. It's a comb. Another deep voice replied. Eerie purple light enveloped the comb and dried blood stained its teeth. There's still blood on it. Could the blood be the source of the evil? The people below stared dumbfounded, cries of terror erupting one after another. It was flying towards the red-robed demonic lady. A frightened voice sounded. The people below watched the comb's trajectory flying through the clouds. Could this comb originally belong to the red-robed demonic lady? The immortal king who perished in Kunshan back then might have had a significant connection with the red-robed demonic lady. Could she have been the one to kill him? The person with curved horns spoke with fear on their face. The peak strength of the red-robed demonic lady in her prime was unimaginable. The person next to them listened and then sighed. So that's what it is. Ji Yuchang's lips curled slightly as he watched the strange light enter the grand hall. The blood-stained comb descended, resting steadily in her slender, fair palm. Long time no see. The red-robed woman gently exhaled, her eyes slightly closed, her face showing both tenderness and pain. Why are you so cruel? The red-robed woman murmured softly, blood tears tracing her eyelids. Master, is this your gift to me? The master's deep voice resonated. Does Hung Yi like it? As long as it's from master, Hung Yi likes it, the red-robed woman replied with a brilliant smile. At this divine stone grand assembly, the ominous stone was cut by the lord of Demonic Mountain, the red-robed demonic lady. I hear it was also brought from Kunshan. What's inside? It seems to be a comb, but what's most surprising is young Master Ji Yuchang's generosity. Discussions and speculations arose one after another in the courtyard. Brother, why did Ji Yuchang call us here this time? Chu Yue asked in confusion. I'm not sure, but even so, sister, you must be careful with your words, especially about your contact with Zhang Chen. He must not know about it. Yu Xing calmly warned. I understand, senior brother, Ji Yu replied. The so-called top expert of the upper realm, so powerful, so wealthy, yet so petty, completely without grace. A mocking thought arose in her heart. It seems that with my current cultivation it's still difficult to comprehend this heavenly book. Ji Yuchang held the thick heavenly book in his hand, lost in thought. Young master, I have already found several venerable scholars who specialize in the hidden immortal lineage script to translate that sword art overnight, Yin Mi softly reported. How long will it take? Ji Yuchang asked. About 3 days, she replied. Very good. Ji Yuchang closed the heavenly book in his hand, praising. Contact Bai Lianer and arrange for someone to deal with the little war immortal. Ji Yuchang stood up and walked towards Yin Mi, giving the order. Yes, I'll go at once, she bowed in obedience. You've worked hard during this time, Ji Yuchang said. It's all Yin Mi's duty, she responded, blushing. Young master, a voice called from outside the hall. Ji Yuchang paused, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Yin Mi also gently turned to look outside. Ji Yuxing and Ji Chuyue have arrived. The report echoed. Ji Qingshan remained silent, her gaze growing cold, her brow slightly furrowed. Greetings, young master Ji Yuchang. Yu Xing and Chuyue bowed, greeting him in unison. Are you two well? Ji Yuchang asked. Yu Xing spoke, a hint of wariness in his tone. May I ask why young master Ji Yuchang has summoned my brother and me? Ji Yuchang slowly replied. You need not be nervous. I called you here to discuss rescuing your immortal ancestor. Chuyue thought. You destroy entire clans at the drop of a hat. Who wouldn't be worried? Then we shall trouble young master Ji Yuchang. Our clan's ancestors have already decided to act in 3 days. By then various forces will gather at the foot of Kunshan to clear a path with Dao artifacts. Yu Xing's voice was steady. Actually, I have some understanding of the dangers of Kunshan. I believe that if we enter rashly, the success rate of rescuing senior Ji Shengchu will not be very high. Does brother Yu Xing still remember that person from Zishan last time? He seems to have obtained the inheritance of a divine source master and possesses an almost intuitive ability to navigate dangerous places. Ji Yuchang stroked his chin, his tone low and full of insinuation. I believe his name was Zhang Chen. I think if we can find him this time, he might be of great help. Ji Yuchang's voice slowly resonated, seemingly casual, yet filled with elusive meaning, his eyes half smiling. Yu Xing and Chuyue both paused slightly, their eyes flickering. The Zhang Chen young master Ji Yuchang is referring to, is he the one who intruded into Zishan back then? Is he still alive? Yu Xing asked in astonishment, his eyes trembling slightly. Oh, you didn't know? Later in the Grand Void Divine Tomb he even used formations to ensnare many major sect leaders, stealing the Grand Void Divine Spark and causing a monstrous disaster. Ji Yuchang feigned surprise, observing their reactions. So with this person's abilities he can truly help us, but in this vast world where can we find him? Yu Xing looked up, his tone filled with a glimmer of hope which quickly faded. If you two have no clues you can look among the recently appearing divine source masters, Ji Yuchang suggested casually as if probing. Oh, Miss Yu's complexion isn't good, is she feeling unwell? He looked at her, feigning concern. Miss Yu was a bit too eager in her cultivation a few days ago. Perhaps her body is unwell. In that case, if there's nothing else, we shall take our leave. Yu Xing quickly spoke, his face forced into a smile trying to conceal his tension. Chuyue gently lowered her head, sweat beading on her forehead. As long as you two understand what I mean, the key to rescuing your ancestor this time lies with that divine source master. Ji Yuchang smiled faintly, yet it sent shivers down the spines of those opposite him. It's also time to find an opportunity for Zhang Chen to play the role of the demonic arts inheritor, he thought. Yu Xing and Chuyue left the grand hall. Brother, are we really going to betray Zhang Chen again? Chuyu's voice trembled, tinged with struggle. Then tell me, what better option do we have? There's no turning back now. To save our ancestor, let alone one Zhang Chen, anything can be sacrificed. Yu Xing's voice was hoarse. Yu Xing sighed silently. Sister, don't be naive and think that Ji Yuchang bringing this up is a coincidence. He must already know something. For the sake of the family, what you should be doing now, Sister Chuyue, is actually like Ji Qingshan. Yu Xing's voice was as heavy as a rock, each word weighing heavily on her heart. Chu Yue abruptly froze, her eyes flashing with surprise and displeasure. Brother, do you also want me to try and please Ji Yuchong like them? Besides, he already has a marriage contract and you've seen his relationship with Minkung. Do you want me to be like Ji Qingshan, a concubine he doesn't even care about? Chu Yue clenched her hands, shouting angrily, "This is father's will. Sister Chu Yue, you must understand that with our identities, marriage is not something we can decide ourselves. We have no right to choose. I know you have some feelings for Zhang Chen, but he is after all a man without wealth or power, and he has also offended Ji Yuchong," Yu Xing said, his voice low but firm. Chu Yue remained silent, her lips trembling slightly. 2 lines of tears streamed down her cheeks, her heart filled with intertwined pain and grievance. "But there's no need to worry now, he doesn't seem to care about you at all." Yu Xing's words startled Chu Yue. "Should I be happy or sad?" She cried even harder. "This is the life a cultivator should lead. What kind of life was I living before?" Zhang Chen leaned back, his tone tinged with emotion. "If Brother Zhang is willing, with your status as a divine source master, obtaining all of this is not difficult." The little celestial immortal chuckled, then remembered Xiao Ruoyan. "She's not a good person. Is there no other fish in the sea? Ah Chen, why do you always cling to her?" Niu Dian's tone was half joking, half sighing. "Niu Dian, you don't understand. Only now do I finally realize why she so resolutely followed Ji Yuchong," Zhang Chen replied. "After all, the life she lives now is hundreds of times more luxurious than before. How could she bear to give it up? Now that I think about it, I was really foolish back then." Zhang Chen sighed softly, his tone tinged with bitterness. As he spoke, he fell into reminiscence, and Xiao Ruoyan's image slowly appeared in his mind. No one spoke, and the banquet fell silent. A spiritual pressure suddenly erupted, shaking the air around the banquet. Verdant spiritual light spread and a circular barrier enveloped the entire courtyard. "The formation is blocking us, not good assassins." The little war immortal suddenly stood up, his voice hoarse and urgent. "Are they coming for you?" Another voice sounded, low and full of vigilance. A piercing crash, dazzling blue light exploded in the air. Everything was violently shaking. Yin Mi's figure, with her purple hair flowing in the wind, was surrounded by 4 black-clad figures. "Target elimination mission." Her voice was icy, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. A large section of the wall was directly blown away. The bearded guard, perhaps having been poked in the face, shouted loudly, full of worry, "Young master!" The people next to him also shouted, "Stop them!" The camera switched to the little war immortal who had just been knocked away, and she loudly identified, "You, that supreme realm assassin from just now." And she asked the little war immortal with a hint of anger, "Who did you offend?" But he completely ignored her question, only asking the person who had just kicked him, "Who are you? How dare you assassinate me in my own manner?" Chu Yue said only, "I am the one who seeks your life," and shot towards him like an arrow preparing to strike. Hearing her words, he was both shocked and enraged, his eyes wide enough to swallow an entire room. She said nothing and kicked him again, sending him flying further, blood splattering from his mouth with the force of the kick, and she stood by, bewildered. After kicking him, she didn't let up, truly intending to kill him, and continued the chase. He was sent flying, spinning several more times like a top, his eyes bloodshot. Even if he was angry, he could only ask himself, "Where's my protector? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Now everyone please follow me into another space." A man with slightly purple hair, his left arm missing after being abandoned by a woman, embraced his arm and angrily questioned the 2 people opposite him, but slightly further away. "2 Supremes, whose people are you?" The golden-haired man immediately replied, "Someone you can't afford to provoke." It sounded cool and arrogant, but the white-robed man next to him had no time to watch him and that person act, and quickly urged, "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and act. If we mess things up, he won't let you off." The man, upon hearing the command, complied. "All right, Pavilion Master Bai," he said with an utterly despicable expression on his face, "then please all you saints follow me into another scene." At this moment both Zhang Chen and Xiao Zhan were kicked away, but instead of landing on his feet he slid for a distance on his backside, still shouting, "Niu Dian?" Niu Dian erupted with power, blocking Zhang Chen's path. Chen, you go first, I'll cover your retreat." Zhang Chen refused, stubbornly unwilling to stand, wanting them to leave together if they left at all. He sat on the ground, his face pale, a flicker of hesitation crossing Zhang Chen's mind. "Damn it, should I use my demonic arts?" But he suddenly remembered the red-haired man's words. "Cultivating demonic arts, once exposed, everyone will have reason to kill you. Use them cautiously until you grow stronger." At this thought, Zhang Chen's brows furrowed deeply, and sweat poured down like a spring. "Niu Dian won't betray me, but it's hard to guarantee others." Zhang Chen looked up at the chaotic battle overhead, and then both sides began to duel one-on-one. Xiao Zhan was the first to speak. "Did Ji Yuchong send you?" Chu Yue immediately replied, "The war immortal art is indeed extraordinary, but unfortunately you'll still die today." The answer was unrelated, but it tacitly referred to Ji Yuchong. The war immortal's gaze was firm. "Indeed, I'm no match for you in a one-on-one fight." But he roared loudly, unleashing almost all his power, which even surprised Chu Yue. He shot his power into the air, and she realized in horror, but it was too late. The barrier was destroyed. She rushed to stop him, but midway and she struck Chu Yue with a huge censer. She said, "You won't kill us that easily." And she sat on the censer, blocking the two, and the war immortal smirked victoriously. "Looks like my prospective spouse isn't bad after all." The barrier membrane created by Chu Yue was torn open by Xiao Zhan's power, creating a large hole. Cracks slowly appeared, revealing her obvious worry. "Not good." Chu Yue turned, shouting loudly to retreat, but as soon as she turned, she bumped into an old man with long whiskers like shrimp antennae, and her face instantly filled with dread. The old man spoke. "How dare you assassinate someone in Kunwu City?" He placed his hand on her shoulder, his tone filled with murderous intent. "You're courting death." She looked at his hand on her shoulder, golden light shimmering around her, and shouted, "Mission failed." All her words stopped short, unfinished. At this moment someone scoffed. "HMPH!" A shriek rang out, and a small round object appeared in that person's hand. At this moment the mysterious figure had crushed the object in their hand, causing a distant object to explode. Then two people spoke. Su Yunfei said, "Grand Uncle." The War Immortal also said, "Many thanks, Senior." At this moment someone in the distance said, "Oh dear, they protected themselves." Su Yunfei began, "It seems they were a well-trained assassin organization or suicidal operatives. Do you have any clues about their identity?" The War Immortal recalled earlier events, thinking to himself, "Indeed, he and the demonic arts inheritor are colluding to do evil. Ji Yu-chong, it won't be that easy to kill me." Meanwhile on the other side, Yin Mi knelt and said, "Yin Mi's efforts were insufficient. Please punish me, young master." At this moment Ji Yu-chong walked down and asked, "What are you doing?" Yin Mi then said, "The assassination attempt failed. If I had made more thorough arrangements it shouldn't have happened." Ji Yu-chong gently took her hand and asked, "So it failed, what's the big deal?" Then she said, "Then I'll send more people. This time I'll definitely kill him." He unhurriedly replied, "No need. After this he'll be even more cautious. My reputation is soaring now. I need to consider the repercussions of everything I do." She then said, "Then Yin Mi has hindered the young master's affairs." He softly said, "It's all right, let him live a few more days. If he manages to enter Kunshan later I'll personally finish him off." Yin Mi heard this and said, "That's right, once he leaves Kunwu City, won't little War Immortal Shao be like fish on a chopping block?" Then Ji Yu-chong, while speaking, leaned closer to Yin Mi's face. "But after this incident I'll have a perfect excuse to issue a decree saying that I, Ji Yu, wish to host a banquet for young talents at the star-picking tower in Kunwu City, to jointly discuss entering Kunshan to rescue Ji Shengchu, oh no, to rescue the human ancestor inheritor." She heard this and said, "Yes, young master." Then the two drew closer when suddenly a voice came from outside. Qingshan has something she wishes to report to the young master privately. At this moment the two abruptly stopped. Then he said, "Yin Mi, you go take care of your duties first." She said, "Yes." Yin Mi then left unhappily. He then asked, "What is it? Speak." Su Qing began, I heard the young master sent people to assassinate the little War Immortal." He asked indifferently. "You want to ask me why I killed him?" He then continued. "Of course it's because he knew things he shouldn't have." She said, somewhat confused. "Things he shouldn't have known?" He asked with sharp eyes. "Are you still going to play dumb, Su Qing?" At this moment she seemed to freeze, saying, "Young master, you already know." Then he leaned closer to her and said, "Know what? Is it about you and your sister switching identities, or about you being the demonic arts inheritor? How much longer do you plan to hide it from me?" At this moment she frowned and said, I remember the young master once said that if he knew the identity of the demonic arts inheritor, he would definitely not let them live. So at this moment he placed his hand on her neck and said, "Do you still remember those words?" Then she said, "I'm sorry to have disappointed you, young master." He squeezed her neck and asked, "Now that you've confessed, do you want me to kill you?" She said with difficulty breathing, "Young master, you won't kill me," he asked, puzzled. "Do you think I'm reluctant to kill you?" She then said, "If I can die by the young master's hand, perhaps that would be my best outcome." At this moment the dark shadow on the other side shrieked, "It's over," she then continued. I'm tired of hiding." He said nothing after hearing this. Then he sighed, embraced her, and said, "Never mind, you came with me from the lower realm to here and you've become like this. I can't shirk responsibility. Whether you're the demonic arts inheritor or an ordinary cultivator, you are my Qing." Su Qing was moved to tears and he continued, "I will protect you." Hearing this, Su Qing cried like a child. At this moment a voice came from outside. "What? Ji Yu-chong invited us to discuss rescuing the Ji family's human ancestor. Damn it, what does the Ji family's business have to do with us?" At this moment the immortal phoenix daughter spoke. "Ji Yu-chong's personal invitation. It's in the human ancestor's name. We can't refuse to go." After everyone was seated, they said, "Ji Yu-chong has even put on a stance of leading the charge. If we act timidly, won't we be ridiculed by the world?" Another person added, "He can indeed contend with Dao attainers and Kunshan can protect itself, but what about us? This is clearly trying to push us into a burning furnace." Another person said, "Damn it, is Ji Yu-chong trying to force us into Kunshan?" Just then, Golden Cicada appeared and said, "Amitabha, this monk has said before that Ji Yu-chong is ruthless and no good. Everyone, it's best to be careful." Someone slammed an invitation heavily onto the table. At this moment he said, "The person who tried to assassinate me must have been sent by Ji Yu-chong. To think he even hypocritically sent healing medicine, how hateful." At this moment Su Yunfei said, "What should we do? Don't we have the right to refuse?" He then asked, "Now we can only take one step at a time. If we refuse, won't Ji Yu-chong have an excuse to act against us? It's best not to separate during this time so that we can support each other." After speaking he thought, HMPH, those two immediately distanced themselves after the assassination to avoid implication. "Since you're on my ship, do you still expect to live?" Su Yunfei suddenly asked. "Why did Ji Yu-chong kill someone? When did you offend him?" At this moment he remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. "This matter is far-reaching. You must promise not to leak it. Otherwise, if we alert him, Ji Yu-chong will spare no effort to kill us all." They heard this and said, "Don't worry, we know our limits." Then he said, "What? The maid by Ji Yuchang's side is the demonic arts inheritor. He turned his face to everyone and said, "That's right, the demonic arts inheritor is actually Ji Yuchang's person. I can confirm this." She frowned upon hearing this. No wonder the demonic arts inheritor escaped from Ji Yuchang's grasp time and again. It was because of this, he continued. This matter must not be leaked before there is conclusive evidence. If Ji Yuzhong finds out, we will all die a terrible death. He then said, "Don't worry, we know what to do." Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside in a panic. "Bad news, young miss. Half of the true immortal blood of the hidden immortal lineage you sent people to retrieve from the ancestral star has been snatched by Miss Anyan." Yunfei listened aghast. "What? Anyan dared to do such a thing?" another person said. "How did you handle this matter?" Hearing this, she lowered her head and said, "After all, Miss Anyan has a noble status and the guards truly dared not resist." At this moment he stepped forward and patted her shoulder, saying, "For now let's deal with the immediate trouble at hand." She unhappily said, "HMPH, once the matters in Kunwu City are settled, I will definitely teach that girl a good lesson." At this moment countless people gathered at the star-picking tower in Kunwu City. Golden Cicada, while reciting prayer beads, said, "Everyone, it seems spirits aren't high today." Zhang Yao heard this and said, "Oh." Yunfei also said, "It seems Ji Yuchang's actions this time have caused much dissatisfaction." He also said, "After all, this trip is too dangerous, it's best to avoid it if possible." At this moment someone walked out and said, "Please be seated, everyone. My young master will arrive shortly." Zhang Yao then asked, "Which elder of the Jiyu family is at the Emperor realm?" At this moment lively voices came from inside the room. "Brother Zhongshan, you've come too? I heard you were just assassinated and injured," he said. "Many thanks for your concern, fellow Taoists. Isn't it because young Master Ji Yuchang personally invited me that I had no choice but to come? After all, our words carry little weight." Everyone around fell silent at this moment. The white-clothed man said, "That's true." The red-clothed man suddenly said, "Chen, what's wrong?" "The person next to you says she's here too," he murmured, somewhat puzzled. "Although I don't want you to only cling to one tree, I also don't want you to rush from an old tree to a new one." He asked Zhang Chen, "Chen, who is she?" Then he said, "She's Princess Ji Chuyue of the Ji family. Now I feel, by comparison, she's truly a simple and good girl," the red-clothed man continued. "Chen, I find that young ladies from noble families are never simple, especially since they're involved with Ji Yuchang this time." But he said she wasn't like that. Though born into a noble family, she wasn't happy. Now she's like a canary in a cage. After speaking, he thought, "Although I've made an enemy of Ji Yuchang when we met again in Kunshan, she still chose to help me. Before I only cared about Xiao Ruoyan, but I overlooked the good girl beside me." At this moment Ji Yuchang walked in and said, "It seems everyone has arrived." He walked in, looked at the war immortal and said, "Oh, I heard Brother Zhangshan was heavily injured in an assassination attempt a few days ago. IGU specially sent many healing divine medicines and it seems they've had a considerable effect." He heard this and replied, "The divine medicines bestowed by young Master Ji Yuchang are indeed excellent, but my injuries are too severe. I'm afraid I still need a period of recuperation." Hearing these words, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Is that so? Then don't delay the matter of rescuing the human ancestor in Kunshan." He heard this, lowered his head and said, "My injuries haven't healed yet. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint young Master Ji Yuchang." Just then, countless rays of medicinal light flashed. "There's no need to worry about that." With a wave of his hand, countless medicinal ingredients appeared all over the war immortal's body. Everyone around discussed excitedly. "This is a million-year-old blood spirit Ganoderma, a million-year-old immortal revival grass, a 10-million-year-old jade ginseng, and a 10-million-year-old rejuvenation fruit." Everyone who saw them exclaimed in surprise, "These medicines, let alone healing, could literally bring the dead back to life." The immortal phoenix daughter and Zhang Yao both thought to themselves, "In that case, refusal is impossible." The war immortal stiffly said, "Young Master Ji Yuchang's consideration is truly thorough. I am immensely grateful." Ji Yuchang heard this and walked forward, saying, "Kunshan is full of dangers. If your injuries recover, the chances of rescuing the human ancestor will also be much greater. Wouldn't they be? All right, everyone, please take your seats." Then he sat down and said, "Everyone, Senior Ji Shengchu has protected our upper realm for countless millennia, recruiting various great Taoist traditions and countless forces. Now that he is in distress, how can we stand idly by? If Senior Ji Shengchu is rescued, he will surely resolve the current calamity of Zhu Yintian." Everyone had taken their seats and he continued, "This will also be a rare blessing for the entire upper realm. Today, I, on behalf of Senior Ji Shengchu, thank all fellow Taoists for your help." At this moment, another person stood up and said, "Young Master Ji Yuchang is truly noble." At this moment, the war immortal thought, "The Ji family siblings are clearly here. Why do you need to thank on their behalf? Do you want to take all the credit?" At this moment, someone thought, "Chuyue, how are you?" Someone noticed Chuyue. "Chuyue," she said, Then the siblings walked out and said, "Many thanks to young Master Chang and all fellow Taoists for your concern regarding the rescue of our ancestor." He then continued, "My sister and I toast all of you." Then he further said, "I see that young Master Chang also lacks attendance. Chuyue, please pour a few cups of wine for young Master Chang." And she said, "Yes." Ji Yuchang thought with some surprise. HMPH, the people around began to discuss, "Is the Ji family offering their daughter for glory? Ji Chuyue isn't a simple character. She did what we wanted to do but dared not. Look, she's even pretending to be weak and pitiful. Ha ha." Zhang Chen frowned unhappily, thinking, could it be that the person I love has also been? By Ji Yu Chong, he was furious and shouted, shut up. No sooner had he spoken than he slammed his hand on the table and stood up, saying, Chu Yue is not like you. She's not someone who craves empty fame, or clings to power without shame. Everyone around was surprised. At this moment the red-haired man said, Chen, calm down. Seeing this, Ji Yu Chong thought, so that's it. It seems Zhang Chen also has feelings for Ji Chu Yue. At this moment Ji Chu Yue, seeing this, thought, Zhang Chen. Ji Chu Yue said, brother you. Ji Yu Chong then said, Miss Chu Yue seems very concerned about his safety, she said, somewhat confused. No, young master, Ji Yu Chong misunderstands. Then without letting her finish, he said, Miss Chu Yue, being loyal and righteous is a good thing, but don't forget your identity. Do you want your entire family to face disaster because of you? At this moment Ji Chu Yue's brother restrained Zhang Chen, who cried out uncomfortably, let me go, Ji Yu Chong, I just came to the banquet. How can you arrest me? Ji Yu Chong glared. How? Do you think changing your name and appearance will allow you to stir up trouble in front of me? Then he spoke word by word, wolf god. Zhang Chen was shocked to realize that he knew the whole truth. When was my identity exposed? At this moment someone commented, listening to young Master Chong, this person has other identities. So secretive, yet he dares to curse us. HMPH, this guy seems to be with Little War Immortal and the others. At this moment Song Yunfei said in surprise, he's been discovered, what do we do? The War Immortal calmly said, don't act rashly. The priority is to save our lives, then we'll have a chance to save Zhang Chen. At this moment the red-haired man thought, after the Xiao Ruoyan incident, why has Chen become so impulsive? Isn't it just being cuckolded? At this moment Ji Yu Chong walked over and said, it seems I don't need to explain much, everyone can see this guy disguised infiltrated us. Precisely to use a divine source master's methods to scheme against our sect leaders, just like he did in the Grand Void Divine Tomb back then. At this moment others immediately spoke up, what? This guy is that scoundrel from back then, Zhang Chen angrily said. Ji Yu Chong, you insidious, vile and shameless villain, be honest, you're crying wolf, Ji Yu Chong calmly said, still trying to turn the tables now, truly unrepentant. He pointed at Zhang Chen, telling him to shut up. Then he ordered Ji Chu Yu's brother to escort Zhang Chen away. Ji Chu Yu's brother responded. Zhang Chen wanted to speak but couldn't. Boo! At this moment Xian Zan and Song Wufeng stood stunned. Xian Zan suddenly spoke. Damn it, we even treated him as a friend, but he harbored malicious intentions. Song Wenfei also added, we misjudged him and almost caused a great disaster. Fortunately, young Master Chong was here. Ji Yu Chong said, it's nothing, this person is indeed cunning, having lurked in Kunwu City for many days. I only discovered him today. Zhang Chen was being tormented. The red-haired man worriedly thought, Chen, I will definitely find a way to save you. At this moment Zhang Yao said, it seems today's banquet ends here. The Sword Immortal on the other side also thought, it seems the one who framed the various sects back then was probably Ji Yu Chong. At this moment everyone left one after another. Then he spoke, Zhang Chen possesses the Divine Source Master's heritage, which will certainly be useful for tomorrow's Kunshan expedition. Chu Yue, go persuade Zhang Chen later. He's smart and should know what to do. Chu Yue turned her head and said, brother, don't you think this is too cruel? He said, he who hesitates will suffer. It's better to make him give up now. Don't be soft-hearted. She heard this and was heartbroken. The streets were bustling with people. At this moment the red-haired man walked aimlessly, thinking, if I confront Ji Yu Chong now it's a dead end. What should I do, right? Xiao Ruoyan. He suddenly remembered something. Isn't she Ji Yu Chong's person? If she still remembers our past, maybe I can try once. At this moment on the other side someone knocked on the door and said, junior sister Ruoyan, an old friend named Niu Dian wishes to see you. Ruoyan was cultivating. She thought, Niu Dian? Could it be related to Zhang Chen, who has been close to the Yin Clan's War Immortal Mansion people recently? Niu Dian saw her and said, Courtesan Xiao, you're here. Ruoyan saw this and said, don't call me that. What do you want? He then said, if it wasn't urgent I wouldn't want to disturb you, but the situation is really critical, a matter of life and death. Today at the star-picking tower he was captured by Ji Yu Chong. Ruoyan replied, captured by Ji Yu Chong. Niu Dian continued. Falling into the hands of an evil person like Ji Yu Chong, Chen will surely suffer unparalleled torment. If no one rescues him, I'm afraid he won't make it. Ruoyan heard this and asked, what can I do? He then said, Ji Yu Chong is so good to you. I think you, Ruoyan, must have a way. As long as you speak a few good words for Chen, perhaps he will release Chen out of respect for you. At this moment Ruoyan said, what do you mean? What do you take me for, a hen laying eggs? Niu Dian heard this and said, aren't you? Then Niu Dian said, Ruoyan, don't misunderstand, I really didn't mean anything else. Didn't Ji Yu Chong also let us go before out of respect for you? Then Ruoyan thought, never mind, Zhang Chen can't die anyway. She turned around and said, I understand, I will do my best. But whether I can save Chen I can't be certain. Upon hearing this, Niu Dian immediately looked joyful. Wonderful, I knew you'd agree. Xiao Ruoyan looked at the stream below and said, you should go first, you can't stay here long. Niu Dian clasped his hands and bowed, loudly vowing, today I will never let anyone know I visited Ruoyan, and I will never cause you any trouble. He said this, but Niu Dian couldn't help but reveal contempt in his heart. Just a woman who trades her body for power, what's with the pretense of purity? If it weren't for Zhang Chen, I wouldn't have come to see you. Xiao Ruoyan's expression was cold and she thought to herself, my situation is also critical, this Zhang Chen makes me so worried. If it weren't for the immortal fortune pill still being on him, at this moment Zhang Chen, who was imprisoned, was suddenly splashed awake by a basin of cold water. He violently opened his eyes and cried out, ah! Zhang Chen looked around confusedly, shouting in a panic, Ruoyan, Chuyue, don't leave me. Ji Yuchang, Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuyue all looked at Zhang Chen in the cell. Ji Chuyue couldn't help but wonder to herself, who is Ruoyan? Ji Yuchang was still the first to speak. It seems his injuries aren't severe, he still remembers 2 women. Zhang Chen was stunned when he saw them. The next second his eyes turned red with excitement, and he charged forward. Ji Yuchang, I'll fight you to the death. Ji Yuchang unceremoniously kicked Zhang Chen into a corner and Zhang Chen spat out blood. Ji Chuyue turned to Ji Yuchang, suggesting, young Master Chang, let me talk to him. Perhaps it will be more effective. Ji Yaoxing smiled, helping out. Chuyue means that if she speaks it might be more effective. Zhang Chen looked at Ji Chuyue with hazy eyes, murmuring, Chuyue, you don't have to be like this. I know you also have your difficulties. Just let Ji Yuchang deal with me. Ji Chuyue clenched her fists and said harshly, Zhang Chen, don't be so presumptuous. Don't you understand why your identity was exposed? If you're sensible, just follow the young master's orders. He is magnanimous, and perhaps he'll even spare your life, Zhang Chen said with a dark expression. Chuyue, I know you're not that kind of person and you're saying these things to save me. He raised an eyebrow, looking at her presumptuously, then continued, but I, Zhang Chen, will absolutely never stoop to Ji Yuchang's level. Then he snorted disdainfully. Ji Chuyue cried out emotionally, Zhang Chen, you. Ji Yuchang looked at Zhang Chen and sneered, foolish fellow, you're helping the Ji family, not me. If the Ji family rescues their immortal ancestor, they'll need your divine source master talent. And if you help the Ji family, you'll be their benefactor in the future. Don't you also have feelings for Ji Chuyue? By then the Ji family's immortal ancestor will back you, making you their son-in-law. Hearing this, Zhang Chen's eyes immediately widened. Perhaps you can also see that Ji Chuyue doesn't want to be my concubine. Saying this, he pulled Ji Chuyue into his arms, startling her. Ji Yaoxing walked forward worriedly. He whispered, young Master Chang, Chuyue doesn't want to. His words were so faint that they were interrupted by Zhang Chen's angry roar. Ji Yuchang, what are you doing? Let her go. Not only did Ji Yuchang not let go, but he casually caressed Ji Chuyu's face. He sneered, threatening, if you don't want her to be toyed with by me, I think you might know what to do, right? Zhang Chen's eyes turned blood red with rage and he roared fiercely, Ji Yuchang, do whatever you want to me, but using Chuyue to threaten me, what kind of man are you? Ji Yuchang narrowed his eyes, it seems you really don't care about her. With that he moved his hand from Ji Chuyu's neck downwards. Ji Chuyue frowned, a flush of shame rising to her face. Zhang Chen finally couldn't hold back and roared, enough, stop forcing Chuyue. Ji Yuchang, give me one night to think about it. I'll give you an answer tomorrow morning. Ji Yuchang finally smiled with satisfaction, saying, good, I hope you don't disappoint me. With a bang the cell door closed. Ji Chuyue walked away, covering her face and weeping. Woo-woo. Ji Yaoxing stood beside her, quickly comforting her. Chuyue, don't be foolish at a time like this. Ji Yuchang walked ahead, somewhat speechless. She despises me, I don't care anyway. In the dark cell, Zhang Chen sat alone on the ground, wallowing in self-pity. He talks a good game, but forcing me to this point. Ji Yuchang definitely has ulterior motives. How could someone like him wholeheartedly rescue the Ji family's immortal ancestor? He sat there talking to himself. Suddenly something that looked like a boat appeared before his eyes, emitting dazzling golden light, and then said, I don't understand this either, but there's no doubt it's also an opportunity for us. This time entering Kunshan you must be extremely careful. By then I'll see if I can activate the great formation within to create an escape opportunity for you. As it spoke he listened attentively. Zhang Chen's face was tense, as if he was calculating something. His eyes became firm, his eyebrows tightly knitted as if they were about to merge. As long as Ruoyan and Chuyue are in his hands, even if I escape I'll still be at a disadvantage. This time in Kunshan, is there a chance to send him back to the West Heaven? A new ambition stirred deep within the white-haired man. The scene shifts to another location where Ruoyan was rushing towards Ji Yuchang. Young master, she whispered his name as she walked. What's wrong, Ruoyan? Is there something you need me for? Ji Yuchang stood outside, responding to her. Ruoyan had come this time to plead for an old friend. She walked forward and stood before Ji Yuchang. Oh, Zhang Chen. Ji Yuchang immediately thought of this name upon hearing her words. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve. Upon being asked, Ruoyan continued, young master also knows that Zhang Chen and I are after all from the same place and once knew each other. Seeing him captured by you I really couldn't stand by, so I ventured to come. Ruoyan seems a little different from before today. Ji Yuchang seemed to see through her heart, teasing. Ah, what's different? The woman opposite changed her expression slightly in surprise after hearing this. He continued, it seems there are fewer restraints. Hearing this, Ruoyan gave an awkward laugh, her face as pale as paper. Perhaps because I understand the young master better now, she said this, but in her heart, she felt extremely confused. I didn't expect Ji Yuchang to be so sensitive. He even sensed my inner emotions. Ji Yuchang smiled and continued, indeed I'm not a bad person after all, so people need to understand each other more deeply. Don't worry, for your sake I won't kill him. Zhang Chen is still in the cell. Do you want to see him? He smiled as he pointed towards the cell, leading the way for her. No need, after all, from now on he and I are just strangers. She said this, forcing a smile, and waved her hand indicating she didn't want to go. Is she testing me? Ruoyan thought, is that it? By my calculations, she should be returning to Dao Tian Immortal Palace tomorrow, right? When you go back you must cultivate diligently. I hope to see you give me a surprise next time. Ji Yuchang finished speaking, and Ruoyan happily replied, Ruoyan will definitely not disappoint, young master. Even if my destiny void body only reaches minor completion, the blood in my body is already a rare immortal medicine. As expected, he wants to fatten me up before killing me. Her eyes narrowed with a smile, but deep down she had completely opposite thoughts. Ji Yuchang suddenly fell silent. He just stood there looking at her. Ruoyan saw this and respectfully bowed. It's getting late. Ruoyan will take her leave first. With that she hurried away. Ruoyan is leaving so quickly? Ji Yuchang grabbed her arm as she reached his side. Ruoyan's face showed a caught-in-the-act expression, her eyes wide. Then she answered in a panic, No. I thought young master wanted to discuss the Kunshan matter tonight, so I was afraid of disturbing you. What is there to discuss about Kunshan? That's the Ji family's business. What does it have to do with me? Ji Yuchang turned to look at her, his eyes half closed, extremely cold. Why do I feel like you're always guarding against me? No matter where you are, you must have known his identity before, but you didn't come back and tell me. His every word pierced Ruoyan's fragile heart like a sharp blade. Her eyes widened in terror, almost showing only whites. He placed his hand on her neck, his fingers gently caressing the corner of her mouth, then continued. Did Zhang Chen say something to you? Zhang Chen did say a lot of bad things about the young master. Ruoyan played along. She grabbed Ji Yuchang's hand, placed it on his cheek, and then gently snuggled into his chest, continuing, But I know young master must have his reasons for doing those things. I believe in young master, Ji Yuchang calmly replied. Oh, you believe me so much? Aren't you afraid I'll harm you one day? No, I'm not afraid. Everything Ruoyan has now was given by the young master. Without the young master, Ruoyan would probably have died long ago in this cruel cultivation world. She said this, pressing tightly against Ji Yuchang. The two were like acting out a love scene, even if one day young master wants to take it back or is forced to take Ruoyan's life. I will not resent young master. Ruoyan, you jest, how could I harm you? I care for you too much. Ji Yuchang looked at her, a hint of playfulness in his eyes and a charming evil smile on his lips. He stared at her intently, then thought, she's also someone who can keep her composure. I wonder whose acting is better, mine or hers. The moment that thought landed, he immediately took action. Ji Yuchang's hand gently caressed her full chest. The previous beau almost scared the wits out of her. The next day, early morning in a bustling market, the petite and adorable purple-haired girl stood in the center of the market, angrily with her hands on her hips and her mouth pouting. That guy didn't even invite me to the banquet. Doesn't my strength qualify me to enter Kunshan? The little bird perched on her shoulder echoed her sentiment. Caw, what a scoundrel. HMPH, if he won't let me go, I'll go anyway. Her irritation instantly vanished, replaced by surprise at the sight before her. A hand was holding a golden piece of paper, offering it to her. I've already had this sword manual translated for you. It's called Burial Life Sword Cannon, but it's a bit too murderous, so don't cultivate it too excessively. Ji Yuchang emerged from a dark entrance behind her. He calmly handed her the paper, but still offered a concerned admonition. The girl had just reached out to take it when she asked in surprise, Brother, why are you here? An eyewitness present suddenly shouted. That's young Master Chang, the girl next to her also asked in disbelief. Is that really young Master Chang? The green-haired man immediately replied. That's right, I once saw him at the Myriad Dao Feast in Dao Tian Immortal Palace. Ji Yuchang noticed the people around them discussing and suggested, let's talk somewhere else. The girl beside him was silent for a moment. After a pause she expressed her stubbornness. What is there for us to talk about? Didn't you remove me from the Kunshan team? She crossed her arms, tilted her head, and continued. Young Master Chang, please go back. I don't dare to waste your time. There are so many people here and I don't have much patience. Don't force me. He looked down at her with a cold expression, impatiently reaching out and flicking the little bird off her shoulder. Seeing the other party like a block of ice, she could only huff in annoyance. Ji Yuchang's eyes suddenly narrowed cunningly. Then don't blame me. With that, he made a series of incomprehensible gestures. Princess, please step up. He knelt on one knee, spread his arms and declared loudly, leaving her so surprised she almost looked like a question mark. The people around them saw this scene and began to whisper, Oh my God, someone can actually make young Master Chang do this. Who is that little girl? She seems to be young Master Chang's sister. After waiting for a long time with no movement, he glanced at her and asked, What's wrong? Her face was as red as a tomato and she angrily retorted, Who would do such an embarrassing thing? I'm not a 3-year-old child. I didn't let you go to Kunshan because it's too dangerous. Even an enlightened one might not survive, let alone you, who is only at the Saint Realm. But isn't brother still here? The more fiercely they argued before, the more harmonious they were now. The little girl obediently let Chang carry her on his back. The two walked and chatted. How can I let my sister follow me when I'm doing bad things? His true intention flashed and an extremely strange expression appeared on his face. This time I also have many things to do and can't always be by your side. For now you can either go play with Minkong or return to the village. It's the safest place, Chang said with concern, carrying his little sister. Okay then, you be careful, brother. The little girl's hand rested on his neck, her face slightly sad but still hoping her brother would always be safe. All right, he said, hooking his lips into a smile. At this moment in Kunshan, everyone was gradually entering the vast white mountain range ahead. The warships could only go this far. Recently the anomalies within Kunshan had become increasingly intense. In any case, there must be no mishaps on this trip to Kunshan. They walked reminding each other. The scene ahead was magnificent. Once inside, try to stay close to me, the masked muscle man instructed the girl next to him. Okay, she quickly responded. It seemed the G family was taking this operation very seriously. Almost all their strong members had come. A slightly slender green-haired youth said, "Family head, this time it's thanks to young Master Chang. Otherwise, with just the G family's prestige, it would probably be impossible to gather so many forces to rescue the immortal ancestor." Indeed, next to the square green block below, several white-haired old men were discussing. Another old man, whose hair hadn't yet turned white, said, "I hear Yao Sheng and Chu Yue have been very close to young Master Chang recently. This is clearly an opportunity for the Ji family to rise." The leading old man mused, If Ji Yu Chang truly became my legal son-in-law, that would be excellent. Unfortunately, Chu Yue is preceded by Minkong. But if we can rescue the immortal ancestor, the Ji family will return to its former glory, and then making someone disappear won't be difficult." Amidst the bustling crowd, someone spoke. "The reclusive and family has also arrived." Another person quickly responded, "I didn't expect so many experts to come. Once inside, none of you are to leave my side lest Ji Yu Chang sees an opportunity." An old man ordered the two people beside him, and the white-haired woman obediently replied, "Yes, uncle and sister." The young man next to her also quickly responded, "Thank you, senior." Breaking the silence were the continuous greetings. "Miss Yan." The people around, upon seeing the girl, immediately bowed their heads in greeting, and Yan, without hesitation, walked up to her, resting her hands. "Long time no see, elder sister." The white-haired woman wearing a thin veil asked in surprise, "Yan, why are you here?" The girl calmly replied, "Sister is a young lady of the Yin clan, and I am also a young lady of the Yin clan. If sister can come, why can't I?" She then sneered, "HMPH, this girl has many tricks up her sleeve, catching me off guard. Speaking of which, I should thank elder sister for her help, otherwise I wouldn't have obtained that drop of hidden immortal true blood." The two sisters exchanged sharp words, making the senior in front glance at them with displeasure. "You," the girl with the thin veil glared angrily at her sister, "do you think you're so powerful now? Do you think stealing that drop of true blood will let you win against me? How dare you show off in front of me once we enter Kunshan? Do you think you'll still make it out alive?" Unlike her sister's furious retort, Yan merely glanced at her, smiling as if nothing had happened. "You've misunderstood, I'm not here for you." After Yan spoke, a rift appeared in the space above. Her sister turned around in surprise and asked, "What?" Another voice loudly rang out. "Young Master Chang has arrived." In that dark space, Ji Yu Chang and other men were emerging one after another, and Yan was below holding some treasure which she respectfully handed to Ji Yu Chang. "Young Master Chang, and Yan has not failed you. When did she get involved with Ji Yu Chang?" The girl with the thin veil gritted her teeth in anger. Her brows furrowed as if she was getting married. Was it really just for Ji Yu Shenner? She was both angry and pondering, while the red-haired youth next to her also changed expression and shouted, "Zhang Chen." Above, Ji Yu Chang looked down with an extremely sinister expression and a strange smile. "Got it." And Yan respectfully handed the item to Ji Yu Chang. "And Yan has not failed young Master Chang's expectations. I will definitely find a way to retrieve the remaining hidden immortal true blood of the Yin family for you." Ji Yu Chang nodded. "You'll follow me this time," and Yan was overjoyed. "Really? Thank you, young Master Chang." A group of people here glared at her angrily. How dare she hand over such a thing to Ji Yu Chang? She, a man swept past in Wangshan. "It seems brother and should clean house." And Wangshan calmly replied, "Brother Zan is joking. After all, that girl is also of the family head's bloodline." As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at Yan on the other side. "Treacherous wretch, if given the chance, this old man will make her disappear without a trace." On the grand platform, everyone stepped forward to greet Ji Yu Chang. "Young Master Chang, greetings." "Greetings to young Master Chang." Ji Yu Chang also returned the bow. "Family head Ji, almost everyone is here. You can prepare to enter." After everyone had greeted each other, family head Ji also flew high into the sky. "Everyone, this journey is of great importance. I hope you will all proceed with caution. Enlightened ones will lead the way, with the younger generation following closely." He loudly declared, "If we can rescue our clan's immortal ancestor, my Ji family will certainly offer generous thanks." With that, a horn sounded throughout the sky. "Depart," and Wangshan cautiously glanced at Ji Yu Chang's grand platform. "We must stay away from that fellow Ji Yu Chang." He led a group of people in another direction. "We'll take this path." Ji Yu Chang in the distance also glanced over here. "Being wary of me is indeed cautious, but after taking my spiritual herbs and medicines you still want to escape my grasp. We'll take this path." Ji Chuyue pulled family head Ji's sleeve. "Father, thanks to Zhang Chen's help in Kunshan before, I was able to hear the immortal ancestor's plea. He possesses the divine source master's inheritance, and this time he will surely be of great help." She subtly glanced behind her. "If we truly manage to rescue the immortal ancestor this time, I hope Father can ensure Zhang Chen's safety in the future." Family head Ji comforted Ji Chuyue. "Don't worry, my Ji family repays kindness. If this succeeds, Zhang Chen will certainly receive ample benefits." Hearing this, she became happy. "Really? That's wonderful, thank you, Father." Family head Ji looked at Ji Yu Chang's back. "This foolish girl Zhang Chen has already offended Ji Yu Chang. How could the Ji family openly protect him? Even if the immortal ancestor returns, he wouldn't offend the Chongsheng Ji Yu family for such a person." On the other side of Ju Yintian battlefield, a sudden loud bang erupted and smoke and dust billowed. The surrounding people were startled. "What's that?" Several masked figures charged out of the smoke. "Humanoid creatures, Ju Yintian, are there still humans?" One of them stared wide-eyed, pupils constricted. Could it be that the Juyin Imperial Court is about to appear? At this moment the mysterious figures ahead were swiftly taking several lives. The surrounding commoners shouted, "Run, those are Grand Saint Realm powerhouses. Without elders to lead us, we're dead." Suddenly a strange formation appeared in the sky. Before anyone could get a clear look, a giant seal-like object descended, crushing everyone. Screams rose from the crowd. Supreme artifact. That's Chu-Chu, the saintess of the Human Ancestor Hall. Zhang Chu-Chu stood above, looking down. Everyone, the Human Ancestor Hall will take care of things here. You all return to your sects and families to report on Zhu Yintian's situation. The people below replied weakly. Yes, a woman looked back at the leader. But our sect master seems to have already gone to Kunshan. Zhang Chu-Chu looked up at the sky. Kunshan, it's probably been a few days. Great devil, are you doing well? At this moment on the other side a great demon was being torn apart by spells. Family head Ji watched Ji Yuchong dealing with these demonic beasts and explained, "These are evil spirits formed from the remnant souls of cultivators who entered Kunshan and died here. But their cultivation has probably far surpassed their peak. If young Master Chong hadn't cleared the path, this journey would probably not have been so smooth." Ji Yuchong turned to look at them. "This is still some distance from the depths of Kunshan. Everyone must follow closely." The people following him hastily replied, "Yes." Ji Chuyue looked at Ji Yuchong's skilled movements and couldn't help but exclaim, "So powerful," while Ji Yaoxing next to her was as if struck by a pressure point. "Ji Yuchong is even more powerful than I imagined. With him here, we might really be able to rescue the immortal ancestor this time." Someone hidden in the crowd frowned as they looked at Ji Yuchong. Ji Yuchong's strength is almost catching up to the Grand Elder of Purple Mansion back then. "We can only take it one step at a time." And Wang Shan on the other side was speaking. "Although the journey was dangerous, we also obtained many precious raw stones and a few spiritual medicines suspected of being tainted with Immortal King's blood, so it wasn't a wasted trip." The War Immortal Manor's people stood next to him and nodded. "We haven't reached the depths of Kunshan yet, so there must be more good things. If we can truly obtain 1 or 2 drops of Immortal King's blood, it would be an unparalleled blessing for us." And Zai's subordinate stepped forward. "Miss and Shi, we must find a way to save Zhang Chen." She nodded, also knowing Ji Yuchong's strength. "This matter cannot be rushed." The person standing next to Shi also glanced at Niu Dian behind him. "That's right, Brother Niu Dian, this matter cannot be rushed. I think Brother Zhang Chen is not in immediate danger, so you don't need to be so anxious." As soon as he finished speaking, his waist seemed to shift, and then everyone heard him continue. "We still need to deliberate on this matter." At this moment, Ji Yuchong on the other side showed an interested expression. "Almost there, then let's collect some interest," Ji Yuchong loudly declared at the front. "Everyone be careful, this layer of mist is very aggressive and it has probably triggered some prohibition in Kunshan." Everyone was shocked. "What?" Family head Ji instructed the younger generation of the Ji family. "Everyone do not disperse, this is probably a great danger in Kunshan, quickly come closer to me." The Ji family elders protected the rest of the people in the middle. Suddenly Ji Chuyue shouted again, "Young Master Chong and his group are gone." Family head Ji frowned and hurriedly cast a spell. "Who knows how long this mist will last? Our top priority is to protect ourselves first. Young Master Chong possesses great divine abilities, he will be fine." Zhang Chen silently assessed the situation. "This layer of mist is not from the same source as the miasma in Kunshan. It's as if it appeared from the void. Someone must have intentionally created it." A questioning voice rang out. "Are you saying Ji Yuchong did it?" Zhang Chen's eyes suddenly widened. He wanted to take this opportunity to escape. Who was he planning to attack? Could it be Niu Dian and his group? At this moment the black mist had already reached the family members. And Wang Shan shouted, "Something's wrong, be careful." A strong wind blew, and the 2 leaders quickly blocked the lingering shockwave with a barrier, and she loudly asked, "Who is it?" When she saw clearly, she exclaimed in shock, "Anyan, young Master Ji Yuchong," and she frowned, staring intently at Ji Yuchong and Anyan. "You, what are you doing here?" The person standing next to her vigilantly said. "Don't be polite with him, he's definitely here to silence us." He gritted his teeth looking at Ji Yuchong. "You sent assassins to kill me that day. Seeing it didn't work, you can't help but come yourself now." And Wang Shan loudly warned, "And Yan, how dare you collude with outsiders to harm fellow clan members? Aren't you afraid of the clan knowing? Aren't you afraid of your father knowing?" The enlightened one next to him also refused to be outdone. "Ji Yuchong, no matter how arrogant you are, you still have to consider the countless forces in the upper realm." And Yan laughed by now. "Uncle ancestor and elder sister, don't you understand? Today all of you will die here. Who will know about this then?" Ji Yuchong said calmly. "And Wang Shan, you killed the person I sent, didn't you?" And Wang Shan and the War Immortal Manor leader lunged forward together. "Junior, stand aside, everyone charge with me and kill Ji Yuchong. He truly disregards the War Immortal Manor. Don't hold back, don't hold back." Ji Yuchong calmly raised his hand, dense red threads entwined around it as if he were about to manipulate puppets. "Then I'll use you all for practice." Ji Yuchong's eyes were bloodshot. He revealed a strange smile. "Burial life sword cannon." As soon as his words fell, a series of fierce sword chi flew out, slicing several people in half, and she was stunned. She slightly retreated. "Uncle ancestor, he's fallen." The person next to her also couldn't believe their eyes. "Why is there such a huge disparity?" The giant shield behind them had already cracked. Ji Yuchong asked calmly, "It's your turn now. Who wants to die first?" And she immediately knelt before him. Young Master Chang, spare my life. I shouldn't have saved New Dian. As long as you spare my life and she is willing to be your servant. Everything An Yan knows I also know. All the things she is willing to offer you I can also offer. Before she could finish speaking, a series of red threads pierced through her body. Ji Yuchang simply walked past her corpse. Too late. I've always prioritized first come, first served. The person next to him, she shouted. Ji Yuchang, if you kill me, my secret will be spread. Ji Yuchang frowned. Oh, who can help you? That person replied passionately. My master, however. Ji Yuchang showed no fear, but rather a smirk. Good, I'll kill him later. This remark directly infuriated that person to death. He spoke with a hoarse voice, his eyes fixed on Ji Yuchang. Given the circumstances, he turned and fled, leaving his last companion bewildered. Ji Yuchang, though surprised, calmly raised his hand. The man flew high into the sky, shouting, Ji Yuchang, let me go. I swear on my Dao heart my secret will never. But before he could finish, Ji Yuchang crushed him into a pulp. I never believe in so-called Dao heart oaths. His soul was taken by Ji Yuchang. Before entering Ji Yuchang's soul-refining furnace, he still shouted, Ji Yuchang, you won't have a good end. Ji Yuchang tisked, as expected of a war immortal manor inheritor. Truly countless life-saving tricks. Don't worry, I won't kill you until I find your master. He turned to New Dian. I didn't expect you to still be alive back then. New Dian muttered, he remembers everything after all. He lowered his eyes. I thought he wouldn't recognize a small fry like me. I don't understand. He has already arranged this world for us. Why aren't we the protagonists? What's the point of our transmigration? Ji Yuchang chuckled. You transmigrate? Do you think only you are special? At these words, New Dian's pupils constricted abruptly, and he shouted, Are you too? But before he could finish, a lotus flower flew over and struck him directly on the head. New Dian cried out in pain, a thought flashing through his mind. Achan. New Dian's subconscious kept screaming, Run! Ji Yuchang waited until the lotus was dyed bright red before retracting it. Your faint hidden immortal bloodline before death still has some use. And Yan stood behind, watching the entire process in shock. Using a cultivator's vital bloodline as nourishment to nurture a flower of primordial Tao, isn't this a demonic art? Ji Yuchang turned to her and said, Let's go. Seeing An Yan's changed attitude, Ji Yuchang snorted and Yan looked up and asked him, Is there something? Ji Yuchang shook his head. Nothing. The two came and went quickly. Leaving behind the corpses buried in the blizzard, a woman suddenly appeared from a teleportation array. What secret did the infamily and war immortal manor discover about Ji Yuchang that led to such an outcome? Xiao Ruian frowned and thought, Did he finally discover me? If he really did, he wouldn't let me live. She cleared the scene. Now I have no confidence at all in escaping from Ji Yuchang's clutches. Still, I must proceed cautiously. At this moment, things also changed on family head Ji's side. The fog has finally cleared. Quickly check the situation. Someone shouted. Family head, we've lost many clansmen, probably all devoured by the fog just now. Ji Yaoxing gritted his teeth. Just a strange fog caused such heavy losses to our clan. If it weren't for young Master Ji Yuchang's care, our clansmen probably wouldn't have been able to delve deep into Kunshan. Zhang Chen observed him from behind. I didn't expect Ji Yaoxing and his group to be so foolish, not even knowing who harmed them. Zhang Chen frowned. But what exactly is Ji Yuchang playing at? On one hand, he wants to rescue the Ji family's immortal ancestor, but on the other, he has killed so many Ji family members. Suddenly, Ji Yuchang and An Yan returned. Is everyone all right? Ji Chuyue shouted. Young Master Ji Yuchang is indeed unharmed. Zhang Chen's frown deepened. Ji Yuchang is back. The Ji family members crowded around Ji Yuchang. What is the origin of this fog? It's so strange and unpredictable. He explained to them that it was likely the accumulated resentment of cultivators who died in Kunshan after an immortal king's demise. Zhang Chen worried, I wonder how New Dian and the others are doing. Ji Yuchang suddenly looked up at him. He smiled silently, revealing an expression that struck fear into the other party. Zhang Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, his nerves feeling stretched. At this moment, in another valley, a group of people was also advancing. Is this the depths of Kunshan? It seems the Ji family's immortal ancestor should be imprisoned inside. Reporting, various family forces have suffered losses, with the reclusive and family and war immortal manor completely wiped out. The Tianwang mountain ancestor was surprised. What? Even in Wangshan and the war immortal manor's Dao attainers? The person bowed and replied, Yes, Imperial Lord. I heard that the Ji family also encountered a rare gray fog, and many people died. The person next to him sighed. It's truly difficult to get here. I didn't expect several Dao attainers to perish. The Tianwang mountain ancestor muttered. We still don't know what dangers lie in this mountain. At this moment, someone suddenly appeared. Is this the legendary True Dragon Nirvana Dragon Lair? Someone in the crowd shouted. It's the Ji family members and young Master Ji Yuchang. Tianwang Nu frowned. Are you talking about that divine source master? The person next to you replied. He was captured by Ji Yuchang at the star-picking tower, so it seems Ji Yuchang demanded he enter here with them. The Tianwang mountain ancestor looked at them. I wonder what insights you have, young friend. Kunshan is fraught with danger and we have already suffered heavy losses reaching here. The person next to him nodded. Indeed, if we delve deeper carelessly, I'm afraid we'll perish before we even get to see Senior Ji Shengchu. Zhang Chen, this is the Dragon Bone Finger Hall. Where we stand now is the first Dragon Bone and also the entrance to the depths of Kunshan. The fog there is formed by the dragon's breath. The people with the Tianwang mountain ancestor asked them, Then young friend, do you have any way to help us safely enter? Zhang Chen walked among them. As long as we avoid the dragon's breath and pay attention to the alignment of the dragon bones, we will naturally be able to enter. but I need the cooperation of a few Dao Attainer seniors, otherwise the path is perilous and I cannot guarantee safety. As soon as he finished speaking, family head Ji burst into laughter. Since that's the case, then my Ji family will take the lead, and I invite all fellow Taoists to assist this young friend Zhang. The Tianwang Mountain ancestor glanced at him. You're rescuing your Ji family's immortal ancestor. Who else would take the lead if not you? Family head Ji happily laughed. As long as you can help us rescue the immortal ancestor, young friend Zhang, just name your terms. Zhang Chen bowed to them. I hope all seniors keep their word. Family head Ji nodded. Of course, we would never deceive a junior like you. The people next to him nodded in agreement. Indeed, young friend Zhang, rest assured the Ji family will never mistreat you. Zhang Chen lowered his eyes in disdain. A bunch of hypocritical old farts. Flattery. Once I lose my utility, who will care about me? Then you all can die in Kunshan. Then he suddenly looked up at Ji Yuchang. Young Master Ji Yuchang possesses immense divine abilities and unfathomable strength. Even Dao attainers are not his match. I think if young Master Ji Yuchang is willing to cooperate with me, the success rate of rescuing the Ji family's immortal ancestor this time will be much higher. Family head Ji sought Ji Yuchang's opinion. Young Master Ji Yuchang, what do you think of this matter? Ji Yuchang smiled and said to him, since there is a place where I need to lend a hand, I will naturally not spare my effort. Ji Yuchang squinted, smiling very happily but secretly cursing. This Zhang Chen, even at death's door, is still scheming against me, truly tireless. In any other script he would eventually achieve great things. Zhang Chen felt very uncomfortable seeing this smile. What's there to smile about? You'll be crying in a moment. New Dai and I will avenge you. Just wait for Ji Yuchang to be buried in Kunshan. I will plan it step by step. Zhang Chen grinned. Destroy the Chongsheng Jiyu family and let him also taste the flavor of a ruined home. The group walked a few more steps forward, and the mountain range before them seemed to be covered in a rich layer of spiritual energy. Then it split open. Someone exclaimed in surprise, is this the power of a divine source, master? Even the terrain of Kunshan can be easily altered. A faint aroma wafted by, entering their nostrils, and someone innocently asked, what is this smell? It's so fragrant. Family head Ji muttered. The Tianwang mountain people pointed to the lake in front. Ancestor, what is that? Someone in the crowd saw something floating in the lake and shouted, it's the earth dragon fruit. Legend has it that earth dragon fruit can only grow with dragon chi nourishment, and ripens only once every 100,000 years. Earth dragon fruit contains the essence of true dragon chi. The elder muttered, such a divine item must not be missed. The Tianwang mountain people rushed over. Ancestor, I'll go retrieve it now. However, as she was flying halfway, a demonic beast with wide jaws emerged from under the water. Everyone watched helplessly as her body fell into its mouth. A Dao attainer level cold flood dragon. Zhang Chen curled his lips. These powerful figures don't even understand the dangers here. It seems killing them won't be too difficult. The elder glared furiously. This beast, everyone watched the giant dragon cross its arms, sticking out its tongue and mocking them. It actually dares to provoke us. Everyone, let's attack together and destroy it. However, before they could even make a move, the dragon turned and flew away. It ran away. Ji Yuchang spoke up at this moment to remind them. Everyone, don't chase. Who knows if there are more ambushes ahead? Family head Ji nodded. Young Master Ji Yuchang is right, the Tianwang mountain ancestor said to them. Then let's divide the earth dragon fruits. Zhang Chen dismissively glanced at Ji Yuchang, meddlesome fellow. Then he cleverly concealed his emotions and said, indeed, seniors, our top priority for this trip is still to rescue the Ji family's immortal ancestor. We must hurry on our way. Ji Yuchang sighed in frustration. It seems there are still many powerful beings like this in Kunshan. Perhaps they can be put to use. At this moment, everyone advanced together and saw a small stone cave. What's that? It looks like a piece of profound jade. As they approached, the Tianwang mountain ancestor frowned. There's someone inside. With such robust Dao Qi emanating, I can't immediately discern whether the person in the profound jade is alive or dead. They stared intently at the man sitting cross-legged inside. Family head Ji asked, could this person have surpassed the Dao attainer realm and reached the immortal realm before being sealed? The Tianwang mountain ancestor stammered. This matter, Ji Yuchang from behind murmured with interest, curling his lips. How interesting. The person sealed in the profound jade is clearly dead, yet a trace of vitality has been nurtured within the corpse. I wonder how much strength remains. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes. This might be the dragon lair. The Taoist in the profound jade may have offended the true dragon here in life, and after death was sealed to suppress the dragon's lair. Can you see it? What exactly is this? He muttered to himself. Is he dead? Although he is dead, once the seal is broken, even in his current state, he is not someone present who can suppress him. Someone secretly said, the path I came from has been sealed. If I truly release this Taoist, wouldn't my plan be ruined? Ji Yuchang also stroked his chin in contemplation from behind. What reason should I use to release him? Zhang Chen secretly made up his mind. Ji Yuchang, I want your dog's life. Family head Ji turned his head to look at Zhang Chen. Young friend, must we break the profound jade in front of us to enter? Zhang Chen nodded. As you can see, senior, there's only this path ahead. Suddenly a voice rang out, don't touch him. Family head Ji was surprised. It's the immortal ancestor, he's still alive after all. Zhang Chen gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn it, the Ji family's immortal ancestor actually spoke up at this moment, ruining my great plan. You will pay for this. Ji Chuyu's eyes widened with joy. It's the immortal ancestor's voice, Ji Yaoxing muttered. Immortal ancestor, he doesn't want us to touch that profound jade. Family head Ji asked Zhang Chen, Young friend Zhang, do you have another method? He shrugged. I also heard the Ji family's immortal ancestor's message, but currently if we don't break or move this profound jade, we can't enter. Ji Yuchang suddenly cleared his throat and called out, Family head Ji, since Senior Ji Shengchu said don't touch the profound jade, there must be another way. He looked at Zhang Chen. But you insist on breaking it. What are your intentions? Is this a trap you laid? Ji Yaoxing said. Zhang Chen and Ji Yuchang already have many grievances. If he's really trying to create trouble here for revenge against Ji Yuchang, it's not impossible. Chu Yue worried. Zhang Chen asked, Young Master Ji Yuchang, since you don't trust me, why are you still using me? Since I've said this much, whether you believe me or not is up to you. Whether or not the Ji family's immortal ancestor is saved is also irrelevant to me. Old Ancestor Wang wondered, how can we trust that you won't harm us? You're the only divine source master here. If you secretly tamper with things, the person replied, if you have other methods, feel free to try them. Ji Yuchang spoke. I think we should listen to Senior Ji Shengchu and temporarily not touch this profound jade. Everyone, let's try to find other entrances nearby. This suggestion received everyone's unanimous approval. Young Master Ji Yuchang is indeed cautious. Let's do that, the person frowned. Damn it. Ji Yuchang's single sentence made them doubt me. Always getting in my way. If I don't get rid of you, the hatred in my heart will truly be hard to appease. In the midst of the snowy winter hills, Ji Yuchang looked into the distance. I know you can hear me. Listen, I can save you, but you must agree to one condition. The person refused to yield. Junior, why should I trust you? Ji Yuchang replied decisively. Because I know your true body is dead and your current consciousness is reborn from this corpse. Isn't that enough? If you want to get out, then obediently listen to me. The long-haired man next to them had been secretly observing, staring at the person in the profound jade. What are you doing? Are you worried that corpse will break the seal and emerge? The more you worry about something, the more I'll make it happen. The person snorted. How dare you threaten this venerable one? What if I don't keep my word? Ji Yuchang sternly said. Then I'll make you die completely. I advise you to just obediently listen to me. He then asked, how is it? Have you found any other entrances? The woman replied, we haven't found any here. Ji Yuchang continued, it's a pity that Senior Ji Shengchu only gave one reminder. It seems he no longer has the strength to probe with his divine sense. The long-haired man secretly chuckled, bunch of fools, I've already sealed all the paths here. If you could find one, it would be a miracle. Suddenly a voice echoed in his ear. Junior, quickly save this venerable one. I can help you kill all these people. The long-haired man replied telepathically. You are the Taoist in the profound jade, the person replied. Do you know who I am? The long-haired man stammered. Why do you think I would save you, and why do you think I want to kill these people? The person tried to persuade him. This venerable one can see that you have profound luck and your murderous intent is so strong. You can deceive others, but not me, as long as you save this venerable one. This venerable one will help you fulfill your wish. How about it? If you're not at ease, this venerable one can even swear on my Tao heart. The long-haired man was convinced. After you get out, the first person you must kill is that white-robed man. Make his death a painful one. Someone asked, do we really have to deal with this profound jade to get in? Niu Xing said. But the immortal ancestor said not to touch it, so what should we do? The long-haired man began to lead them. Since no one can think of another way, then Family Head Ji. Before he could finish, Ji Yuchang interjected. Family Head Ji, let's go back and find another way in. The other person agreed. Young Master Chang is right. If this path doesn't work, why not look for another? The long-haired man tried to provoke. Haha, young Master Chang is really joking. I've only seen one path on this route. Wouldn't doing so be a waste of effort? Hearing this, someone suddenly blurted out, what? Only one path? Ji Yuchang retorted. One path? Why didn't you say so earlier? This path was opened by you. If there's really only one path, how did immortal ancestor Ji Shengchu get here? And then get trapped inside? A long-haired man was speechless. How would I know that? If young Master Chang wants to know, he can only ask the Ji family's immortal ancestor. Ji Yuchang said, displeased. Are you not going to admit it? Back in the Grand Void Divine Tomb, countless sect leaders were framed by you, probably just like us now, with the front path blocked and the back path sealed. I originally thought you were a divine source master inheritor and could be of great help in rescuing the Ji family's immortal ancestor, so I spared your life, intending for you to atone for your sins. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful and even plan to frame us here. What? He's the one who framed countless sect leaders in the Grand Void Divine Tomb, so you're that scoundrel. No wonder young Master Chang wants to capture you. Why don't you let us return the way we came? What exactly is your scheme, kid? You dare to plot against an enlightened one. You're really looking for death. The man's face turned pale with fright and he managed to stammer out, no. Zhang Chen, radiating purple light, roared in anger. Ji Yuchang, this was clearly done by you and the Grand Void Divine race, yet you're slandering me. And you fools, you believe everything he says, being played for a ride, truly pig brains. He pointed at Ji Yuchang, his eyes wide. This one before you is the truly despicable and shameless villain, extremely ruthless. Ji Yuchang also pointed at Zhang Chen and said, everyone, the demonic energy on him. The person in black armor and a mask exclaimed, demonic energy. The old man on the right also recognized, his appearance is also. Ji Yuchang pointed at him. All right, so you're also a demonic arts inheritor. Hearing this, Zhang Chen also stood there astonished. How is that possible? I didn't use it. The black-armored man with horns shouted, Ancestor, young Master Chang is right, our retreat is gone. They turned back and asked, what? Zhang Chen, taking advantage of their distraction, immediately fled. Seizing this moment, several people stood there watching, then exclaimed, "Oh no, this scoundrel is trying to jump over the wall." He ran to where the artifact spirit was imprisoned. "Artifact spirit, help me release the Taoist inside and take the lives of everyone here." Zhang Chen's hand touched it, and a golden light spread. Seeing the situation, Ji Yuchong immediately ordered, "Stop him quickly." They ran while shouting furiously, "Kid, you dare!" Before they could arrive, the profound jade was already broken, and they could only stand there barely holding on. Oh no, when the profound jade completely shattered, his eyes were more astonished than ever. The ancient heavenly venerate of reincarnation walked and said, "I never expected this old Taoist to truly have a day of escape," and Zhang Chen stood there calculating. "This Taoist is definitely not easy to deal with. If I don't leave now, it might be too late." The people outside assessed the aura. It was at least at the remnant immortal level. That person planned to escape, and he ran while looking back and saying, "I'll leave them to you. Make sure to take the life of that white-clothed man." The old man chuckled and looked at them with ill intent. The old man standing there recognized and said, "I think I know who he is." The ancient heavenly venerate of feathering was a supreme existence in the ancient heavens. After falling at the hands of the ancient heavenly venerate of reincarnation, he disappeared without a trace. "I didn't expect him to be here in Kunshan," Ji Yuchong recalled. "Oh, is that person?" The green-haired woman smiled and said, "I seem to be unable to move. Everyone else was the same. I feel like it'll only take a moment or I might even lose my life." The person next to her comforted. "Don't be afraid." The bald man cursed inwardly. "Damn it, Zhang Chen actually released such a monster. Who knows how many people will die this time." His feet moved step by step. "You are fortunate enough to see my power. Even if you lose your life, you should feel satisfied." The black-armored man with horns had eyes full of astonishment and fear. Because his head had already been taken by the ancient heavenly venerate of reincarnation, he did not order, "Juniors, all retreat." Hearing this, the red-armored black-faced man furiously said, "You dare." He raised his hand and used the ancient heavenly phoenix wheel, surrounded by a red light, and fire gleamed in the eyes of the ancient heavenly venerate of reincarnation. His attack shattered a large area, and at the same time, someone ordered, "Go all out, deal with this person. There must be no mistakes." Ji Yuchong looked at everyone and said loudly, "Everyone, please hold him off. I will go after that scoundrel Zhang Chen. If he escapes Kunshan, he might become a great disaster for the upper realm. While I'm at it, I'll see if I can rescue Senior Ji Shengchu." That person heard and replied, "Then we'll trouble young Master Chang if you can rescue our clan's immortal ancestor. The Ji family will definitely repay you with all our might." Zhang Chen ran alone into the depths of a huge cave, and as he ran he looked back and said, "Can you catch up?" Although Ji Yuchong's strength is immense, he's probably not a match for that Taoist. Although he said so, he was still worried. Although he didn't want to admit it, Ji Yuchong gave me a more dangerous feeling, but the Taoist should also be able to hold him off. He looked at the road while cursing, "Damn it, how can Ji Yuchong be so strong? Now I can only take it one step at a time. Escape this hellhole first." Zhang Chen was walking when he suddenly heard someone call "Little friend." Hearing this, he stopped and looked, thinking, "The one calling me must be the Ji family's immortal ancestor." According to legend, the Ji family's immortal ancestor should be a benevolent person. Otherwise, why would so many Taoist traditions have received his favor? I feel that Ji Shengchu, having been trapped in Kunshan for many years, might have gained something from this misfortune, and his cultivation might have advanced further. Although the laws of heaven and earth are incomplete now, I feel that once he recovers his strength he should be no weaker than a true immortal. True immortal. Wouldn't that be stronger than a remnant immortal? Zhang Chen smiled. If you can rescue him, perhaps he will become your backer. A true immortal level backer. Hurry. This is my chance to turn the tables. He exited through an entrance, and the voice came from there. Before him floated numerous coffins, indicating that true immortals had fallen here, and it was related to the dragon race. Could this be the Dragon King's lair? Is that immortal blood condensed on the dragon coffin? The light and sound at the highest point continued to call out, "Little friend." Zhang Chen still stood there and asked, "Senior, is this Senior Ji Shengchu?" He replied, "It is this old man." He eagerly asked, "That's great. Then Senior, what should I do to rescue you?" Ji Shengchu inside said, "You need to find the 8 array eyes and break them one by one. This restriction will naturally be lifted. This is a formation personally laid by an immortal king. Although it is now dilapidated and less than 1/10,000th of its original power, it is by no means simple. Little friend, you must be careful." Someone said to Zhang Chen, "I've found it. I'll break the formation and you can probe his background." Then he asked, "Senior seems to be in a poor state. I wonder why you were trapped here back then." He laughed loudly. Kunshan was originally the lair of the Upper Realm's true dragon clan. Later, the Dragon King was killed for unknown reasons and perished here. This old man, in search of the Dragon King's legacy, entered here alone, hoping to break through unexpectedly. Over the years, this old man luckily hid on this Tao platform, escaping the crushing force of the restriction. I'm afraid the outside world has long since changed drastically, hasn't it? Ji Shengchu, I have always been a man of my word throughout my life, never breaking faith with anyone except for Ah Lin. Little friend, rest assured, once you rescue this old man, you will be the benefactor of this old man and the entire Ji family. Little friend Han has also heard that this old man has always been upright and honorable, never deceived anyone, nor would I ever repay kindness with enmity," Zhang Chen firmly stated. "This junior has never doubted Senior's character, and she and I are now kindred spirits. This junior will rescue you no matter what." He stood there and said, "The array eye is broken, and the restriction here has been lifted." Ji Shengchu still sat there. "Little friend, you've worked hard, but I still need to trouble you with one more thing. I've been trapped here for many years and am now at the end of my rope. Before, due to the restriction, I couldn't recover on my own. I'm afraid it will take some time to take you out of here. From now on, with this old man here, no one will dare to touch you." Zhang Chen had already walked up and stood before him. "Senior, rest assured I will not let anyone disturb you," he thought. "As long as I leave Kunshan, my life will change. Ji Yuchang, although I haven't taken your life yet, you won't be able to take mine either." He suddenly turned around and found Ji Yuchang already standing behind him. Ji Yuchang even deliberately smiled and gestured with his hand. Zhang Chen exclaimed in shock, "How are you here?" He calmly stood with his hands behind his back and said, "Of course I came to rescue Senior Ji Shengchu. As for you, you inherited demonic arts, not only releasing the feathered Taoist sealed in the profound jade, but also attempting to take the lives of all those who came to rescue Senior Ji Shengchu. What exactly are you plotting?" Hearing this, he glanced at Ji Shengchu in a panic. "You're slandering me. I'm not a demonic arts inheritor. You're clearly slandering me. I think you're the one who wants to harm Senior Ji." At this moment, Ji Shengchu remained silent, but his skin gradually recovered. Ji Yuchang stepped forward and asked, "Then explain why you possess demonic arts. Do you think you can hide this from Senior Ji?" Zhang Chen was speechless. Ji Yuchang continued to ask, "Also, why did you break the profound jade and release the feathered Taoist, allowing him to slaughter the strong cultivators of various clans?" At this moment, Ji Shengchu had recovered somewhat, and he asked in confusion, "What happened?" Zhang Chen pointed at Ji Yuchang and said, "At the cave entrance it was unavoidable. If we hadn't broken that profound jade, it would have been difficult for us to enter and rescue you. Please believe that this junior is not an evil person. On the contrary, this one before you is a beast in human clothing, utterly cruel, wicked, and devoid of conscience." Ji Yuchang confidently said to him, "Senior, you have recovered quite a bit. You can use your divine sense to investigate and see if I am lying." Ji Shengchu stood up. "With this old man's realm, indeed nothing can be hidden from me." Zhang Chen panicked. "Senior Ji, you must believe me. I'm the one who unlocked the array eyes." He glanced and immediately discovered, "You indeed have demonic energy on you." Hearing this, Zhang Chen was instantly stunned, unable to move or say anything. Then Ji Shengchu continued, "But in terms of demonic nature, I see that this little friend is not even 1/10,000th of yours." Ji Yuchang's and the surrounding eyes also turned slightly purple. "Senior, how can you judge by appearance? This is a kind reminder to you." Zhang Chen looked at him with joy. "I've waited so long and finally met someone with a brain, as expected of a true immortal." Ji Yuchang stood there and asked, "Senior, although you are out of confinement, your strength has not fully recovered. Are you truly going to oppose my Jiyu family for the sake of this young man?" Ji Shengchu was surprised. "Jiyu family? Are you from the Chongsheng Jiyu family?" Hearing him ask this, Zhang Chen began to fear. Could even a true immortal be afraid of the Jiyu family? Ji Shengchu turned around and comforted. "Little friend, rest assured, whether he is from the Jiyu family or the Wang family, he is only at the quasi-emperor realm now. Since this old man has promised to keep you safe, I will never break my word." Zhang Chen was immediately overjoyed to hear this. "Thank you, senior." Ji Yuchang looked at them and cursed, truly refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. "But I only intended to tease you both. I never planned to let any of you go." Suddenly, a green light appeared where they were, and then someone laughed. Zhang Chen was astonished. "Brother Feather, why are you here?" he also asked with a bit of confusion. "Ancient Heavenly Venerative Feathering, it's the Ancient Heavenly Venerative Reincarnation." The person behind Ji Yuchang asked, "Have they all been killed?" He replied, "A few escaped. This old Taoist is just a remnant soul, so I couldn't catch them, but most were killed, so I consider the task you gave me complete." The scene was desolate. Flames soared and corpses lay everywhere. "Ancient Heavenly Venerative Reincarnation reminded, kid, what you promised me." Ji Yuchang clasped his hands and replied, "Rest assured I keep my word. After leaving Kunshan, a new body, a new identity, I won't shortchange you on any of them." Now Zhang Chen was astonished. "At that time you deliberately sent me a message. Was it all arranged by Ji Yuchang? You clearly swore on your Tao heart to me then. Aren't you afraid of being retaliated against by the heavenly Tao and having your future cut off?" He pointed at Ji Yuchang, mocking. "He actually believes in Tao heart oaths. Is such a character worthy of being your opponent?" Zhang Chen furiously said. Ji Shengchu raised his hand and said, "You're just a spirit born from a corpse, yet you dare to be so arrogant." With that single finger, the ancient heavenly venerative reincarnation broke, and even the giant rock behind him shattered. Zhang Chen was both astonished and delighted by this sight. It seemed the laws of heaven and earth here in Kunshan were not that strong. Even a remnant immortal could destroy everything with a wave of their hand. Ji Yuchang ordered, "Push him away." He immediately responded, "All right." The ancient heavenly venerative reincarnation charged towards Ji Shengchu. "I don't think you're so great either, just talking big." "All right, pull him away. Let's go, old man, let's play over there." Zhang Chen called back, "Senior Ji." Ji Yuchang looked at him. "It seems your last reliance is also unreliable." Zhang Chen panicked and demonic energy erupted from his body again. "Don't come over, I have demonic arts protecting me." He rushed towards Ji Yuchang shouting in astonishment, "What?" Zhang Chen's eyes widened, looking at the object before him. "You are?" Ji Yuchang smiled, putting his hand on the old evil cultivator's shoulder. "Oh, he's my puppet. I suppose you also. All of his attacks were blocked by the old evil cultivator. The old evil cultivator wore a mask revealing sharp fangs and prepared to take off the mask. After taking it off he asked, "Familiar, isn't it?" And Zhang Chen stood rooted to the spot, motionless. How could it be him? Senior, he finally pieced everything together. Was I being calculated by Ji Yuchang from beginning to end? Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. So you are the most deeply hidden demonic arts inheritor, and your maid is merely a distraction? Ji Yuchang asked. You've been watching for so long and you still won't show yourself. If you don't save him, I will take his life and then you won't be able to obtain the immortal fortune boat you desire. Suddenly another woman appeared. She sighed and Zhang Chen softly called out, "Master." He stood there looking at her and called, "Ruoyan." Xiao Ruoyan stood there and said, "You finally discovered me." He stood there looking at her and said, "Ruoyan, you really disappoint me, but I suppose I should call you the High Priest of Destiny now. You truly are dishonest. Do you remember what you said to me when you served me?" The scene switched to the two talking intimately. Ji Yuchang asked, "Is there anything else Ruoyan is hiding from me?" She stammered, I am certainly not hiding anything from young master." Back to reality. Hearing this, Zhang Chen furiously said, "Serving, how could he treat my pure and innocent love interest like that?" The person inside advised. "Calm down, little divine scion," Xiao Ruoyan said shyly, blushing. "My status was different then, so my words were different. Why must young master Ji be so aggressive?" Ji Yuchang stood before her and asked, "So what is your intention now?" "To stop me," she replied. "The immortal fortune boat is formed from Zhang Chen. If you take his life it would also mean destroying the immortal fortune boat." So he directly grabbed Xiao Ruoyan's neck. "Do you think you can stop me? I'll give you two choices. 1. You hand over the method to refine the immortal fortune boat, and I'll spare your life and all past grievances will be wiped away. 2. I'll take your life first." He then tried to find a way to refine the immortal fortune boat from Zhang Chen's body. Zhang Chen spoke from behind. "Ruoyan, you don't have to for my sake," with her neck gripped. Xiao Ruoyan looked directly at Ji Yuchang. "Then I can only choose one," the person within Zhang Chen's body said worriedly. "Master, how could you?" And he just stood there asking, "Ruoyan, do you truly have no feelings for me at all?" Ji Yuchang released her, saying, "It seems I didn't misjudge you. Smart people know how to seize opportunities and adapt to circumstances." Then he extended his hand and Xiao Ruoyan obediently handed over the method. "The methods are all here." Only Zhang Chen from afar desperately cried out, "Ruoyan, are you really going to help Ji Yuchang take my life? You've disappointed me greatly." Ruoyan glanced at him lightly and sighed. "It's come to this, how can you still be so conceited?" Zhang Chen walked forward defiantly saying, "Ji Yuchang, you only bully us weaklings. What kind of ability is that?" Then he sat on the ground pointing at Ji Yuchang provocatively. "If you're so capable, wait until Senior Ji is free to fight." Though he said this, his heart was already extremely tense. Ji Yuchang watched the two struggling and said, "A fight is lively indeed. Since the medicine bottle is in hand, I'll watch them for now. Refining you won't be quick anyway. I'll go deal with them first." The ancient heavenly venerative reincarnation held his whisk and looked at Ji Shengchu's body. He roughly surveyed the old man. "I didn't expect you to be at the end of your rope yet still fighting so hard." Ji Shengchu snorted after hearing this. "One person can't defeat this old man, so you want to come at me together?" The ancient heavenly venerative reincarnation said, "Oh," after seeing this, "young man, you've come just in time. Quickly help me capture him. Once I seize his body, my strength can recover 7 to 8 tenths. Ji Yuchang smiled sinisterly after hearing this. "Good, come here." The ancient heavenly venerative reincarnation hadn't even figured out what was happening, only asking, "What are you doing?" when he was subdued by Ji Yuchang. Ji Yuchang whispered, "You actually believed my promise. That's truly unexpected." Before fully entering the medicine bottle, he shouted, "You brat, how dare you scheme against me?" Ji Yuchang remained standing there, waiting until the ancient heavenly venerative reincarnation had fully entered the medicine bottle before speaking. Ji Shengchu asked in surprise after seeing this, "Is that thing the Grand Dao treasure vase?" Ji Yuchang smiled and asked, "As expected of Senior Ji Shengchu, the human ancestor, to recognize this item, will you enter yourself, or shall I capture you and bring you in?" Ji Shengchu stood there stubbornly replying, "Ji you family brat, you succeeded while this old man was unprepared, but this old man is now on guard. You want to capture me? Delusional." Upon hearing this, Ji Yuchang with the golden, green and red light in his hand said directly, "Then I will come openly." Behind him were the new immortal gourd, 9 mountains immortal seal, Grand Supreme diagram, Grand Dao treasure vase and 8 desolations demonic halberd. A huge barrier appeared before the white-haired man, causing him to grit his teeth and roar. All these artifacts surpassed Dao attainer level. He fiercely charged towards the barrier, his powerful force shattering nearby mountains into pieces. The white-haired man angrily cursed, "Weren't the Grand Supreme diagram and immortal slaying gourd lost in the last battle with the 8 desolations and 10 domains? How did they end up in this brat's hands?" Before him appeared 2 dragon phoenixes engulfed in flames, charging towards him. The fire dragon was caught by a massive palm. On the other side, the phoenix was also captured, emitting a piercing shriek. 2 hands appeared from the air, easily seizing these 2 fierce beasts. Ji Yuchang flashed, appearing behind the white-haired man. He had to be vigilant, yet secretly mused, "I can still handle these artifacts. What's difficult is this brat. After becoming a demon, his strength is no longer that of an ordinary Dao attainer." Ji Yuchang delivered a fatal strike, sending his entire body crashing fiercely to the ground. The sturdy jade mountain peak stood unmoving in the darkness as if suppressing something. Ji Chong cleared his throat from the side and loudly declared, "Senior Ji Shengchu, stop struggling in despair." Below, 2 hands were attempting to prop up the jade. Ji Shengchu roared, "Brat, don't be so arrogant." Suddenly his eyes snapped open and something from afar was rushing towards Ji Shengchu, who was struggling to support the heavy treasure. When he could no longer bear it, he fiercely lunged out, letting his clone be crushed beneath it. Ji Shengchu gritted his teeth and slashed at Ji Chong, only to find that Ji Chong was already prepared. At this moment a mark appeared at his feet. Ji Shengchu soared into the sky, surprising Ji Chong. This guy is even more formidable than the great mountain lord. Even at the end of his rope, I'll still have to exert some effort." Ji Shengchu bit his thumb, blood flowing freely, and he stretched both hands forward, simultaneously shouting, "By immortal blood as a guide, shadowless in the sun, suppress evil and eliminate wickedness, grow large." Following Ji Shengchu's command, a huge crimson sun immediately appeared behind him. Ji Shengchu said coldly, "Brat, is this old man so easy to kill?" The people standing below upon seeing this exclaimed in unison, "A small sun." A young man's eyes widened, astonished. "This is Senior Ji's power. This is the power of an immortal. Ji Chong is surely dead this time." The woman next to her, hearing the young man's words, glanced at him, secretly despising. "These ignorant people are truly pitiful. Meeting Ji Chong is your misfortune." Ji Chong still stood there, calmly watching the crimson meteors simultaneously flying towards him. A cunning smile played on his lips. "Then I won't be polite." As soon as he finished speaking, the meteors fell, creating deafening explosions. After the smoke and dust dissipated, Ji Chong appeared as a massive and tenacious warrior full of power. Ji Shengchu's eyes widened in astonishment. He hadn't even had time to react when Ji Chong's sharp claws pierced him. Ji Chong impaled Ji Shengchu's body with his weapon, submerging him into the crimson mini-sun he had created earlier. His entire body plunged in with him. The powerful catalysis shattered everything into pieces. The woman stood there unperturbed, while the young man beside her was already too stunned to speak. He weakly coughed up a mouthful of blood, and a name suddenly flashed in his mind, Zhang Chen. The young man was quickly sucked away by a dark force, and he could only scream in agony, "Ji Chong, you'll die a terrible death. Ruoyan, save me. Master, master." Ruoyan, witnessing this scene, sighed softly. It seems Ji Chong is about to step into the ranks of Dao attainers. To achieve Dao at such a young age, it's no exaggeration to say he's unprecedented and unrepeatable. Half a month later, a beam of light carrying terrifying power directly struck the ground, and Ji Chong stretched out his hand, absorbing all the power. He muttered to himself, "I've finally broken through. I needed so much experience. It was truly difficult." Yin Mi stood nearby and whispered, "Congratulations, young master." A sharp glint flashed in Ji Chong's eyes. A mysterious smile played on his lips. After breaking through, even more memories resurfaced. What? At this moment the system appeared before him, accompanied by a prompt message. "Congratulations to the host for killing the Son of Fortune, Zhang Chen. The Heavenly Dao treasure box has been opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the technique to control the immortal fortune boat. Other rewards have been converted into transcendent bones. The host currently possesses 206 transcendent bones." Ji Chong pondered, feeling the surging power within him. He frowned, wondering, why does it still feel like something is missing? Is it a problem with the current laws of heaven and earth? It seems the remaining mysteries of the transcendent bones can only be explored after breaking through to the immortal realm. The plan for the epic ancient tree should also be put on the agenda. When the epic Dao fruit ripens, the laws of heaven and earth in the upper realm, and even its fortune, will be rejuvenated. In this process, immortal gates are likely to appear, bringing opportunities for all beings to achieve immortality. By then, won't the epic Dao fruit also be a bait? How many fish will take the bait? He spread his palm, letting the treasure fly over. Ji Chong exclaimed, "This is indeed the immortal fortune boat. As expected, it's extraordinary, containing the power of time, but it still lacks some spatio-temporal coordinates." He secretly thought, but if it can be combined with the profound sky mirror and the time-space steel in my hand, perhaps it could truly disrupt time, return to the ancient immortal era, or even travel to a forbidden epoch. Thinking this, Ji Chong chuckled softly. "The matters here are concluded. It's time to leave. Let's go out and see how many survivors there are." A green dragon coiled and spiraled, taking him to the rugged mountains where rain and snow fell. From a nearby cave came stuttering voices filled with fear. "How could this be? In this Kunshan, death is at every 10 steps. We can't get out." Another person admonished, "Keep your voice down. What if that cold flood dragon hasn't gone far? Have you forgotten how the heavenly demon sovereign was swallowed by it? Someone even cursed that damned old Taoist in the fur coat. That damn Zhang Chen," another person sighed, gritting their teeth. "He killed so many of us, even the heavenly Phoenix Lord, and those Dao attainers didn't survive. How can we get out?" Seeing everyone's prolonged gloom, the man smiled and suggested, "Since we can't get out, why don't we indulge in some pleasures of the flesh? Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, what do you say?" The long-haired man next to him also agreed with a lecherous smile. "Yes, instead of being swallowed by the demonic beasts of Kunshan, why don't we enjoy ourselves first?" The heavenly Phoenix Maiden gritted her teeth and roared. "Get lost," he snorted, disdainfully saying, "It's come to this and you still think you're a princess?" The person next to him also stood up and said, "Anyway, we're all going to die, so you don't need to keep up appearances anymore." The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden now felt afraid, and she sternly shouted, "What do you want to do?" The two men, instead of letting go, stepped forward and grabbed her. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden struggled desperately. What do you want to do?" In a corner not far away, someone suddenly stood up. The bewildered young man next to her softly called, "Chuyue." Chuyue stepped forward to shield the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, while simultaneously scolding, "You people from the Heaven-slaying sect, you're supposedly from aristocratic families, how can you be so despicable and shameless? If the family head were still alive," the man frowned and interrupted her. "Chuyue, I advise you not to meddle or we'll kill you too," another person also said disdainfully. "Do you think a mere Ji Yaoxing at the peak of the Grand Saint realm can protect you?" His words immediately made the two girls tremble, and the golden-haired young man standing behind also felt a premonition, shouting loudly, "Chuyue, come back!" Just then a rift suddenly appeared in space. Ji Yuchang slowly emerged, his cold voice clear and crisp. "I finally found you. It seems that old Taoist in the fur coat killed many of your people, didn't he?" Chuyue and the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden were stunned when they saw him. Tears welling up in their eyes, both felt as if a huge weight had been lifted from their hearts. They cried out in unison, "Young Master Chang, you're not dead?" After young Master Chang finished speaking, the two rushed over and threw themselves into his arms. Chuyue sobbed, "That's wonderful, you're all right." The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden also cried, "Many of us died." Chuyue, covering her face and sobbing, recounted, "Father and the other Dao attainer seniors are battling that Taoist. For some reason, many demonic beasts suddenly surged out of Kunshan and attacked us, causing almost all the seniors to be wiped out." The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden continued, "On the way to escape, some died, some went missing. Thankfully, young Master Chang, you're still alive, or we probably wouldn't have made it out alive." A sharp glint appeared in Ji Yuchang's eyes, and a dangerous smile played on his lips. "Isn't this the perfect opportunity to kill you all?" Ji Yuchang glanced at Chuyue, secretly thinking, "Never mind, if I'm the only one to survive, it's easier to arouse suspicion. Leaving a few mouths to spread my good deeds wouldn't be bad either." He nodded lightly and replied, "I see. Now you don't need to worry. Since I've found you, I'll take everyone out of Kunshan." The surrounding people, upon hearing Ji Yuchang's words, cheered happily. "Wonderful, young Master Chang is our savior, wonderful. With young Master Chang's strength we have hope." At this moment the young man spoke up and asked, "By the way, did you kill that Zhang Chen, also our Ji family's immortal ancestor?" Before he could finish, Ji Yuchang interrupted him, sighing regretfully, "To tell you the truth, it's a shame. I couldn't catch up to Zhang Chen. Afterwards, I encountered another layer of mist from who knows where. I was trapped in it for half a month. After getting out, I sensed extremely terrifying fighting in the depths. But that aura was beyond my match, so I didn't dare to approach. Now that I think about it, that must have been Senior Ji Shengchu and that Taoist in the fur coat fighting. As for why they haven't come out yet, either they truly can't escape or that guy." The young man, hearing this, gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it, that Zhang Chen has caused the death of so many powerful figures this time. He'll have no place in the upper realm from now on." Chuyue lowered her eyes, her voice sorrowful. "I never thought he was a demonic arts inheritor. It's all my fault. I caused our ancestor to be unable to escape. I caused the family head and elders to suffer. I am a sinner of the Ji family." Ji Yuchang gently stroked her head, comforting her. "Miss Chuyue, don't blame yourself. I didn't see it either. By that logic, am I also a sinner? However, from now on, Miss Chuyue needs to be more careful. Not everyone is worthy of your kindness. On the contrary, some will exploit your innocence and goodness." The long-haired man, hearing him say this, also echoed, "Yes, young Master Chang is right. Miss Ji is too kind." The man squinted, smiling. "Indeed, all the fault lies with that damn Zhang Chen." Chuyue felt comforted after being placated. She shyly said, "I'll listen to young Master Chang." "All right, let's not dwell on this matter," Ji Yuchang announced solemnly. "All right, everyone, prepare yourselves. I will do my utmost to lead everyone out of here." Everyone cheered in unison. "Young Master Chang, young Master Chang." Meanwhile, in a nearby valley, a huge creature was slowly approaching. Yi Chen was severely injured but still struggled to say, "The demonic beasts in Kunshan. Any one of them is hard to deal with, and you're carrying me. I'm afraid we can't get out." The girl frowned, her expression resolute. "Don't say another word." She suddenly recalled the previous scene where that arrogant old man with a triumphant expression killed everyone. He pointed directly at her face, a smile playing on his lips. "You can't escape, little girl." The girl's face immediately turned pale after hearing the old man's words. However, just then, Yi Chen rushed out from behind, shouting loudly, "Seal, activate them all." As soon as he finished speaking, the mask on Yi Chen's face immediately shattered. Back in reality, she gently pressed their foreheads together and whispered, "In case none of us get out." Just then a sphere fell from the sky, shaking the ground outside and causing the snow demons to wail in agony. As she wondered what was happening, she heard a voice from outside the cave. "Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, follow quickly. Young Master Chang has already opened the way, leading us out." A moment later, when everyone had been moved to a safer location, Ji Yuchang announced, "All right, everyone, it's safe here. Return to your respective sects and families." He bowed his head in thanks. "Young Master Chang's life-saving grace, my sister Ruan Kei and I will never forget. Should young Master Chang ever have need, my sister and I will brave any danger without hesitation." Everyone also bowed in unison, shouting, "Thank you, young Master Chang." One of them breathed a sigh of relief finally out. "I swear I'll never come to this dreadful place in Kunshan again. Let's go, let's go." Ji Chuyue and the young man also turned to leave. She turned to ask the young man, "Brother, from now on will our Ji family be reduced to a second-rate force?" The young man sighed softly. "The immortal ancestor could not be rescued and the family head and many elders' fates are unknown, I'm afraid." Watching them leave, Ji Chang's lips involuntarily curved into a mysterious smile. After a moment of silence he finally spoke. "You should return to Dao Tian Immortal Palace. Since I said I would let go of what happened before, I won't blame you again, but I also don't wish for a next time." Ruoyan softly assented. "Yes." She lowered her eyes and murmured to herself, "I should also go back and organize my memories." Behind her, Ada appeared with Yan calling out loudly, "Master." Ji Chang casually turned his head. "You're out?" and Yan jumped out of Ada's arms, tiredly saying, "Thank you, young Master Chang, for sending this senior to look after me." He instructed Yan, "I've entrusted everything to you. I hope you don't disappoint me." She respectfully cupped her fists, confidently saying, "Please rest assured, young Master Chang, Yan will not fail your expectations. May I ask if it's convenient? If so, Yan would like to invite you for a walk." Ji Chang jumped into the black hole that appeared in the air, his cold voice carrying, This is a good time for you to rally Zai's remaining forces, take control of the clan and focus on serious matters. If you truly want to walk, let Ada accompany you." Hearing this, Yan turned to Ada in confusion. Coincidentally, he was also dumbfounded, scratching his head, not understanding what had just happened. A few days later, in a town, whispers circulated in a corner of the market. This trip to Kunshan was a complete failure, with heavy losses for many major forces like the clan, War Immortal Manor, Tianwang Mountain, and the Ji family. Others nodded in agreement. That the younger generation survived this time is thanks to young Master Chang. A young man almost cried. "Young Master Chang, I'm truly moved to tears." A husky voice from an old man spoke. "After all, the culprit is Zhang Chen. Who knew that little thief was an inheritor of demonic arts?" The woman standing nearby, hearing their words, smiled with narrowed eyes, thinking to herself how much better it felt to speak her mind. "Didn't they say the young master would kill me to gain fame? You're disappointed. Not only did he not kill me, but he helped me solve a big problem." A wisp of her divine soul flew out, angrily saying, "Perhaps he's only keeping you because you still have other uses. Don't be too happy too soon. You, at best, are a minor demon, while Ji Chang, seemingly a righteous figure, might actually be a great demon." Meanwhile, at the Changsheng Ji family, before Ji Chang, two powerful forces violently collided in the air. He frowned, sternly saying, "What kind of rat dares to act in the Ji family's territory?" Just then, Ji Lintian flew over, exclaiming in surprise, "Chang Yu!" He quickly hid behind Ji Chang, panting and pleading for help. "Quickly, help father block this." He stepped forward, frowning. "I'd like to see who dares to be so arrogant in the Ji family's territory." Madame Ji, seeing Ji Chang, her tone unconsciously softened. "Chang, you're back." He cupped his fists and replied, "Mother Chang has matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first." With that, Ji Chang turned and departed. Madame Ji once again rushed towards Ji Lintian, striking him fiercely. She shouted, "Ji Lintian, stop." He continued to flee, wailing, "My lady misunderstands, my lady. Please mind your dignity." Ji Chang thought to himself, "No wonder Mother and Minkung get along so well." He activated his cultivation technique and flew to a cliff not far away. A woman sat with her back to him. Feeling someone approach, she merely spoke faintly, "Have you successfully entered the Dao?" Ji Chang sat beside her, smiling. "You found out? It was just luck." A woman glanced at him, her tone cold. "Luck? Those two words don't suit you." Ji Chang humbly said, "You think too highly of me. However, even now I can't discern your realm." Qingyi's lips curved into a slight smile. "Not calling me anything now?" He spread his hand, conjuring an item, and simultaneously said, "I coincidentally acquired something this time, perhaps you recognize it." She frowned, guessing Immortal Fortune Boat. Ji Chang smiled upon hearing this. "As expected, you recognize it. This time I also brought back a few mortal toys for you. I think you'll like them." Qingyi asked in confusion, "Why are there also earth dragons?" He tossed the earth dragon into the water, replying, "Just brought them along for that fat pig to eat." Suddenly a creature burst out from under the water, grabbed the earth dragon fruit and shouted, "You're the fat one." Ji Chang said disdainfully, "If you're so capable, don't eat it." It smacked its lips, shouting, "Eat, eat, eat, it would be a waste not to." Qingyi picked up an item and examined it, gently saying, "Mandarin duck pouch. I remember you gave me something similar before. Back then I thought they were two wild ducks embroidered on it." Ji Chang tossed another earth dragon fruit, asking in confusion, "When was that?" "I don't remember." Her gaze drifted into the distance. "You'll remember eventually." Several months later, in a magnificent city nestled among green hills, a fierce shout came from an unknown place. "All members of the Ji family, come out and die." A man with a solemn expression slightly frowned. "This trip to Kunshan was a heavy blow to the Ji family. Do you think Ji Chang won't come back to help them?" The old man next to him calmly replied, "That's why we're just encircling them without attacking, waiting to see what happens." A disciple, his face full of fear, stammered, "The immortal ancestor hasn't been rescued yet, and the family head and dozens of elders perished in Kunshan. What should we do now?" Subsequently, murmurs and discussions arose incessantly. "If we hadn't gone to rescue the immortal ancestor, how would the Ji family have fallen to this state? Is the Ji family truly headed for destruction this time?" someone suggested. "Before the enemy invades, let the younger generation of the clan escape first. They are the last sparks. Only if they live can the clan endure." Ji Yaoxing then spoke. Perhaps we have one last plan. Let's go to the Gu family, Ji Chuyue asked with a bitter smile. What? She lowered her head, sadly saying, but because of Zhang Chen will young Master Chang dislike me? He frowned, comforting her. If he disliked you, young Master Chang wouldn't have taken such meticulous care of you in Kunshan during the final moments. Besides, it's better than doing nothing. You must believe in your own beauty. Ji Qingshan had a chance, why shouldn't you? Ji Yaoxing's words awakened Ji Chuyue as if from a dream. At this moment on Ji Chang's side, while concentrating his power at his fingertips, he pondered, when the epic Dao fruit ripens, the immortal realm gates will surely reappear. By then the most secretive existences of various clans and Dao traditions will emerge to contend for the path to immortality. I still need greater primordial power to enhance my strength. It seems necessary to remind Princess Garen of the Juyin Imperial Court. She still owes me a lot of Juyin primordial power. A maid walked in from outside, interrupting Ji Chang's thoughts. Master, the Ji family siblings are here to see you. He raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Oh, only now, they certainly have patience. Let them in. The two walked in, cupping their fists and bowing in unison, saying, Greetings, young Master Chang. Ji Chang calmly nodded and replied, Long time no see, it seems you two have endured much hardship recently. What brings you to see me? Ji Yaoxing went straight to the point. Due to the trip to Kunshan, the Ji family's prestige and power have greatly diminished. Now we are surrounded by old enemies and Chuyue and I barely escaped. Ji Chuyue also hastily added, Please, young Master Chang, lend us a hand. I know this is a difficult request, but my brother and I have no other choice. Ji Chang hesitated. I still have many matters to attend to, and I'm afraid I cannot spare time for now. No sooner had he finished speaking than Ji Chuyue knelt down in a hurry. Ji Chang exclaimed in surprise, Miss Ji Chuyue, what are you doing? She remained kneeling, sincerely saying, Please, young Master Chang, have mercy. Chuyue is willing to stay by young Master Chang's side and serve you from now on. He widened his eyes upon hearing this, thinking to himself, she's changed so quickly. Didn't she used to dislike me greatly? Ji Chang slowly walked forward and helped Ji Chuyue up. What foolish talk, miss. How could I be a villain who takes advantage of others? She immediately denied. No, it's not. Ji Yaoxing also hastily chimed in. Young Master Chang, Chuyue is willing. After a moment of thought, Ji Chang finally said, I understand the situation now. Miss Chuyue, please stay here for today. The two rejoiced in unison. That's wonderful. He frowned sternly and said, When the news spreads, the Ji family's crisis will resolve itself. The Ji family siblings bowed in unison gratefully, saying, Thank you, young Master Chang, your great kindness. Our Ji family will remember it for a lifetime. Ji Chang feigned a sigh. Senior Ji Shengchu rendered great service to the beings of the upper realm back then. How can I stand idly by when the Ji family faces such a catastrophe? That night the moonlight was bright, illuminating the earth. Ji Chang calmly walked ahead, comforting Ji Chuyue. Don't worry. From today onwards the major sects should no longer target the Ji family. She nodded gratefully. Chuyue understands. Chuyue doesn't know how to thank young Master Chang. I truly have nothing to offer in return. Seeing her stammer, Ji Chang playfully teased. So you want to offer yourself? Ji Chuyue's face turned crimson upon hearing this, and she mumbled a few MHMMS. Then she suddenly snapped awake hastily and flusteredly, explaining, No, that's not what I meant. Chuyue meant that if you don't mind. Ji Chang subtly glanced at her, thinking to himself, Are you truly clueless or merely pretending? He approached Ji Chuyue, asking, Do you know why the Ji family and your brother insisted on sending you here? She honestly replied, Because they wanted me to curry favor with young Master Chang. This overly direct answer made Ji Chang widen his eyes in astonishment. She actually said that out loud, truly thoughtless. He then turned and left, his low voice echoing in the silent space. So you were used as a bargaining chip, but don't worry. Stay here for a few days, and once the Ji family is safe, you can return on your own. I won't force you. Ji Chuyue watched Ji Chang's retreating figure, feeling a pang of discomfort. Do you look down on me? What kind of woman do you like? Several spiritual energies converged at a point in the city from all directions. The butler stood respectfully at the side, reporting, Saintess, the Juyin disaster has erupted again in the southwest of the heavenly domain. The nearby Great Yu Immortal Dynasty has sent people to investigate. Zhang Chuchu sat cross-legged in her room, sighing softly and asked, How many times has the Juyin disaster erupted in the past few months? The butler truthfully replied, Your subordinate suspects the emergence of a Juyin imperial clan, which has led to the frequent outbreaks of the Juyin disaster. Zhang Chuchu frowned, pressing, Juyin imperial clan? The butler nodded. I heard from the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty's people that unusual spatial rifts have appeared in the border regions. Not only has the Juyin disaster erupted there, but it also seems to lead to an unexplored ancient world. However, this is just a rumor, and its veracity is hard to ascertain. The Great Yu Immortal Dynasty is also actively concealing this matter. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she murmured, An unexplored ancient world? If this is true, the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty is probably considering claiming it for themselves. It seems I must go there personally. Zhang Chuchu coldly commanded, All right, you may return for now. The butler glanced outside the door, saw Ji Chang approaching, bowed silently, and quickly departed. Feeling someone approach, Zhang Chuchu asked, Is there anything else? Ji Chang scooped her up and with an evil smile said, Of course there is. Zhang Chuchu's face flushed crimson and she shrieked, Ji Chang, how did you get here? Why didn't you notify me beforehand, leaving me unprepared? He replied with a cheerful laugh. What preparation do you need to see me? You're always so cold and aloof, so there's no need to worry about me seeing any ugly side of you. Zhang Chuchu struggled continuously, shouting, "Hey, put me down, this position is too embarrassing." Ji Yuchang calmly said, "What embarrassing position haven't I seen you in? What's embarrassing?" Hearing this, she gnashed her teeth in anger, cursing, "Ji Yuchang, you shameless scoundrel, how can you say such things without batting an eye?" He leaned close to Zhang Chuchu's ear, asking, "Are you injured? Haven't I already prepared spiritual energy for you?" She blushed but still stubbornly replied, "The Juyin disasters have erupted too frequently these past few months and the human ancestor hall's power is simply insufficient." Before Zhang Chuchu could finish speaking, Ji Yuchang conjured a barrier, and as he walked into it he said, "Let's go to our old spot, I'll help you heal." Zhang Chuchu began to struggle again. "Why to our old spot?" A moment later, as she sat comfortably in the hot water, her body naked, she glanced at him and asked, Why did I have to take off my clothes too?" Ji Yuchang smiled and replied, "Don't you think it's more effective this way?" Zhang Chuchu shyly whispered, "Stop it, there are still several Juyin disasters waiting for me to handle. Once my injuries are a bit better." He placed his hand on her back, interrupting her. "Don't worry, I've already sent people." Zhang Chuchu's eyes widened in surprise. Meanwhile in another place, a green bottle was continuously absorbing black energy. Ada put away the bottle, muttering to himself in confusion, "It's almost done, but why did Master tell me to find him only tomorrow?" Back in reality, Zhang Chuchu bit her red lip and softly called out. Ji Yuchang pressed her against the edge of the bathtub, saying, "Before I entered the hall, I overheard your conversation. This time I'll accompany you on your trip to the great Yu Immortal Dynasty." Zhang Chuchu stammered in surprise. Really?" He nodded definitively. "Of course, I wouldn't want you to get hurt again. I'll give you some spiritual energy later," she exclaimed in pleasant surprise. "Really?" Ji Yuchang couldn't help but be amused by Zhang Chuchu's innocent reaction. "Foolish girl, focus on healing." Ripples spread across the water's surface the next day at the boat waiting area. Seeing Zhang Chuchu, Ji Yuchang couldn't resist teasing, "Saintess Chu, didn't you rest well last night? Even at the Grand Saint realm one shouldn't overexert their cultivation." She nudged his arm, warning, "You dare to speak?" Only then did Ada suddenly realize, resolving all his doubts from yesterday. "So that's how it was." Zhang Chuchu, holding Ji Yuchang's hand, excitedly exclaimed, "Following young Master Chang from the human ancestor hall to the great Yu Immortal Dynasty." He glanced at her, feeling a touch of smugness. "Have I activated her maiden heart? If that titular Saintess Wang Zijin saw Zhang Chuchu, she might think I'd put a spell on her friend." Later, in the Eastern Heaven Domain's great Yu Immortal Dynasty, Zhang Chuchu looked into the distance and softly said, "It seems quite a few people are here for this hunting assembly." At this moment, on a flying boat, a lewd-faced old man spoke. "Hey, pretty lady over there, are you from out of town? Want to come play on my boat?" "Of course, playing in bed is fine too." After speaking, the old man laughed heartily, full of pride. Zhang Chuchu frowned in disdain. "Get lost. If you utter another insolent word, I'll kill you." The Quasi-Supreme, however, showed no fear but rather arrogantly shouted, "A mere woman in the early Grand Saint realm dares to speak to this old man like that. I must capture her and teach her a good lesson." Ji Yuchang at this moment elegantly asked, "Are you from the great Yu Immortal Dynasty?" The Quasi-Supreme let out an "Oh, so there's a pretty boy too. I'm from the great Yu Immortal Dynasty's general's mansion. Where did you two come from?" Ji Yuchang squinted and smiled, placing his hand on her shoulder, introducing, "Oh, her name is Zhang Chuchu from the Human Ancestor Hall." Hearing this, the killing intent around the Quasi-Supreme instantly vanished, and he froze. "Human Ancestor Hall, then you?" The woman next to him covered her mouth, looking at the Saintess in horror. Ji Yuchang's gaze sharpened, and his cold voice rang out, "Human Ancestor Hall's successor, Ji Yuchang." Immediately after, the Quasi-Supreme's flying boat burst into raging flames, and he himself was pulled onto Ji Yuchang's flying boat. He knelt on the ground, and Ji Yuchang placed his hand on the Quasi-Supreme's face, absorbing his energy, thinking to himself, "Great Yu Immortal Dynasty, Emperor Yu Tianhe, Quasi-Emperor, Chief Eunuch Zhu, Taoist, strength unknown. Second Imperial Uncle Ming Tianzheng General's mansion has Tuoba Zan, Tuoba Xiaoyao's daughter. Great Yu Immortal Dynasty's reclusive imperial ancestors, number unknown." Useless. After a while, Zhang Chuchu softly asked, "How is it? Any useful information?" Ji Yuchang directly threw the Quasi-Supreme aside and replied, "After all, he's just a Quasi-Supreme. He only knows trivial matters. By the way, why is Wang Zijin never at the Human Ancestor Hall every time I go?" Zhang Chuchu, helping him wipe his hands, asked in confusion, "Why do you ask about her?" Ji Yuchang explained with a smile, "I'm the successor of the Human Ancestor Hall, and she should be the Saintess, yet she's always neglecting her duties, leaving you to work hard alone. Don't I have the right to ask?" Hearing this, Zhang Chuchu sighed softly. "Zijin Yi recently returned to the Wang family. It seems to enter the Wang family's ancestral land. I don't know why. After that, I haven't heard from her again, but I'm different. I have no home. The Human Ancestor Hall is my destination and also a responsibility I cannot escape." Ji Yuchang's gaze lowered slightly. As expected, she has her own great destiny. He walked forward, gently kissed her forehead and softly said, "Who says you don't have a home?" Ji Yuchang murmured to himself, "I will give you a home." Zhang Chuchu smiled shyly, feeling incredibly warm in her heart. The scene shifted to another location where the surrounding ground kept shaking as if someone had just sped by, and a stern voice echoed in the air, "Tuoba Xiaoyao, hand over the heaven-length sword or die." Tuoba Xiaoyao, while desperately dodging the relentless attacks, thought to himself, I never expected that after reincarnating from another world I would fall so quickly here. After the dust settled, that person warned again. Tuoba Xiaoyao, you're at death's door. A wise man submits to circumstances. Hand over the heaven-length sword. Don't you care about your sister's life? The person standing next to him added. Such an immortal item is not something you're worthy of possessing. In your hands it's just a waste. Tuoba Xiaoyao roared furiously. To value me so highly, sending so many powerful figures to pursue me and even using my clansmen to threaten me, is a despicable wretch like Jiyu Chong worthy of possessing an immortal item. And that slut Yu Feia, I treated her as my beloved, yet she leaked the news of me possessing the heaven-length sword. Just then Yu Feia's desperate voice came from behind. Xiaoyao, I never harmed you. I'm not who you think I am, and I didn't tell anyone about the heaven-length sword. It was all because of Imperial Father. However, before she could finish, Tuoba Xiaoyao roared and interrupted her. Shut up, do you think I'll still believe you? These two scoundrels deserve to die horribly. Yu Feia was unable to argue, only weakly uttering one word. Ah. A nearby old Taoist, losing patience, drew his bow and arrow and rushed over, simultaneously shouting, How dare you be disrespectful to young Master Chang, you're courting death. Arrows whizzed towards Tuoba Xiaoyao, and Yu Feia was terrified. She loudly cried, Xiaoyao! A barrier appeared under Yu Feia's feet and she fiercely rushed forward, using her body to shield Tuoba Xiaoyao from the arrow. Yu Feia's blood spurted out, splashing onto his stiff face. She weakly collapsed into Tuoba Xiaoyao's arms, trying to whisper her last words. I didn't harm you, you must believe me. He could only stammer. Watching Yu Feia fall unconscious in his arms, Tuoba Xiaoyao cried out her name in terror. Feia, Feia, I believe you, and what about the rest of you? He hugged Yu Feia's body, roaring in pain. A thunderous crack echoed in the dark space. Tuoba Xiaoyao's lips trembled, his eyes filled with hatred. Jiyu Chong and all of you will die. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward frantically, simultaneously unleashing sword without measure. Tuoba Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with hatred. He thought, in that world I was skilled in swordsmanship, a rare sword prodigy in 1,000 years. There's no reason for me to fail in this world either. Ultimately, Tuoba Xiaoyao failed. His entire body collapsed in a pool of blood lying next to Yu Feia's corpse. At this moment, Jiyu Chong walked over, holding a sharp sword. He hooked his lips in triumph and asked, What are you burning? Back to reality. In the general's mansion of the great Yu immortal dynasty, a horrified scream rang out. No, Tuoba Xiaoyao awoke from his nightmare. He covered his face, lost in thought. 10 years, a full 10 years have passed, but I still can't forget Jiyu Chong. He's like a mountain pressing on my heart, making it hard to breathe. However, having reincarnated, I don't believe I'll suffer a crushing defeat this time. According to my past life memories, the true reason Jiyu Chong took the heaven-length sword was to find the 7 heaven-length artifacts, thereby unlocking the Immortal Palace's secret treasury. Now I've used the supreme sword scripture from my past life in the Shu sect world to merge the heaven-length sword with my primordial spirit, refining it into the soul source heaven-length sword embryo. As long as I live, the sword lives. If I die, the sword is destroyed. There's absolutely no way to break this in this world. If Jiyu Chong wants the heaven-length sword, he cannot kill me. It seems I misunderstood Feia in my past life, but how did Jiyu Chong know I possessed the heaven-length sword? The heaven-length sword was originally my natal spirit sword. Even my elders didn't know about it. Meanwhile, outside, everyone in the great Yu immortal dynasty looked up at the sky, and someone exclaimed, The Milky Way in the sky, is that the great Yu immortal dynasty's myriad stars grand formation? Another person replied. I heard it can draw on the power of the myriad stars, and listened inexhaustible, capable of resisting attacks below the immortal realm. This shows how terrifying the great Yu immortal dynasty's foundation is. It's a top force in the upper realm. A master faintly reminded his disciples, You must work hard. If you can enter the top 10,000 this time, it will be a credit to the sect. If you're lucky enough to enter the top 5,000, you'll receive generous rewards upon returning. A young man grinned and asked, Master, what if I enter the top 1,000? He softly replied, I dare not hope for that. Those are all super talents who will enter the supreme realm in the future. Suddenly, a girl pointed ahead and simultaneously cried. Look, on the Imperial platform, Emperor Yu and the others seem to be waiting for someone. The young man next to her also asked in surprise, How are they waiting for the geniuses of this hunting assembly? The young man standing behind with arms crossed curled his lips. You're dreaming. Those who can be personally welcomed by Emperor Yu are not insignificant figures like us. On the city wall, someone had already spotted the boat. That person sternly asked, Whose boat is that? How dare it sail directly into the city? Emperor Yu Tianhe gravely asked Chief Eunuch Zhu, Is that the Jiyu family's boat? Chief Eunuch Zhu respectfully bowed his head and replied, Reporting to your majesty it is. Yu Ming stood aside, raising an eyebrow and whispering, Sister, Jiyu Chang's arrival in our great Yu might be your chance. Remember to seize it. Second Prince Yu Ming mockingly smiled. Imperial sister, this is already a blossoming romance, no longer needing that sword-obsessed Tuoba. Yu Ming shrugged. Last time in Kunwu City we were directly rejected. Yu Tianhe, hearing his son's whispering, turned and frowned, scolding, Yu Ming, what nonsense are you spouting? Jiyu Chong already has a marriage contract. Is our great Yu's jewel inferior to the peerless immortal dynasties to be his concubine? The nearby Chief Eunuch Zhu quietly reported, Your Majesty, there are 2 quasi-emperor auras inside. One is very weak. The other should be Ji Yu Chong. His aura is somewhat obscure. He might be concealing his strength. Yu Tianhe's eyes widened in surprise. What? You say he might have reached that realm? Chief Eunuch Zhu gently nodded. It's highly possible. Yu Tianhe watched the boat gradually approach and gravely said, I once heard that he could defeat ordinary Dao attainers, even in the quasi-emperor realm. If that's true, then Feiya becoming his concubine isn't out of the question. Zhang Chuchu looked down from the boat, wondering, why do I suddenly find Emperor Yu somewhat displeasing? Ji Yu Chong calmly curled his lips. It seems this place is even more lively than I imagined. After disembarking, Ji Yu Chong cupped his hands in a salute. Your Majesty, we have imposed upon you these past few days, Yu Tianhe politely replied. Young Master Chong, what are you saying? You at such a young age have traveled so far for the matter of Zhu Yintian. Our imperial court naturally extends our courtesy. They turned and walked inside, and His Majesty laughed heartily. Come, 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 I have prepared a banquet. Please, young master, enter. He walked smiling. Your Majesty is too kind. The matter of Zhu Yintian is simply my duty. Yu Tianhe pointed the way. Please, this way. Ji Yu Chong casually asked, I heard that beings from the Zhu Yin imperial court have appeared recently. This is a serious matter and needs careful handling. Hearing this, Yu Tianhe sighed softly. Young Master Chong is right. If the Zhu Yin imperial court truly emerges, it will be an ill omen. After they left, Yu Ming only then turned and whispered to Yu Feiya, Imperial sister, it seems Imperial father also has that intention. Zhang Chuchu glanced behind her, annoyed, and curled her lips. Inside the great Yu immortal dynasty, a wooden door was pushed open by a woman. She stood with her hands on her hips, frowning. Third brother, why are you still practicing your sword? Hurry and get ready. His Majesty's banquet is about to begin. Tuoba Xiaoyao, while focusing on his sword practice, retorted, A banquet, you all go, why must you drag me along? Tuoba Lingchong sighed. Don't you know, young Master Chong has arrived, and His Majesty wants us young people to meet the leader of the young prodigies of the upper realm. As soon as she finished speaking, Tuoba Xiaoyao fell to the ground with a thud, exclaiming, Ji Yu Chong. Tuoba Xiaoyao's mind was in a turmoil. Why would he come to Great Yu at this time? According to his original memories, Ji Yu Chong should only appear when a prince of the Zhu Yin imperial court emerges, attempting to propose marriage to the great Yu immortal dynasty. Third brother noticed his slightly strange behavior. Tuoba Lingchong asked with concern, What's wrong with you? Your face looks terrible. Tuoba Xiaoyao didn't answer, just stood there blankly, his mind racing, but it was clearly not that time yet. Had the trajectory of this life already changed? Just then a childish voice came from outside the door. Second sister, third brother, hurry and get ready. We need to leave, Tuoba Lingchong said to her family. I know, little sister, you're always so impatient. Tuoba Qingyu smiled sweetly. Because little sister wants to see young Master Chong quickly. I heard he's powerful, and also refined, helpful, and very handsome. Tuoba Xiaoyao scoffed. Refined my ass. Don't tell me everyone in the world is blind. Back at the banquet, Yu Tianhe sat at the head of the table, scanning everyone, and loudly declared, Young Master Chong holds all living beings in his heart with a broad Dao heart, which truly earns this emperor's utmost admiration. Come, let us toast young Master Chong, everyone chanted in unison. To young Master Chong, Yu Tianhe suddenly asked his daughter, Feiya, ever since you returned from Kunwu City, you've been thinking of young Master Chong. Today he's here. Why are you still shy? Yu Feiya stammered, blushing. Imperial father, he sighed softly. By both reason and custom, you should personally offer young Master Chong a cup of wine. Ji Yu Chong was the first to raise his cup. He smiled. I'm truly ashamed. That day in Kunwu City, Ji Yu was preoccupied with the matters of Kunshan and neglected the eldest princess. Today, Ji Yu will drink this cup as an apology. Yu Feiya then rose and elegantly replied, It was Feiya who was too presumptuous then. I hope young Master Chong doesn't mind, the maids behind whispered. It seems they want the eldest princess and young Master Chong to interact more. That person giggled, expressing agreement. Exactly. Tuoba Xiaoyao sat aside, leisurely eating his food and contemplating. In his previous life, because a prince of the Zhu Yin imperial court proposed marriage, Emperor Yu forced Feiya to befriend Ji Yu Chong. Although Ji Yu Chong appeared earlier in this life, the outcome was still the same. It seemed that the assassination of the second prince at the hunting assembly 3 days later would also occur. If he wasn't mistaken, the one who assassinated the second prince was the imperial uncle who once contended with Emperor Yu for the throne, and behind him there was likely Ji Yu Chong's shadow. He must warn Feiya to be careful. In this life, Ji Yu Chong's scheme must not succeed. Meanwhile above, Ji Yu Chong's gaze swept downwards, then paused slightly, pondering. A faint sword intent emanates from him. If it weren't for the system, I truly wouldn't have noticed. Not an ordinary son of fortune. Could it be related to the heaven-length sword? It seems Princess Feiya is his female protagonist, which is why she's hostile towards me. His chopsticks fiercely stabbed into a piece of red meat. Zhang Chuchu's face was pale, displeased, thinking, what princess? Is she prettier than me? Tuoba Xiaoyao on his side was also secretly worried. He's been staring at me. Has he already seen through my man-sword fusion? Impossible. Tuoba Qingyu gently tapped Tuoba Xiaoyao's hand and whispered, third brother, young Master Chong is looking at me. Has he already noticed me? Young Master Chong is indeed as rumored, gentle and refined with an extraordinary demeanor. He glanced at the little girl, secretly cursing, idiot, not even fully developed, what would I look at you for? Seeing Tuoba Xiaoyao not respond, Tuoba Qingyu excitedly continued, Third brother, I heard young Master Chang is only in his early 20s, yet his strength is enough to overpower Dao attainers. How do you think he cultivated? If I have a chance, I must ask young Master Chang for advice, he softly dissuaded her. Qingyu, you're just daydreaming. You don't understand him at all. Blindly approaching him might lead to trouble. The little girl made an infatuated expression. How could that be? I think it's you, third brother, who's jealous of young Master Chang. Such a magnificent figure, how could he be a bad person? I won't believe it even if you beat me. Tuoba Xiaoyao frowned, thinking unhappily. In your previous life you almost got beaten to death before you believed it. The sun gradually set and it was now evening. Yu Tianhe cleared his throat and commanded, "Guards, escort young Master Chang and Saintess Chuchu to their chambers for rest." After everyone had left, he softly asked, "Eunuch Zhu, did you clearly see Jiyu Chang's true cultivation level?" Eunuch Zhu respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, this old servant's eyes are dim. It is truly difficult to discern his cultivation. If I were to engage him, I fear this old servant would be defeated." Yu Tianhe frowned. So monstrous, no wonder so many Dao attainers perished or went missing during the Kunshan expedition. Yet he returned with the younger generation. It seems Feia truly needs to get closer to him. Meanwhile, in a nearby corridor, Yu Feia walked, surprised. "Tuoba Xiaoyao, are you deliberately waiting for me here?" He gently nodded. "There are some things I want to tell you," she softly assented. "Okay, tell me, I'm listening." Tuoba Xiaoyao looked at Yu Feia, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. She was still so intelligent and gentle, without the arrogance and willfulness of other princesses. No matter what, he couldn't let her perish in this life. He gazed into the distance, silent for a moment, before finally speaking. "Be careful of Jiyu Chang, he's not a good person. Something might happen at the hunting assembly 3 days from now, and Jiyu Chang is likely the mastermind." Hearing this, Yu Feia gasped in shock. "What?" he continued. "You can notify Emperor Yu in advance and have him prepare fully, and protect the second prince. I can only say this much, I have no evidence. Do you believe me?" Yu Feia smiled gently. "I believe you." Hearing this answer, Tuoba Xiaoyao relaxed and curved his lips into a smile. "That's good, I shouldn't stay long, I'll go now. You be careful too." With that, he immediately transformed into a streak of vital energy and flew away. That night, Ada came to report to Jiyu Zhang. "Master, all the information on Tuoba Xiaoyao's background is here." He nodded, muttering to himself. Born into a prominent general's mansion, yet dull-witted and talentless. A mere mortal who only knows how to practice swordsmanship, with a cultivation even inferior to a 6-year-old child. Jiyu Chang narrowed his eyes, thinking, he's hiding his strength. His sword intent is enough to contend with a quasi-supreme. Anyway, I'll test him at the hunting assembly 3 days from now. A moment later, he returned to his room, and Zhang Chuchu's voice came from inside. "Did you go to investigate the Juyin disaster?" Jiyu Chang truthfully replied. "I just sent someone to investigate a person who interests me," she retorted. "A person who interests you? Is it the eldest princess Yu Feia? What? Why are you silent?" The movement behind her made Zhang Chuchu turn her head to look. She hugged herself and shrieked. "Didn't we agree you wouldn't come in?" Jiyu Chang said calmly. "You misunderstood me. How could I stand by and do nothing?" Zhang Chuchu gritted her teeth. "You still haven't answered me." He took off his robe and hung it on the clothes rack. Jiyu Chang stepped into the water, his tone still teasing. "Look at you, so petty. She merely offered me a cup of wine and you're already jealous." Zhang Chuchu pouted. "At the banquet you kept staring at her. Did you think I didn't notice?" he explained. "I just wanted to see what her physique was. Where did your thoughts go? Why don't you tell me? How is she superior to you? How could I be interested in her?" Zhang Chuchu's face flushed crimson and she stammered angrily. Well then let's rest early today." Jiyu Chang leaned closer to her and said in a low voice, "How can we? Shouldn't we discuss the matter of the Juyin flower?" Zhang Chuchu chuckled. "As long as young master is here, why should I worry about these things, your highness, human ancestor's successor?" Jiyu Chang looked at her, tears of laughter almost welling up, and also said, "So I've become a laborer, boss Zhang." 2 soldiers guarded the palace gate and Jiyu Chang sat inside leisurely sipping tea. Yu Tianzheng entered from outside and bowed. "Yu Tianzheng greets young Master Chang." He raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Oh, Prince Yu." Then a triumphant smile curved on his lips. "You're being so secretive, what do you want with me?" Yu Tianzheng's face showed some displeasure. "This humble one has come to pledge allegiance to young Master Chang and is willing to offer the entire great Yu Empire." Jiyu Chang showed no surprise. "Oh, the entire great Yu immortal dynasty, you dare to speak such treasonous words. Aren't you afraid I'll capture you and hand you over to Emperor Yu? That way, Emperor Yu would surely remember my kindness, wouldn't he?" he calmly replied. "Since young Master Chang has not immediately acted against me, he must be somewhat interested in the conditions I propose. In that case, why not listen to my story first?" Jiyu Chang gently raised his teacup, the tea still emitting wisps of white steam. "Then tell me." Yu Tianzheng frowned and immediately began to recount. 300 years ago, I vied for the throne with the current Emperor Yu and several imperial brothers. Only Yu Tianhe and I were evenly matched, but I originally had no interest in the throne." Thus he began to tell of the past. At that time, Yu Tianzheng had said, "Imperial brother, you know that I've never been interested in vying for the imperial throne since childhood. The current situation is purely for self-preservation. If we brothers unite, I can assure you that after clearing all obstacles, I will cede the throne to you." What do you say? Yu Tianhe had then placed both hands on his shoulders and said happily, Imperial brother, what are you saying? You and I are born of the same mother, like brothers. Would I not trust you? Yu Tianzheng had been immensely grateful to his imperial brother. Back in reality, recalling the past, his eyes were bloodshot. However, after we jointly subdued the other obstacles, he turned against me, not only framing me as a traitor who plotted against imperial relatives, but even in the name of punishing a rebel, slaughtered my wife and children. Even our shared mother was poisoned by his own hand, and finally he shifted the blame onto me. He still clearly remembered Yu Tianhe's smiling, cruel face at the time. Ji Yuchong listened to everything, then gently placed his teacup on the table. According to you, Emperor Yu is also a ruthless man. How did you survive? He calmly replied. It was merely to showcase his benevolence and consolidate his throne that he exiled me alone outside the great Yu. Only in recent years have I been able to return to the immortal dynasty. As he spoke, he raised a hand as if to cut his wrist and swear an oath. Young Master Chang, please rest assured, I can swear on my Dao heart. Ji Yuchong immediately raised a hand to stop him. No need. Tell me your plan. Yu Tianzheng hesitated. At this hunting assembly I will send people to assassinate the second prince. Emperor Yu views him as his successor. Once the second prince dies, Emperor Yu will surely be enraged. At that time he will send his powerful cultivators to hunt down the assassins everywhere. That will be my best opportunity to assassinate Yu Tianhe. As he spoke, he seemed very excited. Once he dies, I can ascend the throne, and then I am willing to recognize young Master Chang as my lord. He then crossed his arms, his expression calm. You forget? There are still those imperial ancestors deep within the great Yu imperial palace. Will they agree to you killing Emperor Yu and ascending the throne? Yu Tianzheng couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. I know the imperial family best. I've had deep experience with it since childhood. To those people, as long as this immortal dynasty is named Yu, who sits on the throne simply doesn't matter. A flicker of thought crossed Ji Yuchong's face. Establishing his own immortal dynasty faction was indeed very appealing. He then gently stood up. Then what do you need me to do? Yu Tianzheng unequivocally stated. I need you to help me quell the rebellion once Yu Tianhe dies. Those loyal to him, led by Tuoba Yushin and eunuch Zhu, will retaliate. My people alone will likely be unable to resist. A ray of light gently floated between the two as if he had given him something. He nodded. All right, but you need to double the manpower for this hunting assembly. Furthermore, I will secretly instruct some people to assist you. Wait for my signal. Yu Tianzheng gently lowered his head. As young Master Chang commands, I will go make the arrangements now. Ji Yuchong maintained a smile throughout, and casually used that girl to test Tuoba Xiaoyao, after all as a brother. It would be hard not to care about his sister. Then he cautiously called his people. Ada, go find Bai Lianer and have her arrange a few more people to infiltrate the hunting assembly. Ada nodded in acceptance. Yes. The two grand gates slowly opened and ships sailed out from within. They seemed to have arrived at a dark place where the mountains resembled coiling dragons. The target of this hunt might be the demonic beasts here, or the Juyin creatures, or perhaps even the various prodigies. Life and death are fated, but please do your best. Ji Yuchong spoke leisurely from a ship. As expected, it's a place where 9 dragons ascend to heaven. It's a pity it's gone through such a long time, otherwise it might have become a powerful merchant sect by now. Yu Tianhe, standing nearby, also interjected. It's just a shame it offended forces it shouldn't have, and has been decapitated, unable to rise again. The two didn't look at each other, and he couldn't help but ponder. Are these veiled words meant for me, without any reason? Does he already know about me and Yu Tianzheng? It doesn't seem so. Yu Tianhe then glanced at him. Now it seems Ji Yuchong bears no ill will towards the great Yu immortal dynasty. Why has Feiya repeatedly warned me to be wary of him? Ji Yuchong proactively spoke. Has Your Majesty Emperor Yu investigated the situation here? He also cautiously replied. This emperor suspects the appearance of Juyin creatures here and specifically sent people to investigate, but we suffered heavy losses. Meanwhile, nearby 2 people were conversing. Imperial sister, please rest assured I will be careful. The elder sister calmly looked at their retreating figures, thinking, Ji Yuchong, you are indeed a disguised great villain, aren't you? On the other side, Yu Tianhe gently ordered. Eunuch Zhu, begin. Eunuch Zhu nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. He then loudly announced, the hunting assembly officially begins now. Hearing the call, rows of green, red, purple, and yellow lights shot out from the ships, and an eunuch also threw a green treasure pearl into the sky. A huge mirror was summoned. Yu Tianhe cautiously said, this is the exquisite mirror. All aura fluctuations in this area can be displayed. Behind the ships, a massive golden phantom appeared. This is His Majesty Emperor Yu's phantom. Although His Majesty is only a clone here, within the territory of the great Yu immortal dynasty, His Majesty is almost invincible. Ji Yuchong casually glanced, his gaze sharp, thinking, is this luck or dragon chi? This method even surpasses ordinary cultivation realms. It seems he really did detect something. In the exquisite mirror, everything in the competition was clearly visible. Is that Tuoba, the third young master of the general's mansion? The scene shifted to 2 excited people here. Tuoba Xiaoyao swiftly moved over, shouting, Little Taoist Chan, you're going too far. The other party sneered. Tuoba Xiaoyao, you good for nothing, today I'll make an example of you. Just then, a tomboyish woman gave him a good beating. Third brother, don't you practice swords every day? How are you still so weak? I can't protect you forever. Tuoba Xiaoyao didn't answer for the moment. He just silently glanced at her, his eyes full of displeasure. Yu Tianhe softly asked from outside, "At this hunting assembly, young Master Chang, who do you favor?" Ji Yu Chang leisurely replied, "Princess Feiya's strength is remarkable. In my humble opinion, she will surely enter the top 3. He politely laughed. "Good, young Master Chang thinks highly of Feiya. It is truly an honor." Just then a general quietly appeared and reported, "Your Majesty, this area has already been garrisoned." Yu Tianhe nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you for your hard work, General Tuoba." This person was none other than Tuoba Yushin, the Grand General of the nation. He observed this person, thinking, "Grand General of the great Yu Immortal dynasty. Is he Tuoba Xiaoyao's father? It seems Yu Tianzheng's attempt to assassinate the second Prince Yu Lai at this moment will likely fail." Ji Yu Chang's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "But my show is about to begin too." Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the vision here. In the white smoke a voice said, "Oh, isn't this the 4th young lady of the general's mansion? Why aren't you with your brothers and sisters?" Qingyu leapt out of the earlier explosion. "Who exactly are you?" From behind the thick smoke 3 tall burly figures slowly emerged. "4th young lady is truly forgetful. My brother was merely looking at you one more time in the crowd and you had someone kill him on the spot." Qingyu angrily retorted, "You're talking nonsense. I've never done such a thing." The other party disdained to listen to her further. "Today I will surely avenge my dead brother. He was none other than the assassin from Shenfeng Jade Tower, Ji Wudi," who laughed mockingly. "But before that, if I can taste the flavor of 4th young lady Qingyu, it would not be in vain." Seeing this person in the exquisite mirror, everyone was puzzled. Which faction does this scar-faced fellow belong to be so vulgar? "He seems to be a disciple of the Heavenly Blade sect," someone on a ship retorted. "No, not us, we don't know them at all." Tuoba Yushin's face showed alarm. "No, the Heavenly Blade sect is only a third-rate force. How could they have such powerful disciples? These people infiltrated." He clenched his fists, his heart filled with rage. "How dare they insult my daughter? This general will surely dismember him." Ji Yu Chang still maintained a confident demeanor at this moment, thinking, "It seems Bai Lianer trained this guy well. It wasn't in vain that I brought him back from the 8 desolates and 10 domains." Yu Tianan was still puzzled at this moment. If it really was that guy's doing, his target should logically be my imperial family. Perhaps it's not him. The onlookers were all furious. Who is so audacious? How dare they frame General Tuoba's mansion at the hunting assembly? Damn it, how can such people infiltrate the hunting assembly? Does your Majesty have no strategy? Should we intervene? Yu Dianhe smacked his lips, then explained, "Young Master Chang is unaware, but in previous hunting assemblies even imperial relatives have perished. However, this is the tradition of the great Yu, and even this emperor cannot make an exception to intervene midway. Now we can only hope that General Tuoba's other children can arrive in time to rescue her. Anyway, every participant carries a communication stone, which is also a kind of precaution." Ji Yu Chang gently sighed, thinking unhappily, "What a pity. I hope that Tuoba girl can be safe," but his expression showed satisfaction. This way, Yu Tianzheng's plan indeed has some chance. In the exquisite mirror, everyone saw the 4th young lady at a disadvantage in the fight and couldn't help but exclaim, "Not good." The 2nd young lady of the general's mansion also seems to be in a bad situation. Tuoba Yushin was immediately enraged. "Damn it, who is targeting our Tuoba family?" A person sweating profusely unleashed terrifying demonic arts from his hand. "Qingyu is in danger." Facing this group of strangers, she angrily demanded, "Who exactly are you? Why do you keep hunting me?" The other party replied disdainfully, "Foolish question." In another mountain range next to a dragon, Tuoba Xiaoyao used his techniques to observe. He couldn't help but wonder what was happening, that even his second sister couldn't escape. "If I go to rescue Qingyu, my long-hidden abilities will be exposed, and Ji Yu Chang is still watching outside. It might even repeat the tragedy of my previous life. If that happens, wouldn't my rebirth in this life be a joke?" Tuoba Xiaoyao clenched his fists. "No, I absolutely cannot save her." Everyone observing the situation concluded, "It seems the general's mansion's 3rd young master has no intention of saving his sister. Even if he went, it would be useless. He's so weak he'd just be another life lost." Seeing the situation had reached a dead end, Yu Tianhe softly said, "Today this emperor will make an exception and let General Tuoba go?" Tuoba Yushin immediately refused. "Your Majesty, absolutely not. Such a precedent must never be set, and the great Yu's traditions must not be destroyed by this old minister." Other officials agreed. "Yes, Your Majesty, absolutely not." His face was taut. If there was truly no hope, then it was Qingyu's fate. Ji Yu Chang's sharp eyes flickered slightly, and he scoffed inwardly. Old fox, who would dare stop him if he wanted to make an exception? He's really good at winning people over. So he arrogantly spoke to draw attention. "Actually, Your Majesty and the general don't need to worry too much. In my opinion, the 3rd young master of the general's mansion is probably not simple. Perhaps there will be a surprise later." The other party was puzzled. "What does young Master Chang mean by that?" Ji Yu Chang smiled confidently, explaining, "It seems General Tuoba doesn't fully understand his own son. Think about it. Most people at this moment would be angry or resentful, right? But Tuoba Xiaoyao's face clearly shows struggle and hesitation. Although I haven't met countless people, I have some ability to discern character. General Tuoba's third young master is a hidden dragon in the abyss, keeping his power secret. At the same time, Tuoba Xiaoyao was still struggling with his thoughts. An official noticed something unusual and exclaimed in surprise, "Look, Tuoba Xiaoyao is moving indeed." Tuoba Xiaoyao pushed off the ground, rushing like the wind. His mind now changed. No matter who was behind this, Qingyu had to be saved, even if she always looked down on me. She always cared for me silently. Tuoba Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. And no one outside should be continuously staring at a good-for-nothing like me, right? I just need to disguise my move a little. At the same time, Jiyu Wudi delivered a heavy kick to Qingyu, making her shriek. As Qingyu continued to vomit blood, another person jumped up and yelled, "How dare you resist, big brother, you're courting death?" Jiyu Wudi quickly cursed, "Idiot, don't use weapons. If you kill her, you'll ruin the young master's plan. I'll kill you too." Obeying the command, a subordinate immediately kicked Qingyu, brutally sending her flying to the ground. "Just half kill her so big brother can enjoy himself." Qingyu landed heavily, spitting blood repeatedly. A fellow walked over and stepped on her, brandishing a sword. "If no one comes to save you, I'll cut off this young lady's limbs." Qingyu remained defiant. "Even if I die, I never will." Just then a deep voice rang out, "Qingyu," as if jolting her from her pain. This voice, after that terrifying remark, a force like myriad arrows shot towards that person, who was immediately struck and sent flying. Jiyu Wudi quickly set up a magic barrier to block the attack. A hint of triumph flashed across his face. "Finally, I've lured you out." But unexpectedly, Tuoba Xiaoyao had already arrived and helped Qingyu and the others up. "Qingyu, are you all right?" She couldn't believe her eyes. "Third brother, your aura." Qingyu's expression quickly changed from surprise to extreme fear. "Third brother, run, that golden-haired, scarred-faced man is very strong." Tuoba Xiaoyao frowned. "Don't worry, I'll deal with him." Jiyu Wudi unhesitatingly charged over with his blood-red magic, acting as if Tuoba Xiaoyao was nothing. Tuoba Xiaoyao on his side scoffed, "How dare you harm my sister? Do you want to die?" Tuoba Xiaoyao softly summoned his demonic sword, HMPH. His realm is only at the Grand Saint realm. No need to use all my strength, just control my cultivation a little to avoid drawing too much attention. The next second both rushed back simultaneously, and two terrifying sword edges fiercely collided in the air. Seeing this chaotic battle through the exquisite mirror, everyone outside was buzzing. "We truly misjudged him. This strength can probably rival several princes." Tuoba Yushin couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected Xiaoyao to hide so deeply even from me." Yu Tianhe also interjected, "Tuoba Xiaoyao has indeed been deeply hidden these years. His strength is truly impressive." Jiyu Chong looked up, smiling. "A hidden dragon will eventually emerge from the abyss," Yu Tianhe praised repeatedly. "Young Master Chong indeed has keen insight." Jiyu Chong had already anticipated it. Hiding strength is not uncommon, but he is probably hiding more than just power. Two forces of ice and fire erupted from the two swords, accompanied by two continuous waves of attacks rising and falling on the battlefield. Tuoba Xiaoyao retracted his sword, pouring all his inner power into it, and fiercely attacked while Jiyu Wudi easily blocked it with his own sword. Tuoba Xiaoyao's face showed panic. "No matter how much I raise my strength, he can still match me evenly." What exactly is going on? Jiyu Wudi meanwhile was thinking. The mission from above is to test his strength. I need to be careful not to kill him. The two immediately separated, with a fierce collision occurring in between. Tuoba Xiaoyao anxiously said, "I don't have time to be entangled with you." Jiyu Wudi scoffed, "What can you do with that?" He nimbly moved his palms, drawing strange symbols in the air, manifesting chaotic sword intent, then roared, "Sword slaying immortal," and a giant sword shadow swung out, flying at extreme speed. Jiyu Wudi was not to be outdone, unleashing another technique, Blood Refinement Blade. In an instant, two swords carrying two powerful forces fiercely collided, creating an extremely tragic scene. The heavens and earth seemed to shatter, stirring up uncontrollable gales that even Qingyu couldn't resist. She kept finding it hard to believe. Was this really third brother's true strength? I used to look down on him. Jiyu Mule, far from being afraid, sneered, "That's all, your strength is nothing special." Tuoba Xiaoyao shouted excitedly, "You want to die? Then I'll send you on your way." With that, his ultimate move continued to surge, his strength clearly increasing, heaven-length sword intent. This move seemed to work as the opponent's swordsmanship began to crumble. In a flash, a dazzling light exploded fiercely, and the sword edge struck Jiyu Wudi hard, making him shriek. Such powerful sword intent. Tuoba Xiaoyao, seeing this, showed a satisfied expression. "I can't beat Jiyu Chong, but can I defeat you?" However, what happened next left him dumbfounded. Jiyu Wudi had actually been faking it, or was merely a clone. He was now like a changed person. "Found you." This sentence made Tuoba Xiaoyao think of a familiar person. Jiyu Chong. In the secret realm, everyone saw a gloomy sky with astonishing light emanating from the center. "What's that?" The woman's eyes widened in horror. "Someone can actually manifest an anomaly, a prodigy. Are there such powerful beings in this generation? Is it the assassination event Xiaoyao mentioned?" The terrain here violently shook, and the two sides quickly separated, leaving a deep chasm in the middle. Tuoba Xiaoyao looked around in a daze. Did he run away? But the feeling still resonated in Tuoba Xiaoyao's heart. Why did this person have Jiyu Chong's aura? Was it an illusion? Everyone outside was stunned. With that sword strike, Tuoba Xiaoyao had actually hidden such a technique. Why did he only expose it now? This matter. Yu Tianhe also had his own thoughts. Although this person's cultivation was not high, his sword intent made even him feel a tremor. Had he been hiding so deeply all these years to conceal this terrifying power? Was the general's mansion brewing some conspiracy? Ji Yuchang sighed, lamenting, "It's a pity those assassins escaped." Yu Tianhe immediately ordered, "Quickly intensify the search in the nearby areas, pursue the assassins and strengthen the protection of the surrounding princes and princesses." He felt no fondness in his heart and reminded himself that Ji Yuzhong didn't seem like someone who would send people to assassinate his own son. Where did Ji Yaoxing get that intelligence? Meanwhile, Ji Yuchang pondered for a long time. It seems the heaven-length sword is on him, but my collection of heaven-length artifacts is not a secret in the upper realm. If he knew about it and disguised himself, it's understandable. But why did he pretend to be a good-for-nothing from childhood? As if he knew from the start that I would come for him. Can this Tuoba Xiaoyao foresee the future, or is he a reborn person like me? Watching the scene in the exquisite mirror of Tuoba siblings embracing and comforting each other, he continued to think, no matter which possibility, it doesn't change the fact that he is the owner of the heaven-length sword. It's not wrong to deal with him. But if that's truly the case, he must know about Yu Tianzheng's plan to assassinate Yu Lai. No wonder Emperor Yu seems much more cautious than before. Tuoba Xiaoyao must have revealed something in advance. Yu Tianzheng's plan cannot succeed now. The second prince Yu Lai cannot die at this moment. Otherwise Tuoba Xiaoyao's prophecy would come true and the great Yu immortal dynasty would completely become his protective umbrella standing against me. Seeing his expression, the women behind him seemed to notice and whispered amongst themselves, "Why does he keep smiling secretly these days? Has demonic energy entered his brain?" By nightfall, the moon and clouds covered the sky. The people below reported that the plan had changed and the mission to assassinate the prince was cancelled. "We've prepared for this plan for years. If we abandon this opportunity, who knows when the next one will be?" Everyone unanimously agreed that the prince must not miss this opportunity, or it would be gone forever. "I think that Ji Yuzhong is powerful but not trustworthy. What do we need?" Yu Tianzheng turned around and immediately roared, "Silence! Who gave you the audacity to discuss anyone so freely?" He turned his back and walked away. "Remember, since we have chosen to cooperate with him, we must prioritize him. Rebellion might not lead to death, but offending him is certainly a death sentence." His subordinates could only reply helplessly, "Yes." Meanwhile, the senior sister worriedly asked, "Yu Lai, are you all right?" The other party confidently replied, "Please, Imperial Sister, you worry too much. With my strength, who would dare seek death?" The senior sister felt a little uneasy. It seemed his intelligence was inaccurate. "I must tell Imperial Father." Late at night a ship was brightly lit and someone in the room was softly reporting, "Your Majesty, the second prince is fine." Yu Tianhe nodded. "It seems I worried too much." Ji Yuchang sat beside him, gently sipping hot tea. "Emperor Yu always seems to be worried about something," he softly said. "Oh, I received news earlier that assassins would threaten Yu Lai's safety, so I was naturally a little concerned." He suddenly angrily slammed his teacup on the table. "HMPH, who is so bold to assassinate the second prince at this time, truly seeking death? Do I need to eliminate him?" Yu Tianhe chuckled. "I'm not sure who exactly it was, but it seems the intelligence was wrong. I worried too much." But his gaze immediately sharpened. Yu Chang kindly reminded, "Your Majesty, do not be careless. After all, there is still one day left in the hunting assembly. What if those assassins choose to act on the last day?" The other party smiled. Young Master Chang is absolutely right. However, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. Who reminded him? Yu Feia, Tuoba Xiaoyao through her. In a dark corner, Tuoba Xiaoyao was contemplating with wide eyes. If that murderous intent was truly from Ji Yuchang, then he is too terrifying. He is stronger than in my previous life. Perhaps even true Dao attainers or Emperor Yu at full imperial power might not be his match. Qing Yu sat nearby and seeing him like this, worriedly asked, "Third brother, what are you thinking? Are you all right?" Xiaoyao didn't pay attention, turning instead to the woman opposite him. "Second sister, you mean you also encountered assassins?" His second sister nodded. "That's not important, third brother. Have you been hiding your strength all these years?" He looked at his sister and said, "I know you have many questions in your heart now, but rest assured, I am still me. I have never changed. I didn't tell you these things, actually to protect your safety." Qing Yu's eyes widened in surprise. "Protect our safety, third brother? Who could threaten our magnificent Tuoba general's mansion?" Second sister frowned. "Could it be your Majesty?" Tuoba Xiaoyao replied without hesitation. "It's Ji Yuchang. In the future, you must be careful of this person. He is extremely dangerous, dozens of times more dangerous than the great Yu imperial family. He will cause our family to be ruined and our homes destroyed." Qing Yu was shocked to hear this. "What? Young Master Chang?" She clenched her fists, her face showing anger. "Hateful. I admired him so much before, but I never expected him to be such a cruel and hypocritical fellow. I won't like him anymore." Second sister abruptly stood up as if she couldn't believe her ears. "Those assassins," Tuoba Xiaoyao quickly interjected. "They were most likely sent by Ji Yuchang to test me," she pressed further. "But why would Ji Yuchang target us?" He stood up calmly, walking elsewhere. "Of course, because I possess something he wants. Do you know about the heaven-length artifacts?" Second sister stammered in shock, unable to speak. "What? Tuoba Xiaoyao continued to explain. One of them is on me. She immediately became extremely worried. Third brother, if that thing is so troublesome, why don't we just give it to him? Xing Yu also quickly agreed. Yes, third brother, we can't protect that thing. Your safety is paramount. After hearing this, Tuoba Xiaoyao merely chuckled. That's precisely the problem. That thing has long since merged with me. Unless I disappear from this world, Ji Yuchang won't get it, and he probably won't let me go easily. Second sister and Xing Yu could only look at each other, speechless. The two girls then stepped forward to comfort him. Third brother, we will keep your secret, and no matter what, we will stand by you. Yes, third brother, we are family. Tuoba Xiaoyao smiled and nodded softly. Okay, once it's safe, we'll all go to the gathering point together. 3 days later, everyone gathered, discussing amongst themselves. You guys from the giant whale gang passed too. Who are you looking down on? We're at least in the top 100. Tuoba Xiaoyao suddenly looked around worriedly. I don't see the second prince. Did something happen to Yu Lai? Yu Ming quickly crossed his arms, his tone mocking. Isn't this the master who hides his strength? Don't think I'll think highly of you just because of this. You're still not worthy of my imperial sister. He was immediately reminded. Yu Ming. Tuoba Xiaoyao didn't get angry, turning instead to look. The news had still leaked out. He walked forward and greeted. Second prince, are you all right? The imperial sister calmly reported the news. My imperial brother didn't encounter any assassins. Everything is safe. Nothing major happened. Tuoba Xiaoyao was stunned. What? Where did things go wrong? Yu Lai immediately stepped forward, displeased. Tuoba Xiaoyao, what do you mean? Even if there were assassins, do you think they could hurt me? Do you think you're so powerful and that you're the only one who's been hiding your strength? She didn't stop him, but instead ordered. Yu Lai pushed her away. The imperial sister quickly diffused the situation. Enough, Tuoba Xiaoyao didn't mean it. He was just worried about your safety. Don't take it to heart. Hearing this, he arrogantly crossed his arms. Imperial sister, you're too kind. You always speak up for him. Tuoba Xiaoyao ignored him, only asking worriedly, did truly nothing happen? Did Ji Yuchang discover something in advance and thus give up the assassination? She replied solemnly. I'm not sure, but don't worry, I will explain this to Imperial Father. Meanwhile, in another place, Ji Yuchang announced, Your Majesty, the Juyin Qi has erupted. This power suggests that people from the Juyin Imperial Court have emerged. Let's go, Your Majesty, and see who these newcomers are. Imperial Father, with his hands behind his back, glanced over. With young Master Chang accompanying me, I feel much more at ease. Did Saintess Chuchu not come along? He gave a mischievous smile. I alone am enough. On Tuoba Xiaoyao's side, Yu Lai quickly noticed the sudden change. The Juyin Qi has suddenly erupted. It must be people from the Juyin imperial family. This Juyin heaven has affected the upper realm. This matter must be related to them. What kind of powerful figures are coming? I haven't had enough fighting yet. The imperial sister quickly covered his mouth. Yu Lai, don't be careless. No one from the Juyin imperial court is simple. Tuoba Xiaoyao frowned, observing carefully. Is that person? Galan slowly emerged from the red light. Are these the heavens chosen from various clans of this generation? A bit disappointing. I thought they'd be stronger. It turns out it's just Galan, the third prince of the Juyin imperial court. He casually lifted his head. So he's nothing special. Galan looked down from above. I am Galan of the Juyin imperial court. Greetings to all you heavens chosen, a commoner complained, displeased. Ly, is that how you greet? Is the Juyin imperial family so impressive? With so many of us heavens chosen, will we still be suppressed by you? As expected of the young knife prodigy, truly unyielding. Galan immediately appeared before him, moving very quickly. Are you even worthy of speaking to Prince Galan? Immediately after, a force pressed down on him. Everyone was shocked. The speed was too fast. Galan's guard quickly ordered, get lost. Commendable courage, but unfortunately too weak. Tuoba Xiaoyao frowned unhappily. Indeed, it's him. This hasn't changed. Then the imperial sister immediately stepped forward to report. Our great Yu and the Juyin imperial court have always kept to themselves and bear no grudges. May I ask why you have come this time? He sighed. Of course, for Princess Feiya, Galan chuckled. I presume you are Princess Feiya of the great Yu immortal dynasty? Your demeanor and figure are indeed excellent. Truly a beauty capable of toppling kingdoms, Yu Ming quickly reminded. Speak to me with respect. Tuoba Xiaoyao grew increasingly displeased. One day I will kill you with a single sword, you damn fellow. Galan's lips curved into a slight smile, and he whispered, Princess Feiya hasn't even spoken, and these 3 little dogs behind her are already unhappy. Respect is earned through strength. Immediately after, red eyes appeared above the heads of the 3. Tuoba Xiaoyao and Yu Ming's eyes were illuminated by the red light. The imperial sister unhappily whispered, Enough. Prince Galan and I came here today. Not to cause trouble, did we? He quickly retracted his moves. All right, for your sake I won't bother with them anymore. Yu Lai continued to threaten. Bastard I want. She frowned and glanced at him. Yu Lai, don't act rashly. Galan extended his hand to greet. I am the third prince of the Juyin imperial court. We have come to the great Yu immortal dynasty this time. Actually for Princess Feiya. The imperial sister was surprised. For me? What do you mean? Yu Lai unconsciously blurted out. Are you here to propose marriage? He nodded. Exactly. Tuoba Xiaoyao and the others were all shocked. What? A prince of the Juyin imperial court personally arriving at the great Yu immortal dynasty just to propose marriage to Princess Feiya. This matter is truly unbelievable. I thought they were here to annihilate us. He furiously suppressed his thoughts. It's probably just for Feiya's physique. These damned fellows, Yu Lai loudly said from behind. By what right do you marry my imperial sister? Galan just smiled after hearing this. By what right? By the right that when Ju Yin heaven engulfs the upper realm in the future, it will not affect the great Yu immortal dynasty. How does that condition sound? Everyone was immediately shocked. This matter, I heard that only forces with immortal realm power can safely survive the great calamity of Ju Yin heaven. This condition indeed, Tuoba Xiaoyao and Yu Ming were continuously breaking into cold sweat. This was clearly a threat. How could the princess of the great Yu immortal dynasty? Where did Imperial Father appear from? Third Prince, is that true? Everyone immediately discussed. Its Imperial Father, His Majesty Emperor Yu. Galan was unswayed, stating frankly, this letter was personally written by my Imperial Father. It details the conditions the Ju Yin Imperial Court is willing to offer. His Majesty Emperor Yu can examine it personally. Imperial Father read the letter and was suddenly surprised. If just Feia can secure these conditions, then this matter, it's a grave matter. Why don't you, Third Prince, return to the Imperial capital with me, to discuss further? He nodded and smiled. Of course, and I can also witness the majesty of the great Yu Imperial capital, Yu Lai said worriedly from behind. Imperial sister, I don't want you to marry him. The Imperial sister closed her eyes and comforted him. This is not something we can decide. Tuoba Xiaoyao clenched his fists. Calm down, now is absolutely not the time to act rashly, Galan asked in surprise. Ah, who is this? Imperial Father happily introduced. This is my guest, young Master Chong of the Jiyu family. Neither side is easy to provoke. If they clash, my Feia's dowry might even increase. The commoners quickly whispered amongst themselves. Is that arrogant Ju Yin prince going to provoke young Master Chong? Given his conceited demeanor just now, I'm afraid. Galan quickly cupped his hands in a salute, he reported. So you are the rumored young Master Chong. I am Galan. Greetings, young Master Chong. The people around immediately discussed, as expected of young Master Chong. Jiyu Chong said sternly, dispense with the formalities, no need for ceremony. Yu Lai quickly pointed at him. Imperial sister, look, even that fellow is respectful towards young Master Chong. You see, I chose correctly, didn't I? Quickly find a way to win him over, the Imperial sister loudly rebuked. Don't talk nonsense, Jiyu Chong quickly recognized. Galan is your sister. Galan immediately smiled. She is my Imperial sister. She would be very happy if she knew you still remembered her name. Imperial Father cleared his throat, interrupting him. Oh, then he should continue. If young Master Jiyu Chong has the opportunity, you must visit my Ju Yin Imperial Court. I believe Imperial Sister and Imperial Father would be very happy to see you. Although Jiyu Chong agreed, he keenly sensed. Is this implying that the transaction for the cycle of reincarnation is still valid? Imperial Father then interjected. So young Master Chong and the Ju Yin Imperial Court have a past connection? Galan shrugged. Just a chance encounter. I was fortunate enough to have met Prince Galan's Imperial Sister. Tuoba Xiaoyao listened from afar, then recalled his previous life. Although Galan also became Jiyu Chong's prey, it was only after being defeated that he surrendered. Now he's actively trying to curry favor with him. They quickly returned to the capital. Imperial Father warmly entertained them. Prince Galan is indeed handsome and exceptionally talented. Feia, why don't you quickly offer Prince Galan a toast? The Imperial sister quickly complied. Yes, Imperial Father, an official quickly expressed agreement. In this old minister's opinion, Princess Feia and Prince Galan are indeed a match made in heaven. If they were to marry, it would surely be a beautiful story. He laughed proudly. Exactly, this old minister also has a joyous occasion to congratulate your majesty on. Imperial Father was surprised. Oh, what joyous occasion, the official bowed and reported. The third young master of General Tuoba's mansion has now emerged like a hidden dragon. Your Majesty has gained another young talent, and our great Yu will surely prosper in the future. Second sister and Qingyu remained silent. Imperial Father then happily smiled and said, indeed, that Tuoba boy is quite good. He should be rewarded. Jiyu Chong took a sip of tea. This emperor believes that this third young master of the general's mansion has no small ambition and will surely achieve great things in the future. Why doesn't His Majesty Emperor Yu take this opportunity to bestow a marriage upon him? Tuoba Xiaoyao's face immediately changed upon hearing this. Imperial Father nodded in agreement. Young Master Chong is right. Tuoba Xiaoyao, I shall bestow the fifth princess upon you. What do you say? A general quickly responded. Tuoba Xiaoyao, why don't you quickly thank His Majesty for his grace? Your subject thanks young Master Chong and thanks His Majesty for his grace, Imperial Father then praised. Tuoba Yushin goes without saying, but this Tuoba Xiaoyao alone has no small potential. It's a good thing to win them over. General Tuoba is loyal and I am very pleased with this marriage. Tuoba Xiaoyao coldly said, Your Majesty's kindness. Tuoba Xiaoyao appreciates it. Everyone immediately discussed, What? Tuoba Xiaoyao, do you know what you're saying? Tuoba Xiaoyao calmly stepped forward. Your Majesty, the fifth princess is of unparalleled beauty, rarely seen in the world, but Tuoba Xiaoyao's heart is already taken and he truly cannot accommodate another. Yu Ming unhappily took a sip of tea. Unbecoming, Yules quickly turned his head and smiled. Imperial sister, that fellow is still thinking of you. Ji Chong then spoke up to pacify. "It was my recklessness. If I had known earlier that Brother Tuoba's heart was already taken, I would never have proposed this marriage, only to displease His Majesty Emperor Yu." Imperial Father sighed. "How can you blame young Master Chong? You are only being kind," he continued to press. "However, I am very curious. What kind of woman would make third young Master Tuoba refuse His Majesty Emperor Yu's kind offer?" Tuoba Xiaoyao frowned, his veins bulging. "This guy is doing it on purpose." Imperial Father immediately became curious. "Hearing young Master Chong say this, I also want to know. How about this? If the woman third young Master Tuoba fancies is a great Yu woman, why doesn't His Majesty grant them a marriage? It also serves as an apology for my earlier recklessness, and a way to express my apologies to third young Master Tuoba." Tuoba Xiaoyao glared furiously, seething with resentment. "Ji Chong, reckless my foot." Imperial Father extended his hand, proposing, "All right, speak. If she is a great Yu woman, then this emperor will grant you a marriage. Consider it your reward." Tuoba Xiaoyao hesitated. "There's no escaping it anyway." He stood up, emphasizing each word. "Reporting to His Majesty Emperor Yu, the person Tuoba Xiaoyao fancies is none other than the current Princess Yu Feia."